Erin Patterson is guilty and is awaiting a sentence for her crimes. Meanwhile, another legal standoff is on the horizon. I'm Brooke Greawitt-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Court. Hi Laura, nice of you to join me after 3 weeks off the mics.
Yes, it was lovely to have a break, but I'm excited to be back here to talk about a development.
Yes, so Erin Patterson's Leongatha home has been restrained by authorities.
Yes, so this is very legally complicated, but I'll really try to break it down so our listeners understand. So, of course, we all know that about a month ago, Erin was found guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. She hasn't been sentenced yet. That will happen in the coming months. But there are some other legal processes that can start happening in the background. And one of the things the prosecution is looking at is how the victims and their families can be compensated. So when we talk about the victims in this case, Ian, as the only guest to survive the lunch, was the only victim who was physically harmed by Erin's heinous actions. But when we think about this case more broadly, there were people around Don and Gail and Heather and Ian who were also very hurt by what she did. Don and Gail had 4 children, and so did Heather and Ian. And all of those children, which include Erin's estranged husband, Simon Patterson, would have felt immense pain and grief in the wake of their deaths, and they also stand to be compensated for what has happened. So we know that Erin owns this house in Leongatha. It was obviously the centre of this lunch, and she has owned it for a few years. But now, like you say, it's been restrained by the court, which means she's not allowed to sell it. She's actually not allowed to do anything with it.
And when you say restrained by the court, what does that look like in particular?
Yeah, that's a great question. So about 2 weeks ago, the prosecution applied for that restraining order, and that requires them to go to court. But it's not necessarily the same court the trial happened in. This matter was going to be heard before a completely different judge. And they told her they wanted to restrain her home so it could eventually be sold off and that money be given to the victims.
But that potential compensation may be opposed by Erin's defence lawyers. Is that right, Laura?
Yes, and that's primarily because Erin maintains her innocence. So no paperwork yet has been lodged for an appeal, but we are expecting Erin to appeal both her conviction and the eventual sentence that she will be handed. So it makes sense that her defence team will oppose these compensation orders because they don't want any of this money to go to the victims until Erin has had a chance to fight this appeal.
And her lawyers took out a mortgage over the property.
They did, and this is where things start to get a little bit murky. So the house has been restrained, which means pretty much right now nothing can happen with it. Erin will be sentenced in the coming months, and then those applications for compensation may be lodged. But we actually don't know yet if any applications will be lodged. We don't know if Ian or his children are seeking money, and we also don't know if Simon and his siblings are seeking money. But if those applications are made and they are granted by the court, what would usually happen is the house would be forfeited, it would then be sold, and the proceeds from that sale would be distributed amongst all of the victims. But that mortgage you mentioned does kind of get in the way of that process. The mortgage was taken out by the law firm that defended Erin at trial. We didn't talk about the firm too much, but the firm is called Doog and George, and they were the ones that were helping out defence barristers Colin Mandy and Sophie Stafford. Because it's not just the barristers who represent an accused, there's a whole team of lawyers that are working on the case in the background.
So essentially her lawyers have taken out a mortgage so they can get paid.
Yeah, it's like an insurance policy. They're not done representing Erin yet, but at the very end, when it's time for them to get paid, they would have taken out this mortgage to make sure that that can occur. But it remains to be seen how this will play out in court. It's unclear who will actually get the first bite of the cherry when it comes to the proceeds of this sale. So will it be Ian and the other victims' families, or will it be the law firm that represented Erin?
And does this happen in other cases?
Yeah, it does. This is pretty standard. We had another high-profile case in Victoria recently, the trial of Jetstar pilot Greg Lynn, who was found guilty of 1 count of murder. Before his trial took place, his home in Caroline Springs was also restrained by authorities. But it does seem that the timing of these restraining orders can differ. In Greg Lynn's case, his house was restrained before the trial started, But here we saw it occur after the convictions had come down.
And why do you think that happened?
It's hard to know, and I feel like I would only be speculating. But because of the timing of the restraining order, it did mean that Doug and George were able to get that mortgage on the home. If Erin's house was restrained months ago when she was initially charged with murder, then she wouldn't have been allowed to put any sort of mortgages over her property. Because like I said at the top of the episode, restraining orders prevent you from dealing with your property at all. So the timing has actually meant that the law firm have had a chance to get in early, but it remains to be seen how that mortgage will play out when it comes time to potentially hand down that compensation.
And I know this would just be speculation, but do we think that Erin would not be happy that this restraining over her house has occurred?
I can imagine she wouldn't be pleased, but it probably was something that her law firm had worded her up about. They probably told her a long time ago that this was something she should expect, since it does happen in other cases, and it was maybe just a matter of time that it happened in hers.
That's true. And during the trial, we did hear that Erin saw this house as her final home. It was a place where she saw her children growing up, them going off to uni and then coming back. And it was also a place that she saw herself growing old. So we know that she really did love this home.
And we believe it was her last remaining asset. Our listeners will remember during the trial that there was a lot of evidence around all of the homes she had purchased in the past and then sold off.
Yes. Just to remind our listeners, she had the property in Nason Street in Carrambara. She also had 2 properties in Shalcott Road in Carrambara, and she also had a property in Mount Waverley, which we know sold for more than $1 million after she was charged.
And speaking of prices, the Leongatha home is also estimated to be worth more than $1 million.
So that's the major development for today. At the top of the episode, Laura, you did mention about Erin appealing. Can you explain what is brewing in the background?
I wish I actually had more to say on this, but we don't know too much at this stage because Erin's defence team can't actually file an appeal until she's been sentenced. But whenever that does happen, they'll have 28 days to get their paperwork in to the court and say, we want to appeal on these grounds, and that process can then get underway.
And speaking about sentencing, when will she be sentenced?
I don't feel like I'm being very helpful here because we don't know that either. We expect her to be sentenced in the coming months, but we don't have the date for that yet because first she has to face something called a pre-sentence hearing. So I feel like we're working backwards here a little bit, but the appeal is what happens at the very end. Before that will be the sentence. But the next step in the road is, like I said, the pre-sentence hearing. And this will be an opportunity that Ian and the others will have to provide victim impact statements to the court. And these can be very powerful statements that can either be read in court by the people themselves or can be read by the prosecutors. But it's their opportunity to explain to Justice Christopher Beale how these murders have affected their lives. They can be some of the most emotional days we experience as court reporters because you're sitting there in this courtroom only metres away from these victims as they painfully make their way through these statements. And that's the reason why some people don't choose to read them themselves in court. It can be much easier to allow the prosecutor to do that. But either way, you're still hearing in their own words that raw emotion and the impact that these crimes have had on them. So the victim impact statements will be the centre of the prosecution's submissions as they argue Erin should be sentenced to life behind bars. But when it comes to the defence, they are likely to tender psychiatric reports and other material that they will argue are the reasons that Erin should be served a minimum sentence. Essentially, they're saying that at some point in the future, she should be released from jail to live out the rest of her days.
And that will be happening in Melbourne and not Morwell, is that right?
That's my understanding. It hasn't been confirmed yet by the court, but Erin's right to have her trial heard in Morwell pretty much ended when those verdicts came down. The jury has been discharged, so we don't need them anymore. So as I said, I believe that will be taking place at Melbourne in the Supreme Court.
And we don't know when that particular hearing is happening?
We don't know yet, but we should find out soon. The parties will be in court next week and we'll be able to tune in. and they should be discussing when that next hearing can take place.
So you and I will be back on the mics then.
Hopefully.
See you then.
The highly anticipated trial for Erin Patterson has kicked off in a Morwell court. Patterson is accused of murdering her former in-laws Don and Gail Patterson and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson after allegedly cooking a meal containing deadly mushrooms in July 2023. She's also charged with the attempted murder of Heather's husband Ian, who survived after being hospitalised. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to the charges. On Tuesday, a jury is expected to be chosen for the trial, which is expected to take weeks. It's also occurring in a regional Supreme Court, something not often seen in Victorian cases.
I'm Andrew Rule, this is Life and Crimes. Today we come to you from a village in Wales, so if the sound quality is not great, I apologise in advance. The reason we're doing this is because I happen to be in the UK at the same time that the murder verdict came down in the Erin Patterson mushroom case. And I have to say, it is amazing how big that story is in the UK. The BBC World News coverage has carried the Erin Patterson trial faithfully most days. And when the verdict came down early this week, the BBC and other news services carried the story either at the top of the bulletin or very close to it. It's quite an amazingly thorough coverage, and they're throwing to their reporters in Morwell, which they describe as a small town in Victoria, and give their viewers the full treatment. And people here are very familiar with the case. It's so pervasive here that it's even affected the way that news magazines have selected stories. And last weekend, when the jury retired to consider its verdict in the Patterson case, obviously the guilty verdict, the Sunday Times magazine here ran a massive magazine piece, not about the mushroom case, but about other cases in history where women have poisoned men. And they selected as their main example a story from 100 years ago in a Hungarian town where a group of women got their heads together and decided that their husbands were violent, drunken lunatics, which some of them obviously were. And under the guidance of a local midwife who knew a lot about poisons, they cooked up arsenic poisons by boiling up fly paper that is made up to poison flies and insects. It was made up in those days using arsenic, and arsenic was a very common item in household products that they'd use it for poisoning rats. It was also used in some tonics for livestock. It was relatively easy to get. And the fly paper trick was one that was used in Hungary and also by poisoners in England and elsewhere. And they'd pop the fly paper in boiling water for a certain time and then strain it off, and the resulting mixture was heavy in arsenic, and they could use it to lace the target victims their tea or their coffee or their whiskey or wine or whatever it might be. And this group of women, led by this midwife, over the span of 18 years, from 1911 until 1929, they killed at least 100 men, but the real figures might have been higher. Of course, it was a time when post-mortems were not routine and probably not that accurate. And so there were a lot of unexplained deaths that were probably put down to heart attacks or whatever that went unnoted at the time. But the real number of victims in that 18-year period might have been approaching more like 300. And so we have here somewhat of a history of poisoning of men by women who thought it was the easiest way to get rid of the men in their life that were causing trouble. And this was something that was reasonably well known in England back in the Victorian era, when there was a spate of poisonings from 1860s onwards, often using that same flypaper method of getting hold of arsenic or using rat poison that was based on arsenic, or other poisons that were available on farms and households, and refining them to get the arsenic so they could poison people. None of them, interestingly, seem to be using death cap mushrooms. Obviously, the effect of death cap mushrooms was known to people for centuries. People would avoid eating them by trial and error. Animals and birds and everything else are fairly careful with what's poison and what's not, and people, especially in the country areas, knew from a very young age which things were edible and which weren't. But it's interesting that death cap mushrooms don't come up a lot in the literature of poisoning in the way that arsenic does. Interestingly, one of the big poisoning cases in Victoria, back home in Victoria, also involved arsenic. Now, this was a case that some of our listeners will recall vaguely, and that's the case of Lorraine Moss, the Bendigo housewife who back in the 80s decided to poison her husband Johnny. His real name was Leonard Moss. He was known by everyone as Johnny, popular figure at the local abattoirs where he worked. He was a meat worker, a good guy apparently. I think they had 2 or 3 daughters. They lived, a quiet life in suburban Bendigo. But Lorraine Moss decided that she no longer wanted to be with her husband, Johnny, but she didn't want to actually go through the routine of divorce or things like that. She had started an affair with one of his workmates, a guy called Robert White. And her way out of this tricky domestic situation was to get hold of some poison that was used. I think this poison might have been used at the meatworks to kill rats or things like that. But anyway, she was able to get hold of the poison fairly easily. And she started to lace her husband's sandwiches for his lunch with the poison. Instead of making his own sandwiches, which would have been wise, she had the habit of making them, and she would sprinkle this powder in the sandwiches. And it was noticeable that Johnny Moss got sicker and sicker. This is in about 82, 83. And in fact, one day he felt sick and he didn't want to eat his lunch. A couple of his mates had his lunch instead, and they got very sick. In fact, one of them was so sick that he couldn't work for months. This is how potent this poison was. And Johnny Moss would get very sick, and then he would be taken to hospital, and Lorraine Moss would make a great show of being the concerned wife and all the rest of it. And when he was in the hospital, he would recover. He would get hospital food and hospital care, and she wasn't supplying the food anymore to him, and he would gradually get better, and he'd come home and he'd go back to work, only to sicken again because, of course, she would start poisoning his food again. Now, this went on for, I think I said 18 months, and he died in early 1984. John Moss's death should have really sparked a searching inquest that would have pointed to suspicious circumstances and pointed to Lorraine Moss's complicity. But a strange thing happened. Lorraine Moss, not a terribly intelligent woman, got very lucky for a while. It turned out that there was a report made up about the poisoning of Johnny Moss at the Austin Hospital. He'd been sent down there and they'd done some tests, and a report was completed by the doctors and other medicos, which indicated that he'd been poisoned with arsenic. Now, that report, had it been produced at his inquest, would have pointed squarely to Lorraine Moss poisoning her husband, and it would have led to charges, and she would have been prosecuted for murder and or manslaughter or at least homicide back then, back when it all happened in the early 80s. But that didn't happen simply because that report got lost. And in the absence of the report, a very kindly coroner took it upon himself to say there was no evidence that Lorraine Moss had poisoned her husband, despite the fact that he clearly had been poisoned by something. And so she got away with it. And she, in fact, married her lover, Bob White or Robert White, and they lived happily or unhappily in Bendigo forever after, until about 20 years later, Lorraine Moss did a silly thing. Lorraine, for some strange reason, had it in her head. She had this notion that once 20 years had gone past, or, something like 20 years had gone past, that she'd be home clear, that she couldn't be prosecuted. And she must have been thinking about this because she brought it up with one of her daughters. Lorraine Moss was talking to her, I think her oldest girl, and said something strange about, well, at least at this stage, I can't be prosecuted over your father, or words to that effect. And the daughter said, what do you mean? She said enough to the daughter to suggest that she had something to do with poisoning the girl's father, Johnny Moss. And the daughter took this in and understood what she said, and she went to the police because she loved her father, as did her sister, and she was shocked and horrified. She might also have had her own suspicions because of her mother's relationship with this guy White that she married. So the daughter goes to the police, and the police put her in touch with the homicide squad, and the homicide squad say, we want you to talk to your mother about this, and they wired her for sound, and she spoke to her mother about the death of her father, Johnny Moss, and the mother, Lorraine Moss, said enough to her that was taped to essentially implicate her in murder. And that was what led the homicide squad to charge Lorraine Moss with the murder of her husband, Johnny Moss, all those years before. And I think we've visited this story at least once in our time doing Life and Crimes. And we'd be remiss not to point out that when the homicide squad would visit Lorraine Moss to interview her, which they did on more than one occasion, she would always offer them a cup of tea, but those very wise detectives would always decline it. They didn't want to be poisoned as well. Regular listeners of Life and Crimes will know that we have visited this topic in the past, and that there are several women in Victoria who have murdered their husbands, and some have got away with it and some haven't. But those who are interested in this topic might revisit the episode where we talked about the murders of a man called Utley, a man called Osland, again at Bendigo, and a third case which was out near Pakenham where no one was convicted because the young daughter of the woman who was the chief suspect put her hand up late in the piece and said, I done it, I killed my dad, and that threw the prosecution into a confusion, and ultimately no one was convicted. That's the case of Diane Griffey. Diane Griffey was the wife involved there, and in the other cases we had Heather Osland and Margaret Utley, and those stories are well worth looking up if anyone's interested in the ongoing topic of women who kill. And that's Andrew Rule signing off in the village of Penally in Pembrokeshire in Wales on assignment, but always keeping an eye open for a story for Life and Crimes. Thanks for listening. Life and Crimes is a Sunday Herald Sun production for True Crime Australia. Our producer is Jonty Burton. For my columns, features and more, go to heraldsun.com.au/Andrew Rule, one word. For advertising inquiries, go to newspodcasts@news.com.au. That is all one word, newspodcasts. And if you want further information about this episode, links are in the description.
Hi listeners, as we said in yesterday's episode, there was no jury today in the trial of Erin Patterson, so there is nothing we can report. But as you may know, we have been running subscriber episodes with my colleague Anthony Dowsley, so we thought we'd give you a sneak peek at Sunday's show. The jury has heard all the evidence it will hear in the trial of Erin Patterson. Now it's up to the prosecution and the defence to close their argument. To discuss another week with Erin on the stand, I'm joined by veteran crime reporter Anthony Dowsley. I'm Brooke Greebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Welcome back, Dows. I'm sure the listeners are very happy to hear your voice for a second episode this week.
Brooke, it's been a pleasure. We are entering the finish line, and all the evidence is done.
Yes.
We don't have to hear any more evidence after this week. We just need to hear a few closing comments and the judge.
So Erin's cross-examination finished this week. Can you talk our listeners through what was said?
So for anyone who needs any brushing up on the legal system, Erin goes through what they call her examination in chief, which is her own barrister asking her questions. And then you face the prosecutor, in this case, in Nanette Rogers, SC. And Dr. Rogers was obviously, as the prosecutor, asking tough questions surrounding all of the evidence regarding all of the witnesses that were relevant. And during the cross-examination, it became a little bit like Erin Patterson versus the testimony of other witnesses, including her son's testimony on one or 2 points. It was versus Ian Wilkinson's testimony and others, such as medical staff.
So can you talk us through each one of those points? Where did she say that these witnesses were mistaken? Let's start with her son.
There were 2 points to this. Her son had given a record of interview with police in the weeks after July 29, 2023. So it was in August. And he told police that his mother had drunk coffee the morning after the lunch. That was one of the points. Now, Erin Patterson says she had diarrhoea on that day. And diarrhoea has become a large part of this case. It has been mentioned probably more than any other case in living memory. So Erin Patterson says, no, I didn't drink coffee that morning. I drank herbal tea. Because the suggestion is, from Nanette Rogers, you wouldn't drink coffee if you had diarrhoea. Nanette Rogers has also suggested that Erin Patterson is lying about a pill she took the morning after the lunch or the day after the lunch. Erin Patterson says she took Imodium to suppress the runs. She's also suggested she didn't do that. But back to her son's evidence. Her son said that they didn't stop at any point on the Sunday after the lunch when he was being driven to flying lessons. He's a budding pilot. In Erin Patterson's evidence, she said, in something most people probably wouldn't want to reveal about themselves, a private moment, where she says she stopped the car on the way to Tayab where the flying lessons were going to be taken, and she had to go and have a poo in the bush. That's not in his evidence, but she says he's mistaken about that. So that's the son. The son versus Erin Patterson, both of their versions of events.
Now let's move on to Ian Wilkinson. What did Erin claim that he was mistaken about?
Coloured plates. Or the colours of those plates. Ian Wilkinson was one of the first few witnesses in this case, and he said that they all ate from grey plates, largish ones, and that Erin Patterson had a smaller tan or orange plate that she ate from. Now, Erin Patterson says no, Ian Wilkinson is incorrect, that she had different coloured plates, but they were red and black, and she had some white ones, and disputed this sort of more simplistic grey or tan plate scenario. So that's the second person she said was incorrect in their evidence.
Now let's move on to Erin's estranged husband, Simon Patterson. What did Erin dispute about his testimony?
So there is a version of events that Erin Patterson has discussed in her testimony, and that is about a interaction over the dehydrator that she bought the year of the lunch. Erin Patterson says that her estranged husband Simon had a conversation with her in Monash Hospital in Clayton, and that he said or accused her of asking the question, is that the dehydrator that you used to poison my parents? The prosecution have contested this. They say no such discussion took place. The evidence that the courtroom has heard is that after this discussion, Erin Patterson leaves the hospital at some point and drives back to Leongatha, gets the dehydrator and dumps it at the nearby tip. So another point where it's Erin versus a witness.
And Erin Patterson also disputed some of the medical experts' testimonies, right?
So we heard from doctors and nurses during this trial, and one of the points that was raised was that the medical experts say they told Erin Patterson that her life was at risk when she turned up at Leongatha Hospital on the Monday after the lunch. Erin Patterson says, no, I wasn't told that. So it's another point of evidence where there's a dispute about the versions of events that they are recalling.
Thanks for listening, and if you want to hear the rest, either become a Crime X subscriber in Apple Podcasts or go to themushroomcook.com.au for more. I'm here in Morwell, and day 11 of Erin Patterson's murder trial has just finished for today. A fungi expert has told the jury that leftovers of that beef Wellington meal that was taken from Erin's home did not contain death cap mushrooms. Camille Truan examined those leftovers twice, and in those samples she found field mushrooms that are commonly bought at supermarkets. The prosecution alleges that Erin's serve of that beef Wellington meal did not contain death cap mushrooms. The jury also heard evidence from a man who worked at Kunwara Tip. 2 weeks ago, the defence admitted that Erin lied about dumping her dehydrator at that tip. Today, the jury was shown footage taken from the tip on August 2, 4 days after that deadly lunch on July 29, 2023. In it, a red SUV can be seen entering the frame and driving up to a green shed. A woman exits her car and can be seen taking an item out of her boot. The jury then heard that police seized that dehydrator on August 4. We will discuss all the latest from court on tonight's episode of the Mushroom Cook podcast. You can listen to it on your favourite streaming service. The murder trial of Erin Patterson will continue today. Her former husband, Simon Patterson, will continue to give his evidence, and we'll also hear from more witnesses as well. We've just come out of court and we've reached the end of week 2 of Erin Patterson's murder trial. Her 14-year-old son gave evidence today through a pre-recorded video. The interview went for about an hour and 40 minutes. In his evidence, Erin's son said he and his sister ate leftovers of that meal. The boy said the meat was soft and it's some of the best meat that he's ever had. Finally, the boy said that his parents' relationship was very negative before the lunch, and he specifically said that his dad, Simon Patterson, did things to try and hurt his mother. For all the latest updates on the case, go to themushroomcook.com.au or listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service. If you're following Erin Patterson's murder trial here in Morwell, here's what happened on day 12. This morning, one of the jurors was actually discharged by Justice Christopher Bill. Justice Bill told the jury that the juror was discharged due to allegedly discussing the case with family and friends. We also heard from a forensic toxicologist who told the jury that leftovers of that meal and the dehydrator were analysed. 2 amatoxins, alpha-amida and beta-amida, were found in the debris of that dumped dehydrator. Beta-amida was also detected in the mushroom paste and also in the meat of that leftover meal. The forensic toxicologist also told the jury that samples from the lunch guests were also analysed. Alpha-amida and beta-amida were detected in Don Patterson and Ian Wilkinson's system, but no amatoxins were detected in Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson's system. The jury also heard that no amatoxins were detected in Erin Patterson and her 2 children's systems. To stay up to date in all the latest with Erin Patterson's trial, go to themushroomcook.com.au or listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service. If you're following Erin Patterson's murder trial, here's what happened on day 18. Today the jury heard from Dr. Stephen Warlow, an intensive care specialist at the Austin Hospital in Melbourne. He treated Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson while they were at the hospital in August 2023. Dr. Warlow told the jury that all the lunch guests had acute liver failure and Don had to undergo a liver transplant. Sadly, he died on August 5, while Heather and Gail passed away the day before. Dr. Warlow also told the jury about Ian Wilkinson's recovery, and Ian was actually sitting in the courtroom at the time he was giving his evidence. Dr. Warlow told the jury he thought he was going to die. He was very close. Ian Wilkinson's condition improved, and eventually he was discharged from hospital in September 2023. For all the latest updates on the trial, listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service.
Dr. Chris Webster's instincts were spot on.
With the killer mushroom cook. Dr. Chris Webster says...
Dr. Chris Webster was the
Chris
first...
Webster treated Erin Patterson after that fatal mushroom lunch.
Chris Webster has just clocked on for a 24-hour shift.
He's become the man of the moment in the trial of Erin Patterson. Chris Webster, the doctor who was on call when the guest of the deadly lunch went to Leongatha Hospital. He said a lot on the stand, but he has said a lot more since. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Hi Laura, nice to have you back in Melbourne with me.
Yes, it's great to be back home. It's crazy to think that for 3 months we were effectively living in Morwell. And it's actually been brought to my attention that we've maybe been saying it wrong this whole time. I've heard that the locals call it Morwell. So less Morwell, more Morwell. The more you know.
If only I had known that 11 weeks ago.
It would have been helpful.
So as a court reporter, how are you feeling after covering the trial?
Yeah, we actually haven't seen each other for a few days. Obviously, we were together on Monday, and then after the verdict came down and we finished work that night, we both went our separate ways. But it's been a big few days, hasn't it?
Yes, I think it's safe to say that we were both kind of on an adrenaline rush for a couple of days, but now that's kind of calming down.
Yeah, it is. I actually think the adrenaline only wore off for me yesterday. There's been a lot of work we've all been doing after the verdict, a lot of stories we've been writing, and a lot of things that have come out since the day we found out that Erin was a murderer. And at the centre of one of those stories was the straight-shooting Dr. Webster. And you actually spoke to him nearly a month ago, isn't that right, Brooke?
Yes, that's right. So I did a phone interview with Dr. Webster on a Saturday morning on June 14. So this was 3 weeks before we received a verdict. And obviously we couldn't publish the story at the time. This was me really preparing for after we got a verdict. And, you know, at this point in time, we didn't really know when the trial would actually wrap up. I've never spoken to Dr. Webster before, so I really didn't know how much he would say. But as I discovered during the interview, he was really quite candid with the words that he used. And we published in the Herald Sun the day after the verdict, so on the Tuesday. And from there, Dr. Webster was really inundated with media requests from across the country. I know he did TV interviews, he did print stories, he also did radio interviews, and to his credit, he did them all. But I do believe that he was really the most candid with me.
And you were telling me earlier that you actually touched base with him today.
Yes, I did. And just to break the fourth wall with our listeners, Dr. Webster gave permission for us to use the audio grabs from that phone interview that I did with him 3 weeks ago. So in this podcast episode, we will throw to those throughout. The interview did go for more than 1 hour, so I will flag we can't include all of it. And as I mentioned before, this was a phone interview, so the audio may not be the best, but we've cleaned it up as best we can.
But there's also been a development.
That's right. Unfortunately, Dr. Webster was telling me that members of the public have actually reported him to APRA, which is the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency. And apparently they reported him for the language that he used during the interview that he did with me. So clearly members of the public are not happy with that. And to be honest with you, I think it's quite unfair. Here we have a doctor who has been a witness in such a high-profile murder trial and hasn't really had the opportunity to speak about his experience. And personally, I think just because he swears, it doesn't make him any less of a doctor who is fit to do his profession.
Yeah, I 100% agree. But as we do take our listeners through the interview you did with him, Brooke, we will probably have to flag that our bleeper will be getting a workout.
Yes, that's right.
So let's start from the top. To take our listeners back to the timeline, Dr. Webster first enters the frame when Heather and Ian arrive at Leongatha Hospital the day after the lunch. He then attended to Erin when she rocked up at the hospital the following day.
Here's what he said.
The thing about Erin Patterson arriving is that I was, like most people in the department at that time that Erin arrived, I was pretty frantically rushing around getting the treatment, the best treatment that we had available to us, organised for Ian and Heather.
Yeah.
And when you have got a lot of things that a lot of people need to be doing, what you do as a doctor often becomes a sort of a delegation kind of. You're not necessarily, I could put a cannula in, but the nurses are putting the cannula in, so you kind of, it's like a footy coach, I suppose. You're sort of keeping an eye on what everyone's doing and making sure it's all flowing in the right direction. So my hands were not busy doing something, and the doorbell, which is actually the doorbell more accurately, sort of it's like a nurse call button. When the patient's lying in the hospital bed and they press that button to call the nurse. Well, that's pretty similar to how the keeps getting called a doorbell in the description of the court trial, but it's really a nurse call bell, so it'll continue ringing until someone goes and stops it. And it's hard enough to concentrate with all the alarms and beeps and bells and whistles in urgent care. So I went to find out who was responsible for pressing the doorbell. And when the person, the woman that was sitting there said the reason that she was there is I've got gastro. The first thing I said after that was just to make sure, it was like a reflex, I suppose, what's your name? And she said, Erin Patterson. And so I didn't recognise her. I didn't know who the woman was. And when she said the name Erin Patterson, having just had a pretty shocking phone call from Dr. Beth about death cap mushrooms, to have her sitting there, I was like, oh, okay, better get you into the department, which, I mean, I sort of bypassed some protocols. Normally a stable patient that's sitting in the waiting area comfortably breathing and clearly conscious and alert and not distressed. Normally a patient like that might wait quite a while before being brought in to the department, and they would be assessed by a triage nurse first. But I bypassed all that and just brought it straight in.
He went on to say,
at the point that she said Erin Patterson, I was like, okay, good. We've got the fifth member of the meal here. We can now concentrate on giving all the members of the luncheon the right treatment. But that thought was fairly short-lived when I said to her, the concern about death cap mushrooms, where did you get the mushrooms? When she said Woolworths, as opposed to, I pick my own mushrooms. I always pick my own mushrooms. If she had said that, it would have been a very different sort of mindset for me, because there would have been that sort of instant kind of assumption that it was all a tragic accident. But she, like I said in court, she gave that single word answer.
And in words that will stick with me for a long time, he went on to tell me.
So once she said that answer, my thoughts were, holy shit, you fucking did it. You crazy bitch, you poisoned them all.
So as our listeners can hear, Dr. Webster was quite candid and didn't really hold back at all. He went on to say that moment was a turning point for him.
Everything for me changed at that moment. That's from that moment, you're okay. So you're a sociopathic nutbag, and you've done this, and everything I do from this point is obviously going to be, everything I had done to that point, everything I was going to do. I knew from that moment that she said Woolworths that everything would be very closely scrutinised under the microscope in the aftermath, because from that moment I knew, this is going to be a trial, this is going to be charges, this is going to be the whole thing. This is going to be a circus.
So as we know from the trial, Erin left hospital after only 5 minutes of being there. Dr. Webster then made that crucial call to 000. The jury heard that Dr. Webster made that call so police could perform a welfare check on Erin, but it's pretty clear that by this stage he also had his suspicions. Now, Brooke, our listeners actually heard one of our colleagues voice that call in one of our previous podcast episodes, but now we can finally play you the actual audio of that call after it was released by the Supreme Court.
This is Dr. Chris Webster calling from Leongatha Hospital, and I have a concern regarding a patient that presented here earlier but has left the building and is potentially exposed to a fatal toxin from mushroom poisoning, and I've tried several times to get hold of her on her mobile phone.
So before I get all that information in, what address do you need the police to attend, Dr. Chris?
Should I give the hospital address or the address of the patient?
If you know where they are, their address.
I have the address of the patient.
Their conversation continued.
What's her name?
So the last name is Patterson, Patterson.
First name?
Erin, Erin.
Do you have a date of birth?
30th of September, 1974.
When did she present at hospital?
At 8:05.
Today?
Yeah.
Mushroom poisoning, you said?
Yeah, so there were 5 people that ate a meal on Saturday, and 2 of them are in intensive care at Dandenong Hospital. 2 have just been transferred from Leongatha Hospital to Dandenong Hospital, and Erin presented this morning with symptoms of poisoning.
So this recording was one of dozens of exhibits released to the media on the day of the verdict. It was actually almost overwhelming. You and I were outside court working on our laptops, and then all of a sudden I got this email and there was a link to, again, dozens of exhibits. So our listeners would have remembered us describing the exhibits on the podcast. For example, the CCTV footage of Erin at the BP in Caldermead and the photos of the leftovers of the beef Wellington. So it's been really nice to finally be able to publish these exhibits for people to look and to listen themselves.
Yes, I think people being able to actually get the visual for themselves is really important in the storytelling of the case. So as we know, Erin came back to the hospital after more than 1 hour and Dr. Webster saw her again. Here's what he said about that interaction.
So having perused her file in preparation for the 000 call, knowing that she had children, I asked about the children and whether they had eaten any leftover. So that information was provided as a result of direct questioning. It wasn't volunteered or offered up by Erin.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I thought, oh, f***ing hell, the kids have eaten poisonous mushrooms as well. So, and that's why I put the efforts into ensuring that the children were medically assessed as well.
He then went on to say,
He was talking to her about death cap mushrooms, and she wasn't freaking out about the safety of her children. My thought, looking in her eyes, you're I don't know what planet you're on. It's not Earth. In other words, I thought she was disturbed.
and as you can hear, once again, he is quite candid.
But basically I thought, oh shit, you did it, and you're crazy, and this is going to be huge.
And if I remember correctly, Brooke, Dr. Webster actually said that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be a witness in a high-profile murder trial, but he said it didn't come without regrets. Is that right?
Yes, so Dr. Webster treated Ian and Heather, and he told me that he wished that he probed Heather more when she was in hospital. Here's what he said.
Heather said to me, at one stage I said, not much of a birthday celebration. So I was sort of fishing, a bit like a barrister, I suppose. I was not much of a birthday celebration. And Heather just sort of, her eyes went downcast, and she sort of shook her head a little bit and said, it wasn't a birthday celebration. And she didn't elaborate, and I will never forgive myself for not asking further questions, because I realised that I had hit upon something.
During our interview, Dr. Webster said some incredibly kind words about the lunch guests, but in particular about Heather.
I think what's been lost a bit in the trial is just how humble and decent these people are that were the victims. And a lot of people in urgent care are quite aggressive, and hostile when you're trying to help them as a doctor. So for Heather to be pushed into the back of an ambulance and just before the door closed, for her to say to me, thank you, Dr. Webster, for all your care. The look on her face, the sincerity of her gratitude, and the door sort of closing on her a bit like the final scene in The Godfather. That'll haunt me. That'll haunt me forever.
Another part of the interview I remember finding interesting was that Dr. Webster said Erin greased him off when he gave evidence.
Yes, you know what? This didn't actually surprise me. I think when you and I were both in the court observing Erin, we could see that she most of the time had a really stern look on her face. Here's what Dr. Webster said about that.
I was so nervous about giving my evidence, and I looked over and these sort of searing hot daggers shot out of her eyes and went straight into my brain. But she didn't just grease me off. She greased off my wife. She greased off the Mitchell who drove Georgia and me to court that day. So, we all sort of debriefed in the car ride on the way home. Oh, did you look at her at any stage? I looked up, but she gave me the stinkiest stink eye you could, so it was all a lot of anger and hostility in her look when she was, incarcerated and sitting in the accused Doc of a triple murder trial. So a different flavour, but the same level of severe sort of disturbance in normal sort of human behaviour and personality.
As our listeners will know, ultimately the prosecution did not provide a motive to the jury. But since the verdicts, everyone has been drawing their own conclusions.
Yes, you and I have had many discussions, just like I have had with Dow's, as we mentioned on yesterday's episode. But Dr. Webster also drew his own conclusions as to why he thinks that Erin murdered her lunch guests.
I think that the reason she did something so extreme is because she couldn't see any other way to have life the way she wanted it without these people being out of the picture.
He continued.
I think once she got onto the train track that led to the destination, there was no ability for her to get off it, short of someone coming up and just slapping her across the face and saying, break out of it, or maybe having some electroconvulsive therapy or something. She's obviously an intelligent, capable individual that, and I would say that the planning and the strategizing and foraging and chopping things up and all of that probably gave her a sense of calm. It probably acted a bit like a antidepressant or a bit like Valium or something, that each time she did something that brought her closer to this life that was free of these people that were so bad to her.
And with Dr. Webster in the public eye this week, we just want to wish him well. And Dr. Webster, if you're listening, thank you so much for talking to me all those weeks ago.
Well said, Brooke. And with that, we're off for today, but we'll be back tomorrow for another episode.
Stay tuned. We've just come out of court on a lunch break for the first day of Erin Patterson's murder trial. A lot has come out in court. They've touched on the key themes and they've laid out the details of the lunch that happened in July 2023. They've also mentioned about where the mushrooms were allegedly sourced from. Erin Patterson told doctors that she sourced dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer in either Oakley or Glen-Waverley, and also that she brought mushrooms from a local supermarket in Leongatha. For more coverage, head to themushroomcook.com.au. We just wrapped up day 8 of Erin Patterson's murder trial here in Morwell. Today we heard from several more medical witnesses, but we also heard from a local police officer who actually found leftovers of that beef Wellington meal in Erin's outside bin. In court, Erin became emotional when her daughter started giving evidence via a pre-recorded video. During her evidence, Erin's 9-year-old daughter said that she was not at the lunch. She was also asked about the coloured plates at her house, and she said they had a black and red one and also white ones. For all the latest updates, go to themushroomcook.com.au or listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service. Ian Wilkinson, the only guest that survived that deadly lunch on July 29, took to the stand and gave evidence in the trial of Erin Patterson. Ian told the jury that himself, Don, Gail and Heather all went to Erin Patterson's Leongatha home together. He said that his wife, Heather, had an interest in pantries because the couple had just built their own. She wanted to see Erin's, but Erin was reluctant. Ian said the guests were served individual beef Wellingtons on grey plates, but Erin served hers on a tan orange plate. Ian also told the jury that Heather and Gail offered to help Erin plate up the food, but Erin rejected that offer. Finally, the jury also heard that Erin bought a dehydrator on April 28 at 12:17 p.m. for $229. For all the latest updates, go to themushroomcook.com.au or listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service. It's week 4, day 14 of Erin Patterson's murder trial here in Morwell. Retired poisons expert Christine McKenzie took to the stand today and gave evidence about finding death cap mushrooms in Lock on April 18, 2023. She found the mushrooms located under an oak tree. She took photos of them and posted them on fungi website iNaturalist. In their opening address to the jury, the prosecution alleged that Erin's phone data suggested that she travelled to the lock area 10 days later on April 28. And this brings me to the second witness today. Digital forensic expert Dr. Matthew Sorrell told the jury that he was provided 4.5 years of phone records from Erin's phone. He told the jury that Erin's phone possibly connected to the Outram area on May 22, 2023. The jury previously heard that mycologist Tom May found death cap mushrooms in Outram on May 21 and posted the sighting to the iNaturalist website. To hear more about today's evidence, listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service. On week 6 of her murder trial, Erin Patterson has taken the stand and given evidence. Wearing a paisley shirt, Erin Patterson was brought from the dock to the witness box in courtroom 4 here in Morwell. The Herald Sun was in court to hear her answers. Erin's barrister, Colin Bandy SC, asked her a range of questions about her life, including her relationship with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, the birth of her son, and how the three of them travelled around Australia. She was also asked questions about her low self-esteem, her financial situation, and her spiritual experience with religion. To find out more about what Erin said in court, listen to today's episode of the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service. In the wide flat plains of Western Melbourne sits Dame Phyllis Frost Centre, Victoria's only female maximum security prison. It's here that Erin Patterson was driven back to after her guilty verdict. To discuss what her life will be like behind bars, I'm joined by veteran crime reporter Anthony Dowsley. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Hi Dows, how are you going?
Well, in some ways, it's a relief that this has come to a conclusion. We know the verdict, as you've said on a previous podcast. And we can talk about everything that's happened since Monday, when Erin Patterson was found guilty of 3 murders and an attempted murder.
And right now we're in Herald Sun's podcast studio and we're looking at our front page on Tuesday. It's splashed with the headline "Cooked" and a photo of Erin looking quite shocked.
She's also looking a little bit struck by the idea of a flash in her face. It's an interesting story behind this photo that may be probably the photo that defines this trial and maybe this case in some ways. It was taken about 9 weeks ago. This photo was taken by Martin Keep, who's an AFP photographer, and he set up a special contraption on his camera to get the flash to be able to get through the prison van. He spent a long time planning for the photo, and it's been used by all media outlets. There was some conjecture around the ABC and whether they would use it or not, but it really is a defining moment of Erin Patterson as she faced the trial of her life.
And as we're talking about it, I'm sure our listeners can definitely picture the photo that we are talking about. In the Herald Sun's paper, we showed multiple stills of her. As I said earlier, she's looking quite shocked. You can see her moving her hand up to her face, closing her eyes quite tightly. And you can definitely tell that she wasn't expecting this photo to be taken in that moment. For weeks, photographers were trying to get the shot of Erin. They had 2 chances each week.
Yeah, the chances are being taken from Dame Phyllis Frost Centre on her way to the Morwell courts. And then at the end of the week, when she was going back to Dame Phyllis Frost Centre, she'd been in custody since November 2023, and she was being brought to court and away from court every weekend, every week. So that was the chances they had. They didn't have many.
Erin caught on after this particular photo was taken, and she ended up lying on the ground of the prison van to shield her face from the cameras. So she got quite smart in the tactics that she would do to avoid the cameras, really.
Yeah, and given Erin's personality, I think, kind of the public notoriety surrounding her, we don't know how she feels about it, but even when she was in court and a sketch artist would try and, take a sketch of her while she sat in the dock, she would shield away from that. So it was clear that she did not want to be photographed or have her image taken anymore. it's interesting, as this was taken quite a number of weeks ago, it was most likely inside this prison van that she was taken back on Monday to Dame Phyllis Frost Centre, where she is going to be sentenced to stay probably for the rest of her life. We don't know when the sentencing is going to happen. There's a plea hearing that will happen before it. That's in the weeks and maybe months ahead. But she now has to come to that realisation that she's a convicted murderer and her life will never be the same.
So Dame Phyllis Frost is a women's maximum security prison that's located in Melbourne's west. Some of the most notorious female prisoners are in there, for example, like Mel Khalifa. Who else does?
Robin Lindholm, who's known as the Black Widow. She's convicted of killing 2 men, both of them being partners of hers, and she's suspected of killing a woman as well.
And you've also mentioned to me about Judy Moran.
Judy Moran, a gangland figure, the mother of Jason and Mark Moran, and she's been in there for some time over the murder of her in-law, Des Moran. But Dame Phyllis Frost Centre has, according to reports, a maximum of almost 540 inmates. There's probably over 500 in there at any one time. And it's the only maximum security prison for women. And even though I don't know if it's as volatile as the men's prisons, there is volatility in there. And there's certainly a pecking order of who runs certain divisions within the prison. Now, there's no register of this, but I think that anyone who thinks that Erin Patterson is some sort of prison boss inmate inside Dame Phyllis Frost Centre would be sorely mistaken.
So what do you think then her life would be like in there?
Being high profile as a prisoner is not necessarily a good thing. It doesn't get you any benefits. In fact, it only makes you a target most of the time. So I think that's one of the reasons that she would be separated from other prisoners just at this moment, and that might go on for some time.
And they have access to the papers in prison?
Yeah, they can read papers. She would be someone on the tip of the tongue. She's in the mind of people, and having your name in the paper isn't necessarily a good thing for a prisoner. Most prisoners just want to lay low and do their time, if you're smart. And you can ascend through the ranks through brutality, or you can do it through your personality. In Erin's case, I think that if she is to be put in contact with other prisoners, she's going to have to use her smarts. She's an intelligent person. We've heard that in court, and that's her main power, I think, in there.
So, Dowse, you and I have reported on a complaint that Erin tampered with prison food.
Yeah, that was a complaint that came about last year. We don't know if that went anywhere. It seems like it didn't go anywhere. It might have been just a complaint in and of itself. And there's been other reports about this as well. But we know that she was put into an isolated area of the prison, and we think that's where she remains. And it may have to do with the fact that she is high profile, as we were talking about, that, you find yourself not only just in prison, but battling the prison politics, if that's the way we can term it, because, it's a bit of a jungle in there. And you've got to deal with other prisoners and how they want things to roll. They haven't got much to do with their time. It's pretty basic when you're in prison. Most people who have been to prison complain about the boredom, and Erin Patterson will be, in the weeks and months to come, feeling that boredom. She's been there for quite some time, since November of 2023, but now she doesn't have that trial to focus on. We've heard that she is setting herself for an appeal. That might take up some of her time, but really, her main chance to fight this was at trial, and a jury didn't believe her. When she said that she didn't mean to kill these people, they did not believe her.
And as far as we know, Erin is the only triple murderer that's at Dame Phyllis Frost.
That's right. She is in rarefied air as a criminal. Again, that goes to her high profile. She's not only notorious Australia-wide, she's notorious around the world now. The story, as you know, has been reported in the Washington Post, New York Times, the Times in London. It's everywhere. We were doing interviews on Monday evening, and calls were coming in from everywhere, especially the UK. It was just one of those things that had a life of its own, And, we had a 12-page lift out in the Herald Sun. Our opponents had major coverage as well. This is one of those rare crime stories that come along every 5 to 10 years.
And that says a lot coming from someone like you, Dowles, who has such experience in the industry as a veteran crime reporter.
It's not hard to define because the ones that I've noticed that had a life of their own would be the trial of Adrian Bailey. There was enormous amount of public outrage about what happened to Jill Maher. That had a layer of systemic problems with the parole system because Adrian Bailey should not have been free. Before that, there was the case of the death of Maria Korp. One woman went to jail on manslaughter and her husband killed himself. But they are examples of stories that just go on and on and on. Erin Patterson has exposed what can happen in a rural town with a normal family when something extraordinary happens. And that thing that was extraordinary is that she decided to kill a family, her family, for reasons that we are not quite clear on yet. There's lots of reasons that have come up, but we haven't actually got the reason from her.
And we may never know.
We may never know. I mean, you and I talk about this, and we have slightly differing opinions sort of around the same areas about why she may have done this. But we both sort of agree that it's likely to be some form of revenge.
Yes, I think it's pretty fair to say that Erin did have a hatred towards her estranged husband, Simon, and that probably festered into a resentment for his parents. And really, Heather and Ian were collateral damage in her plan.
And if we accept that, it shows a kind of ruthlessness to have the capacity to kill people that aren't really involved in your life or your problems. Erin Patterson has said on numerous occasions that she, A, loved her family, B, that these people never did anything bad to her. And when we've sat and talked about this, and we have talked about that moment when she's served death cap mushrooms in a beef Wellington, as everyone knows, and she tells them that she has cancer, and then they pray for her. And I often wonder what she felt like in that moment.
And right now, what's probably going through her head at the moment is the process through the courts.
Yes, there's a few hearings to go. The first major one will be a plea hearing. And in that hearing, her barrister will be setting out mitigating circumstances surrounding her guilty plea. So why she doesn't deserve to go away, life is life. All the things that Erin Patterson has done in her life, how she held a job, she doesn't have any major convictions before this, all that kind of thing will come up. Once we're through the plea, then Justice Christopher Beale will be able to say, okay, now I'm going to sentence, and the sentencing hearing will be, at some point after that, probably a couple of weeks at least, and then he's going to determine a minimum and maximum term. The maximum she can get is life, and the very maximum she can get is life is life. Now, she's a convicted triple murderer with an attempted murder on top of that. It's going to have to be a prison stint, I would suggest, above 30, probably above 35, if she gets a minimum. I reckon she'll get a minimum, and it'll be 35 and above.
So there's a high chance that Erin Patterson could die in prison?
Absolutely. Some prisoners are allowed out when they become so sick or infirmed that, they're no danger to anyone. But, many prisoners do die in jail. If she does end up appealing, which we hear that she will, she has to lodge that within 28 days of her sentence. And there'll be a hearing to see whether that appeal has any grounds. And that could be the end of it.
Thanks, Dowles. I'm sure we'll see you here back again.
See you then, Brooke.
Good morning. I'll not be taking any questions or making any further comments apart from this statement. My purpose here today is to give some well-earned thanks. Firstly, to Victoria Police, in particular the Homicide Squad and the team led by Detective Stephen Eppingstall. They made a professional, efficient and effective investigation into what happened at the lunch. They brought to light the truth of what happened with the death of 3 good people. We're grateful for their skills that brought this truth to light. And I'm also very grateful for the kindness and compassion they showed us, me and my family, throughout the long process that has brought us to this day. They've done a wonderful job. I'd like to extend gratitude to the team from the Office of Public Prosecutions, led by Senior Counsel Nanette Rogers. The court processes are a little bewildering to lay people like me, and we're grateful for their expertise, their hard work, and their perseverance that has secured this conviction. I'd also like to commend them for their kindness and compassion shown to us throughout this long process. They have also done a wonderful job. We're also grateful for the staff of the various public health services that played an important role in dealing with the aftermath of the lunch. There are so many services and agencies and people involved that I can't start naming names, but please, each one, accept my sincere gratitude for the part that you have played in this process. We're thankful that when things go wrong, there are good people and services and systems available to help us recover. I'd like to encourage all those involved to keep turning up and serving others. Our lives and the life of our community depends on the kindness of others. I'd like to encourage everybody to be kind to each other. Finally, I want to say thank you to the many people from across Australia and around the world who, through their prayers and messages of support, have encouraged us. I thank the people of the Leongatha and Currumbara communities in particular. Your thoughtfulness and care has been a great encouragement to us. That's all I wish to say for now. Please respect our privacy as we continue to grieve and heal. Thank you for listening. I hope you all have a great day.
Please stand. For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, I sentence you to 25 years imprisonment. For the murder of Heather Wilkinson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Gail Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Don Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. All sentences are to be served concurrently. The total effective sentence is life imprisonment, and I fix a non-parole period of 33 years. I declare that you have served 676 days by way of pre-sentence detention. Finally, and by consent, I make the disposal order sought by the prosecution. Would you please remove Ms Patterson?
I'm here at Latrobe Valley Law Courts and Erin Patterson's murder trial is set to go into week 2. Her ex-husband Simon Patterson will take the stand again today in his 3rd day of giving evidence. For all the latest updates, go to themushroomcook.com.au or listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service. Erin Patterson is back in court and the world continues to watch it play out in this regional court here in Morwell. Today is day 10 of her trial and the jury heard from an internationally recognised mushroom expert called Dr. Thomas May. Dr. May told the jury about a publicly accessible fungi website called iNaturalist. On this website, people can log observations of mushrooms across Victoria. Dr. May said he found and logged death cap mushrooms on Nelson Street in Outram in May 2023. The jury heard that this was 2 months before that deadly lunch on July 29. Dr. May also said death cap mushrooms were logged in Lock in April 2023. The jury also heard from several medical witnesses who treated Erin while she was in hospital. One doctor said she had chapped lips, but otherwise she looked very well. Erin also denied the use of foraged or wild mushrooms. For all the latest updates, go to themushroomcook.com.au or listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service.
The former husband of Erin Patterson, Simon, has started giving evidence in her highly anticipated trial. He told the jury today that it was very rare for the couple to have guests over to their home while the pair was still together. The jury were then shown text messages between the pair where Erin said she was disappointed to hear Simon would not be attending the lunch that turned out to be fatal. Later in the hearing, Simon began fighting back tears when he had to explain how sick his parents had become following the lunch. For our live coverage, head to the Herald Sun website.
If you're following Erin Patterson's murder trial, here's what happened on day 16. The jury heard from Sharman Fox Henry, a digital forensic expert at Victoria Police. He told the jury that he examined a Cooler Master computer that was seized on August 5, 2023. Mr. Fox Henry said 3 storage devices were found on the computer before he ran a keyword search. The 5 keywords were death cap mushrooms, mushrooms and poison. Mr. Fox Henry also told the jury that a browser on that computer was used to search for the iNaturalist website, which the jury has heard about previously. To find out more about what happened in court today, listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast on your favourite streaming service. In a few short days, Erin Patterson will learn her fate when Justice Christopher Bill hands down the sentence for the triple murder and attempted murder she committed at the infamous Beef Wellington lunch. But while we wait on Erin's future, we thought we would take a look at her past. I'm Brooke Greibert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. I'm here with court reporter Laura Placella, and as promised, we're back with another episode before Erin's sentencing on Monday.
Yes, and I'm really keen to dive into this one.
So we know a little bit more about Erin's life in high school, is that right?
Yes, that's right. A colleague and I have been looking into Erin's early life, early years, and we managed to figure out what high school she went to. And from there, it really was a treasure trove. So before she was married, Erin Patterson was Erin Scudder. And Brooke, you touched a little bit upon her life when she was a young woman in season 1. She lived in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, but the high school she attended was in Parkville. And for our listeners who don't know Melbourne very well, that's a very inner city suburb. And this was a very good school. This was a school parents wanted to send their children to.
And what was that school called?
So the school is University High School, and it was colloquially known as Uni High. And the main reason why parents really wanted to send their kids there was because they had an acceleration program, a place that really gifted and talented students could flourish if they were lucky enough to pass the entry exam and get in.
So you spoke to some of her classmates. What did they say about her?
So the colleague I mentioned earlier, Darren Chapman, and I, between us we spoke to about a dozen of her classmates. And I will say there were some who didn't really remember her. But those who did, what they did say was that she was in this acceleration program. She was one of those students. One of the former classmates I spoke to said she remembered Erin Scudder, but she actually didn't connect the dots when Erin Patterson hit the headlines back in 2023. It wasn't until she spoke with her sister who said to her, "The woman at the centre of this lunch is Erin Scudder from high school." And she told me some of her recollections of Erin. She said she was quiet, reserved, and didn't really get involved in the wider cohort at Uni High. And this was because she was in that much smaller acceleration program. She said all of the students in that program were super bright and spent the first several years of high school whipping through the curriculum. And the students in this program actually had a name. She said that everyone else called them the task force. She said she didn't really know how this nickname came about, but the mainstream students called the students in the acceleration program the task force.
That's very interesting. And now you also found photos of Erin when she was younger. Can you kind of describe what she looked like at the time?
Yes, and if our listeners want to look at these photos, they can find them on our website at heraldsun.com.au. And the photos were actually quite hard to dig up. But in one of the photos, Erin can be seen standing next to another young girl. They've got their arms around each other. Erin is quite slim in the face. She's got a very angular jaw. Her hair is a dark brown and she's got a big smile on her face. She's in an orange knitted jumper as well. Another photo that was sent to us was of the uni high class of 91, and that was the year Erin graduated. In the photo, there's dozens of students and she can be seen in the second row. She's quite small compared to her classmates, but again, we were told that she was speeding through the curriculum faster than others in the cohort, so she was likely to have been a little bit younger.
And I think a fun fact about this story in particular is some well-known Melburnians actually went to the same school as her.
That's right. This school was known for really nurturing artistic, academic, and even political types. And I'd say the most famous alumni that they have is Olivia Newton-John. But as I said, there were political types, and former Victorian Premier Joan Kirner also graduated from the school, although neither of those women were in Erin's year level.
And was there anything else that these students said about her?
One thing that quite a few of them said was that they remembered she was really passionate about math and science. These days, we'd say that she was really interested in STEM. They called her a STEM girl. And that kind of checks out with what we heard throughout the trial, that she was very academic and, as we've come to know, was very interested in mushrooms and nature. We didn't have the opportunity to speak to anyone in the acceleration program who was good friends with Erin, but we have it on good authority that she did have a group of people around her throughout her high school years. I spoke to the sister of one of her former friends, and this woman told me that through conversations she's had, her sister had actually described Erin as brilliant but unhinged.
And that's very similar to what I've been told about Erin's time at Air Services Australia. Our listeners have heard a bit about her career there in season 1. But further to that, I've found out that Erin was called Scudder the Nutter. She was also called Crazy Erin, and her course mates at the time said that she was a bit strange and she would say some weird off-the-cuff things. And apparently she was also super secretive.
How soon after leaving high school did Erin end up at Air Services Australia?
Yes, so she was in the traffic control course number 4, and she was there between February and November 2001.
So about 10 years later.
Yes, and we also found out that she left Air Services Australia under a bit of a cloud. So a former colleague told me that management became sceptical that she was leaving work early but claiming the time. After management checked CCTV footage from the car park, they were able to confirm their suspicions. They then approached her and confronted her with their suspicions, and she replied, you've got me there. So we can kind of see Erin being quite a manipulative person from her younger days.
And is it right, Brooke, that you actually came across this information quite a while ago, but we couldn't report on it because the trial was on foot?
Yes, that's right. So I found out about the Scudder the Nutter comments back when season 1 was really released, but our lawyers gave us the legal advice to not include that, like you mentioned, because the trial was approaching. If you want to hear more about Erin's time at Air Services Australia, you can go back to season 1 where I talked to reporter Mandy Squires, who did the early reporting on that.
So it's fair to say Erin really did have a colourful past.
Yes, that's correct. But looking forward to her future, she will be sentenced on Monday.
Yes, and I feel like Monday is going to be a very momentous day. So in a court first here in Victoria, there will be a live stream in court so members of the public can actually watch Erin's sentencing for themselves. And I will say this is pretty huge. Unlike America, it's very rare that court proceedings are broadcast to the masses. And that's particularly the case when it comes to criminal cases, because there's a lot of sensitivities. But Justice Christopher Beale, the judge in this case, it appears he's decided that the public interest in this case is so large that people should be given this opportunity to hear directly from himself in his own words.
Yeah, so it's safe to say that all eyes will be on the television screens on Monday.
I was actually speaking to a colleague yesterday about this, and I don't think it will be as big as the murder trial of O.J. Simpson in America. But I do feel like on Monday there will be this moment, at least across Australia, where people will be glued to television screens watching this sentence. And I really do think people will be transfixed on what Justice Beale has to say. The TV camera will be set up right in the courtroom, and Justice Beale will almost be looking down the barrel. So people will really feel like they're there in the courtroom hearing what he's saying to Erin as she ultimately learns her fate.
Yes, and the camera, as you said, will just be on Justice Beale and will not be on Erin or any members in the courtroom.
No, it will just be on him, and it's really his words that are the most important on Monday. There won't be many arguments between the lawyers. It's all about the decision he has ultimately come to. We had the plea hearing last week, and since then he's been taking into consideration what the prosecution and the defence have both put before him. To remind our listeners, the prosecution are pushing for life without parole, meaning that Erin will die behind bars. But on the other hand, while the defence concede that she should be sentenced to life imprisonment, they're saying she should be given a non-parole period, so one day she can hopefully apply for release to live out the rest of her days.
And we will bring our listeners the audio of Justice Beale's sentencing and our analysis on Monday. See you then. We've just wrapped up day 7 of Erin Patterson's murder trial here in Morwell. The jury heard from several witnesses today, including Dr. Chris Webster. Dr. Webster was the doctor who treated Ian and Heather Wilkinson when they were at Leongatha Hospital. The jury heard a recording of a call that Dr. Webster made to 000 when Erin presented herself to hospital. In that recording, Dr. Webster said that he was concerned for a patient who may have been exposed to mushroom poisoning but had discharged herself against medical advice. The jury also heard from 3 of the lunch guests' children. In particular, Don and Gail's daughter, Anna Terrington, was visibly emotional when she was talking about her parents. For all the latest updates, go to themushroomcook.com.au or listen to the Mushroom Cook podcast. We're up to the very last days of the trial of Erin Patterson. The prosecution and the defence have spoken their last words, and the only thing the jury has left to hear is from the presiding judge. As always, I'm joined by veteran crime reporter Anthony Dowsley to break it all down. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Hi Dows, welcome back for another episode.
Hi Brooke, Morwell's treating you well, I hope. It's come to the very pointy end at last. It was supposed to be, set down for a 5-6 week trial. Then they said it might be a month, and now it's going to be almost 9 weeks in the end.
Yes, we're heading into the 9th week. So this week we heard the closings from the prosecution and the defence.
The highlights package. It's where both sides get to sum up their case. It's not actual evidence, it's a summary of the evidence, but it's persuasive argument as well. And that's where both the prosecution and the defence get to try and have their last, lash at the jury to say this is why you should either convict or not convict, guilty or not guilty.
And Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers really focused on 5 deceptions during her summation. Dows, did you want to talk our listeners through each one of them? Maybe we'll start off with the first one, which was the fabricated cancer claim Erin used as a reason for the lunch.
And this is an interesting one because it's a deception that caught the ears of everyone, that during this lunch, this fatal lunch, Erin Patterson, as everyone will remember, mentions at the end of it that she has cancer. And there is debate around exactly what she said, but this is what the prosecution have led off with. It was one of the things that was in the opening addresses, and it's something that they've closed with as well. But the defence point out, Colin Mandy, who's Erin Patterson's lawyer, said that it's not a ruse because, well, she didn't tell them as a reason to get there. She's not telling them, he says, say, I've got cancer, come to lunch. He's saying that this comes at the end of the lunch. So it's not a ruse. He says that because she never told them she was diagnosed with cancer, that it's more of a ploy to get love and attention, that she's an isolated woman, that she's living basically an isolated life. That's the argument he's putting forward. Erin Patterson, in her evidence, said, I'm not proud of this, but I led them to believe that I might be needing some treatment in regards to cancer. Ovarian cancer was mentioned. She admitted to misleading them. Now, from the prosecution side of things, they say that there was never going to be a need for Erin Patterson to account for her cancer lie because they say she intended to kill her lunch guests. They say her lie would die with them. But there's also a reply from Erin Patterson's counsel, Colin Mandy. The barrister says, why tell them after the lunch? Because they've consumed the meal. So what's the point?
Okay, now let's move on to the second deception, the lethal doses of poison Erin secreted in the beef Wellingtons. This is something that the prosecution claims.
So murder trials come down to intent. That's one of the key elements of murder. And if you're deliberately secreting poisonous mushrooms into a meal, that goes a long way to intent. Colin Mandy, Erin's lawyer, disputes this by saying that his client didn't deliberately put death cap mushrooms in the meal. He says the three sources of mushrooms were from Woolworths, an Asian grocer, and foraged mushrooms. But we don't know where the foraged mushrooms necessarily came from. The prosecution say that Erin Patterson's phone data shows that she was in areas of Loch and Outram in about April, May of 2023. Now, in those areas, as you know, Brooke, there was an iNaturalist website where it was indicated that death cap mushrooms were growing in those areas. But there's no direct evidence that she picked any mushrooms from these areas. So that will be something the jury will likely deliberate on. And I should add that the prosecution have led some evidence which show Erin Patterson weighing mushrooms during this period of time in 2023 in April. And they say this is evidence that she's, got some mushrooms, she's weighing them and she's looking for more. But the defence say there were mushrooms Erin Patterson foraged that were put into a container. And after everybody gets sick, Erin Patterson says she started to worry that somehow they'd got mixed up together and that death cap mushrooms ended up in this meal by mistake, and that she was never aware that she'd ever had death cap mushrooms in her possession.
Moving on to the third deception now, Erin's attempts to make it seem like she also suffered death cap mushroom poisoning, the prosecution claim.
There's been a lot said about this sickness of Erin Patterson post the meal. Her children have given evidence about this, especially her son. Erin Patterson herself has given evidence about having explosive diarrhea, she named it. There's been evidence about drinking coffee the day after this poisonous meal is served and why you would drink coffee if you had diarrhea. What it all gets down to is, was Erin Patterson in fact sick? Now, we know that the trial has heard, the jury's heard, that when Erin Patterson takes herself to hospital 2 days after the lunch on the Monday morning, that she She spends 5 minutes in there and she wants to get out of there because she says she's got errands to run, she's got things to do. A doctor calls the police and this investigation all starts. We've heard so much about the nitty-gritty of this, during a trip out to Tyab when Erin Patterson's taking her son to flying lessons, that she had to stop the car and get out and go into the bush. We've heard all sorts of embarrassing things about, sitting on a car seat and acting like it's a kind of a cork, because she has the runs. The embarrassing side of life when you say you've been sick. We've also heard evidence from medical staff who say they didn't believe she looked very sick. While this is all going on, her guests are terribly sick. And Erin Patterson's counsel, they say she was sick. They say Erin, after the lunch, had diarrhea, but she's just not as sick as her guests. They say that she's younger, she's overweight, and that she didn't eat as much as those other 4 people who sat around that dining table with her. They also say we don't know the toxins that she ingested. That's their argument. Maybe she got part of the meal, the beef Wellington, that had less toxins in them. So they're telling the jury to not necessarily say, well, everyone had equal portions here of death cap mushrooms.
And the prosecution alleged the fourth deception is the sustained cover-up that Erin embarked on to conceal the truth.
So this alleged sustained cover-up involves the lies. It's the lies that the prosecution say that Erin Patterson told. Some have been admitted and some have not. So Erin Patterson says she fed leftovers to her own kids after this lunch and that they didn't get sick. Now, the prosecution say, well, she's probably lying about this. She's got to be lying about this because there was poison and they didn't get sick. They say she's lying about what mushrooms she used as the paste and that she's lying about the Asian grocer that she says she got some of the mushrooms from. They're basically saying that she used poison mushrooms and not these other mushrooms. With those arguments, the defence say, well, no, she did serve leftover beef Wellington to her own kids and scraped off the mushrooms and they just didn't get sick. They say, why would you make something up like that? They also say that, yes, she did use mushrooms from these different sources, from the Asian grocer, from Woolworths, and some forage mushrooms, which is all about this tragic accident they say occurred. There's also the issue of Erin disposing in the tip post-lunch and post-hospital of a food dehydrator that she bought. Now, we know that she bought a food dehydrator. That's admitted by Erin. And we also know she dumped it in the Coonawarra tip several days after the lunch. But the defence say she dumped this dehydrator out of panic. Put yourself in her shoes. This is kind of a reaction to how she finds the predicament that she's in. She's got child welfare workers, child protection workers. She's got police. She's got medical staff all asking questions. So the defence say this is all a result of panic. But there's one other thing. The prosecution say Erin deliberately concealed a mobile phone that was her main phone. The defence say, well, that's not the case. They say the police just didn't pick up that phone. We saw photos in court of a wallet phone, what looked to be a device on a windowsill. The defence say during this police raid on her home, in the days after this meal was consumed, that's just sitting there to be picked up and seized by police. But they didn't do it. So that's something else for the jury to think about. So Colin Mandy, for Erin, Erin's lawyer, says she did dump the dehydrator, and that was because she panicked. After Simon, her estranged husband, says to her in the hospital was that what you used to poison my parents? So she leaves the hospital. When she's discharged, she gets the dehydrator from her home in Leongatha and she takes it to the tip. That's later found by police. Now, we must note here that the prosecution say that Simon Patterson never said those words. Is that the dehydrator that you used to poison my parents?
And the fifth deception that the prosecution claims is that Erin gave untruthful evidence to the jury.
Prosecutor Nanette Rogers is basically saying that Erin Patterson, the accused, is a liar. She's saying that she has carefully constructed a narrative to fit with the evidence. She says that happens when she knew her lies had been uncovered. But she says there's flaws. She says there's inconsistencies that she can't gloss over and she can't account for. So she ignores those points. That's what Nanette Rogers has put to the jury. That when it comes to a difficult point that she says she can't remember. So what she's talking about in that instance of these inconsistencies is when she was giving evidence, Erin Patterson was saying, well, certain witnesses have got things wrong. These included Ian Wilkinson. This included her estranged husband, Simon. It even included her own son and his evidence that, you know, for example, there's no evidence from him that his mother had stopped the car while they were driving out to Tayeb for flying lessons for him to go to the toilet in the bush. So she says Erin's had a good think about her story and she's made up a narrative. Now, again, Colin Mandy says that, well, Erin Patterson has been subjected to lengthy cross-examination. He says that she answered questions and was careful, even pedantic in her answers, but that her account is consistent and coherent. He's saying that she is not an untruthful witness. He's saying she's a truthful witness and that day after day she backed it up when challenged under rapid fire from prosecutor Nanette Rogers from multiple angles. Colin Mandy says his client, Erin Patterson, has told lies. That is now an agreed fact. But he says that does not make her a murderer. He says those things are a very long way apart.
Okay, Dowse, now let's talk about the timeline of the trial. Justice Christopher Beale said that he will give his charge to the jury next week.
Yeah, this is the last point that the jury will hear. This is the sort of the final words from this trial that they will hear before they go into a jury room and start deliberating. The charge to the jury it's a considered summation of the case, and it's all about the elements of the charge of murder as well. The elements of murder, things like intent, and what the jury has to consider, the elements of a murder, before they can come to a guilty or not guilty verdict. So he will take them through relevant points of this trial, and then he will tell them about the law as well. And then they go away, and they will be sequestered in this case. The jury will be sequestered, and they will be sequestered until they come to a verdict.
And what does that process actually look like?
Well, it's a bit like a business, Brooke. You sit down during the office hours and you sit in the jury room as a juror and you go through the points of the trial and you go through the evidence, of course. And then at night, you are not allowed to go home. You go to your hotel, you have a meal with your other jurors, but it's pretty confined. You can't have a phone. You can't watch TV. You can't listen to the radio. You in a bit of a media blackout zone, to be honest. So you can be contacted by what they call a jury keeper, who, if there's an emergency at home, they will inform a juror of something that they need to address. But apart from that, you can't get in the socials, and you can't be talking to your mates, you can't be doing any of that stuff. You're really in there in the most important period for the jury when they're making very crucial decisions about whether they convict someone or not. The timing of this is not known, though. There's no limits on it. There's a bit of evidence to go through, so they'll be, going through a lot of things, a lot of points, but we can't say when they will come back.
And this week in court, Justice Bill actually said to the jury that they should take all the time that they possibly need to come to a verdict. Now, Dowse, this may be our last Sunday subscriber episode, but I'm sure we will be in a studio again talking about the case.
Thanks, Brooke. Talk to you soon.
You heard the accused say that she regrets telling lies, but that's what she did. She's not on trial for being a liar, and whether or not you agree, or condone, or think that what she did was morally correct, and you'd have your views about that, those things don't have any place in this trial.
Is Erin Patterson a murderer or just a liar? It's been one of the central questions of this Mushroom Cook trial. Throughout today, her defence barrister, Colin Mandy, said his client did some things that could appear sinister in hindsight, but he said that doesn't make her a murderer. Mr. Mandy continued with his closing address today as he tried to forensically pick apart the prosecution case. I'm Brooke Greawitt-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Day 34 of Erin Patterson's murder trial has just wrapped up, and I'm here with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
Hey, Brooke. Let's get the show on the road.
Let's do it. So Mr. Mandy began his closings today by reminding the jury of the themes of his address. He said they were misleading impressions, honest and mistaken memories, the burden of proof, and the duty of fairness.
But in a similar fashion to Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers, when she gave her extra fifth deception, Mr. Mandy said there was also a fifth theme that he hadn't yet mentioned, and he said this was hindsight reasoning. He said this type of reasoning can create false clarity about ambiguous situations. He told the jury that Erin's actions might have been explicable given the information available to her at the time, but he said they can appear sinister when viewed through the lens of what you know happened subsequently. Here's more of what he said about this. These are his words, but not his voice.
People react differently to situations based on their personalities, their experiences, the way they are. None of these things determines guilt. Your personality, your experiences of life, the patterns of your behaviour doesn't determine whether or not you're guilty of something that happened in the past. And it is an invitation. Hindsight reasoning is an invitation to apply a moral judgment to what someone has done. It is a distraction from your exercise which you have to engage in, using your heads and not your hearts, your intellectual analysis of the evidence. It doesn't matter what you may have done in a similar situation. No one knows what they would have done in a similar situation.
Up until this point, Mr. Mandy had really been talking about the themes we mentioned earlier. But at this stage in his closing address today, he wanted to take the jury back to the timeline of the lunch and the events leading up to the lunch. And that went back a number of years.
Mr. Mandy started by transporting the jury back to 2020 when Erin became interested in mushrooms during Victoria's COVID lockdowns. He said she photographed mushrooms in the wild, picked them and took them home where she ate them.
Mr. Mandy then turned to the fungi at the centre of this case, death cap mushrooms. He said it made sense that Erin would come to hear about these toxic mushrooms since she was developing an interest in wild mushrooms. He confirmed she visited citizen science website iNaturalist in May 2022, specifically a world map showing the locations of death caps,
and a sighting of death caps in Moorabbin. But he said this was a very brief interaction with the website because she wanted to find out or make sure that there weren't any death caps growing in Gippsland. He described her visit to the website as idle curiosity.
So this was not a person carefully studying this information, doing research about it. This was not a deep and abiding interest in the subject matter. It was passing attention in exactly the same way as many of us would do on our devices. Something pops into your head in an idle moment and you go, I wonder about that.
Mr. Mandy said that in May 2022, there were no sightings of death caps in the Gippsland area. He went on to say that there had only ever been 2 sightings of death caps in this area that were posted to the website. And this was in April and May 2023. These were the 2 posts by Christine McKenzie and Dr. Tom May in Lock and Outram. He reminded the jury that the prosecution was alleging that Erin saw both these sightings on iNaturalist and then travelled to those areas to forage for death caps. It was at this point in his closing address that Mr. Mandy actually became quite theatrical. At the lectern he was speaking from, he acted out the allegation that his client was waiting for these sightings to appear.
And on the Crown case, you might think remarkably, extraordinarily, Erin Patterson observed and acted on the only 2 sightings of death cap mushrooms ever in South Gippsland. As is their case, like she was sitting there waiting for them. Never seen them before in South Gippsland. iNaturalist says they don't grow here. Refresh. Nope, still not there. Refresh. Still not there. Refresh. Still not there. Ah, how likely is that? And there's not one scrap of evidence that she actually saw those posts. Not from Mr. Fox Henry, not from the records, not from anyone else. There's no evidence she ever returned to the iNaturalist website after the single visit in May of 2022.
Moving away from mushrooms now, Mr. Mandy took the jury to the evidence from Simon and Erin, where they both spoke of Erin having a good relationship with Don and Gail. Mr. Mandy told the jury there was no possible prospect she wanted to destroy her whole world and her whole life. Mr. Mandy said there was no awkwardness between them until September 2022, about 7 years after their separation. Mr. Mandy said the prosecution had attempted to undermine the loving, supportive relationship between Erin and the Patterson family by presenting her as two-faced. He said the only evidence of any kind of dispute between them were the messages over child support and Erin's belief she had not been invited to Gail's 70th birthday celebrations. Here's what he said today in court about it.
Erin is feeling hurt and left out. It is a complete misunderstanding. She's completely wrong. She's got the wrong end of the stick and she's apologising. Totally inconsistent with the way a cold-blooded, calculating person would behave.
Mr. Mandy then said the spat about the tax return and child support was also resolved amicably.
It's in fact the only evidence of any kind of dispute or tension between Erin and Don and Gail was the tone of the messages that you can actually see in evidence. And our submission to you is that it is an entirely unremarkable minor blow-up. Is minor blow-up the right thing to say? It's a minor thing in family relationships. It stands out in this case because it's the only one, because these people are eternally polite to each other. It's the only evidence of any kind of tension, so it jumps out. But looking at it, what kind of tension is it? It's not. It's not a significant one. It's not about very much at all.
Mr. Mandy said the prosecution had tried to suggest that this was evidence of Erin leading a duplicitous life. But he said the messages actually showed that Erin was someone who didn't hide her true feelings, someone who was standing up for herself, and someone who was being direct but not rude. Mr. Mandy then took the jury to the messages between Erin and her Facebook friends, saying these messages were pretty normal for someone when they were ranting about things in their life, including the people they love.
Loving someone doesn't mean that you never feel frustrated with them or upset with them or hurt by them. The prosecution's argument assumes that human relationships are one-dimensional. That is the way it always is. There is no nuance to it. There is no subtlety, and that's simply not realistic. They say to you, ignore the long history of support and love and respect from the Patterson family for Erin, from Erin. Ignore all of that long history and actual real-world observations made by the people closest to Erin and Simon day after day for years and years and years. Ignore all that and instead rely on 3 days of upset from Erin and the recollections of these online friends about things she might have said, of which there is no record other than those 2 weeks.
Mr. Mandy then turned to the issue of Erin's weight. He said the evidence showed she had a problem with her self-image, she purchased diet books, she binge ate, and was embarrassed and depressed.
Mr. Mandy said Erin contacted the Enrich Clinic in Melbourne in around April or May 2023 for a consultation, and she booked an appointment that was scheduled for September. Erin told the jury last week that she booked this appointment because she wanted to explore gastric bypass surgery. But she later accepted, under cross-examination, that the clinic never offered this procedure. However, Mr. Mandy reiterated today that the clinic did offer liposuction in 2023. This is what he said about his client's state of mind at the time.
Her understanding at the time that she booked it was that they offered the full range of weight loss treatment options, including liposuction, gastric bypass, and other surgery. She was mistaken, honestly mistaken. Understandable, you might think, in circumstances where she ultimately cancelled the appointment and hadn't had a consultation with them.
Mr. Mandy moved on to the lump Erin said she had on her elbow. He said she often thought there were things wrong with her. In her evidence, Erin admitted to the jury she lied to Don and Gail about having tests on her elbow in June 2023 because she liked the attention they were giving her.
She's not on trial for lying. This is not a court of, as I said to you, moral judgment. You shouldn't take the leap from this lie about a lump on her elbow to finding her guilty of triple murder. Those things are a very, very long way apart.
Mr. Mandy then took the jury to the section of Erin's evidence when she was asked about what she told the guests about cancer. From the witness box, she said that she wasn't proud of it, but she led the guests to believe that she might be needing some treatment in relation to ovarian cancer. Later in her evidence, she explained that she was trying to communicate to them that she was undergoing investigations around ovarian cancer. But under cross-examination, she was very firm and she denied telling the guests that she had cancer. Mr. Mandy then took the jury to the evidence of Ian, who said that he remembers Erin telling the guests at the table that she was in the diagnostic phase, but that maybe treatment was not yet specified. Our listeners may remember that Erin said she misled her guests because she didn't want to tell them that she was planning on undergoing gastric bypass surgery. This is what Mr. Mandy said today.
Her concerns about her weight, her body image, were deeply personal, deeply embarrassing. Much easier to say, I've got to go to hospital for a few days to get some surgery, for some treatment, than to tell people that you're going to get liposuction or a gastric bypass. Much easier to just continue this lie about the lump and hint at diagnosis and treatment rather than tell truth. Much easier to never tell anyone that you're a binge eater who makes herself so sick from overeating that she throws up. Those kind of things are private and deeply embarrassing. So she did tell them a lie, but she did not say, consistent with her evidence, that she had a definitive cancer diagnosis.
Mr. Mandy also argued that if the cancer story was a ruse to get the guests to the lunch, she would not have told them after they had eaten their beef Wellingtons.
If this was a ruse, there was no need to have the conversation because the deed on the Crown case, the consumption of the food, had already happened. There was absolutely no need for Erin to say anything about cancer at all if it was a ruse that was related to deliberately poisoning people. On the Crown case, her object had already been achieved by that point. So the only rational conclusion, fact-finding, drawing inferences, making logical connections, which is what you have to do, the only rational conclusion is that the lie about cancer had absolutely nothing to do with any intention to kill, if there was one. What's the point in telling them at the end, after they've eaten the food? it is going to be some time before anyone gets sick from eating the meal. The guests could have told anyone about the conversation in the meantime.
Moving on to the meal itself, Mr. Mandy turned to the prosecution's claim that Erin lied about buying mushrooms from an Asian grocer and purchasing a dehydrator with the sole intent of using it to dry death caps.
Mr. Mandy actually said that the evidence doesn't seem to make any sense at all. He said Erin didn't need to buy a dehydrator if it was just going to be used for that one meal. He told the jury that mushrooms can be dehydrated in an oven, and it was more likely the purchase of the dehydrator was part of a long-term project for his client. He also said that the prosecution's claim that she was experimenting by dehydrating button mushrooms before turning her attention to the death caps was also implausible.
Why would you need to hide mushrooms in a mushroom paste? It doesn't make any sense. You could hide them in a brownie or a muffin where they don't belong. So that theory we submit to you doesn't make any sense at all, and it is one of the many, many logical implausibilities in the prosecution argument in this case.
Mr. Mandy reminded the jury that it was the prosecution case that Erin cooked 5 poisoned beef Wellingtons and 1 unpoisoned beef Wellington. He said if that was the case, it would have been very important for his client to not lose track of the 1 unpoisoned serve when putting it in the oven. Mr. Mandy told the jury that there was only one logical way of getting around that problem, and he said it wasn't using different plates. He said it made more sense to mark the pastry of the unpoisoned one so you could identify which one was safe throughout the cooking process.
Speaking of plates, Mr. Mandy said it was a colourful piece of evidence, pun not intended.
Referring to the argument he just made about marking the pastry, he said Ian had to be wrong about what he said about Erin serving the guests on 4 grey plates and Erin serving herself on a smaller orangey tan plate.
But when you look at all the evidence on the issue of plates and what plates Erin had in her house and what everyone says about that issue, it has to be the case that Ian Wilkinson is wrong about what he said. It makes no sense logically that you would use that method to deliver an unpoisoned parcel, but otherwise, on all of the evidence, he's wrong, honestly mistaken.
He then took the jury to some of the other evidence about the plates. He reminded them that Simon said Erin did not have a matching set of plates, that their son said he remembered cleaning up white plates after the lunch, and that Erin said she had used 2 black, 2 white, and 1 black and red plate for the lunch when plating up the meal. Mr. Mandy said considering all this, it was likely there was at least 3 different coloured plates at the lunch table.
Mr. Mandy then turned to after the lunch and Erin's evidence that once her guests left, she had binged the orange cake brought for dessert and then made herself sick. In her evidence, Erin said she couldn't remember what was in her vomit.
If she was lying to you, she would say, "Oh, look, when I throw up, I could clearly recognise pastry and meat and mushrooms in there. Absolutely, categorically, it all came up." If she was lying, that's what she would say. But instead she says, "I don't know. It's vomit." If she was lying, she would have said, "I threw up immediately and I could clearly see everything." She didn't say that to you.
Mr. Mandy told the jury that Erin had not lied about falling ill after the lunch, but it was more the case of the progress of her illness being very different to that of her guests. He said it was plain enough that Erin's symptoms were different, so he took the jury to the evidence of toxicologist Dimitri Girastamoulis, who said the severity of the symptoms was the result of a number of factors. The court has previously heard that these factors include the amount of toxin consumed, the distribution of the toxin in the meal, the person's weight, as well as their age. Mr. Mandy explained to the jury that the dried mushrooms Erin added into the meal may not have been evenly spread throughout the paste, and he also said that while Don, Ian and Heather ate their entire serves, Erin and Gail did not.
No one was measuring, so it's a bit hard after you have eaten a parcel to say, how much have you already eaten? But that's a relevant factor. Some people ate a whole portion, and some people ate 1 1/3 or 1 2/3.
He also mentioned the fact that Erin weighed more than 100 kilos and was significantly younger than her guests. He said together these factors meant that Erin may have reacted much better after consuming death caps compared to her guests.
He reiterated to the jury that people can react differently after consuming this poison.
And with that, Mr. Mandy was done for the day.
But he will continue his closing address tomorrow.
In the meantime, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more. On August 15, 2023, a Victoria Police digital forensic officer named Sharman Fox Henry was given a job. His job was to uncover traces of digital information that had been found on a computer seized by police from the home of Erin Patterson. After extracting the data, Mr. Fox Henry ran a keyword search, typing in terms to see if there were any matches.
Death cap. Death cap mushroom. Death cap mushrooms. Mushroom. Poison.
Today in court, Mr. Fox Henry was asked questions about what he found. I'm Brooke Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Day 16 of Erin Patterson's murder trial has wrapped up, and once again I'm joined by court reporter Laura Placella.
Good to be here with you as always.
It's been quite a day today, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
So the jury has been given many lessons throughout the trial, including lessons on mushrooms, but today it was all about computers.
That's right. At the top of the episode, our listeners were introduced to Sharman Fox Henry. He is part of the Victoria Police Cybercrime Squad, and he took to the stand today, like you said, Brooke, to give the jury yet another lesson. It's fair to say they will be pretty well versed, I think, in a number of topics by the end of this trial. His evidence began with a slideshow, and the first slide read, "What is a computer?" So we started very much with the basics, and he slowly walked the jury through evidence around computers, files, folders, thumbnails, and even some more technical things known as artifacts. And he explained that artifacts can range from a Microsoft Word file to a web browser cookie.
Now, a number of devices were seized from Erin Patterson's home, and Mr. Fox Henry was one of the officers who examined them.
Yes, so the jury previously heard that several devices were seized by police from Erin's home when warrants were executed on August 5 and November 2, 2023. August 5 being about 1 week after the lunch. And in particular today, Mr. Fox Henry was questioned about a Cooler Master computer that was found. Cooler Master being the brand of computer. He walked the jury through his job as a digital forensics officer and how he extracts data from devices. He explained that the beginning of that process involves creating a copy of the data, which is called a case, and from that case he can run analysis for the investigators. He told the court that he was asked to run a keyword search for 5 terms. Those terms were the ones you heard at the top of the episode. Death cap mushroom, death cap mushrooms, mushrooms, and poison.
So what was actually found on the Cooler Master computer then?
So it was at this point today where a forensic examination report was brought up on the screens in the court for the jury to see, and this contained all the records that were pulled from this device. The court heard there were records in this report that related to a search term. So you think about a search term as something you would type into a browser, just like Google. This search term was for iNaturalist, and the record showed that this search was made on May 28, 2022 at around 7:20 p.m. So that's about 14 months before the lunch at the centre of this trial. To remind our listeners again, iNaturalist is that citizen science website we've been referring to that allows members of the public to post sightings of plants, animals and fungi, which includes death cap mushrooms.
Yes, and Dr. Tom May and Christine McKenzie both gave evidence about this website previously.
That's right. So Mr. Fox Henry was asked what these records meant.
and he told the court that it confirmed a Bing search was done for iNaturalist on this day. I mentioned Google before. Bing is another search engine. But it is really important to note at this stage that the court didn't hear today who made these searches. It was simply evidence about the fact a search was made on that device.
And were there any other records relating to the Cooler Master computer?
Yes, there were. After Mr. Fox Henry spoke about the search term records, we moved on to some web history records. And the court heard that after the search term iNaturalist was made, by 7:21 p.m, so this is about 1 minute later, the URL iNaturalist.org was visited by a browser on this computer. Another record showed that 2 minutes later, at 7:23 p.m, another iNaturalist URL was accessed by the computer. So we've spoken about URLs, but the court heard today that every web page has a title as well. And the title of the URL that was visited at 7:23, and I'll read this out here from my notes, was Deathcap from Melbourne, Vic, Australia, on May 18, 2022, at 2:36 p.m, by Ivan Margita, Bricker Reserve, Moorabbin, iNaturalist. The court wasn't told too much more at all about this web page and what all of those words meant, but the jury have previously heard evidence from Dr. May and Miss Mackenzie, who you mentioned earlier, Brooke, who have made posts on iNaturalist before when they've observed fungi in the wild.
And did the jury find out how many times these web pages were actually visited?
They did. So Mr. Fox Henry explained that there was data extracted that related to the visit count, and he told the court that for this particular web page, the visit count was 2, which indicated the web page had been visited twice.
And there was another search term that we heard more about today, wasn't there?
There was. After the court heard about the iNaturalist search terms, they were also brought to a search term made at 7:23 p.m, so on this same day, on May 28, 2022, for the Currumborough Middle Pub. According to the records, this search was made on the computer about 2 minutes after the search for iNaturalist.
That was a lot of detail, Laura. Can you summarise it for our listeners?
I'll definitely try. As I mentioned earlier, everything we heard about today was a record that related to a computer seized from Erin's home. While the court didn't hear who made searches or who visited websites on this device, what was made clear was that there were searches made for iNaturalist, and after those searches were made, web pages relating to iNaturalist were also accessed. In particular, that web page relating to a sighting of deathcap mushrooms in Moorabbin, which is a suburb in Melbourne.
Great summary, Laura. Mr. Fox Henry also examined another device.
That's right. We didn't hear a lot about this today because by the time it was mentioned, it was close to the end of the day. But he told the court the cybercrime team analysed the phone of Gail Patterson, and we're expected to hear more of what was found tomorrow.
That's right. And to end the day, Justice Christopher Bill gave a bit of a warning to the jury, didn't he?
He did, after there were those references made to the URLs, which were shown on the screen in the courtroom. He turned to the jurors and gave them a gentle reminder that they should not be going home and Googling these URLs to figure out where they went to, and they should only be relying on the evidence they're hearing in court.
Thanks, Laura. And to stay updated on all our coverage of this case, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more. This week was all about Erin Patterson as the accused triple murderer took to the stand and gave evidence. I'm joined by veteran crime reporter Anthony Dowsley to unpack it all. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Hi Dowse, welcome back. We've just got to the end of week 6.
And what a week it was, Brooke. It was quite amazing week of evidence when she was called that Erin Patterson was testifying in her own defence. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to the murder of 3 people, Don and Gail Patterson and Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson. She has also pleaded not guilty to the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, Heather's husband. Ian Wilkinson is the sole surviving guest of the lunch.
Yes, so Erin took the stand on Monday. She was only on there for about 40 minutes and then she continued her testimony on Tuesday. And this is when her barrister, Colin Mandy SC, began to ask her questions.
And he took her through almost every aspect of her adult life and a little bit into her childhood in the best part of 5 days so far of a life that had good, some bad and some sad stuff. So we really heard at first about the relationship that's blossomed with Simon Patterson, her now estranged husband, from, as we had heard previously, the meeting at a council called Monash City Council in Waverley, I guess it's the centre point of where that council is, and how she was working for the RSPCA at the time and he was an engineer there. And one of the striking bits I thought of that first bit of evidence was how she was direct in her evidence. And she said, I thought it was kind of interesting. She said, I was a fundamentalist atheist and he was the Christian, and she was trying to convert him to atheism, but she ended up becoming a Christian. So she had a religious awakening of sorts, and she went through that, a church service which one of the people that has been in this trial, Ian Wilkinson, he was the pastor, he was giving the sermon. It was interesting to hear her life in her own voice over the past few days, and that's going to continue into next week. But we got an oversight of a lot of the evidence that we've heard. She was able to answer or give answers to questions about meeting Simon Patterson, their life together, having children, having self-doubts, weight issues, about her health issues in general, about her fears, even about her childhood and being weighed by her mother on a weekly basis. We got into a lot of stuff.
Can we talk more about that, Dowles? In court this week, Erin said that she had plans to have a gastric bypass.
That was all about the low self-esteem she talked about while she was giving evidence. She said that she'd planned to have gastric bypass surgery in the coming weeks or months, and she didn't want to tell anybody about it. That's what her evidence was. So if we go to what they call her evidence in chief, that's when her barrister, Colin Mandy, is questioning her. Miss Patterson admits that she misled her lunch guests when she told them that she might need upcoming treatment for ovarian cancer to hide the fact that she was planning to have gastric bypass surgery. So she has conceded she has never been diagnosed with any type of cancer. But this was her story, that she had lied to her guests about cancer.
Another point that Erin made in court this week is that she said after she ate the meal on July 29, 2023, she had a few pieces of cake and then she went and bought it back up. Can you speak more about that, Dowles?
So again, this is part of the sad food-related story that Erin Patterson has spoken about at length in her evidence. She has said from the outset she has a very poor relationship with food dating back to her childhood, that this has manifested itself as she has approached middle age and in middle age, that she eats all the food she can get her hands on, she binge eats, and after the meal, of which Erin says she only ate between about a third and 2/3 of the meal, she says that afterwards she ate a piece of cake. There was an orange cake that was brought by one of the guests. She says that she had one slice and then another and then another. She ate most of the cake that was left. And she said she felt sick afterwards because she'd overeaten and that she brought it back up and then she felt a little bit better. But as the hours wore on, she said she started to feel sick again and she began to have diarrhea.
Let's go back to when Erin and Simon married in 2007.
So this was kind of a good part of her life as well as a little bit of a sad part of her life in some ways as a listener. She'd met someone she wanted to spend the rest of her life with, that she would have children with. She said that she was walked down the aisle by one of Simon's relatives, Dave, and that her parents couldn't attend the wedding because she simply said that her parents were in Russia on a train, and that's all we heard about that. In her evidence, she went on to say that, she went on a trip of Australia with Simon at the start of their marriage. They ended up in Western Australia. While Erin was talking about the travel that they had, she also talked about another part of her life, which was giving birth to her first child. And she said it was a traumatic experience because while she was having a long labour, she said that the doctors lost her son's, or soon-to-be-born son's, heartbeat during the birth, and they had to go to an emergency C-section. And she said that it was very traumatic for her. She ended up going back to Perth, and there was a minor separation at some point later between her and Simon, and that was the first separation between them. But she remembers, her parents-in-law, Don and Gail, coming over, and Gail being extremely good at giving her advice about being a mother and telling her to enjoy this time, and she was really comforted by her.
Let's move on to the lunch on July 29. In her evidence, Erin said that she accepted that death cap mushrooms were in the meal.
She has. She's accepted that the death cap mushrooms must have made their way into the beef Wellington that was consumed on the day, and that furthermore, she said she had fears after people became sick that somehow some mushrooms that she had foraged had been mixed up with other mushrooms that she had in her pantry in a container.
And Erin spoke more about the preparation behind the beef Wellington dish. She said that she found the recipe in a Recipe Tin Eats book, and she said that she couldn't find a log of meat, so instead she decided to buy steaks instead.
I'm not much of a cook, Brooke, and this evidence went on for a bit about all the preparation, the buying of the food, the preparation of the food, and the cooking of it, and how it was quite a complicated dish. She said that it was a dish that she wanted to make because her mother had made it on special occasions, beef Wellington that is, and that she even went online to ask questions of her friendship group online about how to cook it, and she went to a lot of trouble in preparing this. And yes, it was from that Recipe Tin Eats that she'd got the recipe, and we heard about that in quite a lot of detail. We also heard in Erin's testimony that she made 6 dishes. There were 6 individual beef Wellingtons that were cooked, and there was only 4 guests and Erin herself. So there was someone missing, and that was Simon Patterson, her estranged husband, who had pulled out of coming to the lunch the day before it was served. Now, Erin Patterson said she was disappointed about this. There was some text messages between them. And she talked about the expense that she'd gone to and the trouble that she'd gone to. But he didn't make it to that lunch. And, Erin was asked about what her and her guests talked about during this lunch. They all arrived pretty much on time, she said, on that day, on the July 29th, 2023. And she said that after they arrived, there's a little bit of chit-chat. It was something to do with the landscape. She'd had her garden landscaped and they were looking at that, and they went inside. I think she said it was at that point that sisters Gail and Heather went into the pantry. Erin thought it was a bit messy. That's why she said she was a little bit funny about it, but they came out and they talked about that. And she said that during this lunch, they talked about their lives and what they were up to, They talked about a little bit of politics and current affairs. They talked about the kids, her kids, obviously. And they talked about, in the end, cancer.
So after the lunch guests were admitted to hospital, Erin had a realisation that her meal that she cooked may have been responsible for their illness.
So Erin has to go to hospital herself. And we've been taken through a lot of evidence about how she first presented at Leongatha Hospital. She left there quickly and then she returned more than an hour later. And then she's off to Monash Hospital in Melbourne, in Clayton. And it was there that she's, coming under a lot of questions, where do the mushrooms come from, all these types of questions that health authorities and police and, she's starting to hear from child protection as well because her children are in hospital. And she starts to wonder, especially after her husband, Simon, comes in to see her and basically accuses her of poisoning his parents with the dehydrator. And she says in her evidence that she wondered whether that had happened and whether the mushrooms had become mixed up. And after leaving the hospital, she says she goes back to Leongatha, gets the dehydrator and dumps it at the tip. Now, the dehydrator has been one of the many focal points of this trial. We've heard a lot of evidence about it. And Erin Patterson accepts that she dumped the dehydrator because she feared that there would be death cap mushroom traces in it. And she says that when she goes to a police record of interview, when the police ask her to come in to be questioned, that she lied about ever owning a dehydrator to them. It was a knee-jerk reaction, she said. She started lying because she didn't want to be in trouble. And one of the things that we should remember is that Erin Patterson also denied that she was a forager in her police record of interview. And this is something where her story has since changed. She says that she has been a forager and she's been taken to some of that evidence and that she lied about it because of the situation she was in. The defence's case in this trial is that this was a terrible accident, that there is no intent from Erin Patterson to kill her in-laws or her extended family, that this has been an awful accident that has taken 3 lives and almost took the life of one other person.
So Erin said that she became interested in foraging during the COVID lockdowns in Victoria. She said that she went on walks with her children in the Karamara area, and it was then when she became interested in fungi. Can you tell us a bit more about this, Dowles?
The interest was almost a passion of hers. She knew the colours of different mushrooms and she could describe the different types. She said some of it began when her dog began eating a mushroom in her front yard in Korumburra, where she lived for many years. But I can also say in her evidence, she said where she didn't forage for mushrooms, and that was in the Loch and Outram area, where there had been posts that the deadly death cap mushrooms had been growing. So at the end of Erin Patterson's examination in chief, which is basically her barrister asking her the first round of questions, finished on Thursday. And Brooke and I can give you the sort of question and answer that he finished on. Colin Mandy asks, have you ever intentionally picked death cap mushrooms?
Erin replied no.
Did you intentionally include death cap mushrooms in the beef Wellingtons you prepared on 29 July?
Erin again replied no.
Did you intend to kill or cause really serious injury to Donald Patterson by serving that meal?
She replied, no, I didn't.
Did you intend to harm him in any way?
No.
Did you intend to kill or cause really serious injury to Gail Patterson by serving that meal?
Again, she replied, no.
Did you intend to cause her any harm at all?
No.
Did you intend to kill or cause really serious injury to Heather Wilkinson by serving that meal?
Erin replied, no, I didn't.
And did you intend to cause her any harm at all?
No.
And did you intend to kill Ian Wilkinson by serving that meal?
No, I didn't.
Did you intend to cause him any harm at all?
And again, Erin replied, no, I didn't.
Of course, then you get to the cross-examination, and that's where Erin Patterson is quizzed at length by Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers SC, who asked Ms Patterson about her, in quotes, so-called cancer diagnosis. Dr Rogers suggested Erin had told her lunch guests she had cancer and faced chemotherapy and surgery, but Erin denied telling them that she was diagnosed, and she couldn't recall if she spoke about treatment plans. It goes on, Erin admitted lying in text messages to Gail Patterson about having a biopsy and impending MRI. She agreed the messages gave the impression she was seriously ill. Dr Rogers suggested Erin's so-called cancer diagnosis, as she framed it, was concocted to lure guests to the lunch. Dr Rogers put it to Erin that she didn't think she would have to account for this lie because, quote, you thought the lunch guests would die. Erin denied this.
So week 6 is done and tomorrow it's a public holiday in Victoria, so there will be no proceedings held at Latrobe Valley Law Courts. Erin will be back on the stand on Tuesday where she will continue being cross-examined.
Thanks, Brooke.
Thanks, Dowse. It's an overcast day outside Latrobe Valley Law Courts as the jury has been impanelled in the case of accused triple murderer Erin Patterson. The trial has now officially begun and the judge had a development for the jury. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig and this is The Mushroom Cook. So we've just come out of court for the first official day of Erin Patterson's murder trial. It's a bit drizzly outside. There were about 25 reporters in the courtroom. Laura, was Erin in there?
Yes, she was. She was seated in the dock. Today she was dressed in a pink and white striped shirt with long sleeves. She had her glasses tucked into that shirt and her long hair draped over her shoulders.
And can you describe a bit about the courtroom?
Yes, so the courtroom here in Morwell, today it was packed with journalists, like you said. There's a lot of wood panelling in this courtroom, about 30 seats or so, not including obviously the seats the jurors are sitting in and all of the lawyers. And actually by the door, there's a whole lot of hand sanitizer and face masks.
So what happened in the hearing today?
So the jury was impanelled. We have 15 men and women. That breakdown is 10 men and 5 women. They will decide this case. But we'll go back to our makeshift podcast studio later and we'll talk about that whole process.
And what did the jury hear?
So one thing that Justice Christopher Beale mentioned to the jury today was that the 3 attempted murder charges against Erin relating to her estranged husband Simon Patterson have been dropped. He told the jurors those charges had been discontinued by the prosecution and said, in other words, those charges have been dropped and you must put them out of your mind.
And Justice Bill spoke to the jury about other things. What were they?
Yeah, so today was all about the judge's directions. So these are like the instructions that the jury have to follow throughout the whole trial. One of the most important things he touched on was not doing your own research, making sure they're only deciding the facts of this case on the evidence they're hearing and seeing in court.
Okay, Laura, let's head out of the rain and get back to the studio.
Sounds good to me.
So we're back in our makeshift studio after the jury impanelment went down today. We weren't in it, but Laura, can you tell us a bit more about the process?
Yes, for sure. So any jury impanelment will start with all the people in the jury pool coming to court. So in this case, the potential jury members have come from all over the Gippsland region. Today at the Latrobe Valley Law Courts, they would gather in a jury pool room and then things get underway. The judge will ask members of the pool to come into the courtroom, and on each seat in the courtroom will be a list of names. So this list is really important because it's a list of all of the people who will be involved in this trial. So we're talking lawyers, witnesses, and even to an extension court staff, people who are going to be around and involved in this trial. It is really important that no jury member knows anyone in this trial. That's how the court can trust that these jury members will remain impartial. So the people in the jury pool are asked to look through that list and make sure that they don't know anyone. Once this process has taken place, the judge will usually give a short overview of the case, just so everyone in the room knows what the trial is about. In this case, my understanding is that they don't want anyone in the jury who knows too much about this case. So, for example, anyone who's listened to our podcast would not be encouraged to be on this jury. So once everyone in the room has been put on notice about these things, the judge will ask if anyone wishes to be excused.
What excuses could the potential jurors give?
Yeah, so for example, especially given that the Gippsland area, a lot of people know each other, someone might say, I actually knew Heather Wilkinson, or I knew Don Patterson, and that is definitely a reason why they should not sit in on the jury. But other people might say, I do know too much about this case. I've been following it for a while. I don't think I can be impartial. So in cases, the judge can sometimes ask people to write down their reasons on a piece of paper, and that gets handed up to the judge. Or in other cases, that potential jury member might be asked to go into the witness box and make that explanation. The judge will then make a decision about whether or not that potential jury member should still remain in the pool. If they decide they should leave the courtroom, then that will occur. So once we've cut it down to the people who could be on the jury, the remaining people are allocated numbers. Those numbers are put into a ballot box and the ballot begins.
So once their number is actually pulled out, does that mean that they automatically get to be on the jury?
So a potential jury member will start walking towards the jury box, and there'll be discussions happening in that moment between Erin and her lawyer. The only information they have to go off is what this potential jury member looks like and their occupation. From that, Erin and her legal team get to make a decision about whether or not that person sits in on the jury. But they only can do that up to 3 times without giving a reason why.
So can the jurors talk to anyone about the case then?
It's really not encouraged. So obviously once everyone is impaneled on the jury, then they are the jury members selected to decide this case. So it actually is important that they talk amongst themselves. But during the impanelment process, there isn't a lot of opportunity to talk, and it's definitely not encouraged because we're just trying to focus on selecting those people to sit on the jury.
And that means that the media can't speak to them either?
No, that's definitely not allowed. That's both during the impanelment process, during the trial, and even after. So in Australia, journalists aren't allowed to talk to jurors, even once their job is done.
And can the jurors then talk to their family and friends?
Not during the trial. Usually the judge will be okay with them explaining to their family friends that they are sitting in on a trial and that the trial is expected to go for a number of weeks. But beyond that, in terms of the evidence and the facts of the case, they're explicitly told not to talk about that with people in their lives because they shouldn't be hearing those external opinions.
So it's pretty strict. So then what's the penalty then?
Yeah, the penalties can be pretty severe, and the jury members are told this once they're impaneled. They're told that if they breach any of these rules, including the rules to not do their own research, no Google searches, no reading the newspaper, they have to decide this case on the evidence they hear and see every day. And if they don't do that, if they get external information and they get caught, they could go to jail.
Oh, gosh, that's tough.
It's very serious. Jury members need to stay in line.
So then what can we look forward to tomorrow then?
So tomorrow are the all-important openings. This has been a day we have been waiting for. We will be hearing from both the prosecution and the defence about how they put their case. And the jury will hear it for the first time too. The addresses lay out how the trial will run. The prosecution will walk through the witnesses that the jury members will hear from. And the defence will also get an opportunity here to state their case.
And once again, we will be covering that proceedings, right?
Yes, so you and I will be at court tomorrow. We will be running a live blog on our website to make sure our readers are up to date with all the information that the jury is hearing. But then once the proceedings are done, you and I will jump back here in our makeshift podcast studio and record an episode for our listeners.
To stay across all our coverage, head to themushroomcook.com.au. After 40 days, the jury in the trial of Erin Patterson was ready to deliberate. But before that could happen, the Associate to Justice Christopher Beale held a box over his head. He shuffled some papers inside, pulled out two, and read what was on them to the court. What was on these papers were numbers.
Juror 105. Juror 106.
These were the numbers of the two jurors who would no longer be required. They handed in their court iPads and left. And with that, the jury of 7 men and 5 women retired to consider their verdicts, the fate of Erin Patterson in their hands. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's the start of week 10 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and once again, I'm joined by my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
And we're coming to our listeners from our new podcast studio. We had to shift Airbnbs, so we've set up in a new place here in Traralgon. So if we sound a little bit different, that's why.
It almost feels strange after 40 episodes to be in a new place, but here we are, and let's get started. So listeners would have heard at the start of the episode about the ballot process, where 14 jurors got cut to 12, but we'll speak more on that a bit later. First up today, Justice Beale continued his charge to the jury and returned to the topic of credit lies alleged by the prosecution. Last week, he explained to the jury that credit lies can only be used to assess an accused's credibility and cannot be used as evidence they committed the offences.
Our listeners may remember that Justice Beale said last week that there were 4 credit lies alleged by the prosecution. The first was Erin lying to police about being very, very helpful during the Department of Health investigation. And today he touched on the remaining 3. He said the prosecution also alleged that Erin lied about the reason she invited her guests to the lunch, lied about what she said at the lunch about ovarian cancer, and lied about planning to undergo gastric bypass surgery at the Enrich Clinic in Melbourne.
Justice Beale then moved on to how the jury can use the alleged credit lies if they find them to be lies. He said they can be used to determine whether the other things Erin said to other witnesses and during her testimony were true. He warned the jury not to reason that simply because a person is shown to have told lies, they must be guilty. After this, Justice Beale moved on to circumstantial or indirect evidence versus direct evidence. He said it was not safe in a criminal trial for a jury to engage in guesswork.
He returned to the analogy used by the prosecution in its closing address in relation to thinking about the evidence as puzzle pieces. But this was something that defence barrister Colin Mandy took some issue with in his own closing address. So before reiterating the analogy, he actually said it was at the risk of upsetting Mr. Mandy, which prompted some laughs around the courtroom. This is more of what he said. These are his words, but not his voice.
While one piece may not be very helpful by itself, when all the pieces are put together, the picture may become clear. However, when putting all the pieces together, you must take care not to jump to conclusions.
Justice Beale then reminded the jurors that they must be satisfied that the prosecution has proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. But he added that it was almost impossible to prove anything with absolute certainty, and that was not what the prosecution were being required to do.
A reasonable doubt is not an imaginary or fanciful doubt or an unrealistic possibility. You cannot be satisfied that the accused is guilty of an offence if you have a reasonable doubt about whether she is guilty of the offence.
Justice Beale then went on to speak about motive. He reminded the jury that the prosecution does not need to prove motive, only the elements of murder and attempted murder. But he added that did not mean a lack of evidence of motive is irrelevant. Here's what he said.
It is a relevant consideration which you must take into account in the accused's favour when weighing all the evidence in this case. Moreover, if you find the accused had good reasons not to kill or attempt to kill her lunch guests, in short, she had a motive not to commit the alleged offences, that is a significant consideration.
Justice Beale said to find Erin guilty of murder, her conduct must have been conscious, voluntary, and deliberate.
When running through the elements of murder, he started with consciousness and said that this element excluded the acts of an unconscious person. For example, someone who was sleepwalking.
He then moved on to voluntariness. He said this excluded conduct where someone was not in control of their own actions. Turning to deliberateness, he said this element means that the accused's conduct cannot be an accident. It was at this point that he reminded the jury that the defence claim that this was the element that had not been satisfied. They say that Erin added the death cap mushrooms into the meal by accident.
Turning to the final element, which was intention, Justice Bill said the prosecution must prove beyond reasonable doubt that at the time Erin served up beef Wellingtons, she intended to kill her guests or cause them really serious injury.
The prosecution contends that you should infer from the evidence that Erin Patterson had the appropriate state of mind at the relevant time.
He reminded the jury that this was also an element that the defence says has not been satisfied. They say that Erin did not have an intention to kill, but rather she actually had a motive to keep these people in her life. Justice Bill explained that a person's intention can be inferred from what they said and what they did, as well as what they failed to say and failed to do. He told the jury that they can consider Erin's actions both before, at the time of, and after the lunch. But he said if they had any doubts, the benefit of those doubts must be given to the accused. I will note at this point, Brooke, that the jury was not instructed by Justice Beale to consider the alternate charge of manslaughter, meaning that in this case, they will only be able to return a guilty or not guilty verdict in relation to the charge of murder and attempted murder.
On that topic of attempted murder, Justice Beale said the alleged conduct must have been more than merely preparatory, immediately and not remotely connected with Ian Wilkinson's illness, and there must have been an intention to kill.
Justice Beale said it was not in dispute that Ian came very close to dying, and that Erin's conduct in serving him a poisoned beef Wellington was more than merely preparatory and not remotely connected to causing his illness. He added that for an attempted murder charge, the intention, unlike murder, is nothing less than an intention to kill. Intent to cause really serious injury is not enough, he explained.
Justice Beale then turned to summarising the issues in the case and the related evidence. He said the first issue related to whether Erin had good reasons to not kill her lunch guests.
In a similar fashion to what he did last week, Justice Beale took the jury back to the evidence. He reminded them of the Facebook messages Erin sent her online friends about her in-laws in December 2022. As I'm sure our listeners remember, these messages included the phrases, "This family, I swear to f***ing God," and "At least I know they're a lost cause." Turning to the prosecution argument, Justice Beale said that Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers argued that sometimes the internal motivations for murders are only known to the murderer themselves. Using her words, he told the jury, "You don't have to know why a person does something in order to know they did it." On the other hand, Justice Beale said the defence questioned why Erin would want to kill her in-laws, given they were her children's only grandparents. He said they also questioned why Erin would commit murder when she was in a good place at the time in July 2023 and would have surely known that suspicion would fall on her as the cook of the meal.
Justice Beale said the second issue related to Erin's tendency to forage for mushrooms, referring the jury to the directions he gave them on this topic last week. He then moved on to the third issue related to why Erin cooked individual beef Wellingtons. He reminded the jury that Erin said she used a best-selling Recipe Tin Eats cookbook that called for a beef Wellington log.
But he told the jury that Erin testified that she deviated from this recipe because she could not find a beef tenderloin or a log in her local area. Turning to the arguments, he said the prosecution claimed that Erin cooked individual beef Wellingtons because it was critical for her to maintain control over the meal and to make sure she did not consume a serve laced with death caps. He said the prosecution also questioned why she would deviate from a recipe she had never cooked before. He then flagged that the defence did not discuss this topic in its closing address.
Justice Beale then turned to the fourth issue related to whether Erin served the lunch on different coloured plates. He once again returned to Ian Wilkinson's evidence about the coloured plates, where Ian told the jury that the guests ate from larger grey plates, while Erin herself ate from a smaller orange tan plate.
Justice Beale said the prosecution argued that Ian was a compelling and reliable witness who had no doubt about what he had seen. He said the prosecution also argued that Heather backed up Ian's claim when she told Simon that she remembered Erin serving the meal on different coloured plates. On the other hand, Justice Beale said that the defence argued that it would have been smarter for Erin, if she was planning to commit a murder, to mark the pastry of the non-poisonous beef Wellington before putting them all in the oven. Justice Beale added that the defence also said that on her evidence, Erin didn't own any grey plates, and also said she didn't own a matching set of plates.
Justice Beale then spoke about the fifth issue related to whether Erin allocated the plates.
He said the prosecution argued that she allocated her own plate by picking it up and carrying it to the table on Ian's evidence, but the defence argued that without being told, Gail and Heather picked up 2 plates each and carried them to the table, in accordance with Erin's testimony.
He said the sixth and final issue related to whether Erin engaged in incriminating conduct, referring the jury to the directions he gave them on this topic last week. Soon after, Justice Beale moved on to the final topic of his charge, the verdict. He told the jurors their decision must be unanimous. He said all 12 jurors must agree on each of the 4 separate charges that Erin is guilty or not guilty. Justice Beale then said the jury will be sequestered to a hotel.
While you are sequestered, locked up, you'll deliberate Mondays to Saturdays here at the court in the privacy of the jury room. You will not deliberate on Sundays, but you'll still be sequestered. You don't get to go home on Sundays, I'm sorry.
Justice Beale explained that once they reach their verdicts, they can push a buzzer in the jury room, and all the parties, including the prosecution and defence, will be notified to return to court.
It was then time for the ballot. As our listeners will remember, there were 15 jurors at the start of the trial, then one got dismissed. So 14 jurors came into court today, but that was cut to 12 because in trials only 12 jurors decide the fate of the accused. Before the 2 jurors were balloted off, Justice Beale thanked them. Here's what he said.
Can I say a very warm thank you to those 2 people who will be balloted off. I don't know if you'll feel relieved or frustrated, but be assured you have made an important contribution to the administration of justice through your service.
As our listeners heard at the top of the episode, the Associate to Justice Beale then rose to his feet with that box with everyone's number inside before he called out for juror number 105 and number 106. These were 2 male jurors. They stood up, made their way out of the jury box, handed in their jury iPads, and then they were escorted out of the courtroom. The remainder of the jurors then took an oath or an affirmation to not discuss the case with anyone else. It was at this point that they retired to consider their verdicts. So the ballot took place at 1 p.m. Justice Beale told the jury that they had lunch waiting for them in the jury room. After that, the wait really began. 2 hours went by, and by the time it got to 4 p.m, no verdict had been reached. The jury were brought back into the courtroom where Justice Beale wished them a pleasant break tonight after a long day. The jurors all brought their luggage to court today, and after Justice Beale bid them farewell, they would have been bussed to the local hotel where they're staying at and will spend the night together, but he gave them very strict instructions that they should not be deliberating or discussing the case while they're at the hotel. Those discussions are meant for the jury room. They will return to court tomorrow before 10:30 a.m. to recommence their deliberations.
So now it's really just a waiting game, isn't it, Laura?
It really is. We have no idea how long it will take this jury to reach their verdicts.
And while we wait, we will flag that we don't know when our next episode will be, so make sure you follow the show wherever you are listening to the podcast.
A trial like this sometimes seems like a competition. Naturally, one side against another. Like we're competing against each other, like a boxing match or a football match or netball, or whatever it is. The truth is more like the high jump. More like the high jump. This is important. Only the prosecution has to get over the bar. Defence doesn't have to do anything. Defence doesn't have to jump any bar. Erin Patterson doesn't have to jump any bar at all. The prosecution has to clear the bar. And that's the highest bar known to the law. And that's where you are now.
To stick with Colin Mandy's sporting analogies, it was the final siren on the defence's argument on the innocence of Erin Patterson today. Her barrister talked to the jury for the whole day, telling them that probably and maybe are not enough to convict his client.
You are at innocent with Erin Patterson. That's your starting point. The starting point is innocence. She is presumed innocent of these charges. She doesn't have to prove her innocence to you because she is innocent, and it is for the prosecution to disprove her account of accidental poisoning beyond reasonable doubt before you can move from that position, before you can find her guilty of anything.
He talked about her testimony, Asian grocers, Erin's phones, and what he said were ridiculous propositions put forward by the prosecution. It was a big day and we'll break it all down for you. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 35 of Erin Patterson's murder trial and I'm here with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
After 3 days, we've arrived at the end of Mr. Mandy's closing address.
Yes, we have.
So the jurors are done hearing from witnesses, they're done hearing from barristers, and next week, in the 9th week of this trial, they'll hear from Justice Christopher Beale. But more about that later. Today, Mr. Mandy picked up where he left off yesterday with the day after the lunch.
Yes, he started with the evidence that Erin was drinking coffee on July 30, and that's the day after that deadly meal.
This evidence came from Erin's son, who told an investigator that that morning when he woke up and came into the kitchen, he saw his mum drinking coffee. But when she was giving evidence, Erin said that she was actually drinking tea. Mr. Mandy said today, though, that it was perfectly reasonable for him to assume she was drinking coffee that morning, considering most days he would wake up to see her doing that.
Now moving on to Erin driving her son to a flying lesson that afternoon. Mr. Mandy told the jury the prosecution's case was that Erin was faking being ill, but he disputed this, saying, why would she go on this journey if she was faking being unwell? She would go to bed.
Our listeners may remember that it was on this journey to Tyab that Erin said she had to pull over on the side of the road to go to the toilet in a bush because she was experiencing diarrhoea. She said when they later stopped at a service station, she went into the toilet to dispose of the tissues she had used to clean herself up. CCTV footage shows that she only spent 9 seconds in the toilet. In its closing address earlier this week, the prosecution argued that if Erin really did have diarrhoea that day, she would have spent more time in there, at the very least, to wash her hands. But today Mr. Mandy made a point of saying that the prosecution didn't even ask her in cross-examination what she was doing in those 9 seconds while she was in the toilet.
Now moving on to Erin leaving Leongatha Hospital after 5 minutes on July 31. Mr. Mandy said she left because she was not prepared for what she walked into. These are his words, but not his voice.
An extremely intensive 5-minute interaction where she was told that she would be admitted and transferred to a different hospital in Melbourne. Dr. Foote told her that that's what needed to happen. So she was not refusing treatment, she was saying there were things she needed to do before she could be admitted and transferred. She had diarrhoea, she was dehydrated, but she was still functioning, and she was plainly struggling to process what she was being told, and her mind turned to the practical considerations.
Mr. Mandy then took the jury to Erin's second presentation to hospital about an hour and a half later. He reiterated again that on the prosecution case, Erin was faking illness. But he said his client was reluctant to receive treatment that day because of her history of hating hospitals and discharging herself against medical advice. He told the jury that what she did that day was actually not consistent at all with what a person faking illness would do. In another theatrical moment from Mr. Mandy, he raised his arms and said the following.
The allegation is that she was reluctant to be admitted, to be hooked up to medications because she was pretending to be sick. But that's a contradictory argument. Can't possibly make sense. If you're pretending to be sick, you've got to be saying to the medical staff, hook me up, pump me full of drugs, I am very, very sick, please.
Now moving on to the Asian grocer, Mr. Mandy said it would have been remarkable if Erin gave everyone the exact same account as to what happened.
The jury has previously heard that in the week after the lunch, There was a medical investigation, a health investigation, a child protection investigation, and a police investigation, all underway at the same time. Mr. Mandy explained that there were many people asking Erin many questions about where the mushrooms in the beef Wellingtons had come from. In a previous episode, we ran through all the varying accounts Erin gave about the location of the Asian grocer. Today, Mr. Mandy explained why those accounts did vary.
Imagine that. If they all agreed exactly that she used the same words and said exactly the same things, it would be firstly totally unrealistic, and the prosecution would probably argue, in those circumstances, that it was very suspicious that someone had such a well-scripted account of what was going on.
Mr. Mandy then reminded the jury that during the Department of Health's investigation, an environmental health officer was never asked to check any Asian grocers in Glen Waverley. This was despite Senior Public Health Advisor Sally Ann Atkinson telling the court that she remembered telling this employee to check that suburb. Mr. Mandy said today that one of these two witnesses must have been honestly mistaken.
Mr. Mandy then went on to speak about phone A and phone B. As another reminder for our listeners, phone A was Erin's usual phone, which the prosecution alleged she concealed from police, while phone B was the dummy phone it alleges she set up to hand to police.
But Mr. Mandy questioned today why Erin would go to the effort of setting up phone B just to hand it to police as a dummy phone. He said as soon as investigators looked at the phone, they would have realised it was not her usual phone. He reminded the jury of her evidence that she set up phone B because phone A was damaged and she wanted to change devices. This is what he said about the allegation from the prosecution that Erin concealed phone A.
If the intent was to conceal the existence of phone A, why continue using it? Better yet, why not get rid of it at a much earlier stage? She had the opportunity to dispose of it after she got home from hospital. Why not take it to the tip? If she had planned the cold, calculated murders that the Crown says she committed, deliberate murders the Crown says she's planning at least from 28 April, and had incriminating searches on her phone, this would have been part of the plan, surely. It would have been destroyed.
He said the fact Erin continued to use phone A after the lunch was more consistent with her account, telling the jury that the prosecution were only alleging she concealed phone A to explain why certain evidence in the case did not exist. He did admit that factory resetting phone B was a stupid thing that his client did, but he said it remained consistent with her panicked state of mind.
His Honour will direct you, as a matter of law, that the law recognises that there might be all sorts of reasons why a person engages in conduct that to everyone else in the outside world may make them look guilty. There are all sorts of reasons why an innocent person can engage in that type of conduct, like dumping the dehydrator and lying, and you now have those reasons. Erin got into the witness box and told you she did those things because she panicked when confronted with the terrible possibility, terrible realisation, that her actions had caused the illnesses of people that she loved. It doesn't excuse what she did, not making an excuse about it. You can't jump from there to what the Crown wants you to conclude from those items of evidence.
Mr. Mandy then turned to discussing Erin as a witness. He reiterated that she did not have to give evidence.
She subjected herself to lengthy cross-examination and our submission to you, and you would probably agree, that the way she answered questions was careful, even pedantic. And you might think that's a very sensible way of approaching things if you are going to be cross-examined for 6 days. It is difficult to imagine a situation where you would be placing yourself under such an incredible amount of scrutiny. But she still made the decision. She didn't have to do that, and when she chose to do it, she made that decision as an innocent person, because that's what she is right now, and has been throughout the trial, presumed innocent of all the charges.
Mr. Mandy said she told the truth, even when it was deeply embarrassing, and had to admit she told lies. He declared that his client came out of the extensive cross-examination unscathed.
Her account remained coherent and consistent day after day, even when challenged rapid-fire from multiple angles, repeatedly. So the significance of her evidence is this, that His Honour will give you a direction of law about the conclusions that you might reach from Erin giving evidence. First, if you think her evidence was true, you must find her not guilty of all of the charges. Second, if you're not sure whether her evidence was true, but think it might be, then you will have a reasonable doubt on the prosecution's case and you would find her not guilty of all the charges. Third, if that's not enough, that you prefer the prosecution case to her evidence, balancing those two things, prosecution a little bit better than Erin, that's not sufficient, because that would be finding that the prosecution case is preferable to the defence case. And it's not a question in this case, I'll come back to this in a minute, not a question of balancing two things.
It was at this point that Mr. Mandy took the jury to the convoluted and ridiculous propositions he said were made by the prosecution that we flagged at the top of the episode. He said that there were at least 4, telling the jury that it was ridiculous that Erin would commit murder without any motive to do so, ridiculous that she would use cancer as a lie to get her guests to attend her lunch, ridiculous that she expected the guests to take her secrets about her medical issues to the grave with them, and ridiculous that she would push ahead with her plan despite knowing she would be in the spotlight as the cook. He then borrowed a metaphor used by Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers in her closing address earlier this week. She referred to the case as a jigsaw puzzle that they must piece together. But Mr. Mandy said today, to force the evidence to fit the image on the puzzle box was like working backwards from a place of assumed guilt.
You can't force jigsaw puzzle pieces together. When puzzle pieces don't fit naturally, when you are making the picture, you've got the wrong picture, the wrong piece in the wrong spot. It is not fitting naturally into that gap.
As he approached the end of his closing address, he told the jurors they could not decide the case by asking themselves whose case is better.
It was at this point that he mentioned the sporting analogy you heard at the top of the episode. He spoke to the jury about the legal principles our criminal justice system relies on, including the standard of proof, beyond reasonable doubt. He said these principles of a criminal trial were like the golden rules, which protect us all from being wrongfully convicted. He then launched into his final statement to the jury.
If you think that it's possible that Erin deliberately poisoned the meal, you must find her not guilty. If you think that maybe Erin deliberately poisoned the meal, you must find her not guilty. If you think that she probably deliberately poisoned the meal, you must find her not guilty. If you think that it's possible that she intended to kill or cause really serious injury to Don or Gail or Heather, you must find her not guilty. If you think maybe she intended those things, you must find her not guilty. If you think probably she intended those things, you must find her not guilty. And if you think that it's possible Erin intended to kill Ian, you have to find her not guilty. Maybe she intended to kill Ian, not guilty. Probably not guilty. If you think at the end of your deliberations, taking into account the arguments that we've made, that it is a possibility that this was an accident, a reasonable possibility, you must find her not guilty. And if you think that it is a reasonable possibility that her evidence was true, you must find her not guilty. And our submission to you is the prosecution can't get over that high bar of beyond reasonable doubt.
And with that, Mr. Mandy was done. So after 8 weeks and more than 50 witnesses, the jury has now been sent out to rest before Justice Bill delivers his charge.
And you mentioned the word rest there, Brooke, and that's because the jury have a long weekend. They won't be required to come back until early next week. So Justice Bill told them to actually think about it like a second Easter. I think they were very relieved to have some time off before they begin their deliberations next week.
You're right about that, Laura, but in the meantime, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more.
Now, you'll be pleased to know I've got 3 final questions. I suggest that you deliberately sourced death cap mushrooms in 2023. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
I suggest you deliberately included them in the beef Wellingtons you served to Don Patterson, Gail Patterson, Ian Wilkinson and Heather Wilkinson. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
And you did so intending to kill them. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
It's been a long stint on the stand for Erin Patterson, but after another day of cross-examination by Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers, the accused mushroom cook murderer ended her testimony. It was a day where the Crown tried to tie up loose ends, quizzing Erin on leftovers, phones, and her actions after that deadly lunch. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 31 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I'm here with court reporter Laura Placella. Hi, Laura.
Hey, Brooke. We've made it. We've made it to the end of Erin's testimony. She has been in the witness box over 8 days, and today was her 5th day of cross-examination. As our listeners heard at the top of the episode, 3 final questions were put to Erin before Dr. Rogers said she was done with her cross-examination. And I think today was the last time we'll hear Dr. Rogers ask the immortal question, agree or disagree?
Yes, I think you're right, Laura. I think it's also going to be the last time that we hear Dr. Rogers asking correct or incorrect too. Once again, several topics were covered in court today, so let's start with the dehydrating of mushrooms. Dr. Rogers asked Erin about her evidence from yesterday that she dehydrated the dried mushrooms she purchased from the Asian grocer because they appeared rubbery.
Erin confirmed that she never told Senior Public Health Advisor Sally Ann Atkinson that she dehydrated the dried mushrooms, and she also agreed that she didn't mention it in her evidence in chief that was led by her defence barrister, Colin Mandy. Dr. Rogers accused Erin of lying about dehydrating these dried mushrooms. Here's what was said in court. The exchange has been voiced by actors.
I suggest this is another lie that you've made up on the spot.
Incorrect.
I suggest that you're hedging your bets, trying to make it sound like there are multiple possible sources for the death cap mushrooms.
Incorrect.
Dr. Rogers then took Erin to her testimony that she was drinking herbal tea on the morning of July 30, and this is the day after the deadly lunch.
Erin's son told an investigator in his pre-recorded evidence that he remembered his mum drinking coffee that morning. But Erin said her son would have seen her drinking coffee in the morning for 99% of his life, so she said he would assume she was doing the same on July 30. Dr. Rogers put to Erin that she would not be drinking coffee if she was experiencing diarrhoea. Erin agreed with that comment, but reiterated that she was drinking tea that morning.
Yes, Erin's bowel movements were once again mentioned in court today.
Told the court last week that she pulled over on the side of the South Gippsland Highway on her way to Tayab with her children because she needed to go to the toilet. She said she went to the toilet in the bushes, cleaned herself up with some tissues before they hit the road again. But in his pre-recorded evidence, Erin's son made no mention of them needing to pull over for her to go to the toilet. Dr. Rogers accused Erin today of lying about this. But Erin denied this.
On to the next topic. Dr. Rogers returned to the issue of the leftovers Erin said she fed her children on the Sunday night after the lunch.
And this series of questions also touched upon what Erin ate that evening. In the pre-recorded evidence of Erin's daughter, she said that her mum had prepared a plate of leftovers for herself, but wasn't very hungry, so her brother ate their mum's portion. In her brother's pre-recorded evidence, he also said that their mum had plated up a portion of leftovers for herself. But today, Erin disputed both of her children's recollections. Here's what she was asked.
And do you say that your daughter is wrong about what you prepared yourself for dinner on Sunday night?
She is.
The exchange continued.
Do you say that your son is incorrect about what you prepared yourself for dinner on the Sunday night?
Yes, he is.
Dr. Rogers then took Erin to her evidence in chief where she told the jury she had a conversation with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, and her children while they were all at Monash Medical Centre about dehydrating mushrooms and hiding them in muffins.
As our listeners may remember, Erin claimed that after the children left the room, Simon turned to her and accused her of poisoning his parents with her dehydrator. She said he asked her, "Is that what you used to poison my parents?" In his evidence, Simon denied ever saying this to Erin. Dr. Rogers accused Erin of lying about this question from Simon to disguise why she went to the Coonawarra tip the next day to dump her dehydrator. She denied that she lied about this.
Dr. Rogers also asked Erin about her devices, dubbed Phone A, which was never located by police, phone B, which Erin handed to police during the search warrant of her home on August 5, and phone C, which is a Nokia she continued to use after the search. Laura, let's start with phone A. What did the jury hear about it today?
So we're going to try and step our listeners through all of these phones slowly. So I'm glad we're breaking it down and focusing on each phone individually. So focusing on phone A, this was a phone that Erin bought in February 2023. So by the time of the lunch, it was about 6 months old. She confirmed she was using her usual SIM card, ending in 783, in this phone. Today, Dr. Rogers asked her if she was using this SIM card right up until August 14, and Erin actually said that she still thinks that SIM card is connected to this day. Dr. Rogers then put a series of accusations to Erin.
I suggest that you use this phone to research death cap mushrooms. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
I suggest you also used phone A to look up iNaturalist in 2023. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
And I have already put this to you previously, but I just want to make clear that I suggest you saw the post by Tom May on 21st of May 2023 on this phone.
Disagree.
Phone A?
Disagree.
And that's how you saw the post by Christine McKenzie that she'd posted on 18th of April 2023.
I didn't see that post.
You didn't use that phone to do that?
I didn't see the post is what I said.
Phone A was not recovered by police on 5th of August. Agreed?
Agree.
I suggest it's because you deliberately concealed this phone from police. Agree or disagree?
Disagree. After these questions, Dr. Rogers took Erin back to her evidence in chief when she said that phone A was not cutting it anymore by early August because the screen was damaged. But Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin today that there was actually nothing wrong with phone A at all, and this was another lie. Erin disagreed. She was then shown dozens of pages of phone records that have previously been shown to the jury. Erin confirmed that on August 4, the phone records appeared to suggest that she was continuing to use her SIM card in this phone. Dr. Rogers then took Erin to August 5, the day the search warrant was executed at her house. It was at this point that phone C entered the conversation. Dr. Rogers accused Erin of moving her SIM card from phone A into phone C, that being the Nokia, when she was privately calling a lawyer as police searched her house. But Erin denied this accusation. The jury has previously heard that after the search of Erin's house, she was taken to Wonthaggi police station for her record of interview. After that had taken place, Erin was returned home by the police and given a property seizure record. She told the court that when she read this record, she realised that phone A and phone C had not been seized by police. Erin had claimed that phone A was left on a windowsill in her lounge room, untouched by police. But Dr. Rogers suggested that claim was nonsense. Erin disagreed with her. So she said it was at that point that she moved the SIM card from phone A to phone C, keeping in mind that she said phone A was damaged and she wanted to use a new phone.
Thanks, Laura, for that explanation. Let's now move on to phone B.
All right, round 2. So with phone B, as you said, Brooke, this was the phone that Erin handed to police at the end of the search, before she was taken to the police station for her record of interview. As I just said, it was during this week that Erin said she wanted to set up a new phone. But Erin told the jury last week that she not only wanted to switch from phone A to phone B because of the damaged screen, but she also wanted to change her phone number after Simon made that accusation that she had poisoned his parents. The SIM card ending in 783 was her usual phone number, but she said she set up phone B with another SIM card ending in 835. But Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin today that the real reason she handed phone B to police was not because it was the phone she was beginning to use, but because she knew there was no data on the device. But Erin disagreed, telling the court that since this was the phone she was starting to use, it was the phone she felt she should give the police.
And the factory resets of phone B were also touched upon, weren't they?
Yes, they were, and we have spoken a lot about them previously, but she confirmed again today that she did conduct 2 factory resets on August 5 and August 6. having previously explained that she panicked during the search and didn't want police to find any photos on this device of mushrooms or her dehydrator. But Dr. Rogers suggested Erin factory reset the phone for another reason. Here's what Erin was asked.
I suggest that you did 3 factory resets of this phone, phone B, after the lunch on 29th of July 2023.
Agree.
I suggest you did that to conceal the true contents of phone B. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
I suggest that you did this so you could then pass off phone B as your usual mobile phone without police realising. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
So to summarise, Laura, is it right to say that the prosecution are accusing Erin of concealing her real phone, phone A, from police after using it to research death caps and look up iNaturalist?
Yes, that's their case.
And they're also accusing her of then giving police phone B because she knew there would be no data on the device.
That's right.
Great. I'm sure that's not the last time that we will hear about phone A and phone B. But now let's move on.
By this stage, Dr. Rogers had come to the end of her cross-examination, and she had those final 3 questions for Erin that we heard at the top of the episode. After the final disagree from Erin, Dr. Rogers told the court she had no further questions, and she sat back down in her seat.
After a short break, Mr. Mandy started his re-examination of Erin.
And he started off by asking her about the Enrich Clinic. Erin last week told the court that she had an appointment at this clinic to explore gastric bypass surgery on September 13, 2023. This week, the jury heard that this clinic does not offer and has never offered gastric bypass surgery. Erin accepted that that was the case, but today Mr. Mandy wanted to clarify something with her. Erin explained that at the time she made the booking in 2023, she was of the understanding that the Enrich Clinic offered gastric bypass surgery or liposuction. She said that her understanding was they could discuss her needs and what would be the procedure that best suited her. But Erin conceded she must have been mistaken about the clinic offering gastric bypass surgery. The jury was shown a text message that confirmed she did have an appointment on September 13 at the clinic, but as we previously heard, Erin cancelled that appointment 2 days earlier.
Mr. Mandy then asked Erin why she prepared a 6 beef Wellington for that lunch on July 29.
Dr. Rogers had previously accused Erin of preparing this beef Wellington for Simon if he turned up to the lunch. But Erin confirmed that after she bought 5 twin packs of eye fillets and put 2 of those twin packs in the fridge, she decided to use the remaining 6 steaks for her beef Wellington. She said she had enough ingredients to make 6, and she thought she could eat the last one another day.
After briefly covering several more topics, Mr. Mandy announced he had no further questions for Erin.
Justice Christopher Beale then asked Mr. Mandy, "Does that close your case?" And Mr. Mandy replied, "It does, Your Honour." With that, he sat back down and Justice Beale then turned to the jury. He then reiterated to them that they wouldn't be required for a little while because he would be having legal discussions with the prosecution and the defence before the closing addresses could commence. Justice Beale told them that these discussions would commence this afternoon, so he told them that they could go home.
So the jury won't be coming in tomorrow, but rest assured we do have a little something for you. But for now, to stay updated on the case, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more.
I guess, from my point of view, Erin was being extremely aggressive. So I thought a mediator would probably help us communicate about it, but I felt like I'd learned enough and still needed some more information and detail, which I thought Erin probably would be able to provide that to me and we'd be able to sort it out together.
What you've just heard is Simon Patterson on the second day of his testimony in the trial of Erin Patterson. It's his words, but not his voice. On the last day of the first week, he told the court in detail of arguments about family and finances. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Laura, we've just wrapped up on day 4 of Erin Patterson's murder trial.
Yes, we're nearly there for the week. One more podcast episode to go.
Let's do it. Simon took to the stand today and continued his evidence from yesterday, where he was being questioned by Colin Mandy. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Colin Mandy is Erin's defence barrister, and what our listeners heard at the top of the episode was some of Simon's testimony from today.
To give context to that quote, Simon texted Erin about her request to meet with Don and Gail about how one of their children was coping and child support issues. In court, Simon said Erin became extremely aggressive, so he suggested to get a mediator to help the pair communicate about certain matters.
And that exchange was in about November 2022, so around the time these child support issues started cropping up.
And the jury saw other text messages in court today between Simon and Erin, is that right?
One of these exchanges related to Gail's 70th birthday party, and this was in about October 2022. In the exchange, Simon and Erin were texting about Gail's 70th birthday that was going to be held at a local pub. But Erin didn't believe she had been invited to this event, and she claimed that she felt like her invite was an afterthought. She tells Simon in this message, "What I reckon is that everybody forgot to actually invite me to this thing, and I feel very, very hurt about that."
And Simon replied to this text and said, "You're as far off the mark as you possibly could be on this. I get you're mad at me and I get why. At this point, I would ask you to consider Mum and her feelings as she turns 70 tomorrow and it's really important to her." So I think that just goes to show the tense exchange between Erin and Simon at this point in time.
And a few hours later, Erin did say to Simon she would attend the lunch after all, and she apologised for how she was reacting. She said she was feeling very hurt at the time and she lashed out, but said it was no excuse and she would like not to do that again.
The jury also saw a video play at the very start of the hearing today.
Yes, it was the first video the jury have actually been shown.
So it was a short video of Don Patterson and his grandson doing a science experiment with a small toy rocket car outside. Smoke could be seen coming from this tiny car, but it did not move. Now, in the background of the video, the jury could hear Gail Patterson's voice, and she said, "It's working, but why isn't it going?"
And her comment actually got a few laughs from the courtroom as well. This video was taken on July 17, so about 12 days before that fateful lunch, and demonstrated the relationship Don had with his grandson.
Since we've touched on the lunch, it was also mentioned in today's hearings.
In cross-examination, Simon was asked about the aftermath of the lunch, especially around the conversations he had with people like his father and Erin while they were in hospital. Mr. Mandy asked Simon today whether Erin was updated on how sick Simon's parents had become once they were admitted in hospital. Simon paused after he was asked this question and then responded, saying, "It intrigued me that she never even asked." Mr. Mandy then pushed a little further, asking Simon to answer the question, to which he conceded he had never updated Erin on their conditions.
And now 2 days after the lunch, Erin messaged Simon from the hospital and said that she was upset that they were talking of transferring her to Dandenong Hospital. Now, keep in mind, at this point in time, Erin was at Leongatha Hospital.
And just to remind our listeners, Erin had gone to Leongatha Hospital on the Monday. The doctors there realised that she was the 5th person at this lunch and told her that they were worried for her health, given the other guests had arrived and were starting to show signs of death cap mushroom poisoning. At the time, Erin said she was not prepared to stay at hospital and really wanted to leave.
Ultimately, Erin stayed in hospital, but later that day she messaged Simon and she said that she had stomach pains.
She did, and she described some of the drugs they were beginning to give her at hospital. And I'm definitely going to butcher the pronunciation here, but I think it's ondansetron.
I think it's odestatron.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe that's not right either.
No, I think you're more correct than I am. But she was also given saline and fentanyl.
Ultimately, Erin discharged herself against medical advice. Okay, now let's go back in time and touch on Erin's medical history.
Simon was asked today a number of questions about this topic. Mr. Mandy put to Simon that Erin often complained about medical issues over the years and that she believed she was unwell for various reasons. Some of the things Simon touched upon was heart arrhythmia that affected Erin's sleeping. He also mentioned that she suffered from postnatal depression after the birth of their son.
Simon also said that Erin hated hospitals and she had a history of leaving them before she actually could. We touched upon yesterday about Erin lying about having ovarian cancer, and cancer was also mentioned today. What did Simon have to say about that? Did he actually know that Erin had put this out there to his family?
He told the court that Erin had never told him she was concerned about having ovarian cancer. Simon then recounted a conversation he had with his father, Don, while he was in hospital following the lunch. It was at this lunch that the prosecution says Erin told the guests that she had ovarian cancer, that she had been diagnosed after a lump was tested on her elbow. Simon said that he came out of that conversation with his father believing that Erin had cancer, or at least she had told the lunch guests that that was the case. So we would love to bring you more of the evidence today, but on Friday afternoons, the court won't be sitting. So at about 1 o'clock, the jury are allowed to go home and start their weekends before they return on Monday to continue hearing evidence.
So today was really a short day, Laura.
A very short day. At the end of court today, Justice Christopher Beale, the judge presiding over this trial, he turned to the jurors and just reminded them that they might see friends and family this weekend that know they're sitting on the trial, but they really shouldn't be talking about it. He really encouraged them to switch off from the case on the weekends and said the best way for them to prepare for the next week of evidence was to have a good weekend so they could come back refreshed.
But before we switch off, we're going to hear from veteran crime reporter Anthony Dowsley. He's been with the Mushroom Cook team the entire time, and he has a few words to say.
This has been an extraordinary week, and while you're switching off, I think I'll be switching on.
Anthony will be with us for a special subscriber episode on Sunday morning. So if you're a Crime X subscriber, you'll see that in your podcast feed. If you're a website subscriber, go to the app and you'll be able to listen to it there. At the end of week 3, more experts took to the stand, and one of the stars of the day was the dehydrator, a dehydrator that Erin Patterson lied about dumping at a local tip. Put simply, Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers asked whether the DNA fingerprint of a death cap mushroom had been found in debris taken from this dehydrator.
The results of the testing, using the various tests that were available to you, including the genome sequencing and the barcode sequencing, indicate the presence of Amanita phalloides DNA in the item set out in this table.
That's correct, in samples 4 and 7 of the dehydrator.
It was a day of technical evidence, but we're here to take you through it. I'm Brooke Grievett-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Day 13 of Erin Patterson's murder trial is done, and I'm back with court reporter Laura Placella. Hi, Laura.
Hey, Brooke.
It was a short day, wasn't it?
It sure was. As we've mentioned before, court on Friday finishes at 1 p.m, so everyone gets to go home early.
So this will be a shorter episode, but rest assured we'll have a subscriber episode that will go live on Sunday, so stay tuned for that one. Now, let's move on to what we heard today. At the top of the episode, you heard an exchange between Dr. David Lovelock from Agriculture Victoria and Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers, and they were talking about the dumped dehydrator. Their words, but not their voices.
And just to remind our listeners, this is the dehydrator that Erin has admitted to dumping on August 2. So this is about 4 days after the lunch. We heard from witness Darren Canty a few days ago, who manages the tip. He told the court that he received a call from police around August 4, making some inquiries about this dehydrator. One of Mr. Canty's employees searched the bin at the tip, found the dehydrator, and then that was later seized by police. After police took hold of the dehydrator, they have taken samples from it, and then these samples have been sent off for testing.
Some of that testing was carried out by Dr. Lovelock. And Laura, can you explain to the listeners who he is and what he does?
So as you mentioned, Brooke, he's from Agriculture Victoria and he's a diagnostician. He received the samples from the dehydrator on August 11 and he ran a series of tests with people from his team. The court heard today that he examined 7 test tubes, which were each filled with samples from the dehydrator. He was asked about the results of these tests that were conducted and he said that 2 of the 7 test tubes came back positive for Amanita phalloides, which is of course death cap mushrooms.
The jury also heard that he examined other things relating to the meal, including leftover beef Wellington, a jug of gravy and a fruit platter.
And this marked another chapter in the journey of the leftovers. To remind everyone, the leftovers have gone from Erin's bin at her home, to Leongatha Hospital, to Monash Medical Centre, to the Royal Botanic Gardens office, to the home of mycologist Camille Trung, and then at this point we hear they've arrived at Dr. Lovelock's lab, most likely at Agriculture Victoria.
Yes, they've definitely made their way around the state.
And I failed to mention that at some point they've then gone to the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine by the end of August. So we'll wait to see if there's any other stops these leftovers make along the way. But for now, the court are hearing that they are at Dr. Lovelock's lab on August 2. He told the court that 2 samples of these leftovers were tested and neither came back positive for death cap mushrooms.
But he did say that he found white butter mushrooms and beef.
That's correct, but he didn't just test the leftovers and the debris from the dehydrator. As you said earlier, Brooke, a jug of gravy and a fruit platter also made their way to his lab. He said that he didn't need to run any tests on the fruit platter after observing it himself, but the jug of gravy was examined and no traces of death cap mushrooms were found.
Laura, you said earlier by August 29, the leftovers had made their way to the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine. One of the forensic toxicologists who works there returned to the witness box today.
That's right. It was Dimitri Girostamoulis. He was back in court today for cross-examination. And he was asked a series of questions by defence barrister Colin Mandy about the test results that came back of all of the samples taken from the lunch guests, as well as Erin and her children. Our listeners may remember that yesterday, Dr. Girostamoulis was asked a number of questions around the amatoxins present in these samples. Specifically, these are death cap amatoxins called alpha-amanitin and beta-amanitin.
And what did he say about Don Patterson's samples?
He told the court again today that Don's samples came back positive for both alpha-amanitin and beta-amanitin.
And that was in his urine, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
And what did he say about the others then?
So he made a point today of explaining to the jury that amatoxins are less detectable in blood samples than they are in urine samples. The court heard that there was no urine sample from Gail Patterson, so the test had to be run against her blood. And it was for this reason, he explained, the results came back showing no presence for either alpha-amanitin or beta-amanitin.
Mr. Mandy suggested to him that a person's ability to recover from the ingestion of poisonous mushrooms would depend on several factors. What did he say about that?
Yes, Dr. Girostamoulis agreed with Mr. Mandy that a person's general health, their age, their weight, and even their toxic response could weigh into how they would recover from the ingestion of poisonous mushrooms. He also agreed that the amount of mushrooms consumed and even the concentration of the toxins within the meal could play a role in their potential recovery. After he gave these answers in cross-examination, Crown Prosecutor Sarah Lenthal had a question for him in re-examination. The first time she asked this question, Mr. Mandy actually objected and the jury left the room. But later in the course of proceedings, Mr. Mandy said he would withdraw his objection and the question was asked to Dr. Girostamoulis. This is the exchange between Ms. Lenthal and the witness. These are their words, it's not their voices.
If 2 adults with no serious pre-existing health conditions consume the same amount of the same meal, which contain death cap mushrooms, and one person dies, what would you expect the health outcomes to be for the person who did not die?
Yes,
there would be likely that there would be some adverse outcomes for that person who survived, the severity of which may vary depending on some of the factors that I've previously spoken about today. But we have had examples where two people have consumed the same meal, and more recently, this happened last year here in Victoria, where one person passed away and the other one was significantly ill for a period of time and ended up in ICU. So it is possible, but it will depend on how much is eaten, the person's response to that amount of toxin as well.
And that was the end of his evidence. Thanks so much, Laura, for pronouncing Dimitri's surname for me. It was a bit of a hard one.
All good.
And that also brings us to the end of today's show.
See you next week, Brooke.
This is a Herald Sun production for True Crime Australia. It's presented and reported by me, Brooke Griebert-Craig, and Laura Placella. Reporting and presenting for our weekend subscriber-only shows by Anthony Dowsley. Interning for us is Jasmine Geddes. Our executive producer is Geordie Atkinson. The Mushroom Cook is produced, written and edited by Jonty Burton. It's been an action-packed week in the trial of Erin Patterson, and my colleague Anthony Dowsley is here to give his thoughts on what the jury heard. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Hi Dows, welcome back.
Thanks, Brooke. Good to be here. Another week, another big week of evidence.
Yeah, so we have just finished week 3 of Erin Patterson's murder trial here in Morwell.
We should start saying that Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to the murders of 3 people, being her husband's parents. They are Don and Gail Patterson, and also to the murder of Heather Wilkinson. The other person she's charged with crimes against is Ian Wilkinson and his alleged attempted murder. The prosecution states that in this case, Erin Patterson had an intent to kill, that she has foraged, that she has lied to police about that she has lied to police about a dehydrator that was dumped at the tip, and that she was never sick is the allegation, that she ate this meal but it was prepared so that she could eat off a particular plate and give her guests another plate with death cap mushrooms. The defence say that this has been a tragic accident, that yes, she did lie about owning and using a dehydrator, and yes, she did lie about foraging, but they say this is just a mistake, a tragic meal, and a tragic accident. That's up to the jury to decide whether this is an accident or murder.
So let's talk about what has happened this week. It's been quite colourful, I would say. Let's begin with a juror being discharged.
Well, there's a reason big trials have a jury of 15 members, when only 12 men and women can decide the fate of an accused. And we saw that come into effect on Thursday of this week, as one of the jurors was effectively dismissed. They had to exit stage right. They won't be determining this trial, and that leaves us with 2 spares. And we are probably safe to say we're at the halfway point or round the corner for home in this trial. It's likely to wind up close to, next week or the week afterwards. We're not sure yet. And, I mentioned earlier on in this podcast that there's a rule that jurors need to know. And that is, I referred to a movie called Fight Club. And whatever goes on in Fight Club stays in Fight Club. And jurors should know, and they were told, not to discuss this case with anybody else. And even though there's been no finding that a particular juror did talk outside of the jury room, there's a concern that he did. And Justice Christopher Beale, I think quite rightly, doesn't want any problems with his trial and this case, and he made the decision for him to leave the jury.
And Dow's, there's actually another rule for the jury club, for reporters really. We are not allowed to talk to jurors. So we don't know what exactly potentially this juror said, allegedly, to family and friends, and we won't be able to ask him or identify him as well.
So the likelihood is that no one will ever know why this jury member had to go. We've been led into the idea that there's been reports that they did discuss with family or friends some matters within this trial, and that's why they've gone. But there's been cases in the past this has emerged. It can happen for a number of reasons. Jurors can get sick and they basically have to get off this trial, which they've spent weeks on, because they're just not well enough to do it. Notably, in the Bruce Lerman case, there was a mistrial because a juror had been found to be doing their own research, which made national headlines. And, of course, talking with people outside of the jury pool or the jury itself is not allowed, and that is a reason that you should not be continuing on with making a verdict in particular when so much is at stake.
And if jurors break this rule, can they be charged?
It's a good question, Brooke. I know that you can be charged in some states for doing research and breaking the rules. In Victoria, I believe you can, but I've never heard of it happening. Because we never speak to jurors and we don't even really think about doing it, I don't even really remember the faces of the jurors that well. It's never been something I've ever read about. So it would be interesting to know whether this has ever been a charge that's been laid against anybody.
Let's move on now to the evidence that we heard this week. There was a lot of scientific evidence, is that right?
Yeah, they got toxicologists on the stand. We heard about death cap mushrooms and how toxic they are. We also heard about one of the central themes to this trial, which is family and family ties as well during the week. So all of these things that we've been hearing about before are all sort of re-emerging week to week as themes, as different witnesses asked about things that maybe Miss Patterson, Erin Patterson, told them, or what different medical staff and child protection workers and things like that had heard as this all happened back in July of 2023.
And the jury also heard about how toxic death cap mushrooms are. Dowles, can you talk about that evidence?
Brooke, I can tell you this, I will never eat a death cap mushroom after hearing what I heard in this trial. A forensic toxicologist named Dr. Dimitri Gerastimoulis, he gave them the technical names. The one I picked up on was they're known as amatoxins. There's different parts of it. It gets more technical, but I think the cut-through line is that you progressively get worse once you've eaten one. These toxins need to be removed from your system in very timely treatment. So to basically give our listeners an idea, once you've eaten a death cap mushroom, the clock is ticking. So you better get onto it very quickly with medical expertise because they are highly deadly.
And as we mentioned on The Daily Show, the jury were also given lessons on mushrooms, right, Dowles?
Well, the lessons were, apart from not wanting to ever ingest one of these things, the lesson was never eat one of these things. If you see something in the wild, especially under an oak tree, you should be very cautious. We learnt about spores, stripes, colours, and all sorts of different things that make up a death cap mushroom.
We also heard from a child protection worker this week. She gave evidence in regards to what Erin told her while Erin was in hospital, and they really touched more upon the relationship between Erin and Simon.
And this particular topic has been a theme throughout the trial. The marriage that turns into an on and off again separation, that turns into a permanent separation, and then that turns into a tax form that sends their relationship spiralling. And we're talking about a witness by the name of Katrina Cripps, who worked for Child Protection in July 2023 when this all happened. And she visited Erin Patterson in hospital and then again after she was released from hospital. And her story was the story that we've kind of heard before, that Erin Patterson had applied for child support because she was seeking family tax benefits. This is what she told Miss Cripps, according to her testimony, and that she said that there'd been a change in the relationship with Simon, and that she felt that he'd become nasty. And she also felt isolated from the family in more recent times. Ms. Cripps also testified that Erin Patterson told her that her estranged husband, Simon, was controlling and had become coercive in their relationship.
And Erin also told her more about the relationship that she had with Don and Gail.
Ms. Cripps said that Don and Gail, Simon's parents, that she'd cared and loved for them very much, but she also started to feel isolated from them after not being invited to family events, which has come up earlier in this trial. And just on Ms. Cripps' evidence, she testified that on August 2, so this is a few days after the lunch in Leongatha, and about a day after Erin Patterson was discharged from hospital, she told the court that Erin had searched her bank records to find a purchase relating to the Asian grocer, where she originally told the police and others that she had bought mushrooms. What did she say about that in her evidence?
Miss Cripps told the jury that she asked Erin whether she foraged mushrooms, and Erin did not reply and actually looked at her phone.
So she didn't answer her at all. And she couldn't find a record of purchasing anything from an Asian grocer.
We heard more about the dehydrator this week. A Kunwara tip worker took to the stand and gave evidence. The jury saw CCTV footage and also stills from that footage of a woman driving a car, getting out of her car and collecting something from her boot and then moving into a shed that was at the tip.
So this footage, CCTV taken from the tip, was on August 2, so that's about 4 days after the lunch. And we heard about this dehydrator in the opening address to the jury, and the defence has actually admitted that Erin lied to police about dumping her food dehydrator at the tip. She actually told them that that had not occurred and that she didn't own a dehydrator. So, in this footage, as you said, the woman exits the car, opens the boot, and she takes an item out and walks into this shed. And, we know that there was debris found, and from inside this dehydrator, tests were conducted, and they did find there were traces of death cap mushroom in it. And we also heard from a fungi specialist, as you said earlier, a mycologist, is that right?
A mycologist, that's correct.
And her name's Dr. Camille Truong?
Yes, Truong, I think.
Truong. And she was working for the Victorian Poisons Information Centre on July 31, and that's a couple of days after the lunch. And she told the court she was sent a photo by a doctor of the leftovers of the beef Wellington. Now, they are the leftovers that were found in the bin outside the Leongatha house on the premises there. Is that right?
That's right. These leftovers have definitely made a journey through different locations in this case.
And Brooke, there has been evidence about the leftovers and whether they were toxic or not.
Yeah, it's been a little bit confusing in court this week. We've heard from some witnesses that the leftovers of that meal that were given to the guests on July 29, 2023, didn't have death caps in them. But then on the other hand, we've also heard from other witnesses who said that they did. I think it's important to remember that different witnesses are giving evidence on their own expertise.
So the jury also heard from Professor Andrew Burston, and he's an intensive care specialist, and he had examined Erin's medical records and found no evidence that she'd ever been diagnosed with cancer. Now, if we take you back to the start of this trial, we were told by the prosecution that they were alleging that Erin Patterson had told her guests at the lunch that she had a cancer diagnosis, a particular form of cancer being ovarian cancer. The defence actually have a different take on this, though. They're saying that although she may have raised cancer, it was a conversation about suspected that she had cancer. So this will be something for the jury to make their minds up about.
And Dowles, broadly, when do you think the trial will end?
I think that as they're ripping through these prosecution witnesses, they're giving evidence in quick, concise fashion. We are likely to end up not running as long as we thought. It was projected that this trial would go for around maybe 6 weeks or 5 if it was quick. It might end up, well, the jury could be out before the end of the month to deliberate on this trial and deliver a verdict. So I think that as we get closer and closer to closings, the prosecution will have the first go and the defence will have the last bite at the cherry. But one thing might happen before we get to closing. The defence get the chance to call witnesses towards the end of the trial, after all the prosecution witnesses are said and done. And we don't know yet whether they will call Erin Patterson herself to give evidence about what happened. Brooke, is there any indication about when we might hear whether Erin might be called?
It's definitely up in the air at the moment. We haven't heard anything surrounding that just yet. But I was going to ask you, is it common for the accused to give evidence on the stand during their own trial?
Some of the most memorable trials that I've covered have involved the accused, the person sitting in the dock, getting into the witness box and giving evidence. I know that in the last trial that I did do some reporting on, Greg Lynn, who was accused of killing 2 people, gave evidence on his own behalf, and it was relatively succinct. There was the case of Jason Roberts, and he entered the witness box. And there was also the very famous case of Mick Gatto, and he was charged with killing Benji Venyman at a restaurant in Carlton, and he took the stand and gave evidence which may have been pivotal in him being acquitted. Now, the issue with calling a person accused of crimes to the witness box is not only do they give evidence, first of all, in their examination in chief, they call it, to the defence lawyer, most likely Colin Mandy, who would ask questions if it occurs, but then you open yourself up to cross-examination. And it is largely thought in the legal world that this is a very dangerous position to put yourself in, because you are then tangling with a very, very good questioner who will take you through a lot of evidence, and you don't want to tie yourself in knots. It's up to the prosecution to prove their case. In any case, the person accused of a crime does not have to prove a thing. So that is why it is rare to see people charged with crimes into the witness box.
Thanks, Dowles. In the days following the deadly mushroom lunch, passwords were put in place around hospitals and specialist divisions of Victoria Police were briefed. They knew the storm that was about to descend upon them.
3 people are dead and 1 man is fighting for his life this morning after a suspected mushroom poisoning.
Investigating a suspected mushroom poisoning incident in Victoria's
where the 4
east.
victims are from is a really small town, just 5,000 people.
In another day of his testimony, Stephen Eppingstall took to the stand to talk about dealing with the media, a Nokia phone, diet books, subway footage and Facebook messages. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 22 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and once again, I'm joined by my colleague, court reporter Laura Passola.
I can't believe we're nearing the end of week 5.
Yes, we are. So it was quite a bitsy day in court today. Detective leading Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall returned to the stand and gave evidence.
His cross-examination continued, and defence barrister Colin Mandy really took him through a number of topics, some of which we flagged at the top of the episode.
Let's start with the media coverage.
This was a topic Constable Eppingstall was asked about very early on today. Mr. Mandy asked him whether or not he agreed that there was significant media interest in this case from very early on in the investigation. He agreed, and he explained to the court that he briefed the Victoria Police media unit and holding lines were prepared. He also told the court that passwords were put in place at the hospitals where the guests were being treated. He said by August 5, a week after the lunch, the media were well and truly reporting on this case.
The jury heard that a media release was issued on August 6, confirming the homicide squad were investigating 3 deaths. Constable Eppingstall said a press conference was held on August 7 with Detective Inspector Dean Thomas. Mr. Mandy then asked him whether the media were camped outside Erin's property in Leongatha, including inside her property. And he replied, yes, they did go into her property.
But that's all that was really said about the media, and Mr. Mandy moved on to a different topic.
Yes, let's talk about the search warrant that was done at Erin's home on August 5. We touched on this in yesterday's episode, so Laura, can you tell us what more we heard about it in court today?
So Mr. Mandy really used this part of today's cross-examination to try to pick holes in the police investigation. The court heard today that Erin was not given any notice of the search warrant on August 5. Police arrived at her house, told her what the warrant was in connection to, and began their search. Mr. Mandy asked Constable Eppingstall about Erin's whereabouts during the search, and he said for the majority of the time she remained with him unless she needed to go to the bathroom when one of his female colleagues would take over. He told the court that Erin was allowed to retain her phone because she needed to make some arrangements in relation to her children. He also explained that at one point, Erin was given permission to contact a lawyer from a room at the front of her house with the door closed. Mr. Mandy asked whether or not this was for a period of 14 minutes, and Constable Eppingstall replied that it was his recollection that it was about 20 minutes.
He was then specifically asked questions about a Nokia phone. Constable Eppingstall said he had a conversation with Erin about that device during her record of interview. He confirmed it was not located and therefore not seized.
During this part of the cross-examination, Constable Eppingstall was asked about a number of devices and whether or not they were seized. He confirmed again today in court that another phone that has been referred to in this case, that has been called Phone A, was also never located by police. To refresh our listeners' memories, this is the phone that police say Erin used in the lead up to the lunch, with a SIM card that she had been using for a number of years. Constable Eppingstall told the court yesterday that phone records showed that this SIM card was taken out of Phone A on August 5 at 1:45 p.m, that is the time of the search warrant, and placed into another phone, that being a Nokia. It was at this point that Constable Eppingstall was taken to a photo that was captured during the search warrant by police. It was a photo of an ottoman in Erin's house that was covered in charging cords and what appeared to be devices. Mr. Mandy pointed to one of these devices on the ottoman and asked Constable Eppingstall, "Can I suggest that is Phone A in a case?" But Constable Eppingstall said he did not agree, saying that if that device was a phone, it would have been seized by police.
And just to summarise what Laura said, Phone A and the Nokia phone were both not located or seized by police.
Mr. Mandy had more questions for Constable Eppingstall about items not seized from Erin's home. He showed Constable Eppingstall a photo again taken during the search warrant from the study, which he also called the Lego room. Mr. Mandy claimed that 2 laptops could be seen in that photo, but Constable Eppingstall replied, "If they're laptops, this is the first I'm learning of these items," reiterating to Mr. Mandy that during the search, he was with Erin and was not looking for items himself, leaving that to his colleagues.
Now let's move on to Erin's bank records.
This was a very brief exchange, but Mr. Mandy quizzed Constable Eppingstall about how many months of Erin's bank records police had obtained. The court heard they had obtained records from July 1, 2023 through to August 4. Mr. Mandy asked Constable Eppingstall, "No other periods of time?" He replied, "No, and I can't explain why we didn't go back further." Some of her bank records were then shown to the court, specifically in relation to the trips she made to a BP in Caldermead and a donut van later that same day.
On the topic of records, Constable Eppingstall was questioned about the analysis of Erin's phone records conducted by digital forensics expert Dr. Matthew Sorrell.
I feel like it's been a while since we've spoken about Dr. Sorrell's evidence, and today we got back into the nitty-gritties of it. Earlier in the trial, Dr. Sorrell told the jury that he was provided years of call charge records from a phone belonging to Erin as well as about 20 days of what are called event-based monitoring records, or EBM for short. These EBM records provide very granular detail, he said. And today, Constable Eppingstall was asked why police only obtained 20 days of these records to give to Dr. Sorrell. And in response, Constable Eppingstall spoke quite a lot about how costly these records actually are to obtain. And he said to the jury, "To get EBMs for a year, we would be talking well into six figures, and my boss isn't real keen when I spend too much money." That comment from him definitely prompted some laughs from the courtroom, and he went on to say that the police have to be really selective and targeted when it comes to these EBM records.
The jury also found out how Constable Eppingstall found out about iNaturalist, and this was after a conversation with Dr. Tom May when they were just generally speaking about death cap mushrooms. Dr. May went on to tell him that he had actually cited death caps in Outram in May 2023, and he posted this sighting to the citizen website iNaturalist.
There have been several clips of CCTV footage tendered in this trial, and today Constable Eppingstall was quizzed about another one.
Yes, he was asked about CCTV footage obtained from a Subway store in Leongatha on the night of that deadly lunch. He told the court on Tuesday the footage shows Erin dropping off her son at 7:22 p.m. and picking him up 11 minutes later. But in court today, 3 images were shown to the jury. The first one was of Erin's son. The second one was a still of a boy from inside Subway. And the third image was of another photo of Erin's son. Mr. Mandy suggested to Constable Eppingstall that that boy depicted inside Subway in the second photo was not Erin's son. He replied, "I believe it to be him, but it's a matter for the jury."
And that was really all that was said about the Subway before Mr. Mandy took Constable Eppingstall to another topic.
Yes, more messages were shown to the jury between Erin and her online friends. The jury heard there were around 186 pages of messages from this group chat that had been extracted by police.
To jog our listeners' memories, these are the messages that Erin was having with these online friends that concerned her estranged husband Simon and his parents, Don and Gail, in the context of the child support dispute that she was having with him. The jury has previously been shown quite a number of these, but today Mr. Mandy tendered more of those messages. This is what Erin writes in one exchange. It's her words, it's not her voice.
"I suspect the best thing I can do is just forget about all of them and live my life. Simon is probably loving how upset I am about all of this."
In response, one of her friends replies, "I'm so sorry, Erin. It's so fucking hard when you're not believed or understood. I went through similar with my ex-in-laws." Mr. Mandy asked Constable Eppingstall whether he agreed that there was an enormous amount of context surrounding these messages. Mr. Mandy also went on to suggest that this was a group chat where a number of the participants were talking in similar ways, venting to each other about their lives. And Constable Eppingstall said that was a fair assessment.
Lastly, the purchasing of diet books were briefly mentioned in court today. Once again, we didn't get a whole lot of context about it.
Mr. Mandy mentioned today that Erin's weight was recorded when she was admitted to Leongatha Hospital on July 31. After that, he told the court that police had obtained Erin's receipts from the online bookstore Booktopia. He then asked Constable Eppingstall whether he agreed that a large number of the books Erin had purchased related to diets. He said that was correct. At the end of the day today, Justice Christopher Beale told the jury that there was an issue that needed sorting out before Mr. Mandy could continue the rest of his cross-examination with Constable Eppingstall. So it's expected that he will return to the witness box tomorrow.
To stay updated on this case, go to themushroomcook.com.au.
I suggest that you didn't love them, correct or incorrect?
That's not true.
I suggest that you were angry that they took Simon's side in your argument with him in 2022 about the child allowance.
That's not true.
And that feeling towards them continued, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
In fact, you had 2 faces, a public face of appearing to have a good relationship with Don and Gail, as shown to people like Simon, Anna, Tanya, Matt, Ruth Dubois, Professor Stewart and police in your record of interview. Agree or disagree?
Are you asking me to agree if I had two faces?
I'm asking you, do you agree that you had a public face of appearing to have a good relationship with Don and Gail?
I had a good relationship with Don and Gail.
I suggest that your private face was the one you showed in your Facebook Messenger use. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
And how you truly felt about Don and Gail was as you expressed it in your Facebook messages.
No.
Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
And that is how you really felt about Simon Patterson, as expressed to your Facebook friends. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Erin Patterson faced another grilling today by Nanette Rogers as the Crown prosecutor questioned the accused about her estranged husband, her in-laws, the only guests who survived the deadly lunch, and his late wife. It was a short session today, but it ended on a tense exchange. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. I'm back with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella. We just finished day 28 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I do have to apologise to our listeners. Yesterday, I said it was day 26 when it was actually day 27. I think all the days are merging into one.
And I didn't even realise when you said that. But on behalf of our listeners, we forgive you.
Thanks, Laura. As I said at the start of the episode, today's proceedings were really about Erin's relationships with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, his parents, Don and Gail Patterson, and his aunt and uncle, Heather and Ian Wilkinson. Let's start with what Erin said about Simon.
Erin was brought back today to some evidence that we heard in the second week of the trial from her Facebook friends. Christine Hunt, one of these friends, told the court that Erin had painted Simon as coercive and was never happy with his commitment to things. But Erin told the court today that she did not remember telling either of those things to Miss Hunt. Dr. Rogers also brought Erin to some evidence from another one of these friends, Daniela Barkley, who said that Erin told her Simon wasn't a very nice person. But again, Erin told the court that she didn't remember telling Miss Barkley that. Dr. Rogers also asked Erin today about something else Miss Barkley said about Simon. These are their words, but not their voices.
Daniela Barkley also gave evidence that you weren't happy with his cleanliness.
That's true.
You heard her say that?
Yes.
And is that the truth, that you told her that, or that you posted that?
Yeah, it is true, because I had to spend 2 weeks cleaning his house at one point.
Dr. Rogers also asked Erin today about a conversation she had with Public Health Director Rhonda Stewart from Monash Health on July 31. Professor Stewart said Erin told her the lunch wasn't unusual because she had a good relationship with her in-laws and her ex-husband. Erin told the court today that she could not recall this conversation with Professor Stewart, but there was one thing she wanted to note.
Now, you've got no memory of having any conversation with Professor Stewart. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
So you're not able to comment on whether or not you said that, correct? Or anything like that?
Correct. Except I wouldn't have called Simon my ex-husband because he was not, and still is not.
At the beginning of his evidence in the first week of the trial, Simon was asked how he knew the accused. He replied, "I'm married to her." And he also confirmed to the court that they were still married.
Dr. Rogers took Erin to a text she sent Simon after he pulled out of the lunch on July 28. She said, "That's really disappointing. I've spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow, which has been exhausting in light of the issues I'm facing." She went on to say, "I may not be able to host a lunch like this again for some time." Dr. Rogers asked Erin today why she wanted him at the table.
I suggest that you wanted him to come to the lunch so that you could feed him part of the poisoned beef Wellington meal.
That's not true.
I suggest that you prepared a poisoned beef Wellington for him just in case he turned up at midday or shortly after midday on Saturday the 29th of July.
No, that's not true.
And when he didn't show up for lunch at some stage, you threw it in your rubbish bin.
I did put the pastry and mushrooms in the rubbish bin. Yes, I did.
After a series of rapid-fire questions from Dr. Rogers, Erin said she did tell Simon she wanted to discuss some medical stuff when she invited him to lunch, but she denied that she wanted advice and also denied that it was the purpose of the lunch. Earlier this week, Erin admitted she misled her guests when she told them she may need treatment for cancer. But she testified today that she was confronting medical issues since she was planning to have gastric bypass surgery.
Let's move on to the questions Dr. Rogers asked Erin about Don and Gail. At the top of the episode, our listeners would have heard Dr. Rogers suggesting to the mother of two that she had two faces, a public one and a private one.
Yes, Erin was asked this today, but she emphatically denied the accusation, saying that she loved and still loves Don and Gail. But Dr. Rogers disputed this, pointing her to several messages sent to her Facebook friends that our listeners have heard before. In these messages, Erin describes them as a lost cause, says they have no capacity for self-reflection at all, and declares, "This family, I swear to f***ing God," and "f*** them." Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin today that these were her true feelings about her in-laws, but Erin denied this and said she was simply venting to her friends.
So Erin has pleaded not guilty and has claimed she may have accidentally added foraged mushrooms into the beef Wellington dish along with dried mushrooms that she purchased from an Asian grocer. Today, Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin that if she did love Don and Gail, she would have notified medical authorities about the possibility that foraged mushrooms had gone into the meal. Here's the exchange that took place.
You've told this jury that it was sometime on 31st of August 2023 after this conversation when Simon had asked you about, did you use a dehydrator to poison my parents?
Yep.
That you first realised that the foraged mushrooms might have been in the Tupperware container and might have been used by you in the beef Wellington preparation, correct?
That it might have been a possibility. Yes, correct.
And you agreed that you told police in your record of interview that you loved Don and Gail, correct?
Correct.
Surely if you had loved them, then you would have immediately notified the medical authorities about there being a possibility that the foraged mushrooms had gone in the container with the Chinese mushrooms.
Well, I didn't.
No, you didn't, even though you had the realisation on 1st of August 2023?
That's correct. But I'd been told that people were getting treatment for possible death cap mushroom poisoning. So that was already happening.
But you didn't feel the need to tell any medical authorities about the possibility that the dried foraged mushrooms on your evidence that you had found had gone in the container with the Chinese mushrooms?
That's correct. I did not tell anybody.
On your evidence, you never once told a medical professional that foraged mushrooms were involved or might have been involved, correct?
That's correct.
And you never told anyone about that matter, for example, Sally Ann Atkinson, correct?
Correct.
So this day, this realisation on Tuesday the 1st, I suggest that this was days before anyone had died, correct?
It was.
Even after you were discharged from hospital on that day, you didn't tell a single person that these may have been foraged mushrooms used in the meal, correct?
Correct.
Erin was also asked about her relationship with Ian and Heather. I think our listeners should know that Ian was sitting in court today listening to all of the evidence, just as he has been doing throughout the whole trial. He sat in the back row, listening intently with his arms crossed, and at times he closed his eyes.
The jury has previously heard Ian describe his relationship with Erin as amicable, but he said they were more like acquaintances. Erin agreed today that she did not socialise much with Ian outside of church. She said she spoke more with Heather, but she also agreed they were not close. Here is more of her exchange with Dr. Rogers.
But I want to ask you this. Why is it that you invited Ian and Heather to the lunch on the 29th of July?
There were a few reasons. Well, Ian had been my pastor for years and years, and I would see and speak with Ian and Heather a lot after church, and I really liked them, and I wanted to have a stronger relationship with them. When I had invited Don and Gail for lunch in June, Gail had said that what I had done to the garden was really nice and Heather would love to see it. And I thought, oh, that's a great opportunity to invite Heather and Ian the next time I have Don and Gail for lunch. And I did that. I just wanted to say thank you to them for being good to me over the years. Heather helped me a lot when my daughter was little and I started taking her to playgroup at Corumburra Baptist and I was shy and didn't really know many people. And Heather would sit with me through those playgroup times and was really kind to me. And I wanted to say thank you to her.
Erin grabbed a tissue as Dr. Rogers continued.
Did you invite Ian and Heather to lunch to ensure that Don and Gail would also attend?
I didn't need to do anything. I just needed to invite Don and Gail and they'd come because they loved me.
Did you ask Ian and Heather in an attempt by you to get Simon to attend as well?
No.
As always on a Friday, court finished at 1 p.m. today. Before Justice Christopher Bill dismissed the jury for the day, Dr. Rogers suggested that Erin had accessed the citizen website iNaturalist.
She took Erin to the computer records that we've previously spoken about that shows that a computer in Erin's house accessed a map about death caps on May 28, 2022. Erin told the court today that she didn't have a specific memory of this day or that search, but said that it could have been possible that she did visit this website. She said at some point she remembers wanting to find out if death caps grew in South Gippsland and then subsequently finding out that they did not. Earlier this week, Erin told the court that when she found out mushrooms were growing on her property and that they were probably toxic to dogs, she went online to see if death caps grew in her area. In the final exchange of the day, Dr. Rogers asked Erin, "I suggest you had an interest in death cap mushrooms on May 28, 2022. Agree or disagree?" Erin replied to Dr. Rogers by saying, "It depends what you mean by an interest." Dr. Rogers replied, "Well, it's a very straightforward question, Miss Patterson." But it was at that point that Justice Beale interjected and said that's all the evidence the jury would hear today.
And Erin will return to the stand on Tuesday as Monday is a public holiday and the jury gets a day off.
I think all of us have been looking forward to this long weekend, and Justice Beale wished them a good break, but did remind them not to discuss the case with anyone in their lives.
And on that note, stay tuned for our subscriber-only episode with veteran crime reporter Anthony Dowsley that will be dropping on Sunday. It's cold in Morwell, the sort of 10-degree day where you seriously contemplate wearing a puffer jacket indoors. A sort of windless chill that settles over the rolling hills of Gippsland and seeps into your bones. But in the Latrobe Valley Law Courts today, there was nothing but heat as Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers grilled Erin Patterson. At one stage, Dr. Rogers brought Erin to evidence from her estranged husband Simon Patterson, peppering her with questions about a phone call they had.
Are you making this up as you go along, Miss Patterson?
No.
This was one of several fiery exchanges the jury heard in courtroom 4 today. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Court. I'm back in Morwell with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella. Hi, Laura.
Hey, Brooke. The long weekend is over and we're here for day 29 of Erin Patterson's murder trial.
Yes, week 7 and a few more to go. Quite a bit happened in court today. Erin was once again in the witness box.
This is now her third day of cross-examination, and Dr. Rogers took her today to the evidence of almost a dozen witnesses who the jury have heard from previously. And Erin at times said today that those witnesses were mistaken in their evidence.
Let's start with the first topic of the day. Dr. Rogers asked Erin about a pre-surgery appointment she claimed she had booked to explore gastric bypass surgery. Erin said the appointment was at Enrich Clinic in Melbourne on September 13, 2023.
To remind our listeners, Erin has admitted she misled her guests at the lunch by telling them she potentially needed treatment for cancer to cover up the fact she was planning to have this surgery. Today, Dr. Rogers asked Erin whether she agreed that the Enrich Clinic offers services in cosmetic dermatology. Erin replied that she didn't know. Then Dr. Rogers put a specific question to her. Here's their exchange in court today. It's been voiced by actors.
The Enrich Clinic does not offer gastric bypass surgery or gastric sleeve surgery. Agree or disagree?
I don't know.
The Enrich Clinic does not conduct assessments relating to gastric bypass surgery or gastric sleeve surgery. Agree or disagree?
I don't know, but I'm a bit puzzled.
In what way?
Well, I had an appointment with them, and that's what my memory is that the appointment was for. So that's why I'm puzzled.
Your appointment at the Enrich Clinic, the appointment that you have told this jury about on Friday, had nothing to do with gastric bypass surgery. Agree or disagree?
Well, it would have been related to weight loss surgery. Perhaps it was a different procedure I was doing through them. And I was looking into liposuction as well.
When you gave sworn evidence to this jury last Friday that you had a pre-surgery appointment for gastric bypass surgery booked in for early September with the Enrich Clinic in Melbourne, that was a lie. Agree or disagree?
No, it wasn't a lie. That's what my memory was.
Dr. Rogers also asked Erin questions in relation to citizen website iNaturalist.
It was at this point that we picked up from the cross-examination on Friday. Erin was asked a question about iNaturalist, specifically around whether or not she had an interest in death cap mushrooms, but she never got a chance to answer that question because Justice Christopher Beale adjourned the court. Dr. Rogers returned to this topic today and suggested to Erin that her interest in death caps was derived from their well-known toxicity. Erin conceded that that was probably the case, but that was only because she wanted to know whether the dangerous mushrooms could be found in South Gippsland because she was worried they were toxic to dogs. During this line of questioning, Erin was asked about a death cap mushroom sighting on iNaturalist that appeared to be accessed by a computer in her house on May 28, 2022. This sighting was in Moorabbin at a place called Bricker Reserve. After Dr. Rogers asked Erin about this sighting, Erin interrupted her. Here is how she interjected.
Now I'm moving on to a different topic.
Before you do, Dr. Rogers, within this record is that second visit to Bricker Reserve that I was talking about, 7/23/16 and 7/23/18.
Ms. Patterson, I'm the person who asks the questions. If there's something that needs to be clarified in re-examination, then your barrister will do so.
No problem.
Dr. Rogers then questioned Erin more about the lunch on July 29 and how it was plated. In the second week of the trial, Ian Wilkinson told the jury the guests ate off grey plates while Erin ate off a smaller orange tanned plate.
During her evidence in chief last week, Erin told the jury that she used the dinner plates that she had. When asked to expand on her answer, she said that she thought there was a couple of black plates, a couple of white plates, one that was red on top with black underneath, and she also made reference to a plate her daughter had made at kindergarten that was multicoloured. Dr. Rogers today asked Erin about her description of the plates. Here's what was said.
So I suggest that this description that you gave to the jury of the plates you used at the lunch is a lie, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
I suggest that there were 4 large grey dinner plates, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
And they were for the 4 guests, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
And the smaller orange tan plate was for yourself, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Do you say that Ian Wilkinson has given incorrect evidence around the issue of the plates?
Yes, I do.
The exchange continued.
I suggest that you knowingly served death cap mushrooms in the 4 separate beef Wellingtons you dished up to your 4 lunch guests. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
And that you served yourself a beef Wellington which did not have death cap mushrooms in it. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
And you knew that didn't contain death cap mushrooms. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
And I suggest that to avoid any error in case you accidentally ate one of the poisoned beef Wellingtons, you took the extra precaution of using a different and smaller plate to plate your non-poison serve, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
And that is why you never suffered the severe illnesses that Donald, Gail, Ian and Heather suffered, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
And that's why you did not have Amanita phalloides poisoning, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Dr. Rogers then moved the cross-examination to the portion of the meal that Erin ate.
She took Erin to the evidence of Public Health Director Rhonda Stewart from Monash Health, who said Erin had told her she had eaten half her beef Wellington. Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin today that she had actually eaten the whole beef Wellington, but lied to Professor Stewart to account for the fact she was not seriously ill. Erin disagreed with this accusation.
Dr. Rogers also asked Erin about the evidence she gave last week that she vomited after the guests had left her house. Erin has previously told the jury that she has suffered from bulimia for most of her life. Here's another exchange that took place in court today.
Is it your evidence that the vomit was partly constituted by the beef Wellington, correct?
I have no idea what was in the vomit.
At all?
Well, how could I? It's vomit. Unless you can see a bean or a piece of corn.
Well, you didn't have corn at the lunch.
That was an example.
I suggest that you did not tell a single medical person that you had vomited up after the lunch on the afternoon of 29th of July.
That is true. I did not do that.
I suggest that that is something you would have told them if it were true, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Do you say it's incorrect because of your embarrassment?
I say it's incorrect because it's what happened.
I asked you a moment ago, or I suggested that you didn't tell any person that you had vomited, and you agreed?
I do agree.
Let's move on to the delightful topic of Erin's bowel movements. I know I said a couple of weeks ago I was hoping to never talk about it again, but it continues to be mentioned during the trial. What was said about it today, Laura?
It was at this point today that Dr. Rogers took Erin to the evidence of child protection worker Katrina Cripps. Miss Cripps spoke to Erin on August 1 while she was at Monash Medical Centre receiving treatment. Miss Cripps said that when she asked Erin about the night of the lunch, she told her that she drove her son's friend home but wanted to stay in the car so it could provide a cork to stop herself from having an accident. But Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin today that if she was genuinely worried she would poo her pants while in the car, she would not have driven her son's friend home in the first place. But Erin told the court that she was not concerned at that point because she was yet to experience diarrhea that evening.
And I will interject here. The quote, "poo your pants," was said quite a lot in court today.
Yes, those were the words being used by Dr. Rogers today when she was asking Erin these questions. And Erin went on to say that she may have become confused when she made the cork comment to Miss Cripps, saying she may have been thinking about the drive she made the next day to Tyab. She explained that she had a lot of people asking her questions in the days after the lunch, and she was trying her best to answer them, but admitted she may have gotten things a little bit wrong along the way.
Erin was also asked about her first presentation at Leongatha Hospital on July 31 about 8:05 a.m.
As we've heard previously, Erin left the hospital after only 5 minutes, after signing a discharge at own risk form. Erin told the court today that she remembered Nurse Kylie Ashton and Dr. Veronica Foote really wanting her to sign the form. Here's what Erin said today about her conversation with Miss Ashton.
You had been told by medical staff that your life was at risk. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't remember anyone saying my life was at risk.
Okay, so the evidence of Kylie Ashton at transcript 644 was that she told you that your life was at risk.
Yeah, I don't remember her saying anything like that.
Do you say she's mistaken?
Yes.
Dr. Rogers then suggested to Erin that she knew her life was not threatened at this point.
I wouldn't say I knew. I didn't think it was.
I suggest that your behaviour at leaving Leongatha Hospital a few minutes after you'd presented there was because you knew that you had not consumed death cap mushrooms. Agree or disagree?
I didn't think any of us had, but it wasn't why I was leaving, no.
I suggest that you also left when confronted by the fact that medical staff had identified death cap mushrooms as a reason for the illnesses.
No, that's not why I left.
I suggest that you panicked and absconded because you knew that your use of death cap mushrooms in the meal had been uncovered. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
The questioning then turned to what Erin did after she left the hospital at 8:10 a.m, before she returned again at 9:48 a.m. Erin told the court that when she went home, she packed her daughter's ballet bag, tended to her animals, and had a lie down. Dr. Rogers suggested to her that lying down would be the last thing a person would do in these circumstances. Erin replied, "It might be the last thing you'd do, but it was something I did." Dr. Rogers went on to suggest that she did other things during that period. Here's what was said.
I suggest you were trying to work out how to manage the situation you now found yourself in, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
You had not expected doctors to detect death cap mushroom poisoning so quickly, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
You thought it would be treated as just a case of food poisoning, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Once you were told that the medical staff had detected death cap mushrooms or suspected it, you had to think quickly, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
To try and explain why you were not sick, correct?
Incorrect.
To try and cover your tracks, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
And that's what you spent the 1 hour and 40 minutes doing while you were away from the hospital. Agree or disagree?
What are you saying I was doing?
Thinking about ways to cover your tracks.
Oh, okay. You're saying I spent an hour and a half thinking. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
I'm sure I did some thinking in that time, but it was not about covering my tracks.
Erin's cross-examination finished with Dr. Rogers asking her questions about the leftovers of the meal that were found in her outside bin by police.
The jury has previously heard that Erin told Senior Constable Adrian Martinez Villalobos he could find the leftovers in a paper Woolworths bag in that outside bin. Erin was asked today what was contained inside that bag. Erin said that the bag contained the mushrooms and pastry from one full beef Wellington and the mushrooms and pastry from the part of her serve she did not eat. She earlier told the court that she recalled eating around a quarter to a third of her beef Wellington. Erin denied the suggestion that the 6 beef Wellington she prepared, which she put in the fridge while she was plating up, was for Simon in case he did turn up to the lunch. Justice Beale wanted clarity on this point, and he asked Erin today, "Who did you make it for?" Erin replied, "It was just an extra one. Simon wasn't coming." Here's more of what was said about the leftovers.
I suggest that you disposed of the leftovers in your rubbish bin sometime after your lunch guests left your house at 2:45 or thereabouts on Saturday, 29th of July.
Yep.
And before you re-presented at Leongatha Hospital at about 9:45 a.m. on 31st of July?
Yes.
I suggest that you removed the steak from inside the pastry in the leftovers before you put it in the bin, correct or incorrect?
I did do that.
The steak was put somewhere else, correct?
It was.
And where was it put?
Into my children's stomachs.
And I suggest that you certainly did not feed that steak to your children. But we've been over that, and you no doubt disagree with me.
Correct. The day ended with Dr. Rogers suggesting to Erin that she assisted police with the whereabouts of the leftovers because she had no means of removing them from her bin herself, given she was at Leongatha Hospital at the time. Erin replied to that suggestion by saying, "Why wouldn't I just say there was no leftovers?"
Dr. Rogers then suggested that if she didn't tell police where the leftovers were, it would have been suspicious. Erin replied, "I have no idea about that." It was at this point that Justice Bill called it a day. So Dr. Rogers and Erin will face off again tomorrow as her cross-examination spills into a 4th day. To stay up to date with the latest on this case, go to themushroomcook.com.au.
I'm sick of this shit. I want nothing to do with them. I thought his parents would want him to do the right thing, but it seems their concern about not wanting to feel uncomfortable and not wanting to get involved in their son's personal matters are overriding that. So fuck 'em.
On August 5, 2023, police searched the home of Erin Patterson, the woman who is now on trial for murder over the deadly mushroom meal. Investigators seized multiple devices, but on one particular mobile phone, they found Facebook messages sent from an account linked to Erin. Messages sent to friends in a group chat.
So Don said they can't adjudicate if they don't know both sides, and Simon won't give his side. So he said all he can ask is that Simon and I get together and pray for the children. This family, I swear to f***ing God.
These messages, along with images, screenshots, and other evidence taken from different devices, were shown to the jury here in Morwell. I'm Brooke Greibert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. I'm once again with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
Hey, Brooke.
It was a busy day in court, wasn't it?
Yes, it was definitely a jam-packed day.
Let's start with Digital Forensic Officer Sharman Fox-Henry. We spoke about him yesterday. He was in court again today, continuing his evidence.
That's right. Our listeners may remember that yesterday he was speaking about a Cooler Master computer that was seized from Erin's house during one of the search warrants, and he spoke about what was found on that device. But today he focused on the phones and a tablet that were seized.
Let's talk about one of the mobile phones first. We heard grabs from a voice actor at the start of the episode that were reading some of the messages that were found on that device.
Yes, that's right. This was a Samsung phone analysed by one of Mr. Fox Henry's colleagues, and there were a raft of messages that were extracted, and they were all shown to the jury on screens in the courtroom and read out by Crown Prosecutor Jane Warren. As you would have heard at the top of the episode, these are messages from a Facebook group chat that had members including Danielle Barclay and Jenny Hay, who were witnesses who gave evidence at the beginning of this trial. They were some of the friends Erin had made over the internet.
Now, these messages were sent from an account called Erin.
Yes, you've got that right. In the prosecution opening, the jury heard that Erin spoke to her online friends under 3 account names. And at the time, the prosecution said these were Erin Patterson, Erin, and the one you just mentioned, Brooke, Erin. And the messages that were brought up on the screen today were all in relation to that 3rd account name. The messages were sent in early December 2022 and referenced the child support dispute between Erin and Simon. In the messages, Erin writes to her friends about Don's response to this ongoing dispute.
Here are some of those messages.
I said to him about 50 times yesterday that I didn't want them to adjudicate. Nobody bloody listens to me. At least I know they're a lost cause. I wonder if they've got any capacity for self-reflection at all. I mean, clearly the fact that Simon refused to talk about personal issues in part stems from the behaviour of his parents and how they operate.
Days later, on December 9, another message was sent.
His mum was horrified I'd claimed child support. Why isn't she horrified her son is such a deadbeat that I had no choice but to claim?
So it's really important to note that these texts were read into the record today, but Mr. Fox Henry wasn't asked anything about what they meant or anything about their contents. He simply explained that these messages were found on the device and linked to the account name Erin. And I will just add that there were other messages today shown to the jury.
Now, Mr. Fox Henry continued his evidence and he was asked questions around a Samsung tablet seized from Erin's home. The jury were then showed images that were extracted from that device. These images were of a black dehydrator from April 30, 2023, and images of mushrooms on a set of kitchen scales from May 4, 2023. So this was about 2 months before that deadly lunch.
Mr. Fox Henry explained that these photos were extracted from a Google Photos cache folder. And the dates that you mentioned just then, Brooke, were the last modified dates that were pulled from the tablet. Beyond these photos that were taken of the dehydrator and the kitchen scales, some photos were also extracted from the device that appeared to be screenshots taken of a web browser. The search results in the screenshot were shown to the jury, and there were 4 in total, all referencing cancer. There were 3 relating to ovarian cancer and 1 about lymphoma. One of the screenshots, which had a last modified date of May 10, 2023, had reference to a website called Stage 4 Ovarian Cancer, and the text on the screen read, Stage 4 ovarian cancer means the cancer has spread to other body organs some distance away from the ovaries, such as the liver or the lungs. Again, Mr. Fox Henry wasn't asked any questions about what these screenshots or these photos meant, simply that they were extracted from this tablet.
And just to remind the listeners, the prosecution alleges Erin falsely claimed to have had cancer to explain why the children were not at that lunch on July 29, while the defence has suggested Erin only told the lunch guests she had a suspected diagnosis of cancer.
We've heard evidence as well from Professor Andrew Burston, who has examined Erin's medical records and confirmed she has never been diagnosed with cancer.
And there was another phone that Mr. Fox Henry spoke about today, wasn't there?
There was. This was another Samsung mobile phone. So there are 2 Samsungs that have been seized in this case. And this phone is being referred to as Phone B. It was the phone that Erin handed to investigators during the search warrant. It was analysed by, again, one of Mr Fox Henry's colleagues, and he told the court that when it came time to examine the device, they found that 4 factory resets had been conducted. A report was shown to the jury of those factory resets, and it could be seen that they were made on February 12, August 2, August 5, and August 8, 2023. August 5 was the date of the warrant itself, and August 8 was 3 days afterwards, after the phone had already been seized. Mr Fox Henry told the court that no user data had been extracted from this device.
Now let's move on. The jury heard more about the investigation the City of Monash Council did into mushrooms at Asian grocers. Our listeners will remember that Erin claimed to multiple different medical experts that she bought the dried mushrooms that she used in the beef Wellington dish from an Asian grocer.
The jury heard about this investigation through one of the Monash City Council's environmental health officers. His name was Troy Schwannecht. I think I pronounced that wrong, so I apologise, Troy, so I'm just going to call him by his first name for this little bit of the episode. He explained to the jury that he was tasked with first coming up with a list of all of the Asian grocers in Oakley, Clayton and Mount Waverley. These were some of the suburbs Erin had mentioned to these experts you spoke about, Brooke. She said she couldn't remember which suburb the Asian grocer was located, but she said it may have been in one of these 3.
So it was really up to him to attend those premises, take photos of the mushrooms, and then establish a supply chain and understand whether there were any changes to it.
In total, he attended 14 grocers. There were 5 in Oakley, 5 in Clayton and 4 in Mount Waverley. And he told the court that across his investigation, he took more than 300 photos, and some of those were shown to the jury today on the screens.
The jury also heard that Erin told officials that she bought mushrooms from a store in a strip shopping centre. She said the mushrooms were in a see-through packet and the label on the packet was white with typing on it. She also said that the mushrooms were either shiitake mushrooms or porcini mushrooms.
So this really helped guide Troy's investigation. He made sure that when he was going to these premises, he was really looking for mushrooms that matched this description. When it came time for him to write up his findings, which were again shown on the screen to the jury, he said that it was only one store in Oakley that had repackaged mushrooms. He explained that this particular shop got the mushrooms in bulk and due to the preferences of their customers, put those mushrooms into smaller bags for sale.
And through cross-examination, the jury heard that this was the store where some of the mushrooms were actually taken off the shelves for some time.
This was because of the similarities some of these repackaged mushrooms shared with the information Troy was provided. But the court heard that ultimately he was unable to find any product across these 14 stores that exactly matched the description Erin had provided.
Troy was also cross-examined about something else, wasn't he, Laura?
Yeah, there was one final point that defence barrister Sophie Stafford wanted to make, which was in relation to the fact that Erin had told some officials that the dried mushrooms could have been bought from an Asian grocer in Glen Waverley. But Troy confirmed he was not asked to attend any Asian grocers in Glen Waverley.
Okay, Laura, now we're going to move on to a completely different topic. It's a bit jarring, but the jury was shown a chart of Erin's bowel movements when she was in hospital on July 31, 2023. Now, Laura, this is a bit TMI, isn't it?
Yes, we have heard quite a lot of medical evidence in this case, but things definitely got into the nitty-gritties today.
This evidence came through witness Mariam Sespon, who was a nurse who assisted Erin at Leongatha Hospital on July 31.
This was 2 days after the lunch, and to remind our listeners, Erin had presented at the hospital around 8 o'clock. She discharged herself against medical advice 5 minutes later, but ultimately returned by around 9:50. After she was admitted and brought into a room, Mariam said that she asked Erin to tell her every time she needed to go to the toilet so they could collect these bowel motions and keep a record of them.
And something was mentioned about witches' hats, wasn't it?
Yes, and this was something I'd never heard of before, but another term for the pan they use to collect this matter is actually called a witch's hat. So she explained how the witch's hat is like an inverted triangle. It's placed on the toilet seat to collect the bowel movements for examination by a doctor or nurse.
Now, what were actually found on these charts?
There were 5 bowel movements recorded from 10 a.m. to around 11:50 a.m. just before Erin was taken by ambulance to Monash Medical Centre. The first 3 bowel movements were actually in very close proximity, so 10 a.m., 10:04 and 10:06. And Miss Cespon was tasked with observing these bowel movements and writing a description of them.
Again, this is a bit TMI, but a few of them were described as medium and had the consistency of liquid.
And Miss Cespon recalled to the court that at one stage Erin told her, "It does look a little like a wee, but it is a bowel motion."
And on that note, hopefully we don't have to talk about Erin's bowel movements ever again.
Yes, I hope so too. But just to flag, it is Mr. Fox Henry who is set again to take the stand tomorrow for his 3rd day of evidence.
We'll be back tomorrow, but in the meantime, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more.
I suggest you weren't very, very helpful to the department at all.
I was trying to be.
That was untrue?
Incorrect.
In fact, you sent them on a wild goose chase trying to locate this Asian grocer, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Accused mushroom cook killer Erin Patterson faced Crown prosecutor Nanette Rogers in the witness box again today. Virtually every claim that Erin made about the mushrooms at the centre of this case was put under the microscope. From her evidence that she was a forager, to her story about dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer, to the phone records that suggested she travelled to locations where death caps had been cited. The exchanges between the two came in thick and fast, and we'll break them all down today. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. We've reached day 30 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and as always, I'm joined by my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
Today almost feels like a milestone, day 30, and it was also Erin's 7th day in the witness box. So she's had 3 days so far of evidence in chief, and this was her 4th day of cross-examination.
As I mentioned in the intro, there was a lot of questions around mushrooms today, so let's get into it and start with the topic of foraging. The prosecution accused Erin of not having an interest in it.
Erin denied that she lied about having an interest in foraging to explain how wild mushrooms ended up in her beef Wellington meal. Last week, Erin told the jury that she started foraging for mushrooms around 2020 during the COVID lockdowns and spoke about becoming more confident when foraging after doing some research and getting to a point where she felt like she could eat some of the mushrooms she had picked. But today, Dr. Rogers suggested that Erin did not have this interest in foraging and brought her to the books located by police during the search at her house on August 5 and later catalogued. She said police found more than 400 books, and Erin agreed today that probably none of those books were on foraging. She did add, though, that at the time of the search, she had hundreds more books in her garage that she was yet to unpack after moving.
Dr. Rogers then took Erin to the evidence of her children, who told investigators that they did not recall picking mushrooms with their mum.
Erin was taken today to the pre-recorded evidence of her children, where they were asked these specific questions around foraging. Dr. Rogers then suggested to Erin that her children never knew her to pick wild mushrooms, but Erin disagreed. After that, Dr. Rogers went on to say, "This is a story you have made up for this jury. Agree or disagree?" Erin disagreed with that statement.
Moving on now, Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin that she travelled to Locke on April 28, 2023 and Locke and Outram on May 22. And this was to find death cap mushrooms after they were cited on citizen website iNaturalist.
Dr. Rogers was relying on the evidence of digital forensics expert Dr. Matthew Sorrell to make these suggestions. Earlier in the trial, Dr. Sorrell told the court that he examined Erin's phone records and concluded that she made possible visits to these areas on those dates.
Let's start with the possible visit to Loch on April 28.
Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin that she travelled to Loch from Leongatha on this day after she saw an iNaturalist post by Christine McKenzie on April 18, 10 days earlier, that said there were death cap mushrooms growing in a reserve in Loch. This was not the only suggestion Dr. Rogers made to Erin. Here's their exchange today. It's their words, but not their voices.
I suggest you drove to Loch from your house at Leongatha to specifically find death cap mushrooms on the 28th of April.
Disagree.
And I suggest that you found some. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
And I suggest that within 2 hours of finding those death cap mushrooms, you drove to the Hartley Wells Better Home Living in Leongatha and bought yourself a dehydrator at 12:17 p.m.
I did buy that day, yes.
And the purpose of buying the dehydrator was to dehydrate death cap mushrooms. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Dr. Rogers then suggested that on April 30, 2 days after travelling to Loch, that Erin practiced by dehydrating button mushrooms from Woolworths. The jury was shown a photo extracted from Erin's tablet that showed button mushrooms on a dehydrator tray, before another photo was shown of yellow-tinged mushrooms on a similar tray. Dr. Rogers claimed that Erin was practicing so she would not waste the death caps she had just found, since she wanted to preserve them. She went on to suggest that the yellow-tinged mushrooms were the death caps themselves. But Erin denied that she was practicing, saying she dehydrated the button mushrooms to simply eat them. Erin was then asked about another possible visit her phone made to Loch on May 22. Dr. Rogers put to Erin that she went back to this reserve because she thought there might have been more death cap mushrooms growing at the location that Miss McKenzie had previously geotagged.
Erin was then taken to Dr. Sorrell's evidence about another possible visit her phone made on May 22, but this time to Outram. This was one day after an iNaturalist post by Dr. Tom May where he reported seeing death cap mushrooms growing in the area.
I suggest that you travelled from Leongatha to Outram on 22nd of May 2023.
No, I didn't.
I suggest you went to Nielsen Street in Outram. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
I suggest that you had read Dr. Tom May's post, dated 21st of May 23, of his sighting of death cap mushrooms in Nielsen Street, Outram, on the iNaturalist website. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
I suggest that you went to Nielsen Street in Outram looking for the death cap mushrooms, as posted by Dr. Tom May. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
And that's why your phone was, I suggest, stationary between approximately 11:24am and 11:41am.
Disagree.
Do you agree that you had no legitimate reason to travel to Outram on 22nd of May 2023?
No, I don't agree with that.
On another topic, let's talk about the Asian grocer. The jury has previously heard that Erin told officials that she had used mushrooms from Woolworths and dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer in the beef Wellington dish. But Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin that she never bought mushrooms from an Asian grocer in April 2023 and did not use them in the meal. Erin denied both of these claims.
She spoke today about not having a distinct memory of the purchase, but remembered buying them in April around the school holidays. She then went on to say that she dehydrated these dried mushrooms at some stage because they appeared rubbery and she wanted to make them crispier.
Dr. Rogers then suggested to Erin that she was deliberately vague when she was asked by officials about the suburb of the Asian grocer. She said Erin was familiar with Mount Waverley and the adjoining areas such as Glen Waverley, Oakley and Clayton. This was because Erin owned a property in Mount Waverley and previously worked for the Monash City Council.
I suggest you're very familiar with Mount Waverley. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
I suggest that you're also familiar with the adjoining areas, which include Glen Waverley, Oakley and Clayton. Correct or incorrect?
I'm familiar with them, yes.
And yet you're unable to tell any person with any degree of certainty where it was that you purchased these dried mushrooms.
That's correct.
In fact, I suggest that you were deliberately vague about the suburb when you were asked about it. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Your story kept changing, I suggest.
I don't think it did.
Your description of the packaging kept changing, I suggest.
I don't think it did.
And that's because the Asian grocer story was a deliberate lie, correct?
Incorrect.
Dr. Rogers then took Erin to a record of interview where she told detectives that she had been very helpful during the Department of Health's investigation. But Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin today that she had not been very helpful. Our listeners heard part of this exchange at the top of the episode, but here's more of what was said.
In fact, you sent them on a wild goose chase trying to locate this Asian grocer, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Initially, you were not very responsive to the Department of Health. I think that's been your evidence?
No, it's not my evidence. The first time she rang me, I answered and spoke to her for 15 minutes.
The first on 1st of August 2023 at 8:33am?
Correct.
But then you didn't respond to some of the other texts, correct?
Correct. And I think we have established why that was already.
And I suggest that the reason that you didn't answer some of those texts from her was because you didn't want to be pressed for details about the Asian grocers.
Incorrect.
Because that story was not true.
Incorrect.
It was a lie that you used dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer, correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
You lied about the source of the death cap mushrooms because you knew you were guilty of having deliberately poisoned your 4 lunch guests.
Incorrect.
Okay, let's move on. Erin was asked about the beef Wellington recipe she followed in a best-selling Recipe Tin Eats cookbook. The recipe called for 700 grams of sliced mushrooms.
Erin was then taken to her Woolworths transaction history that indicated that she bought a kilo of sliced mushrooms on July 23 and another 750 grams on July 27, 2 days before the lunch. Erin disagreed that by July 29, she had all of these mushrooms still in her kitchen. She said only 750 grams remained. Dr. Rogers asked her where the other kilo of mushrooms went, and Erin replied, "I ate them." She then suggested to Erin that she had no need to use any additional mushrooms outside those she had bought from Woolworths, considering she had more than the recipe required. But Erin last week told the court that she added the mushrooms into the paste that would be used to cover the meat because she said it tasted a little bland. She told the court that she grabbed the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocer from her pantry that she had put in a container. She explained that she chopped them up and then sprinkled them over the mushroom paste. At the time, she said she only believed the dried mushrooms were in that container. But she told the jury last week that in the days after the lunch, she started to think there was a possibility there were foraged mushrooms in that container as well. Erin had previously described the dried mushrooms as pungent, but she disputed today that they were too overpowering for the beef Wellington. She said, "I thought it was the perfect dish for them."
Dr. Rogers also took Erin to her testimony that her children ate leftovers of the beef Wellington for dinner on July 30, and this is the day after the lunch. Erin told the jury last week she prepared a 6th beef Wellington, which she said she gave to her children after scraping off the mushrooms and pastry and leaving the steak.
Dr. Rogers then suggested to Erin that she lied about her children eating the steak of the 6th beef Wellington.
I suggest that you told well over a dozen people, including your son and daughter, health professionals, child protection workers, police and a friend, that you had fed your children the same meal that you had served at lunch on 29th of July 2023.
Oh, I was pretty clear it was the meal minus the mushrooms and pastry, so not the same, but yes.
But isn't it the fact that on Sunday the 30th of July you found out at least Don and Gail were unwell?
Yes, I did find out about that.
So why did you proceed to feed the same meal to your children when you knew or suspected that the meal that you'd served had made them ill?
I don't know or suspect that.
Your son gave evidence in his recorded interview that you told him that Gail and Don were not well. Do you remember that evidence?
I do.
You told that to your son?
I'm sure I did.
On Sunday night?
I don't know when on the Sunday, or I don't know when I told him that, but I did tell him.
Dr. Rogers had more questions for the accused about the leftovers.
You repeatedly told police you had scraped the mushrooms off in an attempt to explain why the children were not sick. Agree or disagree?
I don't think I repeatedly told them, but I did tell them.
You told a number of people you had scraped the mushrooms off, correct?
Correct.
And I suggest that was an attempt to explain why your children were not sick.
No.
You told the lie about feeding leftovers from the beef Wellington to your children, I suggest, because it gave you some distance from a deliberate poisoning.
I don't see how it could, but I disagree anyway.
Finally, the topic moved away from mushrooms and to the issue of Erin's gastric bypass surgery. What did the jury hear about that today, Laura?
Erin previously testified that she had a pre-surgery appointment at the Enrich Clinic in Melbourne on September 13, 2023. But yesterday, the jury heard that the clinic specialises in cosmetic dermatology and doesn't offer gastric bypass surgery. Dr. Rogers peppered Erin with questions after she was provided with a record from the clinic.
Firstly, do you accept that the Enrich Clinic does not offer and has never offered gastric bypass surgery?
Yes.
Secondly, do you accept that the Enrich Clinic does not offer and has never offered pre-surgery assessments relating to gastric bypass surgery?
I do.
And thirdly, do you accept that the Enrich Clinic only conducts examinations and procedures relating to the skin and its appendages, such as hair and nails?
I do.
To finish off, it's safe to say the jury got their steps in today, didn't they, Laura?
Yeah, they really did. This afternoon, when Dr. Rogers was continuing her cross-examination, there were certain questions that got asked that led to objections by defence barrister Mr. Mandy. The jury have become accustomed to this idea of once an objection is raised, there might need to be a discussion in their absence between the parties and Justice Christopher Beale. And that happened quite a few times today. So they were in and out of the courtroom a few times, and I think on one occasion they'd only been in their seats for about a minute or two before they were asked to leave again, which did prompt some laughs from the courtroom.
Yes, it did, and Erin will be back in the witness box tomorrow, so stay tuned for our episode then. But for now, go to themushroomcook.com.au to stay updated on the case.
In terms of the meal that you cooked for the lunch, which is the subject of this trial,
Yes.
do you accept that there must have been death cap mushrooms in that meal?
Yes, I do.
And speaking globally, do you remember where the mushrooms that went into that meal came from? So all of the mushrooms that went into the meal.
Right. So the vast majority came from the local Woolworths in Leongatha.
Yes.
And there were some from the grocer in Melbourne.
That was actors voicing the words of defence barrister Colin Mandy and his client, accused murderer Erin Patterson. It was the first time she was asked about the beef Wellington meal at the centre of this trial. The first time she said there must have been death cap mushrooms in it. Her responses form part of her day-long testimony today. Testimony will break down this episode. I'm Brooke Greebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 25 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I'm here with court reporter Laura Placella. It was another big day in court, wasn't it?
Yes, Erin took the stand for the entire day. She was wearing a different outfit than she was yesterday. She was in a navy blouse with white polka dots on it, but she still had her hair out, and today she brought her glasses with her.
In yesterday's episode, we wanted our listeners to hear Erin in her own words as she gave evidence for the first time. But in today's episode, we'll be providing more context around the topics that she was asked about.
Yes, at the top of the episode, our listeners heard an exchange between Mr. Mandy and Erin today, where she was specifically asked about the lunch on July 29. And this was actually the first time she has been asked in court by Mr. Mandy about this lunch. It hasn't been touched on before. And she admitted in her response that there must have been death caps in that meal. Now, it has been a few episodes since we've mentioned the defence case. Just as a reminder, Erin has pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. She says what happened at that lunch was a tragedy and a terrible accident.
Erin was also asked about her love of mushrooms, and she said she discussed fungi with her Facebook friends who have given evidence already in this trial.
Erin explained to the jury today how much she loves mushrooms of all different varieties. She explained how she would buy mushrooms from the local Woolies near where she lived, as well as farmers markets and Asian grocers whenever she came to Melbourne. these grocers were located around one of her properties in Mount Waverley, namely in suburbs such as Oakley, Clayton and Glen Waverley. And she said that she would visit these stores when she was staying in Melbourne with her children during the school holidays. The court heard that some of the mushrooms she bought from these stores included shiitake, enoki or porcini mushrooms, and she said she would use them in a variety of dishes, such as curries, pasta dishes and soup. When asked today by Mr. Mandy what she liked about exotic mushrooms, she said they just taste more interesting. They have more flavour.
Erin told the jury that she developed an interest in wild mushrooms in early 2020 during COVID lockdowns in Victoria. Erin said she spotted mushrooms growing in the paddocks at one of her properties at Shalcott Road in Carramburra, and this is where she had animals. I think it's important to note to our listeners that over 11 years, Erin owned 6 properties. She owned 4 in Carramburra, and that included in Nason Street, Anthony Court, and she had 2 properties on Shalcott Road. She had another property in Mount Waverley at Lion Street, which we mentioned earlier. And finally, she had another property at Gibson Street in Leongatha, and that's where the lunch took place on July 29, 2023.
Erin told the court that it took a while for her to confidently identify the mushrooms she was spotting. She said she relied on a Facebook group for mushroom lovers where people could post the mushrooms they were seeing in the wild and ask other people to help identify them. After she said her knowledge increased, she began regularly picking mushrooms and cooking them in meals, including those she served her children. She told the court she would chop the mushrooms up very small so her children couldn't pick them out. She told the court the mushrooms they were eating tasted good and she didn't get sick.
Mr. Mandy also asked Erin questions about her purchasing a dehydrator in April 2023. The jury previously heard that Erin dumped this dehydrator at Coonawarra Tip and police seized it. Asked why she bought the dehydrator, Erin said,
I liked eating wild mushrooms, but it's a very small season. You can't keep them too long in the fridge. So it was one way of sort of preserving them and having them available later on throughout the year. But it wasn't just for mushrooms, so I thought perhaps I could use it to preserve a whole range of things.
Between 2020 and 2023, Erin said she foraged for mushrooms from a whole range of locations around where she lived in Leongatha and Carramburra. This also included picking mushrooms on some of the properties she owned. Mr. Mandy asked her today whether she ever foraged for mushrooms under oak trees, and she said she did not. Photos were shown to Erin today that had been previously shown to the jury. She confirmed these were photos she had taken that had been extracted from devices seized from her home. In the photos, the jury could see trays from the dehydrator, and on them there were slices of dried mushrooms. She explained that she was doing some experimenting with the dehydrator and wanted to see how long it would take to dry out fungi and what temperature the dehydrator needed to be set to.
So Laura, at the start of the episode, our listeners would have heard an exchange between Mr. Mandy and Erin. Can you talk more about where Erin said the mushrooms in the beef Wellington were from?
As we've heard previously, Erin said that the mushrooms in the beef Wellington came from a Woolworths in Leongatha and an Asian grocer in Melbourne. She told the court today that she wasn't quite clear exactly where she bought them, but she remembered buying them in April, bringing the product home, and realising they smelled very pungent. She didn't think a mushroom with that smell would work well in the dish she was making at the time, so she put them in a container and then placed that container in her pantry. She told the court that that container with the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocer was in her pantry around the time she was dehydrating wild mushrooms in May and June. And she went on to say that she remembered putting dehydrated wild mushrooms into a container that already held other dried mushrooms.
Okay, let's move on from mushrooms and let's talk about another topic that Erin was asked questions about, that being child support.
The jury has previously heard evidence that Erin and Simon permanently separated in 2015, but had remained friends until around October 2022. This was when a dispute arose about child support after Erin had found out that Simon changed the marital status on his tax return to single. Erin told the court that she was annoyed that Simon had not told her that he was making this change on her tax return, And if he had told her earlier, she would have been able to make an application for a family tax benefit.
Erin spoke to her friends about the child support issue in a Facebook group chat. She became emotional today when answering questions about those messages that she sent. When speaking, Erin wiped her eyes with her hand and grabbed a tissue. She went on to say that she had been part of this chat since January 2020.
The messages that Erin was being asked about today were sent in December 2022, and they were about Don's response to the issue, Don being Simon's father. The jury were once again shown these messages in court. Here is the first one.
So Don said they can't adjudicate if they don't know both sides, and Simon won't give his side. So he said all he can ask is that Simon and I get together and pray for the children. This family, I swear to fucking God.
Erin told the court today that she sent this message to her Facebook friends because she felt hurt, frustrated, and a little bit desperate. Here's more of what she said today.
I knew that the women would probably support me being annoyed about those things, and so I sent them to them knowing they would probably latch on and become like a cheer squad for your problems. Does that make sense?
She then went on to say,
I wish I never said that. I feel ashamed for saying it, and I wish the families didn't have to hear that I said that. They didn't deserve it.
Mr. Mandy then asked Erin questions about this message she sent her online friends.
I'm sick of this shit. I want nothing to do with them. I thought his parents would want him to do the right thing, but it seems their concern about not wanting to feel uncomfortable and not wanting to get involved in their son's personal matters are overriding that. So fuck them.
Erin told the court she regretted the language that she used. Here's more of what she said.
I needed to vent. I needed to get the frustration off my chest, and the choices are go into the paddock and tell the sheep or vent to these women. I regret the language that I used, but I knew that they would rally around me. I probably played up the emotion to get that support.
In court today, Erin went on to say that she didn't mean those things.
I was really frustrated with Simon, but it wasn't Don and Gail's fault. It wasn't the family's fault, and it wasn't even entirely Simon's fault. I played a part in the issue too.
Ultimately, Erin said it was wrong to try and involve Don and Gail, and she should have approached it differently with Simon. Let's move on to another topic. Yesterday, Erin spoke about her low self-esteem in July 2023, but today Mr. Mandy asked her more about her relationship with food.
She explained that she has struggled with body image issues ever since she was a teenager. She said she tried every diet under the sun and also battled bulimia. This is what she said today.
I mean, it's been a roller coaster over the years. When I was a kid, Mum would weigh us every week to make sure we weren't putting on too much weight. And so I went to the extreme of barely eating then, and through my adult years, going the other way, binging, I suppose, for lack of a better word. I had never had a good relationship with food, a healthy relationship with food.
Erin and Mr. Mandy also had an exchange about her health, in particular about cancer. In week 1 of the trial, when Simon gave his evidence, he said Erin had invited him, along with Don, Gail, Ian and Heather, to lunch as she wanted to discuss some important medical issues. According to Ian, Erin told her guests she had cancer and described it as life-threatening.
However, the defence have conceded since the beginning of the trial that Erin was never diagnosed with cancer, but have suggested that Erin only told the lunch guests that she had a suspected diagnosis of cancer. Here's her exchange with Mr. Mandy today.
I want to ask you some questions now about your health over the years. The first question is, have you ever been diagnosed with ovarian cancer?
I have not.
Have you ever had a needle biopsy on a lump on your elbow?
I've never had a needle biopsy anywhere.
Were you worried about having ovarian cancer at any stage?
Yeah, I was. I was quite worried about it at certain times.
And the jury has seen some medical records from the end of 2021, Exhibit R.
Yep.
Where you went to the doctor and complained and suggested to the doctor that you might have ovarian cancer. Is that right?
Yeah, I did do that.
What were your symptoms? What was going on?
I'd been having, for a few months by then, a multitude of symptoms. I felt very fatigued. I had ongoing abdominal pain. I had chronic headaches. I put on a lot of weight in quite a short period of time and had, my feet and my hands seemed to retain a lot of fluid. And what set me over the edge to actually go to the doctor was my wedding ring suddenly wouldn't fit. And so I took them to the local jeweller to be resized. And only a few weeks later when I picked them up, my hands had outgrown them again. So this was like a rapid thing that caused me concern.
Now, the notes indicate this. Erin worries ovarian cancer has been Googling her symptoms.
That's right, yep.
Is that what you had been doing?
I had, yep. I consulted Dr. Google.
Were there any other reasons apart from your own symptoms why you thought you might have ovarian cancer?
Yeah, there were a few. I had a family history of it on both sides of my parents. I'd had an ovarian cyst myself in about 2002, and my daughter had an ovarian mass when she was a baby.
Erin went on to say that her daughter's experience in hospital damaged her faith in the medical system, especially since they dismissed her concern about her daughter's ovarian mass. Erin also said she suffered chronic headaches and started Googling her symptoms, convincing herself that she had a brain tumour or a brain disease.
To finish off, Laura, let's talk about the long queue that was outside Latrobe Valley Law Courts today. I believe some people were lining up at 6 a.m.
News broke very late yesterday that Erin would be taking the stand in her own trial, so there wasn't much time for members of the public to get down to the courthouse in Morwell to hopefully snag a seat. But today people were very much prepared. Like you said, Brooke, they were arriving very early to get their spot in the queue.
Yes, I think by 8 a.m. there were about 20 people in the line, and the doors to the courthouse don't actually open until 9 a.m.
Not everyone got a seat at the beginning of the trial, which kicks off at 10:30 every day. But we will say that the staff at the courthouse in Morwell have been doing a great job of making sure everything's been running smoothly, considering that more people than usual are coming through the building.
Yes, we definitely have to give a shout out to the security guards. They do an awesome job. And I think that's all for today. So we will be back tomorrow as Erin Patterson takes the stand for a third day.
Did you intend to kill or cause really serious injury to Donald Patterson by serving that meal?
No, I didn't.
Did you intend to harm him in any way?
No.
Did you intend to kill or cause really serious injury to Gail Patterson by serving that meal?
No.
Did you intend to cause her any harm at all?
No.
Did you intend to kill or cause really serious injury to Heather Wilkinson by serving that meal?
No, I didn't.
And did you intend to cause her any harm at all?
No.
And did you intend to kill Ian Wilkinson by serving that meal?
No, I didn't.
Did you intend to cause him any harm at all?
No, I didn't.
There were some emphatic denials from Erin Patterson in court today as her defence barrister Colin Mandy brought her 3 days of evidence in chief to an end. But it wasn't the end of her time on the stand because Crown prosecutor Nanette Rogers had her own set of questions for the woman accused of triple murder.
I suggest that you deliberately used foraged mushrooms in the beef Wellington that you'd served to your guests on Saturday the 29th of July.
No, that's not true.
I also suggest to you that those foraged mushrooms were death cap mushrooms.
I didn't deliberately put death cap mushrooms in the meal.
It was a day dominated by the prosecution's cross-examination of Erin, and we'll break it down in this episode. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. We just finished day 26 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and court reporter Laura Placella joins me in our makeshift podcast studio.
Let's get this episode underway.
As we mentioned at the start of the episode, today the jury mostly heard the prosecution's cross-examination of Erin, and there was a lot of rapid-fire questions from Dr. Rogers.
Yes, there was. Mr. Mandy didn't take very long today to finish Erin's evidence in chief. So by 11:30, Dr. Rogers had risen to her feet and asked Erin her first question.
Here's an exchange between Erin and Dr. Rogers from today in court, voiced by actors.
So, to sum up, in relation to your so-called cancer diagnosis, your claim to various people that you had been diagnosed with cancer before the lunch was deliberately false. Yes or no?
I didn't make that claim.
You told this lie, I suggest, as part of your efforts to get the lunch guests and Simon to attend your lunch. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
And I suggest to explain why the children were not present. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
You knew you didn't have cancer, however. Correct?
That's true.
But you needed, I suggest, to appear to have a good reason to invite your guests to lunch at your house, because it was so out of the ordinary for you to do this. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Do you say that it was ordinary for you to have people over to your house for lunch?
No, it wasn't ordinary.
And it certainly wasn't ordinary to invite Ian and Heather, was it?
That's true. They hadn't been for lunch at my house before.
I suggest that you never thought you would have to account for this lie about having cancer because you thought that the lunch guests would die.
That's not true.
And your lie would never be found out. Correct or incorrect?
That's not true.
Dr. Rogers reminded the court of Ian Wilkinson's evidence from the second week of the trial, where he said that Erin had announced at the lunch that she had cancer and that she had undergone a diagnostic test that showed a tumour. But Erin told the court today that she did not make those statements at the table. She did agree, though, that she wanted the guests to believe she would be having treatment for cancer, but she denied ever telling them that she had a diagnosis. Erin admitted yesterday in her evidence in chief that she misled the guests when she told them she might need upcoming treatment to hide the fact that she was planning to have gastric bypass surgery due to the body image issues she had developed over her life. She explained that she misled them because she was too ashamed to tell her guests she was planning to have that surgery.
Let's move on. Erin was asked many questions today about mushrooms, including whether she saw a post on citizen website iNaturalist, and this post was about death cap mushrooms cited in Locke. Here's her exchange with Dr. Rogers.
I suggest that you saw Christine McKenzie's post that she posted on iNaturalist on 18th of April 2023 about death cap mushrooms at Locke. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
I suggest that you then went to Locke on the 28th of April 2023. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't know if I did go to Locke that day or not.
I'm going to suggest that you went to Locke on that day to find death cap mushrooms. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
The jury were then shown an image of yellow-tinged mushrooms laid out on a dehydrator tray on a set of electronic scales.
These mushrooms in Image 1 of Exhibit 18 are the death cap mushrooms that you found at Locke on 28th of April 23. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
I suggest that you were weighing these mushrooms, these death cap mushrooms, so that you could calculate the weight required for the administration of a fatal dose for one person. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
And the weight required for 5 fatal doses for 5 people. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Erin told the jury yesterday that she made 6 beef Wellingtons and put one in the fridge when she was plating up. Today, Dr. Rogers asked her whether she intended to serve one of those 6 beef Wellingtons to Simon if he had turned up to the lunch. She replied that if he had come, she would have given him a beef Wellington too, but she again denied deliberately putting death cap mushrooms in any of the beef Wellingtons. On the topic of Simon, Dr. Rogers also took Erin to some of his testimony where he said that Erin had told him she had done a blind taste test with their daughter by hiding dried mushrooms in muffins to see which one she would like more. Erin told the court today that it was true that she was putting dried mushrooms in her children's food, including spaghetti, lasagna, stew, and brownies, and she explained that she was trying to get extra vegetables into her children's bodies. Dr. Rogers suggested that she was actually trying to see if she could successfully hide mushrooms in food generally, but Erin said it was only in relation to her children's food.
Dr. Rogers also questioned Erin about the dehydrator she bought from a store in Leongatha about 12:17 p.m. on April 28. Erin admitted that she dumped this dehydrator at the Coonawarra tip 4 days after the lunch on August 2. Here's what was said in court.
And you agree that they were your fingerprints found on your dehydrator?
Correct.
You took the dehydrator to the transfer station because you had been using it to dehydrate mushrooms, hadn't you?
Yes.
And not just any old mushrooms, death cap mushrooms, in fact. Correct?
I didn't know that I'd done that.
And you knew that they were death cap mushrooms that you had been dehydrating, correct?
No, I didn't know that.
And you were very keen to dispose of any evidence which might connect you with the possession of death cap mushrooms.
No, I didn't know they'd been in it.
That's why you rushed out the day after your release from Monash to get rid of the evidence, correct?
No.
You lied to police about never owning a dehydrator because you knew you had used the dehydrator to prepare death cap mushrooms to include in the lunch.
No, I didn't know that.
You lied because you knew if you told the police the truth, it would implicate you in the deliberate poisoning of your 4 lunch guests, correct?
No, it's not true.
Erin told the jury yesterday about a conversation she had with Simon while they were at Monash Medical Centre on August 1. She said that he accused her of poisoning his parents using the dehydrator. When she was asked to explain why she dumped the dehydrator, she said after that exchange with Simon, she was scared about the conversations that might flow with people from child protection, and she was scared that authorities would blame her for making everyone sick.
Later during the proceedings today, Dr. Rogers asked Erin about messages she sent her online friends in December 2022 about Don's response to an ongoing child support dispute with Simon.
In the messages to her friends, Erin said that Don couldn't adjudicate because he didn't know both sides and Simon wouldn't give his side. She said that Don told her that all he could ask is that Simon and her get together and pray for the children, before she then said, "This family, I swear to fucking God." In this message, there were 3 emojis that Erin sent. 1 after the reference to Simon not giving his side, and 2 after the reference to praying for their children. These messages were shown to the court today on screens, but they were not screenshots of the messages themselves, but rather extracts. I don't think any of us foresaw there would be an exchange about emojis in this trial, but that's what took place today. Here's what was said.
I suggest to you that these are eye roll emojis, but you disagree with that?
I think there's a better eye roll emoji than these that actually makes it clear that eyes are rolling. I can't see anything about eyes rolling in there.
By inserting these emojis, I suggested that you were mocking their advice to you, correct?
No, that's not true.
And part of your mockery was the religious component of their advice. Do you agree?
No, I don't. I wasn't mocking. I was frustrated.
Even though these emojis are right next to the phrases pray together and pray for the kids?
They are.
Dr. Rogers will continue her cross-examination of Erin tomorrow. Laura, the jurors actually found out more about the timeline of the trial today, didn't they?
Yes, that's right. So we're nearly at the end of the 6th week, and at the beginning of the trial, Justice Christopher Beale indicated to the jury that the trial would only be about 6 weeks. So today he turned to the jurors to offer them an update. He said that Erin would most likely continue giving evidence until early next week, before legal discussions would be taking place in the jury's absence. He then said that after that there would be the closing addresses from both the prosecution and the defence, which would likely bring them to the end of next week. Then after that, he said, they would be hearing from him directly when he delivers his judge's charge or his instructions to the jury, and that would also take a couple of days as well. Justice Beale then said to them that the boot would then go on the other foot because none of them could tell him how long it would take them to deliberate a verdict. But he said when that time came, they should take all the time they need.
I'm sure the jurors appreciated getting that timeline just like we did. And just like them, we'll be here for the duration of the trial, bringing you all the latest updates in the case. For now, head to themushroomcook.com.au for more. In the Wonthaggi police station, there's a small interview room with white walls and a light brown table. It was in this room that police first interviewed Erin Patterson over the deadly mushroom lunch.
This is a DVD recorded interview between Detective Leading Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall and Erin Patterson of Leongatha, conducted at the Wonthaggi police station on Saturday the 5th of August 2023.
Erin, wearing a light brown sweater, answered the questions from the detectives.
I'm sure you understand too that I've never been in a situation like this before, and I've been very, very helpful with the health department through the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible because I do want to know what happened. So I've given them as much information as they've asked for and offered up all the food and all the information about where the food came from.
Today in court, she fought back tears as the jury was played the video of that interview. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. I'm back for day 20 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I'm here in Morwell with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
What a massive day we've had.
Yes, it was a huge day in court. We heard Erin's record of interview that was done on August 5, a week after the lunch. This record of interview was played in court when Constable Eppingstall took to the stand and gave evidence. As we mentioned in yesterday's episode, he is the informant on the case.
That's right, Brooke. And today when the record of interview was being played to the jury, Erin had her own screen in front of her where she could watch along as well. I was sitting in court today, not too far from the dock where Erin is seated, and when you looked over at her, you could tell that at certain points she did start to become emotional. There was one point where she looked up at the ceiling of the dock and it appeared that she was fighting back tears as she was watching herself answer the detective's questions.
In the video, Erin is seated to the right-hand side, while Constable Eppingstall is with one of his colleagues, and they're seated to the left. Erin begins the interview by confirming her full name and her home address.
The interview starts with the exchange you heard at the top of the episode, before Constable Eppingstall starts asking Erin some more detailed questions which concern their investigation. 2 points that are touched on pretty early on in the record of interview concern the foraging of mushrooms and the dehydrator. These are some of the exchanges they had. These are their words, it's not their voices.
Obviously, we've got concerns in relation to the mushrooms and where they've come from. Is it something you have done in the past, foraging for mushrooms?
Never.
Ever?
Never.
And later he asked,
Do you know anything about a dehydrator in your house?
No.
Do you own a dehydrator?
No. I've got manuals of lots of stuff I've collected over the years. I just keep them all.
The defence conceded in its opening address that Erin has foraged for mushrooms before, and she did own a dehydrator, which she later dumped at a local tip after the lunch. Defence barrister Colin Mandy told the jury at the beginning of the trial that it was their case that Erin panicked after the lunch because she was overwhelmed by the fact that these 4 guests had become so ill because of food she had cooked them. But Mr. Mandy made it clear to the jury that while Erin admits she lied about foraging for mushrooms, she denies that she ever deliberately sought out death cap mushrooms.
Now back to the interview, Erin was also asked about her relationship with her estranged husband Simon Patterson and his family.
Can you describe to me the relationship with your ex-partner Simon? I would like to understand why you had his parents and the uncle and aunt over for lunch.
Because I've got no other family. They've always been really good to me and I try to maintain those relationships, despite what is happening with Simon. I love them a lot. They've always been really good to me and they always said to me that they would support me with love and emotional support even when Simon and I were separated. I really appreciated that. My parents are both gone. My grandparents are all gone. They're the only family that I've got and they're the only grandparents that my children have, and that's really important to me. I think Simon hated that I still had a relationship with them. I love them. Nothing that's ever happened between us, nothing he's ever done to me, will change the fact that they are good, decent people that have never done anything wrong.
In the interview, Erin was also asked questions about her hospital visit.
That's right. Constable Eppingstall asked Erin about her presentation to Leongatha Hospital 2 days after the lunch on July 31 and asked her questions about why she had left 5 minutes later. Erin told him that she went to hospital because she was really dehydrated and thought she might need saline. But then she said that she found out from the doctors they wanted to send her to Melbourne for treatment. She told Constable Eppingstall, "When you've got animals at home and children who have multiple after-school activities, you can't just drop everything and go to Melbourne overnight." She explained to him that she went home, fed the animals and packed her daughter's ballet kit. Erin told Constable Eppingstall that when she arrived at Leongatha Hospital, she spoke with Dr. Chris Webster, who has given evidence in this trial. She said she told him that he shouldn't worry about her because she was just a gastro case and she wasn't urgent. But she recalled that Dr. Webster realised who she was and informed her that the lunch guests were sick. He told her that he was concerned that they had eaten death cap mushrooms. She said that later that morning, Dr. Webster finished his shift and passed her on to another doctor who gave her some medication to protect her liver. It was during the time she spent at Leongatha Hospital that she conveyed information to police about where they could find the leftovers of the lunch. Constable Eppingstall said that it was to Erin's credit that she provided the PIN code to her front gate and directed police to where exactly they could find those leftovers. After questions about the leftovers, Constable Eppingstall told Erin that they would be completing the interview and the video stopped playing. Constable Eppingstall will return to the witness box tomorrow and answer more questions from Crown Prosecutor Jane Warren before he's cross-examined.
Let's move on to another witness we heard from today, Detective Sergeant Luke Farrell, who is also from the homicide squad. He told the jury he conducted a search at Erin's home in Leongatha with Constable Eppingstall on August 5 on the same day as her record of interview.
The jury heard that the search warrant on August 5 was executed at around 11:40 when the detectives arrived at Erin's home. Erin was told that this search warrant was in connection with the death of 2 people, and the court heard in response she asked who died. Sergeant Farrell told the court that it was his recollection that when Erin was told about the deaths, she expressed surprise. The court heard at the time of the search, Erin's 2 children were home, as well as the family dog. Constable Farrell explained that he was the team leader that day, which meant it was his job to physically conduct the search, while some of his colleagues took photos of the items that were seized and recorded a video of the search as well.
So what was actually found during the search then?
I'll start with the kitchen. The jury were shown several photos of both the kitchen and the butler's pantry, and the photos showed almost step-by-step how police went about this search. An instruction manual for a Sunbeam dehydrator was found in one of the kitchen drawers. A set of kitchen scales was found in the butler's pantry. And then a best-selling Recipe Tin Eats cookbook called Dinner was spotted on the kitchen bench. Sergeant Farrell said a piece of tissue had been used as a bookmark and the cookbook had been spattered with food remnants. The court heard that Erin had conversations with detectives about this cookbook and she confirmed she had used a recipe inside to make the beef Wellington. The jury was shown photos of that recipe today. It runs over about 6 pages, and on one page you can see a photo of a latticed beef Wellington log.
Now, the jury were told a video was filmed of Erin's house, and stills of that video were shown to the jury, and these were stills of plates inside her home.
That's right. Sergeant Farrell conceded that no photos were taken during the search warrant of any plates in Erin's house, so they had to resort to using these stills from the video. There was a range of plates shown that included those on the kitchen bench, those in a drawer, and some that were in the dishwasher. He was asked about some of the plates in the dishwasher, and he said that from the still, it appeared they had a red top with a dark bottom. He conceded that none of these plates were seized during the search.
And were any other rooms searched?
Sergeant Farrell said that detectives searched one of the children's bedrooms. In that room, they seized a Cooler Master computer, a Samsung mobile phone, and a Samsung tablet. Our listeners may remember that these devices were examined by Senior Digital Forensics Officer Sharman Fox Henry, who also works for Victoria Police. And Sergeant Farrell even said that at the time of the warrant, the tablet was in possession of Erin's daughter and had to be taken from her.
And besides from Erin's record of interview, another video was shown to the jury today.
That's right, and this was a very short video. It only ran for about 1.5 minutes, and it was taken at the very end of the search warrant, where Sergeant Farrell could be seen talking to Erin about her mobile phone. He explained to her that the only outstanding item that they were yet to collect was the phone she was currently using. In the video, he asks her if he can have a look at the phone, and she said, of course. She could then be seen handing him the phone, and he asked in response whether or not it required a PIN code. She said that it was either a 4-digit or a 6-digit code, and said she didn't know exactly which one. During his evidence, Sergeant Farrell also said that a search warrant was executed at one of Erin's properties in Mount Waverley, but he told the court that nothing of note was found.
And finally, we heard again from Senior Public Health Advisor Sally Ann Atkinson. She took to the stand and gave further evidence today.
Yes, she completed her evidence in chief today and spoke about the report that the Department of Health handed down after their investigation had concluded. She told the court that the investigation established that it was highly unlikely that the commercial food chain had been contaminated with death cap mushrooms. She said the risk to public health was deemed to be very low, and the Department of Health had deemed it an isolated event. Ms. Atkinson told the court that only one Asian grocer stocked dried mushrooms similar to the description that Erin had provided her, but she said this product was notably larger.
So, Laura, they are all the witnesses that we heard from today, but you told me that a juror actually got left out of the courtroom.
That's right, and I don't think you could have seen what was happening from the overflow room, Brooke, but in court towards the end of the day when Constable Eppingstall was giving evidence, there was a short break and the jury left the room. But when they came back in, someone realised that only 13 of them were sitting in the jury box. They realised they'd actually left one of the jurors behind. Laughter filled the courtroom when the jury forewoman went to the door to the jury room to try and get him and then had trouble trying to open the door. But eventually they recovered him and all 14 jurors continued listening to the evidence. And all 14 jurors will be back in court tomorrow to continue hearing from Constable Eppingstall, who the prosecution said today would be the last witness they call before they formally close their case against Erin.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Laura.
Thanks, Brooke.
To stay updated on this case, go to themushroomcook.com.au. It was the gathering that formed the centre of this trial. The few hours in a country house that propelled Erin Patterson to international headlines. 4 weeks ago, the only guest to survive the mushroom lunch took to the stand and described these hours, the discussion at the table and the beef Wellington dish. But today, in the witness box, it was the accused who gave her version of the lunch, how she prepared the meal and what she said happened after. I'm Brooke Greibert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 26 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I'm back with court reporter Laura Placella. Hi, Laura.
It's been another big day, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. So today, Erin took the stand for the third day in a row.
Yes, and today was the first day that we heard her speak about the lunch in detail. It was touched upon very briefly yesterday when she was asked a question by her defence barrister Colin Mandy, but we spent hours today unpacking both the events before the lunch, what happened during the lunch, and the days after the lunch. Mr. Mandy brought his client through the timeline in chronological order, so we'll do the same today.
So let's start with how Erin said she prepared the lunch.
She told the court that she went through a long process when it came to deciding what she wanted to cook. She had previously cooked a shepherd's pie for Don and Gail, but she said that she didn't feel like it was special enough for this lunch. She said that her mother would cook beef Wellington on important occasions when she was younger, so she thought she would give it a crack herself. She had a Recipe Tin Eats cookbook called Dinner that had a beef Wellington recipe inside it, so she said she used that, but she had to make some deviations.
Erin told the jury that she couldn't find a big meat log that the recipe called for, so she used individual steaks instead. She said the different meat meant that the quantities of mushroom and pastry would also be changed from the original recipe. Erin also said that she included no mustard and no prosciutto because Don didn't eat pork. The recipe also included a crepe layer, but Erin said that she thought it looked complicated, so she used filo pastry instead.
She began prepping the meal on the Friday, that is July 28, by salting the meat and getting the juices out of it. And she even said she took time to Google how not to stuff up a beef Wellington. On Saturday morning, she said she woke up early to get started on the mushroom duxelle. The mushroom duxelle is the mushroom paste that coats the meat, and that involved her frying garlic and chopping up shallots. She said she added Woolworths mushrooms into the pan and then she cooked it for a long time. While she was cooking, she said she had a taste, and in her opinion, it tasted a little bit bland. So she decided to put in some dried mushrooms that she had purchased from an Asian grocer back in April. Erin told the court that these dried mushrooms were being held in a container, and Mr. Mandy asked her today whether or not she believed there were any other mushrooms in that container. She conceded that now she believes there was a possibility there were forage mushrooms in there as well. She told the court she chopped them up and she sprinkled them over the mushroom duxelles and pushed them in slightly with a utensil she called an egg flip. Mr. Mandy then asked her more about how she prepared the beef Wellington. Here is more of their exchange. These are their words, but not their voices.
Can you talk us through the rest of the process of preparing the meal?
So after doing what I needed to do with the duxelle in the fry pan, I used the egg flip to transfer it out onto baking paper on an oven tray to put in the fridge for a little while. And I fried off the steaks on each side and let them rest, and then I started doing the process of putting the Wellingtons together. Do you want me to go through that?
Yes.
Okay. So after frying off the steaks and letting them rest and cool a bit, I used the egg flip again to, lift a little bit out of the oven tray and put on each steak.
Lift a little bit of the duxelle.
The duxelle, that's right. Like you could lift out a sort of, that shaped out of the tray and transfer it to the steak. I did that for both, I think I did it for both sides of the steaks, and then wrapped each one in phyllo and then wrapped each one in puff pastry.
Mr. Mandy then took Erin to messages sent the day before the lunch where Simon told her he wouldn't be coming because he felt too uncomfortable. Simon told the jury Erin invited him because she wanted to discuss some medical news. Our listeners have heard the messages before, but here's the exchange between Simon and Erin again.
Sorry, I feel too uncomfortable about coming to the lunch with you, Mum, Dad, Heather and Ian tomorrow. But I'm happy to talk to you about your health and implications of that at another time if you'd like to discuss it on the phone. Just let me know.
That's really disappointing. I've spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow, which has been exhausting in light of the issues I'm facing, and spent a small fortune on beef eye fillet to make beef Wellingtons, because I wanted it to be a special meal, as I may not be able to host a lunch like this again for some time. It's important to me that you're all there tomorrow and that I can have the conversations that I need to have. I hope you'll change your mind. Your parents and Heather and Ian are coming at 12:30. I hope to see you there.
Mr. Mandy asked Erin why she sent that message to Simon. Here's what she said in court.
I was hurt he didn't want to come, but I was also really anxious and stressed about this upcoming procedure that I was going to have. And I just wanted to know that it would be sorted and I wouldn't have to worry about whether I would have help with the kids or not. So I just wanted him to come so I could talk to him about that.
Erin said that apart from the small fortune claim and the fact she wanted it to be a special meal, the rest of the message was exaggerated. Here is more of what she said.
I just really wanted him to come so I could talk about the medical stuff and not worry about it anymore. I didn't mean to do any of that. I shouldn't have done any of that, but that's what I was thinking at the time.
What did you want him to feel when he read that message?
I guess I wanted him to feel a little bit bad about cancelling at the last minute after he would have known I'd done a lot of preparation.
And when you say, I've spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow, was that true?
I didn't do any preparing other than shopping and researching the recipe, so I guess the answer to your question is no, it wasn't true.
Mr. Mandy then went on to ask questions about the day of the lunch on July 29. Erin said she had planned for the dishes to be ready by 12:30 p.m. when her guests were due to arrive. Erin told the jury Heather brought a fruit platter and Gail brought an orange cake.
She explained that she served 5 dishes with the 6th beef Wellington put into the fridge on the tray it was cooked on. She said she told the guests to grab a plate before she grabbed the last one herself and joined them at the table. She said today that she didn't remember what plate she used. As the jury has previously heard, Erin said the Wilkinsons ate all of their meals. Don ate all of his, as well as Gail's leftovers as she didn't finish hers. And then Erin said she ate between a quarter and a third of her own meal because she was eating slowly and talking a lot. Erin said she had a health issue she wanted to discuss with her guests. Here is what she said about that conversation.
So it was right at the end of the meal and I mentioned that I'd had a maybe not scare is the right word, but I'd had an issue a year or two earlier where I thought I had ovarian cancer and had various scans about and related to that. And then, I'm not proud of this, but I led them to believe that I might be needing some treatment in regards to that in the next few weeks or months.
And can you remember what you said about that in any more detail?
Not specifically. I do remember I referred to upcoming treatment because primarily in my mind I was thinking I might need help with getting the kids to and from the bus or activities, and I might need to explain why I was going out to hospital for a day or two. So that was really the focus of what I was talking about.
Did you mislead them?
I did.
Erin told the court that the upcoming treatment she had referred to was actually the plan she had to have gastric bypass surgery, but she was too ashamed to tell her guests. Here is another exchange between her and Mr. Mandy.
And why didn't you tell them the truth about what you were intending?
I was really embarrassed. I was ashamed of the fact that I didn't have control over my body or what I ate. I was ashamed of that and embarrassed. I didn't want to tell anybody, but I shouldn't have lied to them.
After the guests had left, Erin told the jury she ate a piece of orange cake before eating another, then another. In the end, she said she ate 2/3 of that cake. She told the jury that she felt sick and overfull and went to the toilet and brought it back up again. On Tuesday, Erin told the jury that she had struggled with binge eating and bulimia for most of her life.
Erin told the court that she felt better later that afternoon, but started experiencing diarrhea from about 10 p.m. She didn't sleep very much that night, she said, and the next morning she went downstairs to speak with her children before making herself a herbal tea. The court heard that she decided they wouldn't be going to church that day, but that afternoon she said she decided to still drive her son to his flying lesson in Tyab. She said she still felt nauseous and had diarrhea, but her symptoms weren't as bad as they were the night before. Here's what she said today in court about the journey to the flying lesson.
So maybe about half an hour into the trip, I felt like I needed to go to the toilet. So we pulled over on a stretch of the road where there's quite a bit of bush along the way.
Do you remember where that was?
It's before the South Gibson Highway meets the Bass Highway. Somewhere around the Nyora turnoff-ish, somewhere around there.
And what happened? You pulled over?
Yeah, and I went off into the bush and went to the toilet.
What kind of going to the toilet was it?
So I had diarrhea.
And what happened after that?
So I cleaned myself up a little bit with tissues and put them in a dog poo bag and put it in my handbag, and we hit the road again.
There's evidence that on the way at 3:20 p.m. you stopped at the BP in Caldermead, and the internal footage shows you going into the bathrooms. Why did you go into the bathrooms?
I put the dog poo bag with the soiled tissues in the bin.
And when you came out of the bathroom, you purchased some things.
I did.
Erin said her diarrhea continued and that she didn't want to cook anything for the kids, so she gave them leftovers of that beef Wellington meal that were in the fridge. She said she removed the pastry and mushrooms from the leftover Wellington, splitting it onto 2 plates which were served with potatoes and beans. She said her children ate both meals.
Mr. Mandy then brought Erin to the events of July 31, the Monday. Erin recalled that she still woke up feeling unwell, so she decided she would go to Leongatha Hospital to get some saline. The jury has previously heard that Erin arrived at the hospital around 8 a.m. and was greeted by Dr. Chris Webster at the entrance. Erin told the court that she told Dr. Webster that she wasn't an urgent patient. She said she just had gastro, and he asked for her name. When she told him her name was Erin Patterson, she said that Dr. Webster said words to the effect of, "We were expecting you." Erin told the court that she remembered feeling quite unsettled because when she said her name, it was clear that Dr. Webster knew who she was. He told her that they were concerned that she had been exposed to death cap mushrooms and asked her where she had bought the mushrooms from. Erin said that she was shocked and confused. She didn't understand how death caps could be in the meal. Earlier today, Mr. Mandy asked Erin more questions about her foraging for mushrooms. She denied ever foraging for mushrooms in Loch and Outram, those being the 2 areas where Dr. Tom May and Christine McKenzie spotted death cap mushrooms and posted their locations to citizen science website iNaturalist. She also denied ever seeing their posts.
As the jury has previously heard, Erin left the hospital after only being there for 5 minutes. She discharged herself against medical advice, and she said she left to go feed her animals and organise her daughter's ballet items. The court heard hospital records showed that Erin returned at 9:48 a.m. She recalled telling Dr. Webster that her children had eaten leftovers of that meal on Sunday night.
Erin said that the doctors at the hospital wanted the children to come there themselves because they were concerned the toxins from the death caps had seeped into the meat, despite the fact that Erin said she had scraped them off. They said it was better to be safe than sorry. Erin was taken by ambulance to Monash Medical Centre, where eventually she was joined by Simon and their 2 children. The next day, on August 1, the 4 of them were still at the hospital. Erin recounted a conversation that she had with Simon and the children, where they explained to the children that there were concerns over the lunch that she had cooked. Erin told the court today that that led to a discussion about mushrooms and her dehydrator more broadly. They spoke about how their daughter doesn't like mushrooms and how Erin had used the dehydrator to be able to dry mushrooms, chop them up into small pieces, and put them into food for her to eat. Erin said that after that conversation, the children had left the room, leaving her and Simon. She spoke more today about what was said between the 2 of them.
Did you and Simon have any conversation?
Yeah, so during that conversation with the children about the taste tests, and we discussed in that conversation that I dried the mushrooms, and I don't remember if it was Simon or I that initiated it, but there was a conversation about how I had used a dehydrator to do that. And he said to me, "Is that how you poisoned my parents, using that dehydrator?"
And what was your response?
I said, "Of course not."
Did that comment by Simon cause you to reflect on what might have been in the meal?
It caused me to do a lot of thinking about a lot of things, yeah. It caused me to reflect a lot on what might have happened.
Okay, well, can you explain to us what crossed your mind then and what you were thinking about?
So it got me thinking about all the times that I'd used it, and I had...
Used the dehydrator?
That's right. And how I had dried foraged mushrooms in it weeks earlier. And I was starting to think, what if they'd gone in the container with the Chinese mushrooms?
How did that make you feel?
Scared. Responsible. Really worried. Because child protection were involved, and Simon seemed to be of the mind that maybe this was intentional, and I just got really scared.
Erin told the court that around this time she also thought it was a possibility that the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocer were behind the guests' illnesses.
Let's move on to the next day, August 2. Laura, what did Erin do?
By this stage, she's back at her home in Leongatha after being discharged from Monash Medical Centre, and she admitted, as her legal team has done before, that she dumped her dehydrator at the local tip. Mr. Mandy asked her about this today.
Why did you do that?
Child protection were coming to my house that afternoon, and I was scared of the conversation that might flow about the meal and the dehydrator, and I was scared of that they would blame me for it.
Blame you for?
For making everyone sick. And I was scared they'd remove the children.
Did you tell anyone that you had come to the realisation that death cap mushrooms might have been in the meal?
No, I didn't.
Did you tell anyone that foraged mushrooms might have been in the meal?
No.
You had been told that the suspicion was that death cap mushrooms had been in the meal?
Yes.
What did that make you think about whether or what might have been in the dehydrator?
Well, I thought there might be evidence of that. Evidence of any foraged mushrooms in there.
Erin went on to tell the jury that 2 days later, on August 4, she told child protection worker Katrina Cripps that she was concerned about Simon.
Erin said she told Miss Cripps that she wanted to change her phone number. She said she was becoming concerned about Simon's behaviour and his allegations, and that meant she was feeling concerned for her security. She wanted to make sure he couldn't contact her.
Mr. Mandy then asked Erin about the phone she handed to police the next day on August 5 when they searched her Leongatha home. Laura, what did she say about that phone?
Our listeners were probably hoping we would never have to touch on phone A and phone B again, but it was touched upon again today by Mr. Mandy, who first asked her about this phone you've spoken about, Brooke, the one she handed to police, and this one has been dubbed Phone B. The jury has previously heard that multiple factory resets were conducted on this phone in 2023. Erin explained today that the first one on February 12 was because her son had damaged his phone, so she gave him Phone B to use and she had bought a new one. He needed to conduct that factory reset, so he was able to use the phone for himself. But the court heard he stopped using Phone B after he took it to a school camp and it got covered in mud, which got stuck inside the charging port. Erin told the court that the phone was drying out at her house, almost forgotten about, until August when she had this conversation with Miss Cripps about wanting to have a new phone number. She told the court that she conducted a second factory reset on August 2 so she could wipe her son's information off this phone and set it up for herself. She explained to the court that by this time, the mud had dried out and Phone B could be charged again. But she went on to say that she reset the phone again on August 5, the day of the search, because she panicked and didn't want police to find photos of mushrooms and the dehydrator that she believed were in her Google Photos app. She eventually handed this phone to police, but Erin admitted that she reset the phone the next day on August 6. She said this was out of panic, saying that she tried to see if she could log into her Google account remotely and conduct the reset that way, and she said to the court that it worked.
And Laura, Phone A was also mentioned today, wasn't it?
That's right. So Phone A was the phone that Erin was using before she set up Phone B after having that conversation with Miss Cripps. She told the court that on August 5, when police were searching her home, Phone A was sitting on a windowsill near a charging station. When she returned home that afternoon after her record of interview, she said she was handed a property seizure record by detectives, which stated that 2 devices had been taken, and she said this left her confused. She told the court she looked around her home and was able to find a Nokia phone that was left in a basket and Phone A that remained on that windowsill. At this point in time, Phone A had a SIM card in it ending in 783, which was Erin's normal phone number, the one she said she had wanted to move away from. But she said she put this SIM card into the Nokia and continued to use it, conceding that Simon would most likely need to contact her about the children moving forward.
Thanks, Laura. That was a great explanation as always. Erin will be back on the stand tomorrow and she's expected to be cross-examined by the prosecution team. To stay updated with this case, go to themushroomcook.com.au. It was a week of technical evidence, but also human moments in the trial of Erin Patterson. I'm here to talk about it with veteran crime reporter Anthony Dowsley. I'm Brooke Grewitt-Cray, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Welcome back, Dows.
Hey, Brooke. Good to hear from you.
So we're at the pointy end of the trial, aren't we?
We're right near the end now, we would think. The prosecution for the past... Is it 3 or 4 weeks now, Brooke? I'm losing count.
We are at the end of the 4th week.
Yeah, so most trials go for 5 to 6 weeks, murder trials, that is. And we would be expecting that the closing addresses from the prosecution and the defence would come towards the end of this week. But as with any trial, you can't be sure. And it's worth noting here that Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to 3 murder charges surrounding the deaths of Don Patterson, his wife Gail Patterson, and her sister Heather Wilkinson. And she's also pleaded not guilty to the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, the only guest to have survived the lunch, who has given evidence in this trial. This trial surrounds a lunch that was served to them that Erin Patterson cooked on July 29, 2023. And ever since, there has been a police investigation into that, as well as other departments, such as the health department, that have looked into the circumstances of what happened at that lunch. The defence say that this was a tragic accident. We know that the prosecution say this was a deliberate act of murder, an attempted murder, and it is up to a jury, which will be eventually 12 people, it is currently 14, that will have to decide a verdict very shortly.
So, Dow's, this trial really keeps coming back to three different points, which are family, religion and money.
It does. It's been a theme of this trial from the very first witness that we heard from, being Simon Patterson, the estranged husband of Erin. It keeps getting to how religion formed a big part of their life, the church, how they continued to have family involvement in that. So it's been about the church and the family. And it's also, later on, it becomes a little bit about money. And how money became an issue, particularly when they were separated, particularly in the last 2 years. So we're talking about 2022, 2023. So this all becomes a factor, as we've spoken about before, when Simon Patterson either ticks a box or writes that he's separated on a tax form. And this sets in motion what the witnesses say was a friendly, workable relationship into a more hostile one. But over the weeks, this theme keeps coming back and back and back. And this week it came back in the form of Facebook messages from an account the prosecution say are linked to Erin Patterson. It was, first of all, an account called Erin Patterson. There was an account called Erin, and the messages I'm talking about are from an account called Erin. And those messages were beamed to the court this week, Rob.
Yes, they were. And the jury heard that these messages were found on a phone that was seized from Erin Patterson's home in Leongatha on August 5.
So if we go through some of these messages, we can only say that the prosecution say they are linked to Erin Patterson, but they detail the prosecution's case that the money or the family contributions that she wants Simon Patterson to make are not being met, and she's trying to get the family involved. These messages that the courtroom has been shown, that have been beamed up on screens, are messages such as, I thought his parents would want him to do the right thing, but it seems they're concerned about not wanting to feel uncomfortable and not wanting to get involved in their son's personal matters and overriding that. So FM. Messages like that. His mum was horrified I had claimed child support. Why isn't she horrified her son is such a deadbeat that I had no choice but to claim, ? So these are the allegations surrounding these particular messages, and they hark right back to the start of this trial when Simon Patterson gave evidence similar to all of this business surrounding a family breakdown.
Some other text messages were, nobody bloody listens to me. At least I know they're a lost cause. And another one was, I wonder if they've got any capacity for self-reflection at all. I mean, clearly the fact that Simon refused to talk about personal issues in part stems from the behaviour of his parents and how they operate. And I will just note there were other Facebook messages that were shown in court as well.
So this is really leading the courtroom to the dynamics of the family in the months, 6 months, 12 months leading into the lunch. I think many of these messages were from December 2022. And as you said, we haven't read out all of the messages. There was ongoing messages because they're a family. But, you know, there is obviously problems leading into this lunch. And as we know, at the July 29, 2023 lunch, they're invited to talk about a serious matter. Erin Patterson serves up the beef Wellington, and at the end of that, she tells them, allegedly, that she has cancer. So we're dealing with a complex set of circumstances, but the jury is hearing that there is a relationship problem. And Brooke, the week ended very strongly on this family aspect.
Yes, a doctor who worked at the Austin Hospital took to the stand and gave evidence on Friday. He told the jury that he treated Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson in August 2023. So this is after they were taken from Leongatha and Korumburra Hospital to Dandenong Hospital, and then they were all transferred to the Austin in Melbourne. He told the jury that all the lunch guests suffered from acute liver failure. And I think it's interesting to note that Ian Wilkinson was actually in court on Friday, and he really has been in court most days of the trial. So he was hearing all of this evidence about himself, about his wife, his sister-in-law Gail, and about Don Patterson in court on Friday.
And the court heard that Ian Wilkinson was very close to death.
Yes, that's correct. The prosecutor asked the doctor, how close did Ian Wilkinson come to dying? And he replied, we thought he was going to die. He was very close. So yes, Dowles, it was a very human moment in court on Friday. So we also heard more technical evidence this week, didn't we?
Yeah, and this evidence surrounds the digital devices that were seized from Erin Patterson's home. We know that mobile phone was seized. It had been factory reset afterwards. We know that there are data records involved in this trial. We've had experts such as phone tower experts give evidence. One, Dr. Matthew Sorrell, told the court that he couldn't eliminate the possibility that Erin Patterson's mobile phone was taken to spots near but not in the two Gippsland locations where the prosecutors say death cap mushrooms had been found after the discoveries were posted online. So that is one part of the evidence, that Miss Patterson's phone might have pinged nearby towers in Outram and Lock in the Gippsland area, not too far from Leongatha. We've heard evidence again this week surrounding, the phones travelling in this area. But these are all evidence where, it sort of goes to and fro. It's not an exact science, but it will be evidence that will be considered at the end of the day.
You mentioned closings at the start of the podcast, Dowles. Why are they so important?
Well, at the start of a trial, there are the openings which set out the case, and the prosecution goes for a lot longer than the defence does. At the other end of the trial, it is the prosecution that goes first again, and it is the defence that gets the last say. And this is the moment that defence lawyers look for to persuade a jury that their client should be acquitted. This will be their summation of the case, and they will try and point out the pitfalls, the flaws, even the errors in the prosecution case that they have observed since its beginning. And with any trial, defence barristers are trying to look for those little bits of evidence that puts the seed of doubt into a juror's mind. They will question them. They will go through some of the witnesses and what they said if they choose to. So they can go for some hours, sometimes days. And it is really that persuasion, that review of the evidence that becomes really important. It's that review of the evidence, the persuasive argument that they look for to tell the jury they have to be beyond reasonable doubt to convict their client, in this case, Erin Patterson, of the most serious charge you can be charged with, and that is murder. In this case, a triple murder and one attempted murder.
Thanks, Dowles, and I will speak to you next Sunday.
See you in Morwell.
The mushroom trial is over and the jury have found Erin Patterson guilty of murder and attempted murder. Laura, you were in court. What did you see?
I was seated right in front of the dock, only a few metres away from Erin. The jury came into the room and the judge's associate asked them for their verdicts. One by one, the jury forewoman said guilty. I looked at Erin. She sat expressionless. She didn't cry. There was no expression whatsoever.
There's a lot of media outside Latrobe Valley Law Courts at the moment, all waiting to speak to anyone who will come out. Erin Patterson's friend, Ali Pryor, did not say anything. Neither did the Patterson's media advisor, Jess O'Donnell.
We don't know the next time Erin will be in court, but soon she will have to face a plea hearing before she is sentenced.
But let's head back to the studio and discuss it in more depth. I'm Brooke Gribett-Craig.
I'm Laura Placella.
And this is The Mushroom Cook. Hi Laura, we're back in our podcast studio. So Erin Patterson has been found guilty. What does this mean?
So she's been found guilty of 3 charges of murder relating to Don Patterson, Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. And she's also been found guilty of the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson. And it has been a long time in Victoria since we've had someone been found guilty of a triple murder, especially a female. So this is quite a big moment. And what this also means is that the jury have rejected her story that this was a tragic accident. They didn't buy it. They heard all of the evidence that we're about to go through and they concluded that she deliberately put death caps in that meal with the intention of killing all of her guests.
And Laura, I guess for the last 30 episodes, we broke down the evidence for our listeners and we had to be quite careful in what we were saying. I guess now we can be a bit more candid.
Yeah, for sure. When you're covering a trial, there are a lot of rules that you have to follow. And we're not going to go into all the law now. But in this point in time, since we have a verdict, we can speak a bit more freely about the evidence and what it means. I know some of our listeners were really wanting us to talk more about the evidence. They wanted to hear our analysis of it. And that makes sense. You know, people who are really interested in the trial wanted all of those things really broken down and explained to them. But now we're in a position where we really can start to analyse the evidence and see how the jury came to the verdict that they did.
Okay, Laura, now let's talk about the 7 most damning pieces of evidence that brought down Erin.
And these are the pieces of evidence that we think brought her down. We're actually not sure what happened in that jury room. We're not privy to the discussions the jurors had. But these are certainly the pieces of evidence that I think stuck out in both of our minds when we were listening to it, and probably in our listeners' minds when we were bringing it to them as well.
I think the first one would definitely have to be the different coloured plates and the individual beef Wellingtons that Erin cooked for her guests.
I think the coloured plates was almost like the smoking gun for some people. They just couldn't wrap their head around why you would invite people over to your house for a lunch and then proceed to serve the meals on different plates. Why wouldn't you just use a matching set of plates that you had?
So Ian Wilkinson, as we've touched on many times before, was the only guest that survived the meal. And he said that Erin served their beef Wellingtons on stone grey plates, but served herself on an orange tanned plate. He also said the morning after the lunch, Heather remarked, "Is Erin short of crockery? I was wondering why she served herself on a different plate to the rest of us." So here's 2 people with the same account of Erin serving her guests on different colour plates compared to herself.
And during the trial, Erin's defence barrister, Colin Mandy, tried to argue that it would have been really dumb for her to use different coloured plates if she was trying to commit a murder. He said it would have been so much smarter for her to just mark the pastry, but it seems like the jury wasn't buying that argument and they've taken Ian at his word.
And another point is Erin cooked individual beef Wellingtons for her guests rather than cooking up a usual beef Wellington log.
We learnt that Erin used the best-selling Recipe Tin Eats cookbook called Dinner, and there were photos in that recipe of the log you've just described. So it didn't really make sense that someone would follow a recipe, one that she's actually never made before. Erin admitted she'd never made a beef Wellington, but make such a massive change to the recipe. And I guess now we have our answer why she decided to do that. Crown prosecutor Nanette Rogers said to the jury that it was the prosecution case that she served individual beef Wellington so she could have complete control of all the ingredients in all the serves. And what we can take away from the jury's verdict is that they agree that her serve of beef Wellington must either have had no mushrooms at all or just regular mushrooms.
Now let's move on to the fabricated cancer claim. And this is a little bit complex, right, Laura?
Yeah, it is a little bit. When Erin gave evidence during the trial, she had a whole range of reasons why she was telling people she had medical issues and trying to explain away why she would announce at the table that she had cancer when she really didn't. So Simon told the jury that when he was invited to the lunch 2 weeks earlier, Erin did flag that she wanted to discuss some important medical news. But it was only until the day of the lunch, obviously Simon didn't attend, but it was at the end of the meal that Ian recalled Erin making an announcement.
Yes, he said that Erin said that she had cancer and she described it as life-threatening.
And he said in court that that was the moment he realised why they had been invited to the lunch, because the 4 guests weren't told that Erin wanted to discuss medical news. She only told that to Simon.
So the prosecution very much claimed that Erin planted this seed of this lie far in advance when she told Don and Gail earlier in June that she was having medical tests on her elbow.
But this is where I felt like it became a bit confusing, because with Don and Gail, she was talking to them about this lump, and then all of a sudden at the lunch, she starts bringing up ovarian cancer. Seems like she dialed things up to 10 during that conversation. But she claimed that she'd only ever brought up cancer at the lunch because she was exploring gastric bypass surgery and she wanted a cover for that procedure when it came time for her to go under the knife. Mr. Mandy made a good point during his closing address that she didn't tell the lunch guests about the medical news, and they seemed to just come to the lunch with no reason at all provided. And then she served them the beef Wellington and they ate it before she even told them about the cancer. So I'm not quite sure myself if she really did manufacture this story about cancer to get them to the lunch. It seems like they would have come regardless.
And I've seen a lot of questions floating around as to why then Heather and Ian were invited to the lunch, and I think it's quite safe to say that there were really collateral damage in Erin's plans.
Yeah, I would really agree with that. It did appear that Erin really wanted Simon at the lunch. And it also appeared that she thought the best chance of that happening would be to have both his parents there and also his aunt and uncle. I think the term I'd used before with you, Brooke, is safety in numbers. If there are 5 people sitting around that table plus Erin, I think in everyone's minds it would have been a lot less likely that something awful would have happened.
Now let's chat about Erin's lack of symptoms. I think it's safe to say that she wasn't really sick at all, despite the jury hearing that she had diarrhea the day after the lunch.
Yeah, it almost seems now that some of the lies she told on the stand were for nothing, because they were actually pretty embarrassing lies. She told the jury, and I'd go on to say the world at large, considering how many people have been following this case, that she had to pull over on the side of the road the day after the lunch and essentially take a poo in the bush. And then she spoke about cleaning herself up and then spoke about having to drive to a service station to get rid of those soiled tissues. So no one would really want to be recounting any of this, but it seems now that that was just a lie.
I know this wasn't really mentioned in court a lot, but it's something we all as journalists spoke about in court and in the overflow room. Why did Erin wear white pants the day after the lunch if she had explosive diarrhea?
And we really, really wanted the prosecution to make this point in their closing address when they were touching on the trip to Tyab. We were just waiting. We're like, mention the white pants, mention the white pants. They didn't get mentioned, but you never know. This could have been something that the jurors could have been discussing themselves. When you are having one of those days, you're not wearing white pants just in case you do have an accident, which Erin was talking to people about. She was talking about the fact she was scared over the night of the lunch and the next day that she could have an accident. I think the word she used at one point was hoping sitting in the car would feel like a cork. So this was something clearly on her mind, or so she said. It appears the night of and the next day, she wasn't really suffering from anything. But I think you've mentioned to me before, Brooke, that you felt like maybe she started to get stressed by the Monday.
Yeah, I definitely think that would have been the case. And, we heard that she went to the hospital and she had tests done of her bowel movements. And personally, I do think, when you're under so much pressure and anxiety, it can really force your body to do things that you're not really used to.
Well, yeah, essentially in those days after the lunch, things were unravelling for Erin. I think she was starting to realise that there was a chance she was going to get found out. And I can imagine that would have been incredibly stress-inducing and anxiety-inducing. So she gets to the hospital on July 31, the Monday. She gets taken to Monash Medical Centre. Pretty quickly they realise that she's not suffering from death cap mushroom poisoning. But another thing here that we haven't touched on yet was the fact that Erin told the jury that she vomited after the lunch. But very interestingly, and it makes sense now, she didn't tell anyone else that she vomited after the lunch. It appears that it was a story she concocted to explain to the jury why she wasn't as sick as everyone else.
And I think this is a difficult issue to actually speak upon. In any other case, obviously when someone is suffering body image and bulimia, you would want to believe them. But I think in Erin's case, she has proven that she is a liar. So really, did she suffer from bulimia? Did she vomit on that day? Who knows? We don't know, and clearly the jury didn't believe her.
I must admit it was a very convenient lie, and one it appears that no one really saw coming. But I think they did a very good job of proving to the jury that it was nothing but a baseless lie.
Now let's move on to the citizen website iNaturalist, which we have spoken a lot in detail, and Erin's phone pings to Outram and Locke.
And this is probably one of my favourite parts of the evidence because it really sets out a very compelling timeline. And when I heard about this timeline for the first time, I just couldn't ignore it. I just kept coming back to it and how incriminating I thought it was. So we have spoken a lot about these dates before, but I'll really try and do it now in a way that I think will really make sense. So April 18 is the day that Christine McKenzie posts on iNaturalist and says she's found death caps in Locke. 10 days later, we now know that Erin travelled to the area and foraged for death caps. Only a few hours after she's in Locke, she is at Better Home Living in Leongatha buying a dehydrator.
Crazy.
Only a few hours. She'd found what she was looking for, and then she's thought, I need to preserve these, because we heard from mycologist Dr. Tom May that death caps, after they've been picked, they only have a certain shelf life before they will start to decompose. So she thought to herself, I need to buy something to help me preserve my eventual murder weapon. So she gets the dehydrator, then she comes home. Then 2 days later, she takes some photos of her dehydrator, including some photos of some button mushrooms on one of the trays. And this was a really smart argument, I thought, from the prosecution. They said that Erin was doing a test run. She was practicing with just some regular Woolies mushrooms to try to figure out the best way to dehydrate a mushroom because she wouldn't want to stuff it up. You know, we heard evidence in the trial that death caps had never before been posted to iNaturalist in the Gippsland region. So I think she was probably thinking, this is really rare. I want to make sure I don't waste these. And then a few days later, she takes some more photos. And this time it appears that those photos were of the death caps sitting on her dehydrator tray. So she had done her test run with the button mushrooms and she was ready to dehydrate the real thing.
But it's really crazy to me that she would take photos of this.
Yeah, and this was something Mr. Mandy did point out. He goes, if my client has been planning this murder, why on earth is she taking photos of, again, the murder weapon? Not only the mushrooms, but the dehydrator itself. So that was a little bit strange, I will say. But someone did actually tell me that they thought she had taken the photos as trophy photos. She may not have thought she'd get caught, and they'd actually offer almost a little keepsake of what she was able to find and what she was able to do with those mushrooms. So it seems like Erin waits a few weeks, and perhaps she thinks, I want more death caps. I don't have enough. So she then travels to Locke, where she first went to see if any more death caps were growing, before she travels to Outram after seeing Dr. May's post that he had posted only 1 day beforehand. Mr. Manny almost mocked the prosecution case during his closing address, saying that it was extraordinary to suggest that Erin would have been sitting there refreshing iNaturalist every day, but it appears with this verdict that the jury has ruled that that's exactly what she did.
And we touched upon the dehydrator a bit before, but Erin did dump it on August 2, so this was 4 days after the lunch. And in her evidence, Erin said that she dumped it because she panicked, but I think it's safe to say that it wasn't so much panic, but more that Erin was getting rid of the evidence, getting rid of her murder weapon.
She knew that she had used the dehydrator to dry death caps, and she's really into true crime. She was probably thinking to herself, if they find this dehydrator in my home, they're going to run tests on it and they might find traces of death caps in there. So I'm just going to distance myself from this appliance, dump it and hope no one finds it. But police were onto it very quickly. I think they found it within only 2 days of her dumping it.
Now let's move on to the Asian grocer and the lies that Erin told about this. So we heard during the trial that she told almost a dozen witnesses that mushrooms in the beef Wellington came from a local Woolworths and an Asian grocer in Melbourne southeast. And she was throwing around different suburbs like Clayton, Oakley, Mount Waverley. But really, she did this to send the Department of Health on a wild goose chase, because she in fact did not buy any mushrooms from any Asian grocer in Melbourne southeast.
Yeah, these poor Asian grocers became scapegoats almost. In the days after the lunch, she was starting to realise that she needed to deflect blame. She needed to come up with a story to explain why death caps were in the meal she cooked. I think she cottoned on pretty fast that no one would believe her if she said she just bought the mushrooms from Woolworths. So she needed another element. And we do know that she did shop at these sorts of Asian grocers before, so they probably popped into her mind and she's like, great, I'm going to throw them under the bus. But during the trial, things kind of took a turn, and when Erin was giving evidence, she then all of a sudden revealed that when she was cooking the mushroom duxelles for the beef Wellington, she had gone to her pantry to grab a container of the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocer. She explained that she threw them in. But then she said that after a few days, she realised that maybe that container also had foraged mushrooms in there. So by this stage, Erin's story had evolved from only Woolworths mushrooms being in the meal to Woolworths mushrooms plus dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer to finally, in its final evolution, Woolworths mushrooms plus dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer plus foraged mushrooms that she had accidentally put into this container after one of her foraging trips.
And, you know, I think she really had to add in that element of the foraged mushrooms because she knew that she would be caught out for lying about Asian grocers. I think we have to consider if there were death cap mushrooms at Asian grocers, why didn't anyone else get sick in Victoria?
It really did seem like Erin was hedging her bets because she was trying to leave open the possibility that maybe the death caps did come from the Asian grocer, or maybe she had accidentally foraged death caps. When it came to her trying to spin this story about it being an accident, I don't think she wanted to just lock herself in to one source of mushrooms. She wanted to give herself as many options as possible.
And really create that doubt within the jury.
But again, they really didn't buy it.
Now let's finish off with something that we've dubbed the game of phones.
Our producer was really happy with that phrase, and it's a really good one, and it really describes what was going on here. So we have phone A, phone B, and phone C. We won't crap on about them too much more, but essentially what this verdict really shows was that phone A, which was Erin's usual phone, was disposed of by Erin at some stage. We don't know where she put it.
She wanted to get rid of that evidence.
Yeah, she really did. The prosecution had always argued that that was probably the phone she used to search iNaturalist. It was the phone she took to lock an Outram, considering that there were those phone pings. So it was very likely that she is looking on her phone at iNaturalist, trying to figure out what tree did Dr. May say the death caps are under. It's almost like her guide. So she's gotten rid of phone A, but then she's thought to herself, oh, when the police come knocking, which I think she realised they would, she needed a dummy phone. So she had a lot of devices, it seemed, laying around her house. So she's grabbed phone B and she started to set it up to appear like it's her phone. She's done that around August 2, August 3. By August 5, they do come knocking and she's probably thinking, great, I'm prepared now. She has to pull a little bit of a sneaky and take out her SIM card from phone A, her usual phone. I don't think she wanted to lose her number, so she's taken out her SIM card, hidden phone A somewhere in the house, at least for now, and then she's just handed over phone B to police and said, yep, this is my phone, here, you can have it. But maybe panic took over in that moment because she's then gone and factory reset phone B 2 times. It may have been panic and she's just thought, maybe I'll just, wipe my dummy phone for the sake of it. Or maybe she thought wiping the dummy phone would delay police a little bit. Maybe they wouldn't actually realise that that wasn't her phone until later when they got back to police HQ. So again, we go back to this game of phones idea.
I think this really speaks to Erin's level of sophistication, really. She was really thinking ahead and planning out her moves.
Yeah, that's right. And when she was giving evidence, she actually had some explanations to the switching of the phones that I must admit at some points did seem to make a bit of sense. She said that police didn't touch one of the phones in her house and left it on a windowsill, and she claimed that was phone A. Clearly no one was buying that. And then she also argued that she was simply setting up phone B because phone A was for some reason damaged despite being 6 months old, and she also wanted to get a new phone number. But I think, if you've served up a lunch that is about to claim the lives of almost all of your guests, I don't think that is the time you're setting up a new phone. It would be the last thing on your mind, really. But in this case, Erin was spending those days trying to figure out a way to get away with murder.
So now that Erin has been found guilty of murder, she will be taken back to a women's maximum security prison, Dame Phyllis Frost. But Laura, what's next? Can she appeal?
So she can appeal, but before that can happen, there are a few final stages that she needs to undergo in the trial process. So here in Victoria, someone is found guilty of a serious crime, they will face what's called a plea hearing. The word plea sometimes confuses people. Sometimes people think that means they've pleaded guilty, but it's just what the hearing is called. But effectively, it's when the prosecution will present their arguments to the judge about how long they think she should spend in jail. They'll put forward some aggravating factors as well, things they say that makes this crime really bad and really heinous. But then on the flip side, the defence will get a chance to argue why she should spend a little bit less time in jail. They're likely to commission many psychiatric reports about Erin, and they'll go into her past. And then after that, after those arguments are had, the judge will go away and think about the sentence he will hand down. This is Justice Christopher Beale. And then she'll be back to court for sentencing.
And when do you reckon we'll get a sentence?
This whole process could take a number of months. Like I mentioned before, there are psychiatric reports that might need to be completed. So it could be potentially 6 months until she is sentenced. But in Victoria, murder carries a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. And Erin isn't just facing one count of murder. She's facing 3 plus the attempted murder of Ian. So I don't have a crystal ball. I can't sit here and say exactly what she will be sentenced to, but it is very likely that Erin will die in prison.
Yes, but that's unless she wins her appeal.
Yeah, so you did ask me that before, Brooke, about the appeals process. That can take even longer. So after Erin is sentenced, she does have that opportunity to appeal. And she can appeal on 2 grounds. So she can appeal her conviction and she can also appeal her sentence. If she goes down the first route, that's her essentially arguing that something has happened in the trial that hasn't been fair. It's not so much her having a go at the jury, but more so them arguing that the trial wasn't run properly. And if that appeal is successful, we could actually potentially have a retrial. The Court of Appeal might rule that this all needs to happen again because Erin didn't get a fair trial the first time. Or she can go down a second route of appealing her sentence to try and get a few years or months shaved off in the hope that she can potentially see the light of day again.
So that's Erin's future, but as for us, we'll be back with a couple more episodes. But in the meantime, for more, go to themushroomcook.com.au.
Even if you think the conduct makes her look guilty, it does not necessarily mean that the accused is guilty.
Lies. One of the central themes in the trial of Erin Patterson. What lies did she tell and who did she tell them to? Erin admits to telling some lies, but the prosecution alleges she told many more. Today, Justice Christopher Beale took the jury through what they should consider and what they should not consider when grappling with Erin's alleged lies during deliberations next week. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 39 and the end of week 9 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I'm here with court reporter Laura Placella.
Hey, Brooke, and I will say, in the words of Justice Beale that he uttered today, thank God it's Friday.
That definitely made me and the jury laugh. Justice Beale continued his charge today and finished making his way through the list of alleged incriminating conduct. After touching upon the lies Erin admits to telling police about never having foraged for mushrooms and never having owned a dehydrator, he turned to a lie she does not admit, her alleged lie about being unwell in the days after the lunch.
Just like he has over the last few days, he summarised the evidence of doctors and nurses from both Leongatha Hospital and Monash Medical Centre, as well as some of the other medical witnesses in this case,
such as intensive care specialist Andrew Burston and forensic toxicologist Dimitri Girostamoulis. He reminded them that Erin testified that in the hours after the lunch, she binge ate a cake that Gail had brought and forced herself to vomit. He then said that she told the jury she experienced frequent diarrhoea later that night on July 29 that continued into the following day. Justice Beale told the jury that she said she took Imodium before she drove her son to his flying lesson in Taiab, but ended up having to pull over on the side of the road to go to the toilet in the bushes. She said she later stopped at a service station and briefly entered a toilet to throw her soiled tissues away. He also reminded the jury that Erin said she drove herself to Leongatha Hospital on July 31 because her diarrhoea was continuing and she wanted to see if they could give her some fluids.
Justice Beale turned to the arguments by the prosecution. He said the prosecution claimed that Erin was not suffering at all and was feigning death cap mushroom poisoning because she knew remaining healthy would give her away. He said the prosecution also argued that if Erin had pulled over to go to the toilet in the bushes, her son would have remembered such an emergency stop. He added that the prosecution also questioned why she left hospital after only 5 minutes if she was truly unwell.
Justice Beale said that the defence argued that the prosecution had unfairly not called an expert witness to testify specifically about the symptoms of death cap mushroom poisoning. He said that the defence, though, had pointed to a research article referred to during the testimony of Dr. Girostamoulis that said grade 1 death cap mushroom poisoning did comprise gastro-like symptoms. Justice Beale said that the defence also argued that if Erin was lying about vomiting after the lunch, she would have told the jury that she threw up immediately and could see beef Wellington in her vomit. He added that the defence suggested that if Erin was also lying about being unwell, she would not have discharged herself against medical advice, but would have instead told doctors to pump her full of drugs to make her story more believable.
Finally, Justice Beale then gave his directions about the topic of incriminating conduct. He said there were 2 ways the jury could use the alleged lies if they found them to be lies. Here's what he said about the first way. These are his words, but not his voice.
The law says that you may use the accused's lies to help you assess her credibility. If you find that an accused lied about something, you can use that fact to help you decide whether or not you believe the other things that the accused has said, whether those are things she said to the witnesses in the case or to you in her testimony. That is not to say just because you find that the accused lied about one matter, you must also find that she's been lying about everything else. But you can use the fact that she lied, if you find that she did, to help you determine the truthfulness of the other things that she has said.
But Justice Beale warned the jury to not reason that simply because a person has lied, they must be guilty. He then turned to the second way the jury could use the alleged lies if they found them to be lies.
The second way in which you may be able to use one of the alleged lies, which the prosecution relies on as incriminating conduct, is as evidence that Erin Patterson committed the charged offences. In other words, as implied admissions of guilt. You may only use evidence that Erin Patterson lied in this way if you find that she did tell a deliberate untruth and that the only reasonable explanation for doing so is that she believes she had committed the charged offences.
Justice Beale also gave the jury another warning. He said that if they find that Erin lied because she knew she had committed the offences charged, they still must consider the rest of the evidence to decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. He also told the jury that the other alleged incriminating conduct that wasn't lies could also be used as implied admissions of guilt. He then broke down all of the conduct into 2 sections: the conduct Erin admits and the conduct she does not admit. When it came to the conduct she admits, Justice Beale reminded the jury that she accepts that she dumped her dehydrator, that she left hospital after only 5 minutes, that she factory reset phone B, and that she told lies in her record of interview. When it came to assessing this conduct, he said the jury must remember that Erin told them that she panicked, that she had a history of hating hospitals, and that she was using phone B because phone A was damaged.
In summary, there are all sorts of reasons why a person might behave in a way that makes the person look guilty, the accused, and yet not be guilty.
When it came to the conduct she does not admit, Justice Beale reminded the jury that Erin denies lying about using the dried mushrooms in the beef Wellington, lying about feeding the leftovers to her children, and lying about being unwell, as well as other allegations put forward by the prosecution.
Justice Beale told the jury that if they find that Erin did engage in any of this conduct, they must consider whether she may have done so because she feared being wrongly blamed for a deliberate poisoning or losing the custody of her children. He then turned to the topic of credit lies. He told the jury that the law draws a distinction between lies that form part of incriminating conduct, which we have just been talking about, and credit lies. Here's what he said.
Credit lies, on the other hand, may only be used for that first purpose, in assessing credit of the accused. If you were to find that the accused had told any other lies, other than those lies that I've been talking about for the last month, whether to persons involved in this case or to you in her testimony, you may use those lies in assessing her credibility, but only for that purpose.
Justice Beale flagged that there were 4 credit lies alleged by the prosecution. The first, he said, was that Erin lied to police about being very, very helpful during the Department of Health investigation. Those are the words she told police during her record of interview. Justice Beale reminded the jury that the prosecution argued that Erin had not been very, very helpful and knew she hadn't been because she had not told Senior Public Health Advisor Sally Ann Atkinson that foraged mushrooms may have accidentally ended up in the beef Wellington meal.
Justice Beale said he would summarise the defence's argument on this on Monday. He said he still has a bit to go with his charge, but he has broken the back of it.
He told the jury he expected to finish the remainder of his charge on Monday before 2 jurors would be balloted off and deliberations could begin. But before the jury left for the day, he instructed them to not let anybody get in their ear over the weekend and recommended a media blackout. He then offered some words of encouragement before they walked out the door. He said they had been doing a great job and that they should keep going.
Now, just a little note for our listeners, because we are nearing the end of the trial, we won't have a subscriber episode on Sunday, but rest assured there will be more to come. But for now, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more.
In this case, the prosecution relies on certain alleged conduct by the accused as incriminating conduct, that is, as implied admissions of guilt.
Guilt and innocence were at the heart of Justice Christopher Beale's words today as he continued his charge to the jury in the trial of Erin Patterson. And for the first time, the jury heard a roll call of the incriminating conduct allegedly committed by the accused. It was a short session today, but Justice Beale had a lot to say. I'm Brooke Grewitt-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. I'm here in Morwell with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella, and we just finished day 37 of the trial.
Hey there, Brooke. I don't know if our listeners can hear this, but it has just started bucketing down in Morwell. I don't think we've heard rain this loud the entire time we've been here, but we will soldier on.
Yes, we will. It's been freezing down here.
I think today just fell shy of being the shortest day the jury have had in the trial. I think more than a month ago we had a day where we only heard 40 minutes of evidence, and today the jury only heard around 2 hours of Justice Beale's charge. That was because the parties had some matters they had to work through this morning, so they were able to enjoy a lunch break and then come in to hear more from Justice Beale.
Yes, and that was around 2:15 today. So Justice Beale spoke to the jury in depth about the topic of incriminating conduct. These are his words, but not his voice.
In other words, prosecution argues that the only reasonable explanation of the conduct alleged is that the accused knew she was guilty of the offences with which she's charged and engaged in the relevant conduct in an endeavour to conceal her guilt. The defence, on the other hand, argues that there are other reasonable, innocent explanations for the alleged conduct relied on by the prosecution.
Justice Beale then went on to outline what the prosecution claims in the case.
And this is where he made his way through that roll call you mentioned at the top of the episode, Brooke. And I'll run through it today just like he did. He pretty much put it together as a list. And while the jury have obviously heard evidence around all of these points, and the prosecution referred to all of these points in their closing address, this was the first time, at least in my memory, that these points have been put to the jury one after the other. So again, before I launch in, these are all of the allegations of incriminating conduct that the prosecution allege were committed by Erin after the lunch. So they say she lied about being unwell and was faking death cap mushroom poisoning. She lied about using dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer. She refused treatment on her first presentation to hospital and discharged herself against medical advice. She was reluctant to accept treatment on her second presentation to hospital. She was reluctant to obtain treatment for her children. She lied about feeding her children the leftovers of the beef Wellington with the mushrooms and pastry scraped off. She reset phone B, a phone she handed to police, multiple times. She disposed of her dehydrator at the local tip. She provided police phone B instead of phone A, her usual phone. She lied about her phone number ending in 835 during her record of interview. And finally, she lied about never having foraged for mushrooms and never having owned a dehydrator.
Justice Beale then said that he would summarise the evidence relating to each allegation, and he started with Erin refusing treatment on her first presentation to hospital and discharging herself against medical advice.
He took them back to the evidence of Dr. Chris Webster, Dr. Veronica Foote, and Nurse Kylie Ashton, among others. After he summarised the evidence, he then moved on to the arguments from the prosecution about this allegation. Here is what he said.
The prosecution argued that the only reasonable explanation for her unwillingness to receive emergency treatment and her discharging herself against medical advice is that she knew she hadn't consumed death cap mushrooms because she had deliberately poisoned her guests with death cap mushrooms, making sure she did not also consume the toxins.
He also took them to the arguments from the defence.
And in brief, the defence argued that a reasonable explanation for refusing to receive treatment was that she found it difficult to accept that she could have suffered death cap mushroom poisoning. She wasn't informed to the full extent of the medical conditions of the lunch guests. She did not come prepared to be admitted overnight, but she was led to believe it involved transfer to a tertiary hospital.
He added,
and you have to assess this all in the context of her having a history of discharging herself against medical advice and second-guessing medicos.
Incriminating conduct was the last topic Justice Beale spoke about today and was only able to make his way through the evidence of one of the 11 allegations. He will return to summarising the rest tomorrow.
But earlier, Justice Beale returned to the topic of expert evidence, in particular, the testimony of Senior Digital Forensics Officer Sharman Fox-Henry from Victoria Police. And just to remind our listeners, Mr. Fox-Henry was one of the officers who examined devices seized from Erin's home.
Just as he did yesterday with digital forensics expert Matthew Sorrell, Justice Beale reminded the jury of his qualifications and how long he had spent at Victoria Police. He told them that Mr. Fox-Henry moved across to the cybercrime squad in July 23 and did not have any of the qualifications he now holds when he received the devices the next month. In a similar fashion to how he dealt with Dr. Sorrell's evidence yesterday, Justice Beale summarised what Mr. Fox-Henry said about the Cooler Master computer that was seized from Erin's house, as well as a Samsung tablet and phone B. As part of his summary, Justice Beale also referred to Erin's evidence, where she said it was possible she may have used the Cooler Master computer to visit the iNaturalist website on May 28, 2022, and how she admitted to factory resetting phone B in a panic while police were searching her home. Justice Beale then turned to how the jury can use this expert evidence from Mr. Fox-Henry. This is what he said.
The issues that his opinions bear upon include whether you can reasonably infer that on 28 May 2022, the accused sought information on the iNaturalist website regarding the locations of death cap mushrooms in Victoria for a second time. Whether the accused accessed Christine Mackenzie's post on iNaturalist of the observation of death cap mushrooms in Loch Reserve on 18 April 2023. Whether she sourced death cap mushrooms in Loch on 28 April 2023. Whether she accessed Dr. May's post on iNaturalist of the observation of death cap mushrooms in Nielsen Street, Outram on 21 May 2023. Whether she sourced or attempted to source death cap mushrooms in Loch on 22 May 2023, and whether she sourced or attempted to source death cap mushrooms in Outram on 22 May 2023, and whether she deliberately and knowingly put death cap mushrooms into the beef Wellingtons served to the lunch guests on 29 July.
But he also reminded the jury that there was no evidence in this case of Erin seeing the posts by Miss Mackenzie and Dr. May.
So after just 2 hours of being in court, the jury was done for the day.
Before they left, Justice Beale told them that he wouldn't be completing his charge tomorrow. He then said, "You can live in hope," which prompted laughs from the jurors.
So we'll be back tomorrow with more of Justice Beale's charge.
Thanks, Brooke.
In the meantime, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more.
Silence! All stand and remain standing. All persons having business before this honourable court are commanded to give their attendance, and they shall be heard. God save the King. Be seated, please.
This is what the court has heard every sitting day when Justice Christopher Beale first makes his entrance into the room. He's had a huge presence in this trial. He's the umpire. But for the most part, the jurors haven't heard much from him since the first day back in April. Now, in the final days of the trial of Erin Patterson, it is Justice Beale's time to direct the jury. Today he started to deliver his instructions and will break down what they all mean in this episode. I'm Brooke Grewitt-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 36 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and once again I'm joined by my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
The end is near, isn't it, Brooke?
Yes, we've just hit week 9.
It was meant to be a 6-week trial, so it's fair to say that this has dragged on for longer than any of us expected, and we still have a few more days to go, but we're nearly there.
Yes, we are. So as I said in the intro, today was all about Justice Beale's charge. Can you explain to our listeners what that is?
So the charge is the technical term for essentially the judge's instructions. So at the end of every trial, once the prosecution and defence have delivered their closing addresses, the attention then turns to the judge, who will explain the legal principles and summarise the evidence of the case before the jury begin their deliberations. It was a couple of weeks ago now, but we spoke about all the lessons the jurors have been given in the course of this trial. They've been given lessons on mushrooms, on phones, on even computers. And now it felt like today they were being given a lesson on the law. Justice Beale spent a large portion of today really explaining a lot of legal principles to them. And hopefully by the end of this episode, our listeners also feel like they've learnt something about our justice system, especially if they've never sat on a jury before.
When Justice Beale entered the courtroom today, he told the jury he had prepared an 86-page chronology to help them when they start their deliberations.
Yes, this seemed like a very comprehensive document, and Justice Beale even told the jury that he had colour-coded it to make it easy for them to navigate. So essentially the chronology covers all of the events relevant to the trial, starting way back in 2007, which was the year Erin married Simon, and then it ran all the way through to 2023, obviously the year of the lunch. He explained to the jury that this chronology included references to the evidence that the jury have heard in this case and references to the exhibits as well, and it almost would function as an index for them when they're making their way through all of the evidence in this case.
Justice Beale then went on to tell the jury that emotions such as prejudice and sympathy should not play a part in their decision.
This was the first topic that Justice Beale spoke to the jury about today after running them through the chronology. He explained that they must decide the facts of the case and no one else. And this is when he started to talk about those two things you just mentioned, Brooke, prejudice and sympathy. He started with prejudice and said they should not let it enter their mind. Here is more of what he said about this. These are his words, it's not his voice.
You should not, for example, be influenced by the mere fact that she cooked the fatal meal that caused the deaths of Gail, Heather and Don. The issue is not whether she is in some sense responsible for the tragic consequences of the lunch, but whether the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that she is criminally responsible.
He also told the jury that they should not be prejudiced against Erin simply because she has admitted to telling lies and admitted to concealing evidence. He said,
"This is a court of law, not a court of morals."
Turning to sympathy, he said they should not let it cloud their judgment. But he clarified that he wasn't asking them to be inhuman. None of us are robots. He said while it was normal to feel for the Pattersons given what has befallen their family, they must make sure to not let this feeling interfere with their deliberations.
Justice Beale then spoke on the unprecedented media attention around the trial and how it has excited much public comment. Here's what he said.
No one in the media, in the public, in your workplace or in your homes has sat in that jury box throughout the trial, seeing and hearing all the witnesses, mostly in person. You and you alone are best placed to decide whether the prosecution has proven their case beyond reasonable doubt.
He told them that if they had heard or seen any of the coverage, they must not let it influence them in any way. Here's more of what he said.
An accused person has the right to remain silent. It's not for her to prove her innocence.
He instructed the jury to assess her evidence in the exact same way they would assess any of the other witnesses' evidence. He said after doing this, they would reach one of 4 conclusions. He said if they think her evidence is true, they must find her not guilty. He said if they were not sure if her evidence is true, but they think it might be, they would have reasonable doubt and they must find her not guilty. He then said if they only prefer the prosecution case to her evidence, they must also find her not guilty. And finally, he said if they don't think her evidence is true, they must then turn their minds to the prosecution case and whether they have proved their allegations beyond reasonable doubt before they would be able to find her guilty.
Justice Beale then moved on to the evidence of Erin's good character and how it can be used by the jury. He said the evidence shows she was a good daughter-in-law, a good in-law to Simon's siblings, and a good mother to her 2 children.
He reminded them that Erin had generously loaned up to $400,000 to Simon's siblings and their partners. And he also brought the jury back to the evidence of Detective Leading Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall, who said Erin had no criminal history. Justice Beale told the jury that they could use evidence of good character when determining the likelihood that Erin committed the offences as alleged. Even though it went without saying, he reminded the jury that just because there was evidence of her good character, it didn't mean they must find her not guilty. He told them, you should keep in mind a person who has previously been of good character can commit a crime for the first time.
Justice Beale then started walking the jury through different types of evidence and he started with tendency. He said that Erin said she had a tendency to forage for mushrooms.
He then started summarising the evidence the jury have heard about Erin foraging for mushrooms. But he really made it clear to the jury that he could not possibly summarise every single piece of evidence that the jury have heard about this topic. He took them back to Erin's evidence and reminded them how she told them that she started foraging in 2020 during COVID lockdowns. He explained that she said she foraged in the Currumbara Botanic Gardens, in the nearby Leongatha Rail Trail, and on her properties. He said she was mainly picking field mushrooms, but she was also confident enough to pick other interesting ones like slippery jacks and honey mushrooms. He reminded them that she said she bought a dehydrator in April 2023 to preserve the mushrooms she was foraging as well as other food. He also took them to her evidence that in around May and June 2023, she remembered putting mushrooms she had foraged into a container with other dried mushrooms. This was the container that she said she grabbed when she was cooking the mushroom duxelle for the beef Wellington, and said she tipped its contents into the paste because it was too bland. At the time, she said she believed it only contained dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer, but later she realised there was a possibility it contained foraged mushrooms as well.
Laura, after this summary, did Justice Bill explain how the jury can then use this evidence?
He did, and he told them that if they did find that Erin had a tendency to pick and eat wild mushrooms, including putting them in the meals she served to others, including her children, or if they think it is a reasonable possibility that she had this tendency to do that, they may consider that it increases the possibility that the death cap mushrooms ended up in the beef Wellingtons accidentally rather than deliberately. He reminded them that the prosecution had argued that the only evidence that Erin foraged for edible mushrooms came out of her mouth and that she was a self-confessed liar and that they couldn't believe this claim. So this really is like a two-step process. The first step for the jury is to actually decide whether or not they believe Erin had this tendency to forage for mushrooms and then eat them. And then after that, consider whether it increases the possibility that this was an accident rather than a deliberate act.
Now let's move on to what Justice Bill said about hearsay evidence. Can you explain to our listeners what it is?
Hearsay is a term that I think a lot of people bandy around, and today Justice Bill really nutted out what this means. And it really revolves around out-of-court statements that the jury are not hearing in testimony. And in this case, a lot of the hearsay statements stemmed from the remarks made by Heather, Don and Gail before they died. Sadly, since they did pass away, they're not able to give evidence in this case about what was said at the lunch and what they observed. But in the days before they passed, they had conversations with both Simon and Ian, who were later asked questions at trial about these conversations. To remind our listeners, Simon told the jury that he remembered Heather asking him the day after the lunch whether Erin was short of crockery because she noticed that she had eaten off a different plate at the lunch. Ian also recalled Heather making the same comment. Simon also testified about what his parents told him around the conversations at the lunch. He testified that they told him that Erin had told the guests at the lunch that she had been diagnosed with cancer. But Justice Beale warned the jury today that there was a need for caution when considering this evidence because it was hearsay. Simon and Ian are bringing these statements from the deceased into the courtroom. They didn't come from them themselves. Justice Beale said while Simon and Ian might be truthful witnesses, errors can occur. They may have not accurately remembered what Heather, Don and Gail said to them, so the jury must take this unreliability into account.
Justice Bill also spoke about expert evidence, and he provided an example from digital forensics expert Matthew Sorrell.
He explained to the jury that usually witnesses aren't allowed to give their opinions in trials, but experts are the exception. He described Dr. Sorrell as an expert in his field, which is why he was handpicked to give evidence in this trial. Our listeners may remember that Dr. Sorrell gave a lot of evidence around Erin's phone records and the conclusions that could be drawn from them. But Justice Beale reminded the jury today that Dr. Sorrell said the conclusions had a lot of limitations. Justice Beale said that Dr. Sorrell's evidence about Erin's possible visits to Lock and Outram were not evidence that she actually visited those postcodes. He said that the connections a phone may make to a base station can be consistent with and support a proposition, but it doesn't demonstrate a proposition in and of itself.
Justice Bill also went on to talk about prior inconsistent statements. Once again, Laura, can you explain to our listeners what this is?
I really hope our listeners are following along with my explanations. It's been a long day, but I promise I'm trying my hardest. Justice Beale explained today that prior inconsistent statements refer to the statements that a witness made before the trial even started. Using Erin as an example, he told the jury that there were statements Erin made in the days after the lunch that appeared inconsistent with the statements she made in the witness box. In one example, Justice Beale took the jury to Erin's record of interview with Constable Eppingstall. He asked her whether she had ever foraged for mushrooms in the past, and she replied, never. But Justice Beale then reminded the jury of the evidence Erin gave in the trial that we actually touched on earlier in the episode, Brooke, where Erin spoke at length about the fact she had foraged for mushrooms for many years, and this was something that she had become quite confident in doing. Justice Beale told the jury that they might be less willing to accept a witness's evidence if they did make an inconsistent statement.
And Justice Beale will continue his charge tomorrow.
He will, and just before the jury left for the day, he said to them that he would provide a little update on the trial, and he simply said, "You don't need to bring your toothbrush tomorrow." He didn't say anything more, but what we can take away from that is that he is indicating that the jury will not be sequestered tomorrow in the afternoon.
But I think it's safe to say that that will be happening later this week. And when it happens, we'll tell you what sequestering means for this jury. But in the meantime, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more. We've just come out of court and a major development has happened in the trial of Erin Patterson.
That's right, Brooke. A juror has been dismissed.
And what did Justice Christopher Beale say?
So he brought in all of the jurors to the courtroom this morning. There were 15 in the beginning, but by this stage only 14 were brought into the court, and he told them that one of their fellow jurors had been discharged.
And did he give a reason?
He told the jury that he had received information about this juror and that he was allegedly discussing the case with his family and friends against Justice Beale's instructions.
And then Justice Beale reminded the jury that they should only discuss the case with their fellow jurors in the privacy of the jury room.
He reiterated to the jury that he had not made a positive finding that this jury member definitely had discussed the case with his family and friends, but rather he couldn't dismiss the possibility that he had.
Thanks, Laura. We'll head back to our makeshift podcast studio in our Airbnb to discuss this further. I'm Brooke Grobert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. I'm back with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella. Laura, what a day.
Yes, it's been a big one.
Let's dissect it a bit more. What does this mean for the trial?
Well, the fact that a juror has been discharged actually doesn't mean too much. So there are 15 jurors who were impanelled in this case when it started about 3 weeks ago, but now we're at 14. However, only 12 people will decide this case. So once all the evidence has been heard and the closing addresses have been given, only 2 jurors will now be balloted off instead of 3 to get to that magic number of 12. And as our listeners may actually remember from one of our first episodes, Justice Beale told the jury once they were impanelled that they were allowed to talk about the fact that they were sitting in on the Erin Patterson trial. They could even mention that the case was expected to run for 6 weeks and the times they might be required to come to court. But he made it very clear that they weren't to get into a discussion with their family and friends about the case. He said to them, "Shut down any attempt to draw you into conversation about it."
Great. Now let's move on. We've spoken a bit about the leftovers of that beef Wellington meal throughout our podcast episodes. So we said that it was fished from a bin by a local police officer, then transported with Erin in an ambulance to Monash Medical Centre. And we described on yesterday's episode how it was examined by Dr. Camille Truong. Today, the jury heard from forensic toxicologist Dimitri Gerostimoulis. He was the one that examined the samples of that leftover meal after it came to him from Dr. Truong.
Yes, so the journey of these leftovers continues. So like you mentioned, they've gone from Dr. Truong's office at the Royal Botanic Gardens. We're not quite sure exactly where they've been over the course of August, but by August 29, they're at a laboratory where they're being tested. Dr. Gerostimoulis works for the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine, and he spoke today about the analysis of toxicology and how exactly they come to their conclusions. He was asked today about this by Crown Prosecutor Sarah Lenthal. These are their words, it's not their voices.
I'm going to start with the portions of food. Before I get to the results of your analysis of the portions of food, the jury has heard evidence in this case from a mycologist called Camille Truong, who examined little pieces of mushroom from this same portion of food under a microscope, and she did not find any death cap mushrooms. Can you explain to the jury the difference between that microscopic exam and what you did here?
Microscopic exam is different to what we undertake. We undertake an analysis at much lower levels than what the naked eye can actually detect or identify. We don't rely on visual detection of compounds. We rely on sensitive instruments to be able to detect very low quantities that are not visible. So, I'm not saying that they weren't visible in the sample that was analysed, but they'd be difficult in the small amounts, particularly if they'd been put into food, to identify as death cap mushrooms. So the only real way of identifying poisons that have been put in food or in other preparations is analytically, and that's usually done by laboratories such as ours.
So essentially, he said he was not looking for the visual aspects of mushrooms, but rather the chemical compounds of the death cap mushroom. Laura, what did he actually find in the leftovers?
So just to take a step back, today really was another lesson for the jury, this time in the toxins you find in death caps, which are called amatoxins. And there's two in particular that are very lethal, alpha-amanitin and beta-amanitin. The court heard that these leftovers were tested in the lab and they were specifically looking for these two toxins. Photos were shown to the jury of the leftovers, and you could see that the toxicologists had separated the leftovers into pastry samples, mushroom paste, and meat. They ran their tests, and the court heard that one sample of the mushroom paste and one sample of the meat tested positive for beta-amanitin. So again, that is one of the toxins found in death cap mushrooms.
Now, debris from the dehydrator was also tested. What was found on that?
At some point in time, samples have been taken from this dehydrator of vegetable matter, and this is what the toxicologists were testing at their lab. The jury were shown the results of their tests, and 4 samples of the debris again tested positive for both alpha-amanitin and beta-amanitin.
The jury heard samples from the lunch guests were also tested for amatoxins. This included samples of their blood, hair, and urine, and even liquid from Don Patterson's eye.
The results of these tests were shown to the jury in a number of tables. The results showed that alpha and beta amatoxins were detected in Don's samples. This was the same for Ian Wilkinson's samples. But the court heard that samples taken from Gail and Heather did not show any presence of these two toxins.
Now, samples were also taken from Erin Patterson and her kids. Laura, what were the results?
Again, the court heard that there was no detection of alpha and beta amatoxins. The jury is set to hear from Dr. Girastamoulis tomorrow, but it is worth noting that in the prosecution opening, the jury heard that Don, Gail and Heather's autopsy reports all showed that their deaths were compatible with the consumption of death cap mushrooms.
Now let's move on to our last witness that took to the stand today. Child protection worker Katrina Cripps spoke to Erin on August 1, which was 3 days after the lunch. She told the jury that Erin spoke to her about her relationship with Simon.
Our listeners may remember that in 2022, Simon and Erin had a dispute relating to child support, and that formed the basis of some of the discussions between Erin and Miss Cripps. She told the court that Erin had told her that Simon had been mean in the past, but he had never been nasty. But it was at the time of the child support dispute that this changed, and she felt he had become nasty.
Miss Cripps also told the jury that Erin told her that Don and Gail had been parents she had never had, and they always treated her like a daughter-in-law, but when her relationship changed with Simon, she felt like they isolated her. Erin also spoke to Miss Cripps about the lunch. What was said, Laura?
Miss Cripps asked Erin several questions about both the before and the after of the lunch. She said that Erin had told her she started to feel ill in the evening the day of the lunch, so that being July 29. But she described having to drive her son's friend home that evening. Our listeners may remember this evidence from last week. Miss Cripps told the court that Erin was worried that she was going to have an accident while she was in the car, And when they stopped off at the supermarket, she felt like she couldn't get out of the car for these reasons.
So Miss Cripps told the jury that Erin sitting down in the car was essentially a cork for her diarrhea. Justice Bill questioned Miss Cripps on the word cork and whether Erin actually said that, and Miss Cripps confirmed that Erin did use the word.
Miss Cripps was also questioned at length, both during her evidence in chief and cross-examination, about what Erin told her about the lunch and specifically how much of her beef Wellington she ate. Miss Cripps was given permission to look at notes that her colleague had made during their interview with Erin back on August 1, a few days after the lunch. And according to these notes, Miss Cripps said that Erin's response when asked how much of the beef Wellington meal she ate was half.
And Miss Cripps also asked Erin whether she picked the mushrooms. Erin did not reply and instead was just looking at her phone.
And before we finish off today, we will touch on the fact that a best-selling cookbook was drawn into this murder trial.
Yes, that's correct. The jury heard that Erin used a beef Wellington recipe from Recipe Tin Eats by Nagi Maharshi. And that's not the only reason Recipe Tin Eats has been in the news recently, but that's another story. For now, head to themushroomcook.com.au for more updates on the case. On April 18, 2023, retired pharmacist and poisons expert Christine McKenzie went on a walk in the Gippsland town of Loch. She had gone to visit her daughter, but while she was there, she took a stroll at the local oval to see what interesting fungi she could find. She told the court today,
"We're on the recreation oval, the sports ground at Loch. There, it's surrounded by oak trees. I observed some Amanita phalloides around the roots, or around underneath one of the oak trees on the western side, I believe, of the oval."
Seeing the danger of a potentially toxic mushroom colony, she plucked as many as she could find, and as she explained today in court, she took photos of them. She then posted the photos to a citizen website called iNaturalist, a resource that asks its users to share their observations from the natural world.
I was fascinated by how few fungi have been really identified in Australia, and I just find them personally beautiful. And it's a lovely way to go for a bushwalk with an expert, and you suddenly become much more aware of the variety of fungi that there are. So I'm not a forager. I don't go for a walk to find them to eat. It's just pure fascination.
What became of that post and how the prosecution alleges Erin Patterson later used it was at the centre of today's testimony. I'm Brooke Grewitt-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's the start of week 4 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I'm back with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella. Hi, Laura.
Hey, it's great to be back. We are more than halfway through, it seems.
Yes, we are. As you heard at the top of the episode, a former poisons information specialist was the first person to give evidence today. Christine McKenzie told the jury she spotted death cap mushrooms while she was on a walk with her husband and grandson in Loch.
That's right. And as you mentioned, she is an expert and she worked for 17 years at the Victorian Poisons Information Centre. While working at the centre, Miss McKenzie told the court that she developed quite a fascination with fungi. And she did a lot of research herself and went on a lot of bushwalks. And it was on this day, on April 18, 2023, where she wasn't so much on a bushwalk, but just a nice family walk with her grandson and their dog, where she spotted these death cap mushrooms growing just to the side of an oval in Loch. She told the jury she wanted to remove the mushrooms because she knew how toxic they were. So she described taking out, and I quote, the dog poo bag she had with her and putting the mushrooms into the bag. But before she did that, she made sure to take those photos that she could then reference later.
Yes, she then posted those photos to iNaturalist, which is a citizen website, which we've heard before, when mycologist Tom May was giving his evidence last week.
She was really concerned that people walking their dogs or children who were playing near the oval would accidentally consume the mushrooms, or people who were foraging would mistakenly believe them to be edible mushrooms and pick them. She also told the court that she was worried that fresh death cap mushrooms may grow in that same place over the coming weeks. So this was the reason she posted their location to iNaturalist, to make sure anyone that was using that website knew that there were death caps growing in that area. The photos she posted to iNaturalist were shown to the jury today, and Miss Mackenzie took the opportunity to describe what the death cap mushrooms looked like. These are her words, it's not her voice.
So this is, if I may say so myself, quite a nice image of a death cap mushroom. It shows, first of all, the cap, which is white, with a bit of a yellowy olive-green tinge. You can't quite see in that one, but in a subsequent photo, the gills underneath are white. The staff, or stem, is sitting in quite a bulbous structure, and there's just hanging down underneath the gills, there's the remnants of a veil where it was connected when it was popping through the ground.
Now, Miss Mackenzie's evidence really set the jury up for the next witness, who was digital forensic expert Dr. Matthew Sorrell.
The court heard he runs a consulting company that relates to digital forensics and has actually been involved in more than 400 criminal matters, giving evidence for both the prosecution and the defence. He told the court that his area of expertise was around mobile phone network data. Last week, our listeners may remember that the jury got a lesson in death cap mushrooms and all things related. But this week, it's fair to say that they started getting a lesson in telecommunications networks. It was some pretty dense evidence today, but Dr. Sorrell walked the jury through it. He started by describing how a base station, which is pretty much a phone tower, provides a connection between a mobile phone and a network through antennas. He said they could be located on top of a tall commercial building, a grain silo, or even a large water tank. He then walked the jury through all the different types of records that telephone companies keep. There were really basic records, he said, called call charge records, which contain the details around the phone calls you make, the texts you send, and the data you use. But then there was also some high-level records called event-based monitoring records, and the shorthand for this was EBMs. I won't bore our listeners with the details, but he explained how these types of records were a lot more rich with information, especially relating to timestamps.
Dr. Sorrell told the jury he had been provided 4.5 years of call charge records from January 2019 to August 2023 relating to a phone belonging to Erin.
That's right. So these are those basic records I just referred to. But Dr. Sorrell also told the court that he was given some specific EBM records relating to a few dates in April and May 2023 concerning the Loch and Outram areas, which are two townships near Leongatha.
Let's begin with Loch, April 28, 2023.
Before we dive into Dr. Sorrell's evidence, let's just remember that Miss Mackenzie's iNaturalist post was made on April 18, 2023, and she observed those death caps in Loch. Dr. Sorrell told the court today that it was his opinion that the records from Erin's phone indicated that there was a possible visit to the Loch area on April 28 from about 9 o'clock in the morning to about 10 o'clock. He said that when you looked at those EBM records, the mobile phone connected to base stations at Loch and Loch South at 9:08, 9:09 and again at 10:01.
So the court also heard that Erin's phone was in Loch on May 22.
Yes, that's right. So Dr. Sorrell then walked the jury through the fact that on May 22, this phone made repeated connections to some of these base stations in Loch. And on this occasion, the connections were happening every 5 minutes. And he told the court that this was consistent with the phone being relatively stationary in this area, which indicates a possible visit.
So we've mentioned May 22 already. Where else was Erin's phone located, Laura?
To answer this question, we might just take a step back and remind our listeners of some of the evidence from last week. The jury heard from mycologist or fungi specialist Dr. Tom May, who was asked about an iNaturalist post he made on May 21, 2023. He was in the Outram area going for a walk, and he told the court he observed death caps along a street called Nielsen Street. He then took some photos of the death cap mushrooms and posted them to iNaturalist.
Just like Miss Mackenzie did.
Exactly. The court then heard today from Dr. Sorrell, who said it was his opinion that, again, this mobile phone belonging to Erin made a possible visit to Northern Outram, that is where Nielsen Street is located, 1 day later after Dr. May's post, on May 22. He said this visit was no earlier than 11:24 a.m. and no later than 11:49 a.m. Using the same sort of language he referred to when talking about the possible visit to Locke, he said that the mobile phone was relatively stationary in the area until about 11:49 due to its repeated connections to one of the nearby base stations before it returned to Leongatha, which is where Erin lives, at midday. We did refer to this May 22 date earlier, so it appears from the records that Dr. Sorrell has analysed that Erin's phone was first in Locke on the morning of May 22 before it travelled to Outram later that morning.
So in summary, it's the prosecution case that Erin travelled to Locke and Outram in April and May 2023 in the days after these death cap sightings were posted on the iNaturalist website.
That's right, but it's really important to mention at this stage that Dr. Sorrell will return to the witness box tomorrow and will be cross-examined by Erin's defence team, where they will have a chance to question Dr. Sorrell about these records and the conclusions he can draw from them.
We'll talk more about that after he gives evidence tomorrow.
See you then, Brooke.
Thanks, Laura. And remember, go to themushroomcook.com.au to stay up to date with all the latest in this case. It was like a Band-Aid coming off. For 11 weeks, we saw witnesses talking to facts. We saw experts going through technical evidence. We heard Erin Patterson coldly and calmly lying on the stand. But today, at Erin's plea hearing, raw emotion poured out as the people she hurt told of their pain. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Once again, I'm joined by court reporter Laura Placella.
And today has been a very emotional day, as you just alluded to.
Yes, it was Erin Patterson's plea hearing. Laura, can you explain to our listeners what exactly that is?
We've touched upon it a few times in previous episodes, and it's also called a pre-sentence hearing. But this is when everyone comes together to lay down their arguments for the sentence Erin should be ultimately handed down. But before all of that can happen, the loved ones of the victims are given an opportunity to read out their victim impact statements. And this was a very powerful hour that we had in court today.
Yes, so several family members attended court, and that included the only guest that survived the lunch, Ian Wilkinson, and also Erin's only friend, Ellie Pryor.
Yes, and Ian was surrounded by family as well, including his daughter Ruth Dubois. But there was one person that was notably missing today, wasn't there?
Yes, Simon Patterson, Erin's estranged husband, did not attend, and we don't know why.
No, we don't. But those who did attend court today had to travel quite a bit more than usual. Unlike the trial that we all know was held in Morwell, today's plea hearing was held in Melbourne.
Yes, at the Supreme Court, and Erin was transported in a custody van to the court, and Herald Sun photographer Jason Edwards actually managed to snap some photos of her when she was exiting the van.
And these were some incredible photos. I work out of the Supreme Court here in Melbourne, and when we do have accused or convicted criminals coming to court for hearings, there is a moment where they walk out of the van and walk into the court where we have an opportunity to get some great photos. But it can be pretty challenging. There are big gates at the Supreme Court and authorities don't always want these people getting photographed. So they can make it a little bit difficult for the media. But Jason was able to find a really great vantage point to get these shots we've been talking about.
I'm looking at them now. They're fantastic. There's one in particular where Erin is looking up above and it's almost like she's looking up to heaven and God.
It's a very religious shot.
Yes, and she's wearing a brown cardigan and she looks a little bit dishevelled and her hair's tied back into a ponytail.
And a comment actually got made today by one of the other journalists covering the case that it appeared she was wearing mushroom brown,
A lot of brown in that outfit and the paisley blouse that we saw her wear quite a lot during the trial.
Okay, so let's move on. So we heard 7 victim impact statements read out in court today.
So first up was Ian. He was then followed by his daughter Ruth. So they both read out their statements in person. Then Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers read the statement of Gail and Heather's sister Lynette Young. And then after that, the baton was handed to a member of the Patterson family. She is Don's niece. Her name is Naomi Gladow, and she read out the remaining statements. So those statements were penned by Don's 100-year-old mother, Martha Patterson, who I don't think we realised was actually still alive, as well as Don's brother, Colin Patterson, Don's nephew, Tim Patterson, and finally, Simon Patterson.
Yes, so let's jump straight into Ian's statement. Straight off the bat, I have to say it was quite heartbreaking to listen to the emotion in his voice.
Yes, I think I've mentioned previously that plea hearings can be some of the most emotional days for us court reporters because we really are bearing witness to these people grieve very publicly and tell the court exactly how these crimes have impacted their lives. And they can be very poignant at times. And we know Ian is a pastor. For many decades now, he addresses his congregation every Sunday. And you can really see that he's a wordsmith.
Yes, definitely. So Ian said that Heather was compassionate, intelligent, brave, witty, and simply a delightful person. Here's more of what he said. These are his words, but not his voice.
Like everyone else, she had faults, but she actively sought to overcome them so she could live peacefully and constructively with all people. She was generous in her attitudes and with her resources. If she could help somebody, she would. Heather had a great sense of humour and it was a joy to be in her company. She loved learning and had a special interest in languages.
Ian then started to cry as he told the court that he had been married to Heather for 44 years.
Heather was always supportive and encouraging to me. She was wise and had skills that made up for my shortcomings. Together, we faced life as a team and we delighted in each other's company.
He went on to say,
I could go on. There's so much more that deserves to be said about Heather. It's one of the distressing shortcomings of our society that so much attention is showered on those who do evil and so little on those who do good. The greatest impact of Erin's actions on me has been to deprive me of Heather's company and Heather's important place in our family. The silence in our home is a daily reminder. I continue to carry a heavy burden of grief over her untimely death. It's a truly horrible thought to live with, that someone could decide to take her life. I only feel half alive without her.
It was at this point that Ian appeared to be overcome with emotion. He dropped his tissue and bent over to pick it up. He then took a moment to compose himself and continued. He told the court that his only consolation was that one day he will be reunited with Heather. He then said the second greatest impact of Erin's crime was losing Don and Gail.
Ian also mentioned that he nearly died and it had taken him 2 years for his health and strength to improve, although he did make it clear that he has never really fully recovered. He went on to say,
I'm distressed that Erin has acted with callous and calculated disregard for my life and the life of those I love. What foolishness possesses a person to think that murder could be the solution to their problems, especially the murder of people who had only good intentions towards her.
After taking a sip of his water, he continued,
In regard to the many harms done to me, I make an offer of forgiveness to Erin. I have no power or responsibility to forgive harms done to others. In regards to the murder of Heather, Gail and Don, I am compelled to seek justice. However, I encourage Erin to receive my offer of forgiveness for those harms done to me. I bear her no ill will.
He then sent Erin one final, powerful message.
My prayer for her is that she will use her time in jail wisely to become a better person. Now, I am no longer Erin Patterson's victim, and she has become the victim of my kindness.
Next up was Ian's daughter, Ruth. I have to say, it was really lovely seeing Ian standing next to her and supporting her while she was reading her statement. She began by talking about her beloved mother, Heather.
She was one of my closest friends and someone I cherished deeply. She was the person who comforted me and lifted me up. She was someone I trusted with both the best parts and the worst parts of myself, knowing there would be no judgment. Life feels less bright without her.
Ruth went on to say that she and her siblings grew up in a home that was shown love, empathy and compassion. But it was these qualities that were used to lure Heather, Gail and Don to their deaths. Here's more of what she said.
The world seems colder and harsher knowing this. And for the offender to sit and watch over casual conversation, as well these people who showed nothing but love and care for her, ate a meal that would kill, is beyond anything I could put words to. The following days were in stark contrast. The events we witnessed in hospital were an endless nightmare, and now we have heard in court how seemingly normal life continued for the offender. It is difficult to comprehend how someone could spend months planning this out, researching, collecting the items needed, making the lunch invitation, preparing the meal, sitting through eating it, and then to carry on with normal life, all while knowing tremendous harm that was being caused, followed up by the extraordinary lies and the absolute lack of care shown to the victims. There are multiple times through this process she could have stopped, she could have cancelled the plans, she could have thought about the consequences.
She went on to say,
instead, at every step of the way, she chose to follow through.
Ruth also mentioned that she constantly felt a weight of sadness of the wider impacts of Erin's crimes. I thought it was quite compassionate that she mentioned a range of different people that had been affected.
Yes, she was really acknowledging the victims in this case that almost go unnoticed. She mentioned the medical staff, the shop owners who had their names and businesses scrutinised, the mushroom industry, and even the taxpayer.
The list just seems endless. I'm horrified that our family is even associated, through no choice of our own, with such destructive behaviour towards the community. This crime has changed every part of my life. My life will never be the same.
We then heard a range of different statements read on behalf of Gail and Heather's sister, Don's mother, and Don's brother before we finally heard from Simon.
That's right, Brooke. To again remind our listeners, Simon didn't attend the hearing today. But to bring his words to our listeners, we're going to use the same actor who has voiced Simon in the past. He began by describing how much he missed his parents and his aunt.
I'll be aware for roughly the next 30 years that they could still be alive if Erin had not chosen to murder them. Praise God that at least Ian miraculously survived.
He went on to say,
their incredible love, support, wisdom, knowledge, intelligence, warmth, gentleness, kindness and humour, in both spirit and truth, are gone. My children, 2 children, are left without grandparents as a result of these murders. They've also been robbed of hope for the kind of relationship with their mother that every child naturally yearns for. Like all of us, they face the daunting challenge of trying to comprehend what she's done. The grim reality is they live in an irreparably broken home with only a solo parent, when almost everyone knows their mother murdered their grandparents. None of these hurdles that my children face are easy for them to overcome. The fact these foreseeable hurdles were actively put in front of them by their own mother is an impact we will wrestle with for the rest of our lives.
So after Simon's statement was read out, the court actually adjourned for a few hours. I must say it felt like a welcome break because it was a very emotionally charged hour. We came back at 2:15 and the first person we heard from was actually a witness. And she was a prosecution witness who had been called to provide an insight into Erin's life behind bars. Her name is Jennifer Hosking. She is the Assistant Commissioner of the Sentence Management Division at Corrections Victoria. The title is quite a mouthful. She was being questioned by Crown Prosecutor Jane Warren, who initially focused Miss Hosking on the timeline of Erin's time at Dame Phyllis Frost Centre. We won't confuse our listeners with all of the dates because there were a lot, but it appears that since November 2023, when Erin was charged, she has been moved between 2 different units within the prison. One is the Murray Protection Unit, and the other one is the more restrictive Gordon Management Unit. And the court heard that for about 14 months, Erin has been housed in that more restrictive unit. She has a small cell that has a very small courtyard at the rear. According to a defence team, she spends 22 to 24 hours a day in that cell, and she isn't afforded many luxuries. They say that she has limited access to the library, limited access to exercise equipment, and isn't really able to socialise with any inmates.
But she is able to socialise with another inmate within the Gordon unit, and that is a convicted terrorist.
That's right. It appears that their cells are next to each other, and they both have those courtyards I was mentioning, so they're allowed to go out onto those courtyards and talk to each other. But according to defence barrister Colin Mandy, Erin has never once spoken to this terrorist.
Yes, that's right. And we also did hear that Erin has access to things like a hair straightener, she can watch TV, she can go on her laptop. So there are little luxuries that she does get within this unit.
But you haven't mentioned her hobby. We actually found out today that Erin has a passion for crochet, and in her cell she has access to wool and some other materials that she uses to make items such as blankets.
But despite these luxuries, Mr. Mandy said her conditions have been quite harsh.
Yes, and that was one of the main points he made today. So to bring our listeners back to the overarching arguments that came out of today from the prosecution and defence, I'll start by saying that they're actually, for once, in agreement about something. And that is the fact that they both agree Erin should be sentenced to a maximum term of life imprisonment. Murder does carry a maximum penalty of life imprisonment, and Mr. Mandy said that he can't argue that that is not what should be imposed by Justice Christopher Beale. But where they do differ is the minimum sentence. So the prosecution said today that they believe Justice Beale should sentence Erin to life without parole. And that essentially means they say she should die behind bars. But on the other hand, Mr. Mandy said that Erin should be given a non-parole period, which means at some point in the future, maybe 30, 35, 40 years, she'll be allowed to apply for parole. And if the parole board grant her application, she can be freed to live out the rest of her days.
And Mr. Mandy said the harshness of her prison conditions is one of the reasons why she should be given a non-parole period.
Exactly. And we did get an insight today into some of his other arguments. Both parties have been allowed to hand Justice Beale written submissions, so we don't know everything that is before His Honour. But one thing that came up is that the defence have claimed that Erin has Asperger's syndrome. But Justice Beale appeared to be a bit sceptical about this today, and he asked Mr. Mandy whether or not there was any evidence to back up this claim.
Yes, so we heard that there was no medical diagnosis, and Justice Beale even said something along the lines of Erin's claim not having a lot of credibility.
Exactly, and like you said, Brooke, this is because there isn't any medical diagnosis. The prosecution made the point today that this claim is just hearsay because family members have mentioned that Erin believed she had autism and that Simon may have made a comment about that in the past. However, Mr. Mandy did concede today that while Erin does maintain her innocence, she did stand to be sentenced for very grave offending. Obviously, the jury returned a guilty verdict, and he said that the defence is in no other position but to agree that Erin did have the intention to kill at the time she served the beef Wellington meal. But he did flag with Justice Beale today that there were a number of disputed facts that were still in the realm of speculation. He said despite the jury's verdict, Justice Beale could not be certain when the death caps were sourced, where they were sourced, and with what intention they were sourced. And I might just mention that before Justice Beale sentences Erin, he does have to reach a number of conclusions himself, almost like the jury would have.
So that was the defence. Now, what did the prosecution have to say?
As we touched upon earlier, the prosecution said today that straight out Erin should not get a non-parole period. And they said this was because the seriousness of her crimes. Miss Warren actually quoted another Supreme Court justice who sentenced rapist and murderer Michael Cardamone to life without parole in 2017. He said back then that sometimes a crime is so horrific, so cruel, and so callous that a step towards mercy seems too difficult to make. And Miss Warren really used these words today when she told Justice Beale that what Erin had done was also so cruel and so callous that she was not deserving of mercy. And Justice Beale actually agreed with her that the offending was quite horrendous. Although he did flag with her that he had some concerns that Erin may, for the foreseeable future, remain in that unit at Dame Phyllis Frost Centre. He said it did not sound very humane for a person to be locked in a cell for at least 22 hours every day. He was of the belief that her notoriety is not going to diminish. Miss Warren did disagree with him on this point, and she said that the interest in who she is would likely diminish, and even mentioned the Port Arthur mass murderer Martin Bryant, and she said that there wouldn't be too many 20-year-olds walking around these days who would know who he is. But Justice Beale quickly replied, did they make a TV series out of Martin Bryant? Obviously alluding to the fact that there will be drama series created about Erin. And then told Miss Warren that he feels fairly confident that Erin will remain notorious for a long, long time.
Now, we found out a sentence date. When will that be taking place?
Justice Beale revealed today that he plans to sentence Erin on September 8. So that is a fortnight away. He told the court that he wanted to do this in Morwell, where the trial took place, but due to maintenance works, it does look like it will be here in Melbourne. Before we wrap up, there was one thing that Justice Beale said today that I think we really should mention because it really speaks to the emotion of today. He said that the victim impact statements read out to him and those provided to him as well brought home how Erin's crimes have affected 4 generations of the extended Patterson and Wilkinson families. He said the word ripple effect is often mentioned, but this felt more like a tsunami than a ripple.
And he couldn't be more right.
Exactly.
So Laura, you and I will be back in 2 weeks, but before then, we may have 1 or 2 more episodes to bring to you.
Until then, Brooke.
It's Mother's Day 2022, and Gail Patterson messages her daughter-in-law. They were the sort of messages we all send on holidays. Greetings and emojis and hugs and kisses.
Happy Mother's Day, Erin. May God bless you. Love, Don and Gail.
Thanks, Gail. Happy Mother's Day to the best mum-in-law anyone could ask for. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug.
Very kind of you. XO.
Today, though, these messages were read to the jury in the murder trial of Erin Patterson. It gave the court another insight into the relationship between her and the Patterson family. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Court. We've just reached the end of week 5 of Erin Patterson's trial, and as always, I'm joined by court reporter Laura Placella.
Day 5 of week 5.
Today was a shorter than usual Friday in court. The jury really only heard evidence for 30 minutes today.
This is probably the shortest day of the trial so far in terms of how much evidence the jury has heard. They came in today at 11:30, keeping in mind that the court usually starts sitting at 10:30. So Justice Beale apologised when they all took their seats in the jury box. And he said there were still some matters that needed to be sorted out in the background. But he really empathised with them and said, you're probably getting frustrated sitting in the jury room, wondering when you're going to be brought into court. So he really thanked them for their patience.
Today, Detective Leading Senior Constable Stephen Eppenstall returned to the stand. This was his 4th day of giving evidence.
That's right, and it was his 2nd day of cross-examination. Defence Barrister Colin Mandy today brought Constable Eppingstall to signal messages, which he obtained as part of his investigation. And like you said at the top of the episode, Brooke, these messages were really speaking to the relationship in early 2022 between Erin and her estranged husband's parents, as well as the relationship that they had with Erin's children. I think it was for the first time today that we actually found out that Erin's children referred to Gail and Don as Nana and Papa. It has been a while though since we've spoken about the Patterson family tree, so just as a reminder, Erin and Simon permanently separated in 2015, but we've heard evidence in this case that they remained friends until late 2022.
Now let's speak about the messages. You heard one at the top of the episode about Mother's Day in May 2022. Here's another exchange from February that year. These are their words, but not their voices.
We can pick more books if he wants. Also, if he needs help in any subject I might have some competence in, I'm happy to provide it, probably using Jitsi.
I think he would absolutely love a Jitsi session for maths. They're working through algebra and he says it's one topic that he finds a little tricky. So he actually mentioned last night that he thought a papa lesson on algebra would really help him about now.
After the tutoring session, there was another exchange between Erin and Don.
Thank you for the Jitsi with him. He said it was great and that you're really good at explaining maths, Papa.
No worries. He is a good student. A class full of students like him would be fun and rewarding.
I will just add that Don was a retired school teacher. And if anyone's wondering, I did have to Google it myself today. But Jitsi is a video conferencing app, just like Zoom.
Great, let's move on. Mr. Mandy also asked Constable Eppingstall about Erin's phone records. The jury has previously heard a SIM card ending in 835 was taken out of a tablet and placed into a phone dubbed Phone B. And this all happened on August 3, so this was 5 days after the lunch on July 29.
That's right, and this is the phone that Erin handed to police on August 5 when they were executing a search warrant at her home. Today, Constable Eppingstall was asked some questions about the records relating to Phone B. So these records showed that the text messages were received on August 4, so a day after the SIM was placed in, from apps including Australia Post, Centrelink, MyGov, Telstra, and even News Corp Australia, the publisher of this podcast. Constable Eppingstall agreed with Mr. Mandy that these text messages were consistent with a person changing their phone number and updating the apps on their phone. Mr. Mandy explained to the court that when a person downloads an app, they may be texted a security code from that app so they can set up their account. Constable Eppingstall told the court, "If you were setting up a new phone, that's the type of thing I'd expect." And that was all the evidence that Constable Eppingstall gave today, but he is expected to return to the stand next week for further cross-examination. I don't think we've used the word informant in a few episodes, but that is the title that Constable Eppingstall has in this case, and it pretty much means he's the lead investigator. He was tasked with compiling the brief of evidence against Erin, a process that would have taken a number of months, after they first executed that search warrant on August 5. He's been sitting in court behind the prosecution team every single day of this trial, so our listeners will remember that in this case, Constable Eppingstall has been asked about everything from Erin's Booktopia receipts to footage from a Subway store to Erin's Woolworths transaction history. So there's been a whole range of topics.
Thanks so much, Laura. That's all for today. We know it was a shorter episode, but as we said, it was a shorter day in court. Stay tuned for our subscriber-only episode with veteran crime reporter Anthony Dowsley. That will be dropping on Sunday. This is a Herald Sun production for True Crime Australia. It's presented and reported by Brooke Griebert-Craig and Laura Placella. Reporting and presenting for our weekend subscriber-only shows by Anthony Dowsley. Our executive producer is Geordie Atkinson. The Mushroom Cook is produced, written and edited by Jonty Burton. It's mid-morning and Detective Leading Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall and his colleagues are at a house that sits on a gravel road in the country town of Leongatha. They're here because it's Erin Patterson's home and they have a warrant to search it. While they're on site, Erin hands them a phone that they seize. But according to the prosecution, there was another phone that police were never able to find. How that phone fits into their case is what the jury heard today in court. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 21 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I'm here again with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
Good to be here.
As you remember yesterday, Constable Eppingstall took to the stand, and today he continued his evidence. He answered questions on many different topics, so let's start with the most detailed, which is about two of Erin's phones. They have been called Phone A and Phone B in court today.
That's right, and I almost feel like I need to start this out with a disclaimer. This will be some really dense evidence and it might be confusing for some of our listeners, but we're going to try our hardest to break it down, just like it was broken down in court today by Constable Eppingstall. To quickly give a summary of Phone A and Phone B, the jury were told in the prosecution opening that Phone A was never recovered by police, but Phone B was seized during a search warrant executed at Erin's house on August 5, a week after the lunch. But for now, we'll just start with Phone A. The court has heard that a lot of phone records have been analysed in this case, and Constable Eppingstall said today that 4.5 years of these records showed that Erin used a SIM card ending in the digits 783 for a long time. He said she used this SIM card to communicate with people in her life, including her children and her estranged husband, Simon. These records were shown to the jury today, and the prosecution team almost had to scroll through them because there were so many of them. Constable Eppingstall told the court that the record showed that this SIM card was placed into Phone A on February 12, 2023. If we fast forward, he said this SIM card remained in that phone until August 5. And to remind our listeners, this is the date of the first search warrant, which you heard about in the top of the episode. When asked today about these records and what they showed, Constable Eppingstall said that on August 5, around 1:45 p.m, you could see the SIM card change from Phone A into a completely different phone, that being a Nokia. Yesterday, he told the court that during the search warrant, Miss Patterson was allowed to use a phone in a room on her own without any observation.
So Phone B is the Nokia then?
No, so the Nokia is actually a third phone. It hasn't been given a name, so we're just going to call it the Nokia. Every time we're referring to Phone A or Phone B, we'll use those terms just like they've used in court.
Sounds good.
So Constable Eppingstall told the court that now the SIM card ending in 783 that was being regularly used by Erin was now in this Nokia. And he said that according to the records, there was ongoing usage of this SIM card right up until August 14, which is when the records they had obtained had ended. But he said that months later, on November 2, another search warrant was executed at Erin's house, and this time they were looking for Phone A. He was asked by Crown Prosecutor Jane Warren whether Phone A was ever found. He said it's never been located by police.
Okay, so what you're saying, Laura, is that the records show Phone A was used by Erin in 2023 to communicate with other people and it was never found by police.
That's right.
Okay, now let's move on to Phone B. What can you tell me about that?
Constable Eppingstall confirmed that Phone B was the phone that Erin handed to police on August 5 during the search warrant. We touched on this in yesterday's episode because a video was played to the jury of that exchange between Erin and Detective Sergeant Luke Farrell. She handed the phone to him towards the end of the search warrant. Constable Eppingstall was then asked questions about the checks he completed on this phone once it was in his custody. He said that the phone had a SIM card inside ending in 835, this being a different SIM card from what we've mentioned earlier. He said the SIM card had only been connected from July 11 that year and had been used in a tablet up until August 3. He then referred back to the records and he said that the SIM card was taken out of the tablet and placed into Phone B on August 3. And just because we are referring to a lot of dates, August 3 is 5 days after the lunch and 2 days before the search warrant.
Our listeners may remember that Digital Forensic Officer Sharman Fox Henry from Victoria Police said Phone B was factory reset several times in 2023.
Yes, we have touched upon this topic in 2 episodes, and we came back to it again today. Mr. Fox Henry was asked about a report last week relating to these factory resets, and he said the report showed that Phone B was factory reset 4 times on February 12, August 2, August 5, and August 6.
Let's move on to more of his evidence. The jury heard about Erin's alleged medical appointments.
They did, and to take a step back, Constable Eppingstall explained to the jury how he obtained Erin's Medicare records and was able to use them to determine where and when she went to the doctor. After that process, He said he secured warrants to obtain Erin's medical records from 3 GPs in Leongatha, Currumborough and Mount Waverley.
Now, the jury were shown entries from Gail Patterson's diary, weren't they?
Yes, and this was happening at the same time that Constable Eppingstall was being asked about the medical records, and it will soon be made clear why that was the case. In Gail's diary, she wrote on June 28, 2023, Erin St Vincent's arm lump. St Vincent's being a reference to a hospital in Melbourne. The jury were then shown messages between Gail and Erin from a day later, on June 29. These are their words, but not their voices.
Hi, Gail. Sorry, I had taken to see a movie last night. We saw The Little Mermaid. The appointment went okay, thanks for asking. I had a needle biopsy taken of the lump, and I'm returning for an MRI next week, and we'll know more about the results of those two things.
That's a test of patience, isn't it? Praying you'll know God's peace. We're just ready to relax after an enjoyable time with Ethan and Alice. Nice to have the fire warming us in this cold weather. XO.
After the text messages were shown to the jury, Constable Eppingstall was asked whether or not he found any evidence in Erin's medical records that indicated she did have a needle biopsy on June 28. He said he could not find any evidence of that.
The messages also continued on July 6.
Hi, Erin. How did you get on yesterday with your medical tests? Love, Don and Gail.
And then the next day, Erin replied,
Thanks for your message, Don and Gail. There's a bit to digest with everything that's come out of it all. I might talk more about it with you both when I see you in person. Love, Erin.
Constable Eppingstall was again asked whether he had found any evidence of these medical appointments in Erin's records. He again said he had not. But the court heard that Erin did attend a medical appointment in late June for rib soreness and twice in July to update a prescription.
Now, Constable Eppingstall was also asked questions about Erin's medical history by defence barrister Colin Mandy SC.
That's right. Under cross-examination, the defence tendered more medical records relating to Erin from 2021 in particular. In one of the records from October, a doctor writes, Erin worries about ovary cancer, has been Googling her symptoms, thinks her symptoms may be suggestive of ovary cancer. This record states that an MRI and an ultrasound were booked for the following month in November. Mr. Mandy also showed the jury another medical record, which outlined Erin's family history, and it stated that her paternal aunt and maternal aunt had ovary cancer. It has been a while since we've spoken about cancer, but the prosecution has alleged that Erin falsely claimed she had cancer to ensure and to explain why her children were not present at the lunch on July 29. But the defence has suggested that Erin only told the lunch guests she had a suspected diagnosis of cancer. The defence did concede, though, in its opening address, that Erin has not been diagnosed with cancer.
Now, citizen website iNaturalist also got brought up again today in court. Just to remind listeners, the jury has previously heard evidence from Dr. Tom May and Christine McKenzie about them citing death cap mushrooms and logging this on the website.
iNaturalist came up today in Constable Eppingstall's evidence-in-chief when he was asked about the Cooler Master computer that was seized from Erin's house. The court heard that 3 web pages relating to iNaturalist were visited by a browser on that computer on May 28, 2022, just making a point that this was 1 year before the lunch. Constable Eppingstall said that as part of his investigation, he searched for these web pages using the URLs that had been extracted from the device. The jury heard that one of these web pages related to a suburban sighting of death cap mushrooms in Melbourne southeast. This post was made on iNaturalist on May 18, 2022, and is a completely separate post from those you mentioned earlier, Brooke, by Dr. May and Miss McKenzie. A screenshot of this web page, taken by Constable Eppingstall, was shown to the jury today.
We also heard quite a bit about the food that Erin had previously purchased. The jury was shown a Woolworths transaction history. They were also shown a BP receipt and a pub receipt.
And I may just touch on this pub receipt first because it relates to the topic we were just talking about. The jury heard that on the same day a browser on the Cooler Master computer visited the iNaturalist website, it also visited a website for the Currumborough Middle Pub, only a few minutes later. The jury was shown this receipt that you mentioned, Brooke. The order was placed on May 28, 2022 at 7:25 p.m. On the receipt was Erin's name and her phone number. And at risk of making our listeners hungry, this contained 2 chicken parmas, a kid's burger, a kid's fish, and a Coke no sugar. And the court heard that the computer records showed that this meal had been ordered only a few minutes after the visit to the iNaturalist website.
As I mentioned before, the jury were also shown a receipt for the BP in Coldamine that we had previously spoken about in another episode. On that receipt, it showed 3 separate food items, including T&T Multicolour Blister, which is a gum, a ham and cheese tomato sandwich, and a sweet chili chicken wrap. And just to remind the listeners again, this was the day that Erin drove her son to a flying lesson.
And to round it out, I'll talk about Erin's Woolworths transaction history, which Constable Eppingstall told the court today was recorded through Erin's Everyday Rewards account. Her transaction history from July 23 to July 28, so about the week before the lunch, was shown to the jury, with the items that related to the beef Wellington meal highlighted in yellow. 6 days before the lunch on July 23, the record showed that Erin purchased 1 kilo of sliced mushrooms, 2 packets of pastry, and some shallots. 2 days before the lunch, so this is on July 27, she bought 2 more packets of pastry, 4 beef eye fillets, and 750 grams of sliced mushrooms. And then finally, the day before the lunch, she bought another 2 packets of pastry, 1.5 kilos of potato mash, green beans, and 1 more beef eye fillet. When this transaction history was being shown to the jury on the screens, Constable Eppingstall was asked by Miss Warren what the last column meant, and it was a column relating to the price of each product. But he said that he wasn't quite sure what it was, and at that moment, a juror actually piped up and said, "I do." Justice Christopher Beale quickly turned to the jury and said, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that, but keep your comments for the jury room." After that, Miss Warren did confirm that it was indeed the column relating to the price.
There has been some moments of laughter during his evidence, and he will return to the stand tomorrow to continue his cross-examination. To stay updated on this case, go to themushroomcook.com.au for more.
Sorry, I feel too uncomfortable about coming to the lunch with you, Mum, Dad, Heather and Ian tomorrow. But I'm happy to talk to you about your health and implications of that at another time if you'd like to discuss it on the phone. Just let me know.
That's really disappointing. I've spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow, which has been exhausting in light of the issues I'm facing, and spent a small fortune on beef eye fillet to make beef Wellingtons, because I wanted it to be a special meal, as I may not be able to host a lunch like this again for some time. It's important to me that you're all there tomorrow and that I can have the conversations that I need to have. I hope you'll change your mind. Your parents and Heather and Ian are coming at 12:30. I hope to see you there.
You've just heard a reading of text messages between Erin Patterson and her ex-husband Simon, an exchange they had a day before Erin cooked the fateful mushroom lunch. It talks to a fractured relationship. Today, Simon took to the stand and told the jury about his life with the woman accused of killing his parents and his auntie. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Welcome back, Laura.
Can you believe we're nearly at the end of the week?
I know, it's gone so fast.
Yes.
The jury heard from Simon today, and he spoke at length about his relationship with Erin Patterson.
Today was the first day of evidence in the trial, and Simon was the first prosecution witness. So this involves him getting into the witness box, taking an oath,
And then he's questioned by the lead prosecutor. We mentioned her yesterday, Nanette Rogers. And like you said, he was questioned a lot at length about his relationship with Erin and the circumstances surrounding the lunch.
The centre of this case is this deadly lunch where 3 people died in the days after it. If we go back to Simon being invited to the lunch, talk me through about what the jury heard.
He told the jury today that he was invited to that lunch on July 16, 2023. And just to remind our listeners, the lunch was on July 29. So she's let them know about the lunch about 2 weeks earlier at a church service. At the time, Simon said he would come despite being reluctant. But the day before the lunch, he texts her late at night. And that exchange is what our listeners heard at the top of the episode. So Simon was asked about this text exchange today, but he was also asked a series of questions just about his relationship with Erin, describing what she was like, how the relationship had an on and off nature. Let's unpack that now.
The jury heard that Simon and Erin met in the early 2000s when they were both working at Monash City Council. Simon was a civil engineer and Erin was working as an RSPCA representative.
Yeah, he said she always loved animals.
He also said that she's witty, intelligent and funny as well.
And he speaks about those being some of the traits that led to him falling in love with her all those years ago.
Something of note that Simon said was that Erin had always been a devoted mother to her 2 kids. He said that her daily life really revolved around them and she took her role as a parent very seriously. Simon also spoke about Erin's relationship with his parents, Don and Gail Patterson.
He spoke quite a lot about Don and Erin sharing a love of knowledge and learning and said they shared an interest in the world.
Don and Gail were quite supportive of Erin and Simon's relationship, even though they separated and reconciled a lot throughout their marriage.
And just in terms of the timeline, we heard that Simon and Erin met in the early 2000s. They were married by 2007, had children in 2009 and 2014, but by 2015, they permanently separated.
In that time, Erin and Simon did a lot of travelling together. They really shared the same passion of exploring nature.
They did share a lot of these common interests. And the interesting thing is despite separating in 2015, they remained friends. And Simon said today they remained friends for quite a number of years, up until about 2022, when something happened with his tax return.
Yeah, their relationship did turn sour at that point in time.
Simon told the jury today that when he was dropping off the 2 children one day at Erin's house, she said she had become aware of a change in his tax return where his marital status had been altered to separated.
Erin was not happy about that and she made that very clear to Simon at the time.
Simon told the court that Erin told him that change in his marital status would have tax implications for the 2 of them, and as a result, she demanded child support from him moving forward. He then told the court their relationship substantially changed, something that once was a friendship that involved chatty conversations over text, he said turned to very functional messages just about the day-to-day life of their children.
Things that weren't an issue became an issue. Simon told the court that Erin was keen to split their children's school fees, but he told her child support had told him not to do that because it was already covered by the child support fees.
Simon recalled Erin being very upset about that. Simon was questioned a lot today about the properties Erin owned, some with him, some without him.
And that was all stemmed by the inheritance that Erin was given after her grandma died and her mother died.
The inheritance totaled about $2 million, but Simon told the court that it dribbled out in instalments over about 8 years.
So just to clarify, Erin was the beneficiary of 2 separate estates. Erin's grandma died in 2006 and Erin's mother died in 2019.
That's correct. And Simon told the jury Erin used part of her inheritance very generously.
Simon has 3 siblings and Erin and him lent them around $400,000 each.
And while we're talking about properties, there were a few that were mentioned today in court, and I must admit there were times where I was struggling to keep up. Could you please explain?
You've really put me on the spot here,
Okay,
Laura.
I'm sorry.
It is complicated, so stay here with me. The jury heard of 4 separate properties. 2 properties in Currumbara, one in Mount Waverley and another one in Leongatha, and that's where the mill took place. Simon said that Erin put his name on the Mount Waverley and Leongatha titles despite them being separated by this point in 2019. Okay, now I'm going to bring it back to the lunch and I'm going to throw to you, Laura.
Oh, no. This is karma, I guess. We haven't touched much on the lunch yet, but Simon was questioned by both the prosecution and the defence today about the lead-up and the aftermath. We must remember that he wasn't actually at the lunch himself. The day after the lunch, on the Sunday, his parents told him they were quite unwell. They described experiencing diarrhoea and vomiting. Knowing that his aunt and uncle, Heather and Ian, were also at the lunch, he went over to their home to check that they were okay.
And the prosecution really focused on questions that Heather asked Simon.
They did. Simon recalled Heather telling him, "I noticed Erin served herself her food on a coloured plate, which was different to the rest." Then later that afternoon, when Simon was driving both Ian and Heather to hospital, Heather touched on this topic again. She asked, "Is Erin short of crockery? Is that why she would have this different kind of coloured plate that she served herself on?"
So that really stood out to Heather, the fact that there were different coloured plates.
Yeah, I believe the word she used was puzzled. She says she was puzzled by it. But in response, in the car, Simon said to her, "Erin doesn't have that many plates, and that might be the reason why."
And as we heard yesterday in the prosecution openings, Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers said the guest meals were served on grey plates and Erin served her meal on a tanned orange plate.
Under cross-examination today by Colin Mandy, Simon said that Erin owned a mixture of plates and that they weren't all the same. After driving his aunt and uncle to hospital, there was a point in time where Simon returned to be with his parents. And this was a point today in court where Simon became visibly emotional.
Yes, the jury would have seen how emotional Simon got. He asked for tissues, and this is when he was talking about how unwell his parents were in hospital.
He said his dad was substantially worse than his mum and said it looked like he was really struggling, and described him as lying on his side, hunched with a discoloured face. But then later in his evidence, Simon spoke about how Erin appeared after the lunch. He told the jury that she wanted to go to hospital but was worried she might poo her pants on the drive.
I know that sounds like a bit too much TMI, but it was said in court. Simon gave evidence over many hours today. Is there anything we may have missed, Laura?
That's a good question. I'll just cast my mind back. He did also mention that it was very rare for Erin to invite guests over to her home. He said that as a wider family, especially when they were still together, he didn't think they ever had a gathering of that size at their house.
But Simon isn't done giving evidence yet. He will be back on the stand tomorrow in front of the jury. To stay up to date with all our latest coverage, go to themushroomcook.com.au. What a day. It's the first time we heard exactly how Erin Patterson is alleged to have murdered her lunch guests. The prosecution says she deliberately poisoned the beef Wellington meal she served her estranged husband's family. But the defence says something very different happened that day. They say the lunch was a tragedy and a terrible accident. I'm Brooke Greibert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Wow, Laura, what a big day in court.
Oh my goodness. I'm almost relieved that we're sitting down to record this episode because I feel like we learnt so much today that I need to unpack it all with you.
My mind is literally exploding. I just can't believe it.
Yeah, so we're going to try our hardest today to break it all down for our listeners, but you might need to bear with us because there is a lot we have to get through.
So broadly, Laura, what happened today?
So today was the first time we heard the prosecution put their case against Erin. They did that in their opening address. And I'm just going to repeat myself again, but it's important we get this out of the way. Erin has been charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder, and she has pleaded not guilty. So the prosecution today put forward their case, and that contained a lot of allegations, which is what we will be unpacking today.
Okay, let's start with the lunch. What do the prosecution say happened?
The lunch, we know it happened at Leongatha at Erin's home on July 29, 2023. 5 people were invited to this lunch. Simon Patterson, her former husband, Simon's parents, Don and Gail Patterson, and Simon's aunt and uncle, Ian and Heather Wilkinson. Simon never went to the lunch, but Don, Gail, Ian and Heather all attended.
And they were all invited at a church service?
Yes, we did hear that today. Erin went up to everyone at church and invited them to her house for this lunch.
Simon initially said yes, that he was going to attend, but he later texted Erin a day before the lunch and said that he would not be going.
Yes, so we did hear that from Nanette Rogers SC. She is the Crown Prosecutor. So she was the one today walking the jury through the prosecution case.
So Laura, all 4 guests arrived to Erin Patterson's house together.
Yes, that's right. And Ian and Heather actually had never been to her house before, so the lunch almost started with a little bit of a tour. Erin showed them around the house, and then soon after, lunch was served.
And I think we should make it clear that Erin and Simon's kids were not present at the lunch at all.
Yes, that is important to note.
So Erin served her guests individual beef Wellingtons on different coloured plates.
The prosecution described to us how when the lunch was being served, there were 4 grey plates, and then there was another plate. The prosecution says this was a tanned orange plate, and when it came time for everyone to sit at the table, it was the 4 lunch guests who had the grey plate, and Erin ate her serve of the beef Wellington off that tanned orange plate.
As well as the beef Wellington, they also had mashed potato and green beans on their plates. We heard from the prosecution that Ian and Heather ate their whole portion of their beef Wellington. We heard that Gail ate half and Don ate his portion and Gail's half.
Yes, and then after that we also heard there was some cake and a fruit platter to finish off the lunch.
So Laura, for the first time we heard why Erin invited the guests to her house for lunch.
Yes, so we heard that she wanted their advice. She mentioned there being a medical issue that had cropped up in her life, and she was wondering the best way to tell her children about it.
Erin then said that she had an ovarian cancer diagnosis, and the guests said it was best to be honest with the kids about it.
And I think it's important at this point to say that the prosecution say this claim was deliberately false. Erin does not have cancer. Her defence barrister, Colin Mandy, and we will talk more about what he had to say in his opening address today, but he made it clear in his address that Erin does not have cancer and that claim was false.
And then the prosecution said that Erin used this false claim to ensure and explain then why the children would not be present at that lunch on July 29.
All right, so I think we should take a step back now and let's talk about the mushrooms. It's not in dispute that Don, Gail and Heather all passed away after falling victim to death cap mushroom poisoning. That was made pretty clear today in court, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct. So what we heard from the prosecution is that Erin told multiple doctors, nurses and also the Department of Health that she actually sourced the mushrooms from a local Woolworths in Leongatha. And then she also sourced dried mushrooms from a Chinese grocer, and that was in either Oakley, Glenwaverley, Mount Waverley or Clayton, but she couldn't remember where exactly she got those dried mushrooms from.
And for our listeners who don't know, those final 4 suburbs are located in Melbourne southeast.
Erin was also asked by doctors whether she actually foraged the mushrooms, and she denied those allegations multiple times. I think it's also important to note that the prosecution says that the Department of Health received no other reports of people falling ill and no mushroom products were pulled or recorded. Okay, Laura, now let's move on to the dehydrator. Can you tell me what we learnt from the prosecution?
The prosecution walked us through what happened after the lunch, and one part of this was surrounding the dehydrator. A dehydrator is a kitchen appliance that you can use for various purposes, but mainly, like its name suggests, it's to dehydrate food items. So the dehydrator that Erin had at her house, it was found by police days later at a local tip near her home. It was forensically examined and there were found to be traces of death cap mushrooms on this dehydrator. But I will just say at this point that the defence admits that Erin did get rid of this dehydrator. They're not trying to shy away from it. They admit she got rid of it at the tip. The defence told the jury today in their opening address that their client did tell a number of lies in the aftermath of the lunch. They say she panicked because she was overwhelmed by the fact that 3 guests, 3 people close to her, had died following a meal at her home. Another lie that the defence admits their client told was that she had never foraged for mushrooms before. She told police that she had never done it, but Mr. Mandy said today that she admits she did forage for mushrooms, but she denies that she ever deliberately sought out death cap mushrooms. Just to reiterate though, the defence says that the lunch was a terrible accident and that Miss Patterson did not deliberately poison that meal with death cap mushrooms.
Okay, Laura, so moving on to the next topic. The prosecution says that Erin said her 2 kids ate leftovers of the beef Wellington meal the next day for dinner. Is that right?
Yes, so according to the prosecution, Erin scraped off the mushrooms because the children didn't like them. And she told them as well that these were leftovers from that Saturday lunch. But again, it is important to note that the children did not fall ill and they did not have any symptoms of death cap mushroom poisoning.
Now let's go back to our lunch guests, Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson. They got really sick days after that lunch.
Yes, very sick indeed. We had a lot of detail in court today about their symptoms and what the final days of their lives were like.
So in the days following the lunch, all 4 guests moved around to different hospitals and they all ended up at the Austin Hospital and they were all critically unwell.
Don, Gail and Heather continued to deteriorate over those final days, and they got to a point where the doctors that were taking care of them were of the opinion that the illness was unsurvivable, that there was nothing they could do for them.
So sadly, Heather and Gail died on August 4 and then Don died a day later on August 5.
But Ian's condition did improve over the following days and he was eventually discharged following weeks of treatment in hospital. So the prosecution spoke a bit today about Erin's presentation at Leongatha Hospital 2 days after the lunch. By this stage, the lunch guests had been admitted and were quite unwell, and Erin arrived at the hospital and very quickly one of the doctors there realised that she was the 5th person at this lunch and that she was the person who hosted it. He explained that they were worried the guests had fallen ill with death cap mushroom poisoning and that she was at risk herself. But the prosecution told the jury that Erin told doctors that she had experienced symptoms. They included diarrhoea, but she reiterated to them that she needed to leave and that she was not prepared to stay in hospital. But it is really important here to note that the defence said it was disputed that Erin feigned sickness after the lunch. They said that she wasn't pretending to be sick. Their case was that she was sick too, just not as sick.
Okay, so now a website was mentioned to the jury. It's called iNaturalist. So the website is a platform about plants, animals and fungi, and in particular in this case, you can log mushrooms that you find across Victoria. Can you tell me a little bit more how this relates to the case?
Yes, and I'll just say from the top that dates are really important here. So on April 18, the prosecution said there was a mushroom expert who found death caps under an oak tree in Loch, which is near Leongatha, and posted it on this website, iNaturalist. About 10 days later, the prosecution said Erin's phone data suggested she was in this same area. A month later, there was a second post on this website by another expert. This post was made on May 21. The expert said they had found death caps along a street in Outram, which is another area close to Leongatha.
And so did Erin travel to this area as well?
Well, the prosecution say the very next day, on May 22, she travelled to this area as well as going back to Lock, the place where those first mushrooms were posted by the first expert.
So in summary, the prosecution are saying that Erin travelled to both of these locations after she saw these posts on the iNaturalist website.
Yes, and that is the prosecution case.
Now let's move on. The prosecution said today that Erin had 2 phones. Can you talk more about that?
Yes, the allegation is that she had 2 phones, and one phone was never recovered from police, and including with that, the SIM card was never recovered. The phone that police did recover, they believe it was factory reset on 3 separate occasions, including remotely after it was seized by police.
Gosh, that was a lot from the prosecution. Was there anything else that they said that we needed to know?
Yeah, one final thing to note was the prosecution did not offer a motive. But it is important to remember that the prosecution don't need to prove a motive in murder trials.
Okay, so we've talked about the prosecution. I reckon we should move on to the defence. They didn't have a lot to say, did they, Laura?
No, they didn't. And that is really standard. The opening address made by the defence in any trial is usually a lot shorter than the prosecution's. It's just a response. They don't have to start arguing over the allegations the prosecution made. They just need to summarise how they put their case. We mentioned him before, Erin's defence barrister Colin Mandy. He said today that it was important that the jury remembered that Erin was innocent until proven guilty.
So we haven't really been able to speak about everything that happened in court today. There was a lot of information, but we will touch upon different points later on.
Yes, this trial is going for 6 weeks. So the day of the openings is always a very big day for jurors as well. There's a lot that they are taking in for the first time. But both parties will walk the jurors through all of this evidence across the trial. So rest assured there will be plenty of detail to come.
Thanks, Laura. So make sure you stay tuned for all our coverage by heading to themushroomcook.com.au. 2 days after the mushroom lunch in Leongatha, a local senior constable was sent on a job to Erin Patterson's home. He was there to do a welfare check on her. She was the cook of the Beef Wellington meal. Her home was deserted, or at least that's what it looked like to the cop. He stopped at the gate and made a call to get an access code. He was looking for something. Guided by Erin at the other end of the phone, he started searching. He had gloves on, 2 pairs. His search took him to a bin with a red lid that sat outside the house. Inside that bin, inside a Woolworths bag, he found it. Some samples of what he described as tainted food. It was what was left of a beef Wellington. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. So it's day 8, Laura.
I can't believe it's Thursday. This week has gone very fast.
I know. We're almost at the end of week 2.
Indeed.
What you heard at the top of the episode was a description of a local police officer fetching the leftovers of the beef Wellington from Erin's house.
He gave evidence today in court. His name was Adrian Martinez Villalobos.
Good pronunciation.
Thank you. I'm relieved I got through that one. He told the jury today that he attended Erin's property after that 000 call from Dr. Chris Webster, which we spoke about yesterday. He arrived at the house, but no one appeared to be home. So he rang Dr. Webster back to get an update. And it was at that point that he found out that Erin had returned to Leongatha Hospital. But as we heard yesterday, while Dr. Webster had the police officer on the phone, he thought he should ask him to have a look around to see if he could find any of the leftover beef Wellington.
And specifically in court, the police officer said that he was asked to find any tainted food.
And as you described, Brooke, he double-gloved and needed some information from Erin, which we heard in court she was happy to provide. He described her as being quite cooperative over the phone, and he was able to gain access into her property to search one of her waste bins.
So he said in court today that he didn't actually need to go inside her house because he found the leftovers in a bin on the outside of her house.
And he described sifting through the bin and finding the bag that Erin had described. She had told him that a brown paper Woolworths bag was most likely the one that would contain the leftovers. And once he found a bag that matched that description, he fished it out. And he noted to the court that it was actually seeping a little bit and had to find another bag so he could pop it in the police van.
He then transported those leftovers to Leongatha Hospital, where the bag was taken into the urgent care department.
And yesterday we touched on the evidence of Dr. Veronica Foote, who then retrieved that bag and took photos of the beef Wellington for the doctors at Monash Medical Centre.
And Laura, where did that bag of leftovers end up?
We learnt a little bit more about that today. Paramedic Ellen Spencer, she gave evidence about transferring Erin from Leongatha Hospital to Monash Medical Centre. And in her evidence, she explained how when they were getting her ready for transfer, her and her colleague were also handed this brown Woolworths bag with the leftover beef Wellington so it could be brought into Melbourne to Monash Medical Centre for testing.
And did she say anything about Erin?
She was asked a few questions about how Erin presented during this trip. She said the journey from Leongatha to Monash Medical Centre was about an hour and 40 minutes. She asked if at any point in that journey Erin asked them to pull over because she needed to use the bathroom, and she said that didn't happen.
Erin complained about feeling nauseous, and she also complained about having a headache.
And they wanted to give her Panadol, but they needed to check first whether or not that was a smart idea, given she was already starting to receive some treatment for suspected mushroom poisoning. They rang the poisons hotline and they suggested fentanyl instead. So Miss Spencer told the court they gave her some fentanyl and then described the rest of their journey as non-eventful. When asked how Erin was during the journey, she said that she was fairly calm and nonchalant.
She also said that Erin was quite chatty throughout the trip. Now, Laura, I think it's a good time to talk about the evidence that Erin Patterson's daughter gave today in court.
I think I'll start off by noting that while she did give evidence today in court, she actually wasn't there in person. So when children give evidence in trials, it is fairly common for their evidence to be pre-recorded, so they don't need to be there in person and subjected to cross-examination by the defence. Erin's daughter's evidence was recorded back in August 2023, so only a month after the lunch. And that was played today in front of the jury, and things did become emotional.
Now, that was a 33-minute video that we saw in court today. How was Erin throughout it?
When the video started to play, she did become emotional. She has a screen in front of her where she can watch the footage, and when her daughter popped up on the screen, she did become quite tearful. She did reach for a tissue at one stage and clutched that throughout the recording. Her daughter's evidence got underway with her simply being asked by the interviewer for her name. And when she said the name to the interviewer, you could see Erin mouthing her daughter's name from the dock.
At the start of the interview, Erin's daughter was asked to describe what happened at the lunch, and she simply replied, "I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened."
But while she said she wasn't there, the interviewer did ask her some questions about the things that happened both before and after. She was asked whether she was told about the lunch in advance, and she said her mum told her about it the day before. And she said that it was her understanding that the guests would come over so they could talk about adult stuff. She was then asked if she remembered what they ate for lunch, and she said she didn't know what it was called, but she recalled seeing it in the oven that morning and saying it involved some sort of meat. She described going to the movies that Saturday afternoon, and then after that she saw her dad, and then by the evening she was back at home at her mum's.
In the interview, Erin's daughter was asked about Erin's sickness the morning after the lunch. This is what she said. It's her words, but not her voice.
She just needed to go to the toilet a lot, and she felt sick in her gut.
Did she tell you she wasn't feeling well?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said that she had diarrhea and her tummy was sore.
Okay, she had diarrhea and her tummy was sore. Did she tell you she vomited or anything like that?
I don't think she told me.
Did you see her going to the toilet a lot? How many times do you think she went to the toilet?
I saw her go like 10 times.
10 times. Okay. And was that in the morning, was it?
That was in the morning through to the afternoon.
She said that they didn't go to church that day because her mum wasn't feeling well, and then talked about having the leftovers. She mentioned remembering eating steak, mashed potato and green beans, and she also said that they played Monopoly on the Sunday.
And Laura, the interviewer also asked about the plates at Erin's home.
Yes, she was asked to describe the plates at her mum's home, and at first she just said they were round plates. The interviewer prompted her further, and she said there was a black and red plate and some white ones, before saying, "I think that's all the colours we have." Just to remind our listeners, Ian, the only guest to survive the meal, gave evidence earlier this week about the lunch and said he remembers the guests eating their meals off grey plates, while Erin ate her serve off an orange tan plate.
And we'll hear more of Erin's daughter's evidence tomorrow in court.
That's right.
So who else spoke in court today?
We heard from a number of medical witnesses. We've heard from quite a few so far in this trial. We had a nurse called Cindy Munro take to the witness box today, and she treated both Heather and Ian when they arrived at Leongatha Hospital, and then later on also treated Erin when she represented. But she was asked today to describe Erin when she was treating her and how she appeared. And she said that she did not believe she looked as unwell as Heather and Ian did. She said she recalled Ian being so unwell that he could barely lift his head off his pillow, and said Heather was quite unsteady on her feet. But said in comparison, Erin was sitting up in her bed and didn't look unwell to her.
Miss Munro also said that initially Erin did not want any medical intervention, and Erin said, "I don't want any of this," multiple times.
By the end of Miss Munro's evidence, she did say, though, that Erin agreed to treatment before she was transferred to Monash Medical Centre.
After Erin was brought to Monash Medical Centre by the paramedic that we heard from earlier, what happened?
Tanya Patterson, who is the wife of Matthew Patterson, so stay with me here, guys, who is Simon's brother, Simon being Erin's estranged husband. I think we got that. She gave evidence in court today about the conversations she had with Erin when she was visiting. And one of the things she said was that Erin asked how the lunch guests were. But Tanya said she had had a discussion with her husband previously about not wanting to tell Erin too much because they wanted to leave that up to her husband, Simon. So all Tanya said she told Erin was that they were going downhill, but that was all the information she really had.
And she also mentioned something about cruises, didn't she?
That's right. She said she had recently been on a cruise and Erin was interested in taking her children on one. So they had a conversation about that as well.
So that's a wrap for today. Was there anything else that we missed?
Yes, there was something that the jury heard at the start of the day that I will mention. Justice Christopher Beale, who is the judge presiding over this case, he told them that there was some work happening in the background between both the prosecution and the defence that was speeding things along. And he said to the jurors that he expects the case to conclude earlier than he initially thought.
So that means the trial will be done before the 6-week mark.
Well, maybe, but we'll definitely have to wait and see.
Thanks, Laura, but rest assured, until the trial is over, we will be here every day giving you new podcast episodes. So for all the latest on this case, go to themushroomcook.com.au. It was a showdown today in the mushroom murder trial. The lead barristers of both the prosecution and the defence addressed the jury, with Nanette Rogers finalising the Crown's argument that Erin Patterson told lies upon lies when her murder plot started to unravel.
We say there is no reasonable alternative explanation for what happened to the lunch guests, other than the accused deliberately sourced death cap mushrooms and deliberately included them in the meal she served them, with an intention to kill them. In the lead up to the lunch and in the periods after the lunch, Erin Patterson told so many lies it's hard to keep track of them. She has told lies upon lies, because she knew the truth would implicate her.
Meanwhile, Colin Mandy started the defence case by saying his client never planned to kill her lunch guests and had a motive to keep them in her world.
She didn't plan it. She never planned to kill anyone, and when they did get very, very sick, she panicked, because that's when she realised that it might have been the meal and the spotlight would be on her. And that's a very powerful reason why you can't, in our submission, find this element of intention. It's why you should have a reasonable doubt about it. It is an implausible theory when you take a step back and look at the big picture.
In Room 4 of the Latrobe Valley Law Courts, both sides came out swinging. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. We just finished day 33 of Erin Patterson's trial, and as always, I'm joined by court reporter Laura Placella.
We've had a big day.
Yes, another one. This morning, Dr. Rogers continued with the prosecution's fourth calculated deception, which was the sustained cover-up Erin embarked on to conceal the truth. To remind listeners, the other three were the fabricated cancer claim Erin used as a reason for the lunch, the lethal doses of poison Erin secreted in the beef Wellingtons, and Erin's attempts to make it seem like she also suffered death cap mushroom poisoning.
So there were 4 elements to the sustained cover-up, 2 of which Dr. Rogers mentioned yesterday. But today she turned to the disposing of the dehydrator that she said Erin had used to dehydrate death caps. Erin has admitted that she dumped the appliance the day after she was released from Monash Medical Centre. But Dr. Rogers said today the only reason that Erin dumped it was because she knew she had used it to prepare the deadly meal. This is what Dr. Rogers said today. These are her words, but not her voice.
If there was nothing incriminating about the dehydrator, why hide it? And there is only one reasonable explanation. She knew it would incriminate her. She knew that she had dehydrated death cap mushrooms in that appliance and that she had deliberately done so. And she knew that keeping it was going to be far too risky. So one of the first things that she did after getting back from the Monash hospital was to race out to the tip and dump it, try to make it disappear. If not for the careful analysis of the accused's bank records conducted by Senior Constable Meg Crawford, no one would ever have known about the dehydrator. Erin Patterson certainly wasn't telling anyone about it. In fact, when she was asked by police during the record of interview on 5th of August whether she knew anything about a dehydrator in her house, she answered with a completely straight face, no.
Dr. Rogers then moved on to the last element of the sustained cover-up, which was Erin deliberately concealing her usual mobile phone from police. Dr. Rogers talked the jury through phone A, which was her usual phone, phone B, which was her dummy phone, and phone C, which was her Nokia phone. Laura, let's start with phone A.
The game of phones continues. So with phone A, as you just said, Brooke, Erin's usual phone, Dr. Rogers explained today that this phone was using the SIM card ending in 783 in the lead up to the lunch. And she said this SIM card was also in phone A right up until the start of the search warrant, which was executed at Erin's house on August 5. But Dr. Rogers told the jury today that while detectives were at Erin's house, phone A was being handled without their knowledge. She reminded the jury of the evidence that the SIM card lost connection with the network at some point that day between 12:01pm and 1:45pm. And she alleged this was because Erin removed the SIM card before concealing phone A from police. She reiterated to the jury today that police have never been able to recover phone A, even after returning to Erin's house for a second time in November.
Let's move on to phone B. What did Dr. Rogers say about that device?
For the first time, we heard Dr. Rogers call phone B the dummy phone. And this was the device that Erin handed to police at the end of the search on August 5. And she accused Erin today of setting up this dummy phone to deliberately trick the police. She said that police found nothing on phone B because it had been factory reset multiple times by Erin, including on August 5 and August 6, the day after the search. She then turned to the SIM card that was in phone B when it was handed over, and that was a SIM card ending in 835. Erin claimed last week that she was setting up a new phone the week of the search. But Dr. Rogers said that the jury could reject her claim because it was not a phone or a phone number that the accused could say she was truthfully using.
Great, let's finish with phone C, which was the Nokia phone.
Dr. Rogers told the jury that after Erin took the SIM card ending in 783, which was her usual SIM card, out of phone A, she then later placed it into phone C, the Nokia. She said that Erin continued to use this number in phone C even after she returned home from her record of interview on August 5. She said Erin's usage of this SIM card made it quite clear that this was her usual SIM card and not the SIM card ending in 835 that was in phone B when Erin handed it over. Here's Dr. Rogers' explanation for why Erin did what she did with the phones.
All of this conduct, the factory resets, the handing over of the blank dummy phone, pretending that phone B was her phone number, all of this was designed to frustrate the police investigation of this matter. It was all done so that the police would never see the contents of the accused's real mobile phone. We suggest to you that the only reasonable explanation for engaging in all of this deceptive conduct is that she knew that the information on phone A, her usual mobile phone, would implicate her in the deliberate poisoning of the lunch guests.
After Dr. Rogers finished her 4 calculated deceptions, she moved on to Erin's claim that she must have accidentally foraged death cap mushrooms.
Dr. Rogers said that she anticipated the defence would argue that the jury cannot discount the possibility that Erin had innocently foraged for wild mushrooms for a family meal, but accidentally collected death cap mushrooms in that process, before dehydrating them, placing them into a Tupperware container with other dehydrated mushrooms, and therefore unknowingly including them in the beef Wellingtons. But Dr. Rogers said the only evidence of Erin ever foraging for mushrooms came from her. Her children told an investigator that they did not know their mum to pick and eat wild mushrooms, and Erin never discussed foraging with her Facebook friends. Dr. Rogers explained to the jury why the prosecution say Erin lied about foraging.
The suggestion now that these mushrooms may have been accidentally foraged, we suggest, is a very late change to the accused's story. You might think that at some point it dawned on her that the Asian grocery story didn't add up, particularly when faced with the evidence about the remnants of the death cap mushrooms having been found in her dehydrator. She had to come up with something new. You should simply disregard this new claim that this was a horrible foraging accident as nothing more than an attempt by the accused to get her story to fit the evidence that the police compiled in this case.
Dr. Rogers then moved on to motive. She said the evidence didn't demonstrate that Erin had any particular motive.
Motive is not an element of the crime of murder or the crime of attempted murder. And it is only the elements of the offence that you must find proven beyond reasonable doubt. That makes sense. People do different things for different reasons. Sometimes the reason is obvious enough to others. At other times, the internal motivations are only known by the person themselves. You don't have to know why a person does something in order to know they did it.
While Dr. Rogers said the prosecution didn't need to prove motive, she still took the jury to evidence about the relationship between Erin, Simon, and Don and Gail. She told the jurors they had heard evidence over the course of the trial that showed that they loved each other. Dr. Rogers added that Erin professed her love for Don and Gail in her record of interview, and Simon testified that Erin seemed to love his parents. But she said the relationship between Erin and her parents-in-law was not always a harmonious one after a child support dispute arose between Erin and Simon in October 2022.
Don and Gail were dragged unwillingly into the conflict between the accused and Simon over child support. That was Simon's evidence. Simon said he noticed a substantial change in his relationship with the accused in late 2022 over the issue of child support, which had not abated by the end of that year. As you have heard, child support became a significant source of tension between the accused and Simon Patterson. How much Simon Patterson was paying, whether it covered the school fees, and the payment of the children's medical bills.
Dr. Rogers said that the evidence showed that the divide between Erin and Don and Gail was deeper than they ever knew. She said that Erin expressed her true feelings to her Facebook friends in bitter, angry messages she wrote about her parents-in-law, where she called them a lost cause and said, "F*** 'em."
The point of this evidence is that it shows, we say, that the accused was leading a duplicitous life when it came to the Pattersons. She presented one side while expressing contrary beliefs to others.
Then Dr. Rogers asked the 14 jurors to personally think about what they would do if this was a horrible accident that happened to them. Laura, as Dr. Rogers explains, our listeners may also think about what they would do if they were in this situation.
If you were told that the meal you had cooked and served to your family was thought to have possibly contained death cap mushrooms, what would you do? Would you go into self-preservation mode, just worrying about protecting yourself from blame? Would you race away from the hospital and do who knows what for an hour and a half? Would you be reluctant to receive treatment? Would you take 2.5 hours to eventually agree to get your kids to hospital? Would you lie about the source of the ingredients to medical practitioners and the health department officials for days, even though the truth might help those you claim to love? No, that's not what you'd do. You would do everything you could to help the people you love.
She went on to say,
you would tell the treating medical practitioners every skerrick of information that might help to identify the cause of the illness so that they could get the right treatment to your loved ones, regardless of any risk of blame that might fall on you. If your children had come within cooey of the same meal, you would move mountains to get them to hospital as quickly as possible. And if you, yourself, had truly consumed the same meal, you would gladly receive all of the medical treatment you could get your hands on. Erin Patterson acted the way she did because she knew what she had done.
Dr. Rogers said that Erin panicked not because she realised she had made a grave foraging mistake, but because doctors had figured out that death caps were behind the illnesses of the guests. She said innocent panic did not explain the extensive and prolonged efforts that Erin went to in order to cover up what she had done. She said it also did not explain why Erin chose to persist with her lies when the lives of the guests were at stake.
Dr. Rogers first took the jury through the lies Erin has admitted. Lies about never owning a dehydrator and never having foraged for mushrooms.
But then Dr. Rogers turned to the lies Erin hasn't admitted. She said these included lying in her record of interview about being very helpful to the Department of Health, lying about why she held the lunch, and lying when she said she never told the lunch guests that she had been diagnosed with cancer. But Dr. Rogers said her starkest lie was the one she told about having an appointment to explore gastric bypass surgery.
The prosecution says that you cannot accept the accused as a truthful, honest, and trustworthy witness. She has told too many lies, and you should reject her evidence.
Dr. Rogers told the jury to think of the case like a jigsaw puzzle. One piece on its own may not tell you very much about what the picture is, but when you start putting more together and looking at it as a whole, the picture becomes clearer.
Dr. Rogers then revealed to the jury that there was one final deception, a fifth, that she had not previously mentioned.
The deception she has tried to play on you, the jury, with her untruthful evidence. When she knew her lies had been uncovered, she came up with a carefully constructed narrative to fit with the evidence. Almost. There are some inconsistencies that she just cannot account for. So she ignores them, says she can't remember those conversations, or says other people are just wrong, even her own children.
As she neared the end of her closing address, Dr. Rogers said that the evidence in this case showed that Erin prepared and allocated the meal, that she was the only person who consumed the meal but did not fall seriously ill, that she was familiar with the iNaturalist website, that her phone was in the very two locations in Gippsland where death caps had been sighted and recorded in April and May 2023, that she was dehydrating mushrooms consistent with death caps and remnants of death caps were found in her dehydrator, that she concealed her actions, including by dumping her dehydrator, and finally, that she told many, many lies about the true source of the mushrooms. Dr. Rogers told the jury when they consider all of this evidence, they will be satisfied that the accused deliberately sourced death caps, served them to Don, Gail, Ian and Heather, and did so intending to kill them. She then thanked the jury before returning to her seat.
Erin's barrister, Colin Mandy, then began his closing address.
He started by telling the jurors there were two simple issues that they had to determine. The first was, is there a reasonable possibility that death caps were put into this meal accidentally? And the second was, is it a reasonable possibility that Erin did not intend to kill or cause serious injury to her guests? He said if either of those were reasonable possibilities, then the jury would have reasonable doubt and must acquit his client of all charges. He then made a criticism of the approach taken by the prosecution in this trial.
Their approach is this: working from the assumption that Erin Patterson is guilty of these crimes, pick and choose the evidence that fits that theory, and then tie it all together in an attempt to present a coherent narrative and ignore the things that don't fit. So they have constructed that case theory by, as I say, picking and choosing evidence while ignoring the context, cherry-picking convenient fragments while discarding inconvenient truths.
Mr. Mandy then went on to tell the jury what happened in the wake of the lunch was a terrible tragedy. He said since the four guests were good, innocent people, the jurors may have a desire to punish whoever caused their deaths. But he told the jurors they must fiercely guard against that kind of reasoning.
Mr. Mandy then moved on to motive, or more specifically, a lack of motive, and said that it made it more likely what happened was an accident. He told the jury that the defence had actually presented positive evidence of a lack of motive, dubbing it an anti-motive. It was at this point that Mr. Mandy pointed to Don tutoring Erin's son and the pair also completing science experiments together. He said that Erin had a motive to keep Don and Gail in her world. This is what he went on to say.
Absolutely no doubt that Erin was devoted to her children. Why would she take wonderful, active, loving grandparents away from her own children? At the time, the middle of 2023, she was in a good place. Erin was in a good place. She had a big, beautiful house. She had just landscaped the garden. She had her children, who she loves deeply. She had them with her most of the time, effectively sole custody. She was very comfortable financially. Her body image wasn't great. It hadn't been for a long time, but she was planning to do something about that. She was looking forward to returning to study. All things considered, she was in a good place, and in that context, we submit to you that she is most unlikely to have planned to murder people, especially if it is inevitable that it would be discovered.
Mr. Mandy then took the jury to the dehydrator. He said if Erin had been planning this murder from April 2023, she would not have bought the dehydrator in her own name with her own details, using her own credit card, taken photos of the dehydrator, taken photos of the mushrooms in the dehydrator, shared the photos in a Facebook chat, and waited so long before getting rid of the dehydrator itself. Mr. Mandy added that if she had planned to kill the guests, she would not have sent the images of the murder weapon and the murder method to her own Facebook friends.
Mr. Mandy told the jury that an intelligent person carefully planning a murder would know if you poison 4 people at a lunch at your house, the meal would be under suspicion and the focus would be on the cook very, very quickly. But he said, according to the prosecution theory, Erin pushed ahead with her lunch regardless. He admitted she panicked in the days after the lunch when, as the cook, the spotlight was on her. He said she dumped the dehydrator not to dispose of evidence, but because she panicked following a conversation she had with Simon, where he accused her of poisoning his parents with the dehydrator. He said her actions on the day she drove to the tip to dump it spoke volumes about her state of mind.
She drives to the tip in her own car, pays for disposal of the dehydrator with her own bank card, doesn't attempt to disguise those actions in any way. It could only have been panic, not because she was guilty, but because that's what people might think. It was a deep shock to her how these 4 people became so seriously unwell. It was a deep shock to her because she never intended it to happen. And if that's a reasonable possibility, then she must be found not guilty.
Mr. Mandy then moved on to the leftovers of the meal. He refuted the prosecution's claim that Erin had been forced to tell police where the leftovers were.
She told the police where to find them without hesitation. She must have been confident that there was no poison in order to do that.
He went on to say,
a guilty person on the Crown case, being at the premises for some time that morning, would have already thrown them out. You might think, get rid of them, put them in the neighbour's bin or a public bin, bury them in the backyard or do something else. There had been 2 days to do all of that, instead directing the police where to find the evidence that there were death cap mushrooms in the meal. At that time on Monday morning, the inference that you can draw from that is that she genuinely believed that there were not death cap mushrooms inside that bin, inside those leftovers.
Mr. Mandy then spoke about Erin taking to the witness box. He said she didn't have to do this. He reminded the jury that she was cross-examined for 5 hours a day, over 5 days, recounting information from 2 years ago, and was questioned about every minutiae of her movements and every single conversation she had with the witnesses in this case.
She has the right to silence. She didn't have to answer any questions. She could have stayed in the dock and said absolutely nothing, not given evidence in the case. The prosecution has to prove the case, and that's part of the exercise. She doesn't have to prove anything, and yet she decided to give evidence, to give her account, and to subject herself to several days of cross-examination by a very experienced barrister. Let's consider her position in choosing to do that. Not only your scrutiny, of course, but the scrutiny of the whole world, being closely cross-examined about the fine details of her account and about every word that she said to other people 2 years ago in 24 hours to 48 hours.
Mr. Mandy's closing address finished early today because he was starting to cough and his voice was failing him, but he will continue tomorrow.
And before we jump off the mics, I will add that Justice Christopher Beale gave the jurors and us an update on the trial timeline. He said he won't commence his charge or his instructions to the jury until Monday next week, flagging that he might finish on Tuesday afternoon, or maybe he'll spill over into Wednesday. He said he wanted to provide them with this update so they could get their affairs in order before deliberations begin.
So, Laura, it looks like the jury won't retire to consider a verdict until mid-next week.
So we have a few more days left to go.
We sure do. To stay updated on this case, go to themushroomcook.com.au.
Members of the jury, the 29th of July 2023 lunch was arranged by the accused. Each of the guests were there by her invitation. She alone chose what to cook, obtained the ingredients, and prepared the meal.
Today, Nanette Rogers rose to her feet and started summarising the prosecution case against alleged mushroom cook murderer Erin Patterson. The heart of her argument was what she called Erin's 4 calculated deceptions. Her summation lasted all day, but we're here to break it all down. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. It's day 32, week 8 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and I'm here with my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella. It was a full-on day in court today, wasn't it, Laura?
Yeah, it really was. We all enjoyed a nice long weekend with the trial not sitting on Friday, but we returned today for a really jam-packed day. As you mentioned at the top of the episode, Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers today started delivering her closing address. This is really her chance to summarise the prosecution's case, especially considering the jury ended up hearing 7 weeks of evidence. So there was a lot Dr. Rogers had to get through today. And she did that by breaking down the evidence into 4 categories. And she called these Erin's 4 calculated deceptions. The first, she said, was her fabricated cancer claim that she used as a reason for the lunch. The second was the lethal doses of poison she secreted in the beef Wellingtons. The third was her attempts to make it seem like she also suffered from death cap mushroom poisoning. And the fourth was the sustained cover-up she embarked on to conceal the truth.
Let's start with the first one, the fabricated cancer claim Erin used as a reason for the lunch. Dr. Rogers said Erin lied about having cancer in order to provide her lunch guests with a reason to attend. Dr. Rogers said it was rare for Erin to invite people to her home. In particular, when inviting her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, Dr. Rogers said Erin gave him multiple incentives to attend, painting the picture of a gathering which was not only social but was also about important family business.
Dr. Rogers then took the jury to Ian's evidence, who said that while they were sitting around the table, Erin told them that she had been diagnosed with cancer. And he rejected the possibility that Erin only told them that she had a possible diagnosis. In his evidence, he actually said that Erin discussed with them the possibility of chemotherapy. She said with Ian's evidence, the jury could completely reject Erin's claim that she never told the guests she had a cancer diagnosis.
Dr. Rogers said Erin planted the seed of this lie far in advance when she told Don and Gail before the lunch she was having medical tests on her elbow. Dr. Rogers said this was all a fabrication since there was no lump on her elbow. These are Dr. Rogers' words read by our voice actor.
These lies were detailed. She was setting up a fiction that she was facing a serious health issue. She knew how to tell convincing lies when it came to the cancer because she had put in the research.
It was at this point that Dr. Rogers referred to the screenshots that were extracted from Erin's tablet detailing ovarian cancer symptoms. She then reminded the jury of the evidence of intensive care specialist Professor Andrew Burston, who confirmed that Erin had never received a cancer diagnosis. This is something that Erin has also conceded. This is what Dr. Rogers said today.
And of course, here in court, the accused agreed she'd never been diagnosed with cancer. You might be wondering, why on earth would she tell such a lie? Well, the prosecution says that the accused never thought she would have to account for this lie. She did not think her lunch guests would live to reveal it. Her lie would die with them.
Moving on now to the prosecution's second calculated deception, the lethal doses of poison Erin secreted in the beef Wellingtons.
This is the critical deception that the prosecution alleges against her, that she deliberately sought out and located death cap mushrooms and then secreted lethal doses of those deadly mushrooms into the individual beef Wellingtons she had made for the lunch guests. At the same time, she made sure she would not suffer the same fate as her lunch guests by making herself an individual beef Wellington that did not contain any death cap mushrooms. The sinister deception was to use a nourishing meal as the vehicle to deliver a deadly poison.
Dr. Rogers said Erin used a beef Wellington recipe from a Recipe Tin Eats cookbook that did not call for individual beef Wellingtons. She said she deviated from the recipe to enable her to control what ingredients went into what serve. Dr. Rogers said it was the only way that Erin could ensure that she would not accidentally consume any death cap mushrooms.
It was at this point that Dr. Rogers then took the jury to the source of the death cap mushrooms. She conceded that the prosecution had no direct evidence of where they came from, but she reminded them that Erin was aware of citizen science website iNaturalist that could be used to track down the toxic fungi. She told the jury that Erin had this knowledge because her computer records showed that in May 2022, a year before the lunch, someone in her house had searched for iNaturalist on this device. Erin told the jury last week that while she didn't remember making this search, it was very possible that it could have been her. Dr. Rogers went on to say that beyond knowing about this website, Erin also had the opportunity to source death cap mushrooms before the lunch because 2 sightings were logged on the website in Loch and Outram on April 18 and May 21 in 2023. We won't comb back through the evidence of digital forensics expert Dr. Matthew Sorrell, but he said that Erin's phone records showed a possible visit to Loch on April 28 and possible visits to Loch and Outram on May 22, when Erin did not usually visit these areas. From here, Dr. Rogers laid out a timeline for the jury. She said that the prosecution alleges that after finding death caps in Loch on April 28, Erin travelled back to Leongatha to buy a dehydrator. She said she made this purchase for the purpose of dehydrating the death caps she had found. The jury were taken back to the photos of mushrooms on a dehydrator tray in Erin's kitchen. One set of photos showed regular button mushrooms, while another set of photos showed yellow-tinged mushrooms. Dr. Rogers explained that it was the prosecution case that Erin was doing a test run with the button mushrooms to make sure that she wouldn't waste the death caps she also wanted to dehydrate and preserve. Dr. Rogers told the jury that after dehydrating the death caps, Erin later returned to Loch and Outram on May 22, looking for more. She then said it was open for the jury to infer that at some stage after, she blitzed the death caps into a powder to be able to hide them in the beef Wellington meal.
Dr. Rogers then moved on to the different coloured plates. She told the jury that Ian was a compelling witness who gave clear evidence that Erin served her 4 guests on one type of plate and herself on another. Here's what Dr. Rogers said today.
He had a clear memory of exactly what was served at the lunch, the individual, wholly encased, pasty-type beef Wellington, mashed potato and green beans. You will have no trouble in being satisfied that he is a reliable witness, and you can confidently accept what he told you about the details of the lunch, including the 4 grey plates and the 5th odd plate.
Dr. Rogers told the jury that Erin deliberately served herself on a different plate to the others in order to identify which of the meals was not poisoned. She said the only reason she would do this was because she knew there were poisonous mushrooms in the meals, because she had put them there. To summarise the second calculated deception, Dr. Rogers said that the evidence showed Erin had the knowledge to locate death cap mushrooms, the opportunity to source them at a time proximate to the lunch, the knowledge, skill and equipment to dehydrate them and then blitz them into a powder, and complete control over the ingredients of the meal to make sure she did not accidentally consume death cap mushrooms.
Let's move on to the third calculated deception, Erin's attempts to make it seem like she also suffered death cap mushroom poisoning. Dr. Rogers said Erin did this to disguise her crimes.
What that evidence shows is that the accused, over a number of days, deliberately and falsely represented to family members and medical personnel, both by her words and actions, that she was very unwell as a result of the lunch. Of course, the only reason she would do something like that, pretend to be suffering from the same illness as the others, is because she knew she hadn't been poisoned. She knew she was not going to exhibit symptoms of poisoning, and she knew how suspicious this would look to everyone. Her good health, in other words, would give her away about what she had done, so she had to try and look unwell like the others.
Dr. Rogers broke down this deception day by day and first focused on the night of the lunch on July 29. Erin told the doctor that on that night she was experiencing explosive diarrhea every 10 minutes. But Dr. Rogers told the jury today that Erin still drove her son's friend home that very same evening. She told the court, "You might think a person who genuinely fears pooing her pants potentially in front of her son and his friend would not have taken such a risk." Dr. Rogers then moved on to the next day, July 30, which was when Erin drove her son to his flying lesson in Taiab. Erin told the jury last week that on their way to Taiab, she had to pull over because she needed to go to the toilet and ended up going to the toilet in a bush. She said she cleaned herself up with some tissues that she placed in a dog poo bag. However, Erin's son told an investigator that he did not remember them making any stops on their way to Taiab. The jury has previously heard that they stopped at a BP service station, and CCTV shows Erin entering the toilet in the store before exiting 9 seconds later. But Dr. Rogers told the jury today that it would take more than 9 seconds for Erin to clean herself up or at a minimum wash her hands after going to the toilet on the side of the road. She said it was very unlikely that Erin would have chosen to take a 2-hour round car trip for an entirely optional activity on a day she claims to have been suffering diarrhoea. She said the prosecution case was she did not have diarrhoea at all on that day.
Dr. Rogers then moved on to July 31 and the evidence that Dr. Chris Webster gave to the jury. He said that he spoke to Erin when she arrived at Leongatha Hospital and informed her that she had potentially been exposed to death caps. Dr. Rogers told the jury this was the moment that Erin realised what she had done had not gone undetected. She said her reaction was that she wanted to leave the hospital and did so after 5 minutes.
She fled back to her house to try and work out how she was going to manage the situation and how she might explain why she wasn't sick like the lunch guests. Of course, she could only have felt comfortable walking out of the hospital, not receiving any of the life-saving treatment that doctors were telling her was necessary and time-critical, because she knew very well that she had not eaten death cap mushrooms.
Erin was then transferred from Leongatha Hospital to Monash Medical Centre, where she stayed overnight. The next day, on August 1, Erin told Dr. Laura Muldoon that she was feeling okay, and Dr. Muldoon told the jury in her evidence that Erin was displaying no signs of death cap mushroom poisoning. Dr. Rogers said in total, Erin spent just over 24 hours in hospital receiving treatment, but not one medical professional observed her appearing unwell. It was at this point that Dr. Rogers compared Erin's symptoms to those of the lunch guests. She said that by August 1, all 4 lunch guests had been conveyed to the Austin Hospital and were in the ICU on life support in an advanced state of multiple organ failure, meaning their organs were essentially shutting down. But she reiterated that this was the same day that Erin was allowed to go home.
Dr. Rogers told the jury Erin's story about how much of her beef Wellington portion she ate kept changing because she was trying to manufacture an explanation for why she wasn't as ill as her guests. Erin initially told medical staff she had eaten about half of her meal. Her account later shifted to 1/3 or even as little as a quarter. Dr. Rogers said it was the prosecution's case that Erin was not sick because she didn't eat any amount of death cap mushrooms. Finally, let's talk about the prosecution's 4th calculated deception, the sustained cover-up Erin embarked on to conceal the truth.
When you examine the evidence of what the accused said and did following the lunch, and particularly as it was realised that the lunch guests had consumed death cap mushrooms, you will see that the accused lied and acted deceptively in other ways to deflect blame and suspicion about what she'd done. This specifically includes 4 things.
As she had all day, Dr. Rogers went on to break down those 4 things. She said the cover-up included Erin lying about feeding her children leftovers of the beef Wellington with the mushroom scraped off, her lying about the mushrooms in the beef Wellington coming from Woolworths and an Asian grocer, her disposing of her dehydrator at the tip after using it to dehydrate death caps, and deliberately concealing her usual phone from police. When it came to the lie about the leftovers, Dr. Rogers said that this was a lie Erin told over multiple days to multiple people, including family members, doctors, nurses, child protection workers, and Department of Health advisors. Erin's son recounted that the night after the lunch, his mum spoke to him about Don and Gail's illnesses and said that she thought it might have been the lunch. The jury has previously heard that Erin told doctors she went to hospital because she thought she had a case of food poisoning. But Dr. Rogers questioned why Erin would feed her children leftovers of the beef Wellington meal, considering all of this. Here's what she said in court today.
The accused later told Dr. Laura Muldoon that she had not presented to hospital before the Monday morning, 31st of July, as she thought she had a case of food poisoning and had children with her at home yesterday, Sunday. Why then would the accused feed the leftovers of a meal to her children, knowing it had, or even believing it might have, led to the hospitalisation of 4 people? And on her own account, her own illness. In particular, why would she feed them the meat portion of that meal, which, if she didn't know the mushrooms were the issue, would be the more obvious suspect for any food poisoning? There is no reason to doubt that the children did eat steak, mashed potato, and beans on Sunday night, but it certainly was not the steak that had been cooked in mushroom paste and pastry the day before.
Dr. Rogers went on to say that after Erin was told her children needed urgent treatment, she didn't want to take them out of school because she didn't want to hassle them. Dr. Rogers said that was an extraordinary response from a mother. She said that Erin's reluctance to have them brought to the hospital for medical assessment stemmed from the fact she knew they had not consumed death cap mushrooms.
One would expect a potentially life-threatening danger to her children would have galvanised the accused's interactions on their behalf. But, of course, there is a perfectly reasonable explanation for why the accused, a doting mother as you have heard, was reluctant to have her children medically assessed. She knew they had not eaten death cap mushrooms at all. Her reluctance to have her children medically assessed is another piece of conduct by the accused, which, we say, is incriminating conduct.
Erin told the jury last week that she scraped off the mushrooms and the pastry from the 6 beef Wellington she had prepared before giving it to her children. But Dr. Rogers said today that the scientific evidence strongly suggested that simply scraping off the mushrooms would not have been enough to prevent the children from ingesting the toxins from the death caps if they were in the 6th serve. Here's what she said.
The meat from that dish carried beta-amanitin in it, even when a forensic toxicologist tried to extract the meat portion for analysis, it could not be entirely separated from the mushroom paste. It is impossible, we suggest to you, that the accused could have served up a piece of leftover steak with all of the poisonous mushrooms or mushroom paste removed. Not even a forensic toxicologist managed to do that in a laboratory.
Let's move on to the second point of the 4th deception. Erin lying about all the mushrooms in the beef Wellington coming from Woolworths and an Asian grocer. Dr. Rogers said this is a lie for 3 reasons. Number 1, her story about the Asian grocer kept changing. Number 2, she was not forthcoming with the Department of Health. And number 3, death caps are highly unlikely to appear on store shelves.
Dr. Rogers did really make a lot of numbered points today, so we hope you're all following along. But when talking about the first reason of the second point of her 4th deception, Dr. Rogers said that Erin's story about the Asian grocer evolved between July 31 and August 2. Dr. Rogers ran through the testimony of almost a dozen witnesses, particularly around what they said Erin told them about the location of the Asian grocer. Erin told Dr. Webster at Leongatha Hospital on July 31 that she bought all the mushrooms in the meal from Woolworths. 2.5 hours later at 10:30, she told Simon's brother Matthew Patterson that she also bought dried mushrooms from a Chinese grocer in the Oakley area. Around that time, she also spoke to Dr. Veronica Foote and said to her that the dried mushrooms came from a Chinese grocer in Melbourne. She didn't mention any suburbs. About 20 minutes later, she spoke to Dr. Connor McDermott from Austin Health, who said she bought button mushrooms from Woolworths and dried mushrooms from a Chinese grocer in Oakley. She also mentioned at this point that the grocer may have been in Glen Waverley. At 2:40 p.m, she told 2 paramedics that the dried mushrooms came from an Asian grocer in Melbourne. When she got to Monash Medical Centre, she told Dr. Muldoon at 4 p.m. that the dried mushrooms may have come from an Asian grocer in Glen Waverley. Finally, 2 hours later, at 6 p.m, she told Public Health Director Rhonda Stewart that the dried mushrooms may have come from an Asian grocer in Oakley or Glen Waverley. But Dr. Rogers said Erin's story continued to evolve the next day. She told Senior Public Health Advisor Sally Ann Atkinson that the dried mushrooms may have come from an Asian grocer in either Clayton, Mount Waverley or Oakley. Dr. Rogers said this was the first time Erin had mentioned Clayton or Mount Waverley. Later that day, she spoke to child protection worker Katrina Cripps and told her that the dried mushrooms may have come from an Asian grocer in Oakley or Clayton. But Dr. Rogers said she didn't mention Mount Waverley to Miss Cripps, despite mentioning it 6 hours earlier to Miss Atkinson. The next day, on August 2, Erin again spoke to Miss Atkinson and mentioned Oakley and Clayton, but did not mention Glen Waverley. In her last example, Dr. Rogers said that Erin spoke again to Miss Atkinson on August 3 and mentioned strip shopping in Oakley, but then this time mentioned Glen Waverley.
Okay, so that's a lot of suburbs, Laura. So let me summarise. She mentioned Oakley, Glen Waverley, Clayton and Mount Waverley.
And Melbourne as well at large, but different combinations, it appears, to different people. And this was something Dr. Rogers really wanted to make a point of. Here is what she told the jury.
Even if you could accept it is something you might not remember, you would think that if you were in a situation like this, for the sake of your very ill family members and for anyone else who might be exposed, you would do everything you could to try and remember the store. But the accused sat on her hands while Don, Gail, Ian and Heather were all in comas. She was slow to respond to the Department of Health, even totally non-responsive at times. And as time passed, her description of the Chinese food store shifted and grew broader.
Then Dr. Rogers described how remarkable Erin's memory was last week while she was giving evidence compared to her memory of the Asian grocer.
You might have noticed that when the accused was giving the evidence that she appeared to have a remarkable memory. She could recall dates, evidence and details easily as she was being asked questions over many days. Even now, in June 2025, she could recall that 28th of April 2023 was a Friday and not a Monday, as I had suggested to her in cross-examination. Yet on August the 13th, 2023, she could not recall the shop or even the suburb where she purchased the mushrooms from an Asian grocer in the same April of 2023. It simply beggars belief.
So Dr. Rogers will continue her closing address tomorrow, where she will cover the last 2 points of the fourth deception, those being that Erin disposed of the dehydrator and deliberately concealed her usual phone from police. We don't know how long Dr. Rogers' address will go on for after that, but once she's done, it will then be the defence's turn. Defence barrister Colin Mandy will also deliver a closing address to the jury. Erin is claiming that she may have accidentally added mushrooms she foraged into the meal with the dried mushrooms she purchased from the Asian grocer.
Thanks, Laura. See you tomorrow for another episode.
See you, Brooke.
You've heard her words, but you haven't heard her voice, at least not since the start of her triple murder trial. But thanks to a court order today, we can bring to you what Erin Patterson told police during her record of interview. These are her words, and it is her voice. I'm Brooke Grewitt-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Now, listeners, I know I said that we would be back tomorrow, but there's some more information that we had to publish today.
Yes, we really didn't want to wait, so there are a few updates I can provide our listeners.
Yes, so we've already given you a comprehensive episode on everything that the jury didn't know, but we do have some more details. Laura, you were in court today. What did we learn?
So last week we were talking about when Erin might be sentenced, and today we have a better impression of when that might happen. Erin appeared via video link today from Dame Phyllis Frost Centre, the women's prison where she's been held since she was charged. And she found out today that she will next face a hearing across 2 days on August 25 and August 26.
And what will we learn in that hearing?
So this hearing is called a plea hearing or a pre-sentence hearing. And we've spoken a little bit about it before and what it will entail, but to remind our listeners, it's when all of the lawyers come together and present their submissions to Justice Christopher Beale about what sentence Erin should get. So the prosecution will be flagging those aggravating factors, the things they say mean that Erin should get a very harsh sentence. But on the other hand, you'll have the defence submitting psychiatric reports and other material that they say means Erin should be shown a little bit of leniency.
And we'll also hear victim impact statements as well, right?
Yeah, and that's a really big part of what the prosecution will be putting forward. Anyone who's been impacted by this crime can be considered a victim. So we're not just talking about Ian, the only guest to survive the lunch, but also his children, then the children of Don and Gail Patterson, which includes Simon, Erin's estranged husband. They will all be given an opportunity to stand up in court and read out that victim impact statement in front of Erin and in front of the judge.
So that will take place over 2 days.
Yes, that's right. Crown Prosecutor Jane Warren today said that she was expecting to receive a lot of victim impact statements, but we must note that not all victims do want to read their statements out themselves. Some of them find the process too difficult, so they ask a prosecutor to do it on their behalf.
So will Erin be sentenced at that hearing?
It's really unlikely. Justice Beale will want to go away and consider everything he's heard from all of the lawyers, including the victim impact statements as well. Then he'll formulate a sentence that he believes he should hand down, and that will be delivered at a later date. As we've spoken about previously, murder carries a maximum penalty of life imprisonment, but the defence will be pushing for her to get a minimum sentence, so one day she can hopefully apply for parole.
So you said we'll hear the sentence at a later date. Are we expecting weeks or months? What's the time period like?
It could be months, but it's more likely to be weeks. The justice system doesn't want convicted murderers to just be waiting in limbo, not knowing how long their sentence will be. But even further to that, we do know that Erin's defence team has flagged an appeal, and once she is sentenced, they will have 28 days to be able to hand in their paperwork and start that process.
Okay, let's move on. So the court has released Erin's record of interview today.
They did, and this nearly didn't happen. Justice Beale had initially agreed to release it, but Erin's defence team had a bit of a problem with that, so our lawyers got involved and made some arguments on our behalf, saying that it was really in the interest of open justice that this should be released, so members of the public had a chance themselves to see Erin give this interview. This interview was conducted on August 5, exactly 1 week after Erin hosted the lunch. At this stage, Gail and Heather had died, and Don was only hours away from passing away as well. Constable Eppingstall and his colleagues had spent hours searching Erin's home that day before they took her to the Wonthaggi police station to conduct this interview. To remind our listeners, this interview was played in front of the jury. Not the entire thing, we understand. It was only about a 20-minute snippet. But they got to see her being questioned by Detective Leading Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall, and our listeners will get that same opportunity.
Yes, and we have mentioned the record of interview on a previous episode. We had actors voicing it, but now our listeners get to hear Erin in her own words.
For the first time.
We should note the audio quality was not great on this, so we've tried our best to clean it up. And we're going to play it now, unedited, as it was given to us by the court.
Let's click play.
This is a DVD recorded interview between Detective Leading Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall and Erin Patterson of Gibson Street, Leongatha, conducted at the Wonthaggi Police Station on Saturday the 5th of August 2023. Other person present is my corroborator,
Detective Senior Constable David Martin LK 40053.
Right. Erin, do you agree the time is now 4:41 p.m. by my watch?
Yep.
All right. Could you please state your full name and address for me?
Erin Freddie Patterson, 4 Gibson Street, Leongatha.
All right. Erin, I intend to interview you today in relation to the death of 2 people, being Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. Before continuing, I must inform you that you do not have to say or do anything, but anything you say or do is being recorded and may be used as evidence in court. Okay. Do you understand that information?
Yeah.
Right. I must also inform you of the following rights. You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a friend or relative to tell that person of your whereabouts.
Okay.
You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a legal practitioner. If you're not an Australian citizen or permanent resident here in Australia, you may communicate with or attempt to communicate with the consular office of the country on which you are a citizen.
Okay.
Do you understand all of these rights?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you wish to exercise any of these rights before the interview proceeds? I need
No,
to-
sorry. No, I don't.
No, that's all right. Now, I'll just confirm with you that you've had an opportunity to speak to a solicitor
Yep.
before this interview commenced. Okay, and you're happy with that?
Yep.
All right. Now, I'll also remind you that your rights are with you for the entire time you're with us. Okay, so if you decide later on you want to exercise any of those rights, you just let me know and we'll
Sure.
do that. All right. Now, what is your age and date of birth?
48, 30th of the 9th, 74.
And are you an Australian citizen?
Yeah.
Are you a permanent resident here in Australia?
I was born here and I live here and I'm a resident of Australia. Is that what that was?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And are you of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander descent?
No.
Okay. What's your mobile number, Erin?
0480 535 835.
And do you have an email address?
Yes, it's ESH
Yep.
301430 @gmail.com.
Right. Now, as we discussed earlier, and we've been together for a few hours now. It's after 11:30 that we came to your house today.
Right.
We want to discuss the deaths of Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson today with you. When we were at the house earlier, we discussed that you hadn't really been kept in the loop, and it come as news to you that Heather and Gail had both passed away. Following eating at your house, Donald, Ian, Gail and Heather all become so ill that they ultimately ended up in the intensive care unit at both the Dandenong Hospital and then moved to the Austin Hospital. All right. Following that, they had a deterioration in their condition, and that they become so ill that their livers have failed. Right. Donald underwent transplant last night. Okay, and his condition is still extremely critical as of last report. Heather and Gail passed away. Right. In relation to Ian, I don't have a current prognosis in relation to where he's at. As of late yesterday, the diagnosis isn't great for him either. Right. We're trying to understand what has made them so ill. You understand?
Yeah.
Why we're asking these questions.
Yeah.
Conversely, we're trying to understand why you're not that ill. Okay. So you understand why we're interviewing you today?
Yeah, I do. But I'm sure you understand too that, like, I've never been in a situation like this before, and I've been very, very helpful with the health department through the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible because I do want to know what happened. So I've given them as much information as they've asked for and offered up all the food and all the information about where the food came from.
No, I fully understand that.
Yeah.
Right. At the house, and I must say, for the record again, you're very helpful at the house, and you did point out a couple of things for us that will help us with our investigation. Mainly the fruit platter that you said Heather for you, and the gravy in the fridge in the pantry that you said was from the night, and you kept on advice from the health department. So thank you for that. You also pointed out a recipe book on the counter, and you referred me to page 250 odd, a recipe for beef Wellington that you indicated was the recipe that you cooked. Okay. All right. On what we saw at your address in Leongatha. Well, we didn't see a lot of food from Asian grocers or Indian grocers or those kind of stores.
To look in my fridge, I've got a lot of Asian cooking stuff in my fridge.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are we likely to find more of that kind of stuff in your Mount Waverley address, do you think, or...?
No, because I did a big clean out of the pantry and fridge the last time that I was there, because I want to sell that place.
Okay. All right.
So the pantry and fridge there will be empty.
Okay. So you want to sell that place? All right, no problem. Obviously, we've got concerns in relation to the mushrooms and where they've come from. Okay. Is that something you've done in the past, foraging for the mushrooms or anything like that? Never. Right. Do you preserve foods or anything like that?
No.
Have you ever dehydrated food or anything like that? Okay. You've described to me relationship with your ex-partner Simon. I'd like to understand why you had his parents and his uncle and auntie over for lunch on the 29th of July.
Because I've got no other family, so they're the only support I've got.
Okay.
And they've always been really good to me.
Yeah.
And I want to maintain those relationships with them, in spite of what's happened with Simon.
Yeah. Okay.
I love them a lot. They've always been really good to me. And they always said to me that they would support me with love and emotional support, even though Simon and I were separated. And I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
Because my parents are both gone.
Yeah.
My grandparents are all gone. They're the only family that I've got.
Yeah.
And they're the only grandparents that my children have. And I want them to stay in my kids' life.
Yeah.
And that's really important to me. And I think Simon hated that I still had a relationship with his parents. But I love them.
Yeah.
Nothing that's ever happened between us, nothing he's ever done to me will change the fact that they're good, decent people that have never done anything wrong by me ever.
So we've been told that on the 31st of July, so 2 days after the lunch, you went to the Leongatha Hospital, okay, and that you were only there for about 5 minutes and then you left. Can you explain why you went there for 5 minutes?
Yeah, because I just went there thinking I needed a couple of bags of saline because I was really dehydrated. And they said, we want to admit you and send you to Melbourne.
Yeah.
And when you've got animals at home and children who have multiple after-school activities, you can't just be told to drop everything and you're off to Melbourne for overnight. So I had to go home and feed the animals and pack my daughter's ballet bag.
Yeah.
And I did that, and I went back.
Okay. Who did you speak to?
So I walked in, and there was I don't think they were a nurse. It was like, I don't know, it could have been an enrolled nurse, or it was like a helper person in the triage room, right? And she's just like, are you okay? And I said, well, no, I have to run to the toilet. I've got diarrhea. And she wasn't quite sure where it was, and so she went and found out and showed me where it was. And then she said, I'll go and find someone, I'll get a nurse or a doctor for you. And so I went to the toilet, I came back out, and I was waiting in the triage area, and then a doctor came out, Dr. Webster, and he said to me, sorry, that we're going to be a little while because we've got a couple of critical patients in that hospital. And I said, that's fine, don't worry about me, I'm just a gastro case. I'm not urgent, obviously. And he said, "Oh, what's your name?" And I said, "Erin." And he said, "Oh, we've been expecting you because other people that you ate with on Saturday were sick."
Yeah.
And he said, "Can you come through?" And I said, "Sure." And I came in. And then he said to me, I can't say the exact words, but he said something along the lines of, "We've got a concern they've eaten death cap mushrooms." And I said, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, that's what we think they've eaten."
Yep.
And then he started asking me about what food I served them, and I told him.
All right. I understand you went down to the hospital and got treatment and that. What kind of treatment did you get?
They put me out to a drip.
Yeah.
They said that because we're concerned. So Dr. Webster had to leave. I think he was at the end of his shift, and he passed on to another doctor, Dr. Foote. And she said to me, because the concern is that everybody's eaten something that hurts your liver, we need to give you this protective medicine. And so there was saline and acetyl something or other. I don't know what it was. But she said, "We need to give you this and then put you in an ambulance up to Melbourne where they can give you more," I don't know what the word is, more, where they can care for you better.
Yeah.
So I got saline and this other stuff and went in an ambulance up.
Okay. How long were you in the hospital for in Melbourne?
Till Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, so Monday, Tuesday. All right. And again, for full disclosure, so you understand, we've obtained warrants in relation to medical records for everyone involved in this, and so we will get medical records in relation to your treatment there as well.
Sure.
Okay. Good. You were at home and present when we did a search warrant today. All right. I know you weren't watching everyone at all the time, but I just want to go through on tape some of the stuff. And like I said, we'll give you a copy of this, everything we've seized. Kitchen, far left bottom drawer, instruction manual for a Sunbeam, food lab, electronic dehydrator. What's that in relation to? Do you know anything about a dehydrator in your house? Or? Okay. Do you own a dehydrator?
No. I've got manuals of lots of stuff I've collected over the years. I've had all sorts of appliances and I just keep them all in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When did you own a dehydrator?
I don't know, I might have had one years ago.
Okay. What did you use that for?
Like when I first got the Thermomix, I got really excited about like making everything from scratch, you know, and I did a lot of, you know, like everything from scratch ingredients, and I did a lot of that, so I could have had something like that.
Okay. Kitchen bench located against the wall, recipe tin each book. Okay, I'm not sure.
That's that recipe book.
That's that same book that the Wellington recipe come out of? Yeah. Right. From the fridge, we got the fruit salad platter, which you pointed out. Then in the fridge in the butler's pantry, we got the white jug containing the brown liquid, which you pointed out as well.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. From the study, we took the computer, we took another computer, and we took another computer. Right. In the lounge, we grabbed an iPad in a black and red case. From there, we've grabbed a computer.
That bin, an old one I had up in the top of his cabinet. That's a very old one.
All right, so that, if I had to prioritise, that would be bottom of the list.
I don't think anyone's power bell from fairly.
Okay, all right, no drums, all right, so we'll pop that one at the back of the list. All right. a black mobile phone, which again I'll prioritise tomorrow for you.
Thank you.
Upstairs bedroom 2, far left towards backyard. Says Erin's bedroom, so I assume that's yours. Apple iPad.
I don't own any iPads, but they would be tablets, Android tablets.
Oh, okay. There's a Samsung tablet listed below that, located on top of the bed.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe they've got it wrong, that it's not an iPad or some other tablet. Samsung tablet. An Oppo mobile phone, and your mobile phone. Alright. So,
and so you said a black mobile phone earlier.
Yeah.
So that would be a Nokia. It's a really old Nokia that I've got for, like, you know, if you break your phone.
Yeah.
And you got to send it away from repair, and you need. So I've got this like really old thing. So.
That's right. Yeah. Your mobile phone would be the top.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about his school computer, followed by
the GeoForce one.
The GeoForce one.
Yeah.
David.
I just, one thing I wanted to clarify, to make sure I've got it right, obviously you said we're taking notes. When you went to the Lancaster Hospital and you said you went in there, and you got shown to the toilet, but you said you had to go home to pack stuff, and your daughter's bag and that sort of thing, and feed the animals. When you had the conversation with Dr. Webster, was that when you first went there or afterwards?
I don't remember.
That's all right. There are other things that I should have mentioned that, again, to your credit, police went around your house on that morning. Yep. On the 31st.
That's right.
Yep. And they were obviously responding to the hospital call to check up on you.
Yeah.
And they spoke to you on the phone. And you gave them the PIN code for your gate.
Correct.
And directed them to the bin where there were some leftovers.
Correct.
What are those leftovers that you directed them to?
Throw the uneaten food from the lunch.
Okay. All right. So you helped them in getting that so it could be sampled.
Because my kids ate the meal too.
Yeah.
But there was stuff that was left over and it went straight in the bin. And so when I went to the hospital and they said they were concerned that everyone ate some contaminated food, I said, well, there's the leftovers in the bin, you can have it. Feel free to look through it.
Yep.
And I said, I'll go and get it if you want. And they said, well, that's fine, you need to go on a drip. We'll call the police. And I said, well, that's fine, just let them know I need to give them a PIN code.
Yep.
So they did that, and a bag of food appeared a bit later.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you for helping us locate that.
It's fine.
All right. Anything else, Dave? No. All right. Any questions at the moment?
No.
All right. Erin, do you agree the time is now 5:30 p.m. by my watch? Yeah. All right. I'm going to suspend the interview now.
So that was the record of interview. It was quite interesting, wasn't it, Laura?
Yes, it was. And this interview did play a pretty crucial role in the prosecution case. Again, to remind our listeners, Erin actually admitted during the trial to telling a few lies during this interview. You would have just heard her tell Constable Eppingstall that she had never foraged for mushrooms and did not own a dehydrator, but later admitted that those two statements were lies she told in a panic. However, the prosecution really honed in on these lies, and they said that the real reason she was lying to Constable Eppingstall was because she knew she had murdered her lunch guests and she was trying very hard to get away with it.
But clearly the jury saw through her lies. And before we go, I have to say a big happy birthday to Laura.
Oh, thank you, Brooke. I would have loved to have taken today off, but it wasn't meant to be. But I will say that being able to publish the record of interview and all of this evidence that was excluded from the trial has been a great gift.
And as we flagged in our earlier episode, stay tuned for another episode that will be released tomorrow. We've just come out of the Supreme Court of Melbourne for Erin Patterson's sentencing for the murders of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson and the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson.
Erin was sentenced to life imprisonment with a non-parole period of 33 years. This means that with time served, Erin will be eligible for parole in 2056. If alive, she'll be in her early 80s.
Erin had her eyes closed for the majority of the hearing and she showed little emotion on her face.
Ian was there like he was every single day of the trial and he spoke outside of court. We'll bring you what Justice Christopher Beale said in court today and what Ian said outside.
I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig.
I'm Laura Placella.
And this is The Mushroom Cook.
For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, I sentence you to 25 years imprisonment. For the murder of Heather Wilkinson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Gail Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Don Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. All sentences are to be served concurrently. The total effective sentence is life imprisonment, and I fix a non-parole period of 33 years.
We're back in the studio and you've just heard the voice of Justice Christopher Beale for the very first time. He handed Erin a sentence of life with a non-parole period of 33 years. It was a big day in court, Laura, wasn't it?
It really was. After more than 2 years, Erin has finally learned her fate.
And what does this non-parole period actually mean?
So when we speak about sentences, you can think of a maximum and a minimum. So the maximum is how long you will spend in prison. For Erin, right now, that's life. But then a minimum can be set by a judge to sort of offer an incentive to the criminal, to say to them, if you behave well in prison, if you try your hardest to rehabilitate, there's something for you to work towards. For Erin, that period is 33 years. She's already spent nearly 2 years behind bars. So in 31 years, which roughly takes us to 2056, she'll be able to lodge that application for parole. But that doesn't mean she gets to be freed straight away. Her application will go to the parole board and they will decide if she deserves to be freed. If they reject her application, she goes back to prison and she will never be released.
And I have to say, I was pretty surprised about the 33 years non-parole period. What did you think?
Yeah, I'd say the same. I was pretty surprised too. If we do the math, by the time she's eligible for parole, she'll be 82. While we heard a lot during the trial about how Erin said she had certain health issues, largely speaking, she seems to be of okay health. So there is a chance that when this non-parole period ends, she will be alive and she can lodge that application. And I couldn't help think today of some of the other high-profile murderers that have been sentenced in Victoria and the sorts of sentences they've received.
Yeah, how does it compare to others?
At Dame Phyllis Frost Centre, there is a convicted terrorist called Momena Shoma. She's currently serving a 48-year sentence and her non-parole period is 36 years, so a little bit higher than Erin's. She was convicted of a terrorism offence, but then in prison actually attacked another inmate, so extra jail time was added onto her sentence. But when we turn to the men, we have another triple murderer here in Victoria called Robert Farquharson. He was convicted of murdering his 3 sons by driving their car into a dam. And very similarly, just like Erin, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a non-parole period of 33 years. So that is very on par. But there are also murderers who have received higher non-parole periods. Our listeners may remember the horrific murder of Jill Marr. She was raped and killed by Adrian Bailey. He was also sentenced to life imprisonment, but his non-parole period is 35 years. Similarly to him, the murderer of Eurydice Dixon, James Todd, he too was sentenced to a non-parole period of 35 years. Finally, I'll mention James Gargasoulis, the Burke Street driver. He was found guilty of 6 counts of murder for his senseless decision to drive a car at pedestrians in the heart of Melbourne. He was also sentenced to life imprisonment, but his non-parole period is a whopping 46 years. So you really can see that there is this range. And Justice Beale did speak quite a lot today about how this is a balancing act and there are many considerations he has to take into account when coming to a decision on sentence.
And at the end of this episode, we will play his decision in full. But Laura, what did Justice Bill say about this case in particular?
One of the first things he said at the top was that he was not going to speculate about why Erin chose to do what she did. He then started recounting the evidence, really going back over that narrative we've spoken about many times previously. But along the way, he was making certain factual findings. And today he did say that he accepted Ian's evidence that Erin served the guests' meals on 4 grey plates and served her own on a smaller orange plate. And he said that she did that to ensure she did not mistakenly consume a poisoned meal. He also accepted Ian's evidence that at the conclusion of the lunch, she did falsely tell the guests that she had been diagnosed with cancer and that she wanted their advice. He said that her crimes demonstrated substantial premeditation and that it really did seem that she had no pity for her victims at all. He actually said to Erin that she could have informed the doctors that foraged mushrooms were in the meal without having to admit that she included them deliberately. He said that we will never know whether that sort of revelation would have made a difference. He said her offending involved an enormous betrayal of trust and that her crimes harmed a great many people, including her 2 own children who she inflicted untold suffering upon by robbing them of their grandparents.
So Justice Bill said damning things about Erin. Why then did he set a minimum?
That's a great question, and he did walk the court through that today. And he touched on a lot of things that we heard in the pre-sentence hearing a fortnight ago. He said at Dame Phyllis, Erin has been given a major offender status because she's considered to be at risk from other prisoners. She's currently in the Gordon unit there, and this is one of the most restrictive areas of the prison. She spends at least 22 hours a day in her cell, and one of the only people she's allowed to communicate with is the convicted terrorist we mentioned earlier. He said that he considers Erin a notorious prisoner and told the court that he believes that there's a substantial chance she will be held in this unit for years, if not decades, given that notoriety. He said this was an important consideration he had to take into account, and ultimately that was the main reason why she was given a non-parole period.
Now, the prosecution and the defence wanted 2 different things, and it seemed as though Justice Bill sided more with the defence. Is that right?
Yeah, he did. To remind our listeners, the prosecution were calling for Erin to be sentenced to life without parole, which means she would die behind bars because she would never have an opportunity to apply for parole. But on the other hand, the defence said that she should have that opportunity. If Erin was actually sentenced today to life without parole, it would have been pretty historic. In Australia, there has only been one other woman sentenced to such a term, and that was Catherine Knight in New South Wales. For context, she murdered her partner, John Price, in 2000 before skinning his body, decapitating him, and then cooking his head with the plan to serve that meal to his children. A judge in her case actually described it as offending that was almost unthinkable in a civilised society. But as we've just touched upon, Justice Bill didn't believe Erin deserved the same sort of sentence.
And what did Justice Bill say about Ian Wilkinson in particular?
He did touch upon the victim impact statements and actually read his words back to Erin. It was the passage where Ian offered his forgiveness to Erin. Justice Bill said to her, "You would do well to embrace it in the manner he suggests."
And Ian was actually in court today, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and he was surrounded by family like he has been. But again, no sighting of Simon Patterson, Erin's estranged husband.
And there was multiple members of the public that were also viewing the proceedings as well.
Yes, it was a packed courtroom, that's for sure. We were all kind of crammed in the media section. There were some people that wanted to watch the sentence in the courtroom for themselves, but so many more people were given the opportunity to hear directly from Justice Bill thanks to the live stream.
Yes, we could see the cameras set up behind Erin. Erin didn't show a lot of emotion throughout the sentencing. She actually had her eyes shut for a majority of it.
And that was only something we could see in court. The live stream footage was just on Justice Bill, but there really wasn't much emotion at all from her, like you just said, Brooke. But at the same time, there wasn't any emotion from her on the verdict, and there wasn't much emotion either when the victims were reading out their statements.
Now, Ian actually gave a statement outside of court. This is the first time that he has publicly spoken since Erin was convicted, and he thanked Victoria Police, the Office of Public Prosecutions, and also Health Services. Here's what he said.
Good morning. I'll not be taking any questions or making any further comments apart from this statement. My purpose here today is to give some well-earned thanks. Firstly, to Victoria Police, in particular the Homicide Squad and the team led by Detective Stephen Eppingstall. They made a professional, efficient and effective investigation into what happened at the lunch. They brought to light the truth of what happened with the death of 3 good people. We're grateful for their skills that brought this truth to light. And I'm also very grateful for the kindness and compassion they showed us, me and my family, throughout the long process that has brought us to this day. They've done a wonderful job. I'd like to extend gratitude too to the team from the Office of Public Prosecutions, led by Senior Counsel Nanette Rogers. The court processes are a little bewildering to lay people like me, and we're grateful for their expertise, their hard work, and their perseverance that has secured this conviction. I'd also like to commend them for their kindness and compassion shown to us throughout this long process. They have also done a wonderful job. We're also grateful for the staff of the various public health services that played an important role in dealing with the aftermath of the lunch. There are so many services and agencies and people involved that I can't start naming names. But please, each one, accept my sincere gratitude for the part that you have played in this process. We're thankful that when things go wrong, there are good people and services and systems available to help us recover. I'd like to encourage all those involved to keep turning up and serving others. Our lives and the life of our community depends on the kindness of others. I'd like to encourage everybody to be kind to each other. Finally, I want to say thank you to the many people from across Australia and around the world who, through their prayers and messages of support, have encouraged us. I thank the people of the Leongatha and Currumbara communities in particular. Your thoughtfulness and care has been a great encouragement to us. That's all I wish to say for now. Please respect our privacy as we continue to grieve and heal. Thank you for listening. I hope you all have a great day.
So now, Laura, where do we go from here?
So the clock starts running. Erin has 28 days to lodge an appeal, and this could either be an appeal against her conviction. She could argue that the jury got it wrong and she should be given a retrial, or she can lodge an appeal against her sentence.
And what does an appeal look like then?
So we'd leave the Supreme Court and go up to the Court of Appeal. And this is where a lot of legal argument would be taking place. It would be heard before 3 new judges, and it would be up to Erin's defence team to put forward grounds of appeal that they say would justify a retrial. Those 3 judges would then come back with their decision, and if they agree that Erin should have a retrial for whatever reason, we pretty much do this whole thing again. A new jury would be impanelled, and the evidence would once again be presented to that jury. They'd then deliver their verdicts, and if it is once again a verdict of guilty, then Erin would be sentenced for a second time.
So we'll wait to see if the appeal process actually happens. But for now, we'll leave you with Justice Bill's sentence. Just a warning, it does go for about 40 minutes. And because he did deliver it live on TV, we will not be censoring it.
Erin Patterson, after a long trial, during which you gave evidence that the poisoning of your 4 lunch guests on the 29th of July was an accident, the jury found you guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. In other words, the jury necessarily found that you deliberately served poison meals to Gail and Don Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson, and that you did so intending to kill them. Only Ian Wilkinson survived. The maximum penalty for murder is life imprisonment, and for attempted murder, 25 years imprisonment. Murder is also a standard sentence offence, and the standard sentence offence for murder is 25 years imprisonment. The prosecution submits, and your counsel concedes, that your offending falls into the worst category of offending for these offences, and that you should receive the maximum penalties for your crimes. I agree, for reasons that I will come to in due course. The prosecution also submits that, having regard to the horrendous nature of your crimes, I should not fix a non-parole period. In other words, the prosecution submits that you should never have the opportunity of being released from prison on parole. Your counsel challenged this submission, relying principally on the harsher than usual conditions of your imprisonment, which both sides agree are likely to continue for the foreseeable future. Whether or not to fix a non-parole period is the main dispute which I have to determine. These sentencing reasons consist of 4 parts. First, the circumstances of the offences. Second, your circumstances. Third, relevant sentencing law. And fourth, the actual sentences. It is convenient at this stage to mention one aspect of sentencing law. Where the prosecution alleges circumstances that aggravate your offending, the prosecution must prove those circumstances beyond reasonable doubt. Where the defence alleges circumstances of mitigation, the defence must prove those circumstances on the balance of probabilities. Just before I turn to the circumstances of your offences, I note that at your trial the prosecution conceded that they could not prove motive. As is standard, I directed the jury that the prosecution did not have to prove motive, only the elements of the offences, and that, quote, some murders occur for no apparent reason. The motives for such murders may only ever be known to the offenders. Clearly, the jury was satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that you committed the alleged offences. Only you know why you committed them. I will not be speculating about that matter. I will begin my discussion of the circumstances of your offences with the fact that you were familiar with the iNaturalist website from at least May 2022. That is a website on which people can post and view sightings of death-cap mushrooms, amongst other things. On the 28th of May 22, you accessed the iNaturalist website and navigated to its worldwide map in relation to sightings of death-cap mushrooms. Using that map, you accessed information concerning the sighting of death-cap mushrooms in Moorabbin, a suburb of Melbourne. In late 22, a dispute arose between you and your estranged husband, Simon Patterson, regarding child support payments for your 2 young children who live with you. In December 22, you referred to that dispute in your communications with a Facebook Messenger group with whom you shared an interest in true crime. You were scathing in your remarks about both Simon and his parents, Don and Gail Patterson. Amongst other things, you derided your father-in-law's suggestion that you and Simon get together and pray for your children, commenting, quote, this family, I swear to fucking God. You called them, quote, a lost cause. You wondered whether they had, quote, any capacity for self-reflection at all. You said, quote, fuck 'em, and that you suspected the best thing you could do was, quote, just to forget about all of them and live your life. You accused Simon of, quote, gaslighting you, and Don and Gail of using, quote, weasel words. You called Simon, quote, a deadbeat, and wondered why Gail was not, quote, horrified by his stance regarding child support. According to your testimony at trial, and to a lesser extent Simon's testimony, the dispute over child support had resolved by early 23. On the 18th of April 23, one Christine McKenzie, a former poison specialist, was visiting her daughter in Lock, which is a small town about a 25-minute drive northwest of Leongatha, where you lived. Miss McKenzie observed death cap mushrooms in Lock Reserve and posted details of her observations, including photographs, on the iNaturalist's website the same day. Ms McKenzie disposed of all the death cap mushrooms that she could find because of the danger she thought they posed, especially to young children. On the morning of the 28th of April 23, your mobile phone, which was never recovered by investigators, connected to certain cell towers consistent with a possible visit by you to the Lock Reserve. That afternoon, you purchased a food dehydrator in Leongatha. Between the 28th of April and the 4th of May 23, you photographed forage mushrooms on the trays of your dehydrator. The images were found by investigators on a Samsung tablet later seized from your home. Dr. Tom May, a world-renowned expert in fungi, gave evidence at your trial that those images were, quote, consistent with death cap mushrooms to a high degree of confidence. On the 21st of May 23, Dr. May observed death cap mushrooms in Nielsen Street, Outram. Outram is a small town about a 23-minute drive southwest of Leongatha. Later that day, Dr. May posted details of his observations, including photographs, on the iNaturalist website. On the morning of the 22nd of May 23, your phone connected to certain cell towers, consistent with a possible visit by you to Lock Reserve. Later that morning, your phone connected to certain cell towers, consistent with a possible visit by you to Nielsen Street, Outram. On the 24th of June 23, you hosted a lunch at your Leongatha home, attended by Don and Gail and your children. You had invited Simon to that lunch, but he declined, saying in a text message, quote, "Hi, Erin. Thank you for your kind lunch invite, together with Mum and Dad. I'm sorry, I'll decline, as I feel too uncomfortable about it." Between the 28th of June and the 7th of July 23, there were a series of messages between you and Gail in which you falsely represented that you had undergone a needle biopsy for a lump in your arm and an MRI. In response to a message from Gail as to how you got on with your medical test, you messaged her on the 7th of July 23 that, quote, "There's a bit to digest with everything that's come out of it all. I might talk more about it with you both when I see you in person." On the 16th of July 23, you attended the Sunday service at the Corumburra Baptist Church, where Ian Wilkinson was and is the pastor. After the service, you invited Gail and Don Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson to lunch at your home at Gibson Street, Leongatha, on the 29th of July 23. Both the Pattersons and the Wilkinsons were surprised by the invitation, as the Wilkinsons had never previously been invited to a meal at your home. You also invited Simon, telling him that you had invited his parents and his aunt and uncle. You told him you had some important medical news which you wanted to discuss at the lunch and that you did not want the children to be present. Simon initially accepted your invitation and informed his parents that the purpose of the lunch was to discuss your medical issues and how to inform the children. On the evening of the 28th of July 23, Simon and you exchanged messages. Simon's read, quote, "Sorry, I feel too uncomfortable about coming to the lunch with you, Mum, Dad, Heather and Ian tomorrow. But I am happy to talk about your health and implications of that at another time if you'd like to discuss on the phone. Just let me know." You replied 5 minutes later, quote, "That's really disappointing. I've spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow, which has been exhausting in light of the issues I'm facing, and spent a small fortune on beef eye fillet to make beef Wellingtons, because I wanted it to be a special meal, as I may not be able to host a lunch like this again for some time. It's important to me that you're all there tomorrow and that I can have the conversations that I need to have. I hope you'll change your mind. Your parents and Heather and Ian are coming at 12:30. I hope to see you there. On Saturday the 29th of July 23, you served your 4 lunch guests individual beef Wellingtons, which were deliberately poisoned with death cap mushrooms. You gave evidence at your trial that had Simon attended the lunch, you would also have served him a beef Wellington. I accept the evidence of Ian Wilkinson that you served your guests their meals on 4 grey plates, while your individual beef Wellington was on a smaller orangey tan coloured plate, a fact that Heather also commented on to Ian and Simon the next day. I find that you did this to ensure that you did not mistakenly consume a poisoned meal. I also accept the evidence of Ian Wilkinson that at the conclusion of the meal, you falsely told your guests that you had been diagnosed with cancer and sought their advice as to whether and how you should break the news to your children that you had a life-threatening illness. Not long after this conversation started, your son and his friend, who had gone to a movie, returned home. The conversation about cancer ceased, but not before all your lunch guests, at Ian's suggestion, prayed for your health. Soon after, they left. Around midnight to 1 a.m. on Sunday the 30th of July 23, all of your lunch guests fell seriously ill, suffering repeated vomiting and diarrhoea. On Sunday morning, Gail and Don informed Simon of their conditions and called an ambulance which took them to nearby Corumburra Hospital. Simon attended the Wilkinsons' home to find that Heather and Ian were similarly unwell. He took them first to Corumburra Hospital but was redirected to Leongatha Hospital because of limited resources. By way of contrast, you made a round trip of approximately 2 hours on Sunday afternoon to take your son to a flying lesson at Tyab. By the Sunday evening, Don and Gail had been transferred to Dandenong Hospital. On the morning of Monday the 31st of July 23, Ian and Heather were also transferred to Dandenong Hospital. Later that day, Gail and Don were transferred to the Austin Hospital, as were Heather and Ian on Tuesday the 1st of August 23. All of them were experiencing advanced multiple organ failure. Having learned from Simon on the Sunday that your parents-in-law had been hospitalised, you attended Leongatha Hospital on the Monday, complaining of diarrhoea. You did not stay long. Shortly after a doctor indicated to you that death cap mushroom poisoning was suspected, you left, despite warnings by another doctor and nurse that your life was in danger. You returned over an hour and a half later. When you returned, you showed reluctance to receive treatment for suspected death cap mushroom poisoning and to organise a medical assessment for your children who were at school. Medical staff were urging you to have the children assessed because you claimed, falsely, that on the Sunday night you fed them the leftovers of the beef Wellingtons with the pastry and mushrooms scraped off. Eventually, you arranged with Simon to collect the children and bring them to hospital. On the Monday morning, police recovered beef Wellington remains from a bin outside your home, which were later found to contain death cap mushroom toxins. On the Monday afternoon, you were transferred to Monash Medical Centre in Clayton. Simon brought the children there. You and the children were kept in hospital overnight for observation. At both Leongatha Hospital and Monash Medical Centre, you were asked by various people, including doctors and representatives of the Health Department and the Child Protection Service, where you had sourced the mushrooms for the beef Wellingtons. You said you had purchased some fresh mushrooms at Woolworths and some dried mushrooms from an Asian grocery. You were vague about the location of the Asian grocery, claiming you had purchased the dried mushrooms several months before and that the shop could have been in one of a number of suburbs that fall within the boundaries of the city of Monash. You denied having foraged for mushrooms, a lie repeated in your recorded police interview on the 5th of August 23. At your trial, you maintained the story about having sourced some of the mushrooms from an Asian grocery, but testified that in May and June of 23, you had foraged for edible mushrooms in various places, including the Korumburra Botanical Gardens. You testified that you had dehydrated these mushrooms and put them in a container which contained the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocery, and that you used the dried mushrooms in that container along with the fresh mushrooms from Woolworths in the beef Wellingtons. You testified that in this way, death-cap mushrooms must have accidentally found their way into the meals served to your lunch guests. The jury rejected this elaborate explanation. They found that you deliberately poisoned the meals of your lunch guests. I am satisfied that your vague story about the Asian grocery was a lie. When you realised that the lie would not work because death-cap mushrooms cannot be cultivated commercially, and there were no other reports of people falling ill from mushrooms purchased at Asian groceries, you changed tack. You concocted the story you told the jury about foraged mushrooms ending up in the container with the Asian grocery mushrooms and then accidentally ending up in the beef Wellingtons. On the afternoon of Tuesday the 1st of August 23, you and the children were discharged from Monash Hospital. On the morning of the 2nd of August 23, you disposed of your dehydrator at a local tip, the Coonawarra Transfer Station. On the 4th of August 23, investigators recovered your dehydrator from the tip. Forensic examination revealed that the dehydrator contained traces of death-cap mushrooms. That same day, 4th of August 23, Heather Wilkinson, aged 66, and Gail Patterson, aged 70, died from death-cap mushroom poisoning. And Don Patterson, who was desperately ill, was given a liver transplant. On the 5th of August 23, the police executed a search warrant at your home. You handed over a dummy phone. It was not the phone that you had been using throughout most of 23, the phone which on the 28th of April 23 had connected to certain cell towers indicating a possible visit to Lock, and which on the 22nd of May 23 had connected to certain cell towers indicating possible visits to Lock and Outram. In your recorded interview following the search, you denied having foraged for mushrooms and denied owning a dehydrator. Late on the 5th of August 23, Don Patterson, aged 70, died from death-cap mushroom poisoning. Ian Wilkinson very nearly died, but gradually his condition improved. On the 21st of August 23, he was discharged from the intensive care unit to a ward at the Austin Hospital. On the 11th of September 23, he was moved to the Heidelberg Repatriation Hospital. On the 21st of September 23, he was discharged home. He has not fully recovered. He has reduced kidney function, ongoing respiratory issues and reduced energy. On the 2nd of November 23, the police executed another search warrant at your home, seizing more electrical devices. You were arrested and charged. You have been in custody ever since. Let me now summarise the aggravating circumstances of your offending. Your offending, which resulted in the death of 3 people and near death of another, involved substantial premeditation. I am satisfied that by the 16th of July 23, when you unusually invited Simon, his parents and his aunt and uncle to a lunch without the children to discuss your non-existent medical issues, you did so with the intention of killing them all. The dehydrator, which you purchased in late April 23, enabled you to preserve death-cap mushrooms, which you put into the individual beef Wellingtons served to your guests. Whether those death-cap mushrooms came from Lock on the 28th of April 23, or from Lock or Outram on the 22nd of May 23, or from another location in May or June of 23, as you suggested in your testimony, is in my view of no great moment. After learning from Simon on Sunday the 30th of July 23 that some or all of your lunch guests had been hospitalised, You showed no pity for your victims. Instead of informing those treating the Pattersons and Wilkinsons that you had used foraged mushrooms, which you could have done without having to admit that you had deliberately poisoned their meals, you repeatedly denied foraging, insisting that the mushrooms for the beef Wellingtons were sourced solely from Woolworths and an Asian grocery. We will never know whether revealing the use of foraged mushrooms would have made a difference. But the administration of the drug psilocybin, which is a specific antidote for death cap mushroom poisoning, was not commenced on the 30th of July 23 because at that stage the evidence regarding the type of toxin was inconclusive. Similarly, the administration of NAC to preserve the victims' livers from toxins was not commenced until almost midnight on the 30th of July 23 for Don Patterson and on the 31st of July 23 for the others. The prosecution submitted that I should infer from your pitiless behaviour that your intention to kill was ongoing and that this constitutes an additional aggravating circumstance. I accept that submission. As the Wilkinsons' daughter, Ruth Dubois, remarked in her victim impact statement, you, quote, followed through on your lethal plan. Your lunch guests each suffered severe gastrointestinal illness on the Sunday and Monday prior to being sedated and mechanically ventilated. Their suffering was protracted. And Ian Wilkins suffers ongoing health issues. This aggravates your offending. The prosecution submitted that you must have anticipated that your victims would suffer in the way they did. I am satisfied of that beyond reasonable doubt. It is implausible that you would have selected death cap mushrooms without ascertaining how they would work upon your victims. Further, the devastating impact of your crimes is not limited to your direct victims. Your crimes have harmed a great many people. I will expand on this aggravating circumstance when I turn to the victim impact statements. In addition to denying the use of foraged mushrooms, you engaged in an elaborate cover-up of your guilt. I find that you disposed of the 4 grey plates on which you served the poisoned beef Wellingtons. You falsely made out that you had fed your children leftover beef Wellingtons with the pastry and mushrooms scraped off. You feigned illness. You disposed of the dehydrator soon after you were released from hospital. You maintained the vague story about sourcing dried mushrooms at an Asian grocery and had the gall to tell police in your recorded police interview that you had been very, very helpful to the health department in its investigation of the incident. You disposed of your phone and provided police with a dummy phone. You lied to the police in your recorded police interview about various matters. Finally, and most importantly, your offending involved an enormous betrayal of trust. Your victims were all your relatives by marriage. More than that, they had all been good to you and your children over many years, as you acknowledged in your testimony. Not only did you cut short 3 lives and cause lasting damage to Ian Wilkinson's health, thereby devastating the extended Patterson and Wilkinson families, you inflicted untold suffering on your own children, whom you robbed of their beloved grandparents. The victim impact statements reveal the immense and ongoing anguish suffered by your many victims, direct and indirect. No summary could do justice to the individual and collective power of those statements. It is not my intention here to summarise or refer to every statement, but rather to highlight some key aspects. 4 generations of the extended Patterson and Wilkinson families have been traumatised by your crimes, not to mention their friends. Don's mother, Martha Patterson, who is aged 100, made a victim impact statement. In it, she prayed for God's healing for her family. Gail and Heather's father, now deceased, also reached his 100th birthday in 2024, but tragically only one of his 3 daughters, Lynn Young, whose statement was read to the court, was alive to mark that milestone with him. And there are many references in the statements to the trauma experienced by the Patterson and Wilkinson grandchildren. Many of your adult victims struggled not only with the loss of their loved ones and the terrible way they died, but with the distress, even guilt, at their own seeming inability to ease the suffering of those close to them. They keenly feel their limitations, and in particular, the impossibility of shielding the youngest from the incessant discussion of the case in the media, online, in public spaces, even in the schoolyard. Many also struggled to cope with work and studies, and many have experienced additional financial burdens. There is, of course, great anger at the callousness of your actions. To take just one example, Ian Wilkinson's sister, Dorothy Dicker, questions, quote, how anyone could sit there and watch those four kind and caring people eat that meal. Your failure to exhibit any remorse pours salt into all the victims' wounds. The children of your direct victims speak of the distress of watching their parents suffer in hospital. For example, Don and Gail's son Matthew remarks, quote, watching my parents suffer in hospital from severe poisoning caused shock, grief and lasting trauma. Ian and Heather's son David remembers his mother being, quote, desperate for water, which she was not allowed by medical staff, and saying her, quote, insides were burning. David also mentions his father's tortured experience, quote, black lips, gaunt face, pained and serious expression. At your plea hearing, Ian Wilkinson memorably read his victim impact statement to the court. Amongst other things, he humbly expressed his great admiration and love for his wife, Heather, and his concern for others, even you. He offered you forgiveness for what you did to him. Quote, in regards to the many harms done to me, I make an offer of forgiveness to Erin. I say harms done to me advisedly. I have no power or responsibility to forgive harms done to others. However, I encourage Erin to receive my offer of forgiveness for those harms done to me with full confession and repentance. I bear her no ill will. That offer of forgiveness presents you with an opportunity. You would do well to embrace it in the manner he suggests. In commenting on the unprecedented coverage of your case, Ian Wilkinson also made this point, quote, it's one of the distressing shortcomings of our society that so much attention is showered on those who do evil and so little on those who do good. Your lunch guests undoubtedly belong to that company of people among us who do good. The victim impact statements make it clear that each one of them, over many years, gave of themselves generously and made lasting contributions to many, many lives, and in Ian's case continues to make. All of them, inspired by their Christian faith, were deeply invested not only in their families but in their wider communities, as the statements from members of the Currumbara Baptist Church attest. A word that is used again and again in the statements to describe your crimes is, quote, senseless. But what also surfaces in the statements is hope and gratitude for the care shown by others. Don and Gail's daughter, Anna Terrington, writes, quote, we have to say goodbye for now to Mum and Dad and Heather. Don's brother Colin writes, quote, as Christians they were people of hope, and sharing that hope my loss is not one marked by despair. Ruth Dubois expresses her great appreciation for the efforts made and compassion shown by the medical teams. Simon Patterson gives thanks, quote, for the incredibly strong, gentle, patient and caring support from friends, family, schools, our own church congregation, the wider church, colleagues, work clients, neighbours, police, government officers, and our professional counsellors. We have experienced love in a special way since the murders. I will conclude my account of key aspects of the victim impact statements with what Don and Gail's son Matthew had to say about your betrayal of trust. Quote, Erin was embraced as part of the Patterson family. She was welcomed and treated with genuine love and respect in a way she did not appear to experience from her own family. Her actions represent a profound and devastating betrayal of the trust and love extended to her. Having regard to the aggravating circumstances of your offending and the victim impact statements, I have no hesitation in finding that your offending falls into the worst category for the offences of murder and attempted murder. As the case law makes clear, the fact that it is possible to imagine even worse instances of such offences does not refute that categorisation. The gravity of your offending warrants the imposition of the maximum penalties for your crimes. I turn then to your circumstances. The information I was provided about your personal history was minimal. Your counsel simply relied on the personal history you provided in your trial testimony. There were no psychiatric or psychological reports provided, no references from character witnesses. No doubt that approach to your plea hearing was based on your instructions, but it means the account of your personal history that I am about to give is limited. You were born in Adelaide on the 30th of September 1974, making you 48 years old at the time of your offending and 50 now. Your maiden name was Scudder. In 1977, your family relocated to Melbourne, residing in Hampton. In 2004, you and Simon Patterson met whilst you were both employed at Monash City Council. Simon told the jury that he was working there as a civil engineer and you were the RSPCA's representative on the council. By 2005, you and Simon were romantically involved. In 2006, your grandmother died, leaving you a substantial inheritance. Monies from her estate were distributed between 2007 and 2015. During those years, you would be generous with your money to Simon's siblings, providing large, no-interest loans to them and their spouses so that they could purchase their own homes. On the 2nd of June 2007, you and Simon married. You told the jury that your parents did not attend the wedding. They were holidaying in Russia. Soon after your marriage, you and Simon travelled around Australia and overseas for a few months before settling in Perth. Simon got a job working for an inner-city shire council. In 2009, when you were 34, your son was born. In April 2009, you and Simon set off with the baby to explore the top end of Australia. You reached Townsville in November 2009, at which point you parted company. You flew back to Perth. Simon drove back with the baby. You rented a cottage for you and the baby. Simon rented an on-site caravan close by. This was the first of many comparatively short-term separations. You reunited by the end of January 2010. In 2011, your father died. In that year, you also opened a second-hand bookshop in Pemberton, Western Australia. In 2013, when you were pregnant, you and Simon returned to Victoria with your son to live closer to Simon's family. In 2014, your daughter was born. In 2015, you and Simon separated permanently. In 2019, your mother died, leaving you an inheritance. In June 22, you and your children moved into a newly constructed home at 84 Gibson Street, Leongatha, the home at which you served the fatal lunch on the 29th of July 23. You have no relevant criminal history. You maintain your innocence. In other words, there is no evidence of remorse. I turn now to the conditions of your imprisonment. As mentioned, you have been in custody since the 2nd of November 23. There were 2 affidavits tendered relating to your conditions of imprisonment. The first was sworn by a solicitor who acts for you and was based largely on your instructions. The second affidavit was sworn by Jennifer Hosking, Assistant Commissioner, Sentence Management Division at Corrections Victoria, who also testified at your plea hearing. Ms Hosking's evidence included confirmation of the following matters. You have a, quote, maximum security rating and, quote, major offender status. Because of the nature of your crimes and your notoriety, you have been assessed as being at significant risk from other prisoners. You have not been assessed as posing a risk to other prisoners. You have spent approximately 16 months of your 22 months at Dame Phyllis Frost Centre in a management unit called the Gordon Unit, and the rest of the time in a protection unit called the Murray Unit. A management unit is more restrictive than a protection unit. You have been in the Gordon Unit continuously for the last 15 months. The Gordon Unit has about 20 cells. You are not permitted to mix with the other women in the Gordon Unit. You have spent at least 22 hours in your cell every day that you have been in the Gordon Unit. There have been 16 days since November 24 where, because of lockdowns, you have been confined to your cell for the entire 24 hours per day. The maximum period that a prisoner in the Gordon Unit could have out of their cell on any given day is 4 hours, but, quote, that wouldn't happen very often. Your meals and medicine are currently delivered through a flap in your cell door. There is a small concrete yard, approximately 2 metres by 1.5 metres, which adjoins your cell, which, with permission, you may access for fresh air. If prisoners are using the larger exercise yard, which abuts your exercise yard, you may not use your small yard. During your time in the Gordon Unit, you have barely had any contact with other individuals. Permission is required for you to communicate with any other prisoner, which, according to your counsel, is complicated by the fact that you are not informed of the identities of the other prisoners in the Gordon Unit. You currently have approval to communicate with one other prisoner in the Gordon Unit through a wire mesh when the two of you are permitted to use your respective adjoining exercise yards. That other prisoner is undergoing a lengthy sentence for terrorism offences and has attacked other prisoners. You did not ask to communicate with that person and have not communicated with her. The suggestion that you should communicate with her was made by a corrections officer. There is an intercom in your cell which, if permission is granted, you may use to communicate with one other prisoner in the unit at a time, but you have not done so. In order to attend any other part of the prison, for example, the visitors' centre or the library, you are driven there escorted by 2 corrections officers. While, theoretically, prisoners in the Gordon Unit are able to access the prison library twice per week for 20 minutes at a time, you have not been able to do so because of staff shortages and a rule that you may not access the library if another is doing so. Consequently, you have only been able to access the library a handful of times during your time in the Gordon Unit. United Nations guidelines, known as the Bangkok Rules, provide that a prisoner should not be in separation for more than 15 days at a time, but you have now been in separation continuously for 15 months. There are 2 prisoners in the Gordon Unit who have been there in excess of 3 years. And whilst the primary principle in the placement of prisoners is to manage and place them in the least restrictive environment necessary to ensure the safety and security of the individual prisoner and other prisoners, the least restrictive environment can be very restrictive. As for your future conditions of imprisonment, whilst your placement in the Gordon Unit is reviewed monthly, Ms Hosking was unable to say whether you would ever be moved from the Gordon Unit. I infer that given the unprecedented media coverage of your case and the books, documentaries and TV series about you, which are all in the pipeline, you are likely to remain a notorious prisoner for many years to come and as such remain at significant risk from other prisoners. I turn then to a number of relevant sentencing principles and rules. Section 5 of the Sentencing Act 1991 declares that the only purposes for which sentences may be imposed are just punishment, specific and general deterrence, rehabilitation, denunciation, and protection of the community. I have had regard to all of these sentencing purposes in formulating my sentences, but rehabilitation has taken a back seat because of the gravity of your offending. Other provisions of the Sentencing Act that are of particular relevance to your case are as follows. Under Sections 6A to 6F, you fall to be sentenced as a serious violent offender in respect of the 3 murders, meaning that the protection of the community is the principal purpose for which the sentences on those counts must be imposed. Under Section 6F, your status as a serious violent offender must be entered in the court records. Section 11(1) provides relevantly that if a court sentences an offender to be imprisonment for the term of her natural life, the court must, as part of the sentence, fix a period during which the offender is not eligible to be released on parole, unless it considers that the nature of the offence makes the fixing of such a period inappropriate. Section 11A(4)(a) provides that where an offender is sentenced to life imprisonment, the sentencer must fix a non-parole period of at least 30 years, unless it is not in the interests of justice to do so. Is it inappropriate to fix a non-parole period? Would fixing a non-parole period be contrary to the interests of justice? As mentioned above, this is the main dispute that I have to determine. Sentencing case law establishes that, as a general rule, harsher than normal conditions of imprisonment will warrant mitigation of penalty. There is nothing about your conduct whilst in custody which might cast doubt on the application of that general rule. As Ms Hosking indicated, you are in a management unit to protect you from other prisoners, not vice versa, nor do you have any relevant criminal history. In their written submissions, the prosecution conceded that your conditions of imprisonment are more burdensome than for a mainstream prisoner, and that they are likely to remain so for the foreseeable future. The prosecution submitted that this is a, quote, relevant consideration for sentence. In oral submissions, the prosecution conceded that this consideration was not just relevant, but, quote, important and, quote, weighty, while still pressing for life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. You have effectively been held in continuous solitary confinement for the last 15 months, and at the very least, there is a substantial chance that for your protection, you will continue to be held in solitary confinement for years to come. The Court of Appeal in Yat against the King referred without criticism to the observation that, quote, the adverse health effects of solitary confinement are well established. I note too that Ms Hosking stated at the plea hearing that, quote, being separated has negative outcomes for people. We're very aware of that. The harsh prison conditions that you have experienced already and the likely prospect of solitary confinement for the foreseeable future are important and weighty considerations which should count for something in the sentencing exercise. In my view, the only scope for making them count is by the fixing of a non-parole period. In opposing the imposition of a non-parole period, the prosecution relied on the Queen against Colston, where the offender was sentenced to life imprisonment without a non-parole period for the savage murders of 3 people. But that case makes clear that, quote, where there is a substantial factor pointing towards clemency, as I consider your present and likely future conditions of imprisonment to be, the fixing of a non-parole period may be appropriate even for an offender who has committed multiple murders. Fixing a non-parole period is not to undervalue the horrendous nature of your offending. Your total effective sentence will be life imprisonment, and the period during which you will be ineligible for parole will be a very substantial one. Please stand. For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, I sentence you to 25 years imprisonment. For the murder of Heather Wilkinson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Gail Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Don Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. All sentences are to be served concurrently. The total effective sentence is life imprisonment, and I fix a non-parole period of 33 years. I declare that you have served 676 days by way of pre-sentence detention. Finally, and by consent, I make the disposal order sought by the prosecution. Would you please remove Ms. Patterson?
So that was the sentence in full. Keep an eye out for more episodes to come.
Until next time, Brooke.
And then there was the leftover meat from the lunch.
Yes.
So describe that part of the meal to me.
The meat? It was very soft, and it was probably some of the best meat I've ever had, actually. Very easy to cut.
Today, at the end of the second week of the trial of Erin Patterson, the jury heard from her 14-year-old son. He talked about the leftovers of the lunch, her interest in mushrooms, and her strained relationship with his dad. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. Hi Laura, it's Friday.
We've made it to the end of the second week.
We did have a short day today, so it will definitely be a short episode, but rest assured we'll have a longer subscriber episode on Sunday where we talk about the timeline of the events that we have heard in court so far. So today the jury heard the last 10 minutes of Erin's daughter's testimony. They also heard from Erin's son. That's what you heard at the start of the episode, and it was his words but not his voice. So the son's interview was set up in the exact same way as his sister's. It was a pre-recorded video from August 2023. Laura, can you set the scene for our listeners? What did the room look like that they were being interviewed in?
I'm glad you asked that question because I realised we didn't touch on it yesterday when his sister was giving evidence. We really focused on Erin's reaction in court in the dock where she was becoming quite emotional seeing them pop up on the screen. But in terms of what everyone in court could see, it was an interview room in Morwell, but it wasn't cold as you might think an interview room would be. This was clearly a room used for interviewing children. So when the first video played of Erin's daughter, you could see her sitting on a blue armchair, and she's only 9 years old in this vision, so she's very small. Her feet barely touch the ground. In front of her is a table with some pencils and some paper, but they weren't used during the interview. Her brother gave evidence in this same room, but being 5 years older than her, he was definitely quite taller, and he was sitting on the chair just in a hoodie and some trackies.
So in the daughter's testimony, she was questioned in detail by the interviewer about mushrooms. These are her words, but not her voice.
When you cook with Mum, have you ever cooked anything with mushrooms in it?
No.
Do you like mushrooms, eating them?
No.
Have you ever been mushroom picking?
No.
No. Have you ever seen a mushroom growing out in the wild?
Oh, wait, I did see some at school once.
So we heard the interviewer ask a lot of different questions about mushrooms, and really Erin's daughter didn't have a lot to say. But Laura, she did talk about cooking with her mum.
Yeah, that's right. The interviewer asked her whether or not her mother was a good cook and whether she enjoyed cooking. And the girl answered yes to both of those questions. And she expanded a little bit further and said, we make cupcakes or muffins or brownies.
And then the jury went on to hear Erin's son's testimony. You know, I think the jury were able to get a greater insight into that family dynamic through the boy's perspective.
And this was especially because his interview went for a lot longer. So the recording of her son went for 1 hour and 40 minutes. And considering he is 5 years older than his sister, he was able to expand a lot more on his answers.
And for example, he spoke about the relationship between his mum and dad. What can you tell us about that, Laura?
So he spoke about how they stopped living together when he was younger. And to remind our listeners, that was in about 2015 that they permanently separated. And he said they weren't great at relating to each other. The interviewer then asked a number of questions about the lead up to the lunch and how their relationship was at that point. These are his words, it's not his voice.
How would you describe your mum and dad's relationship, probably of recent times?
Before the lunch, it's all just very negative. I know Dad does a lot of things to try to hurt Mum.
Such as?
Like messing around with the school. Mum didn't put his name on the billing for the school.
Like the school fees?
Yeah. Dad really wanted to be on that, so he could have access to all the events.
He went on to say,
Dad wouldn't talk to Mum about that. He would just ring the school and tell the school to put his name on the billing.
Soon after, in the interview, the boy was asked a few more questions about his relationship with his dad. He explained how he and his sister weren't staying at his dad's house in the 12 months before the lunch. Again, these are his words, it's not his voice.
He kept trying to convince me to go to his, and I told him, I'm sorry, I didn't want to because he never did anything with us over the weekends.
The interviewer then asked about the hours and days after the lunch, and the son actually confirmed that he wasn't there at the meal.
That's right. But he arrived when the lunch was wrapping up. Everyone was still there, all of the guests, including his grandparents, Don and Gail Patterson. And he said he spoke with his grandfather for a little bit about his flying lessons. Soon after, the guests left, and the 14-year-old said he helped clean up the table. He described collecting all the plates and bringing them to the sink.
And in his evidence, what colour did he say the plates were?
He said the plates were white and about 15 centimetres in diameter. The interviewer asked a follow-up question and asked him whether or not the plates were all the same, and he said they were.
So after that, what did he do?
So just to give a little bit more context here, while the lunch was happening at his house, him, his sister and one of their friends went to the cinemas nearby to go watch the 2023 film Elemental. I believe it's an animated film. After that was done, they came back. That's when he saw everyone there at the home. And then he cleaned up with his mum, and then him and his friends started playing video games.
Like every teens do these days?
Yes, very much so. They described playing for a few hours with their headsets on. They were very locked in. And then it got later in the evening, maybe around 5, 6 o'clock, and it was time for his friend to go home. He explained to the jury that he went upstairs to go see his mum to ask if she could give his friend a lift back home. And he described in that moment she was building Lego.
Interesting. What else did he say?
He then started speaking about the next day. He remembers waking up and walking into the kitchen and seeing his mum drinking a coffee, but she said to him that she was feeling quite sick and had been experiencing some diarrhea. The boy's sister gave the same evidence yesterday and said that because their mum was feeling sick, they didn't go to church that day.
And then that night, the kids ate leftovers of that meal that the guests ate on July 29.
He was asked by the interviewer what they ate, and he said it was potatoes, beans, and the leftover meat from the lunch.
That's what you heard at the top of the episode when Erin's son was explaining about the meat that he ate.
The interviewer asked him how he knew it was the leftover meat, and he said he asked his mum whether or not that was the leftover meat from the day before, and she confirmed that it was. And he remembered seeing her cook it in the kitchen on the Saturday morning prior to the lunch, saying it appeared that she was cooking it in a fry pan. Just like the interviewer did with his sister, he was asked a few questions about mushrooms,
And one of these questions evoked a memory he had of a period of time during the pandemic. He explained how him and his mum took a walk through the botanic gardens near their home and they spotted some mushrooms that were growing. Again, these are his words, it's not his voice.
It was just a very fond memory in my head. We were talking about how mushrooms grow, how they grow with the trees, and they support each other.
And that was the end of Erin's son's evidence, so we're all wrapped up for week 2.
We'll be back next week to do it all again.
Thanks, Laura.
Enjoy your weekend.
And don't forget that we have a subscriber episode with our colleague Anthony Dowsley that will be released on Sunday morning. And details on how to get it will be in the description of this episode. Thanks for listening. This has been a Herald Sun production for True Crime Australia. The show is reported and presented by me, Brooke Griebert-Craig, and Laura Placella. Reporting and presenting for our weekend subscriber-only shows by Anthony Dowsley. Our executive producer is Geordie Atkinson. Extra production support this week was from our intern, Jasmine Geddes. The Mushroom Cook is produced, written and edited by Jonty Burton. And go to themushroomcook.com.au for all the latest updates, live blogs, features and more. Before she found herself at the centre of her own murder trial, Erin Patterson joined an online group to discuss another high-profile case.
Kelly Lane.
After Kelly Lane was found Kelly Lane's guilty.
Over time, she formed friendships with some of the women in the group, talking about the case of Kelly Lane. She also discussed other things.
I've been hiding powdered mushrooms in everything. Mixed it into chocolate brownies yesterday. The kids had no idea. So, fun fact, the dehydrator reduces mushroom mass by 90%. Do you think Woolies would mind if I brought the dehydrator into their vegetable section and dry things before I buy them?
Some of the conversations she had in that group were laid out in court in the first day of the second week of her murder trial. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. I'm joined once again by my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella. Laura, let's put in some context around what we just heard.
Yes, and can I say it's great to be back with you, Brooke. We had a nice, relaxing weekend and we're ready to jump back into the evidence. So what our listeners heard earlier was a voice actor reading some messages that Erin wrote in a Facebook group chat with a number of women she met years earlier. But she met these women online. She came to know them through a Facebook group about the Kelly Lane case. This was a large group at the time. It had a few thousand people in it. But over time, these women formed a smaller group that they used to start talking about their lives. They spoke about the news, politics, and really leaned on each other, especially during the pandemic.
We heard in court today that it was essentially a place for the women to vent to each other.
That's correct. And 3 women gave evidence today in court. Their names were Christine Hunt, Daniela Barkley, and Jenny Hay. These women were all in that smaller group chat we referred to where Erin was a member herself. And they started to recall some of the conversations they remember Erin having.
And the jury heard today that one of the witnesses, Daniela, said that Erin loved mushrooms and she posted photos of mushrooms in this group. And she also posted photos of a dehydrator.
And the jury were actually shown some of these photos. They were screenshots provided by Daniela and they were put up on the screen. And in one of the photos, you can see the dehydrator. It has 6 trays. And on every one of those trays, you can see dozens of sliced mushrooms. We also heard from another witness, Jenny, who we mentioned earlier. She said that she remembers Erin mentioning the fact she was making mushroom soup and she was blitzing these mushrooms to make powder to put into food items for her children because they didn't like mushrooms.
Now, we also heard that Erin used different Facebook names like Erin Patterson, Erin, and Erin while she was communicating to these online friends.
That's correct. And all of these friends mentioned that at some point in July 2023, when they were discussing things relating to cooking, Erin mentioned that she wanted to make a beef Wellington. One of the witnesses, Daniela, actually joked that when Erin asked the group chat how to make this meal, she said she didn't know because she was a vegetarian herself. She said that she'd maybe make a tofu Wellington, and everyone in that group chat joked that that must taste awful.
One of the other witnesses, Christine, she said she had made a beef Wellington before and gave Erin some advice about how to go about preparing that meal.
Now, Christine also said in court that Erin was well regarded. She was a really good researcher and she was well known to be able to get information.
And this kind of goes back to how these women all met. They met while discussing the Kelly Lane case and true crime more broadly. And if there was anyone in the group chat who had a question about something, Erin was seen as someone who would be able to go, search for that information and come back with an answer.
Now, Christine also said that Erin spoke about her relationship with Simon Patterson in these online Facebook groups.
And just to remind everyone, Simon is Erin's estranged husband. Erin has been accused of murdering Simon's parents, Don and Gail Patterson, as well as Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, and attempting to murder Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson.
Christine said that Erin said Simon was coercive and controlling. She also said that the family, as in Simon's family, was very demanding.
She said she was challenged by their demands, particularly around the kids attending a faith-based school. Christine also expanded on this topic of religion, telling the jury that she believed Erin was two-sided when it came to her religious beliefs. Last week we heard in court that Erin was an atheist before she met Simon, and then in Simon's evidence he speaks of Erin attending church with him in the early 2000s and having an epiphany of sorts and becoming religious after that. But according to Christine, Erin was only going to church because of Simon's family. She was saying in that group chat that they were all a part of that she didn't necessarily believe in God. And Christine said that Erin described herself as an atheist.
Witness Daniela also said that Erin said Simon wasn't a very nice person. She told the jury that Erin wasn't happy with his cleanliness and she didn't want the kids to sleep over at Simon's house because she wasn't happy with the way that he lived. Laura, this might be the right time that we start talking about Simon's evidence.
Yes, as our listeners might remember, Simon didn't finish giving evidence on Friday. He had to return to the witness box today to complete his testimony.
Now, the court was told last week that Simon said Erin sent extremely aggressive messages. We got more detail about that today, didn't we, Laura?
We did. Lead prosecutor Nanette Rogers asked Simon to describe the message he was referring to. This comes after a previous exchange with the defence barrister, Mr. Mandy, where Mr. Mandy walked Simon through a whole host of messages, but Simon told the court that these weren't the ones he was referring to. He said that the ones that stuck in his mind as being extremely aggressive or inflammatory were ones Erin sent in early 2023. She sent these in that Signal family group chat we were talking about. But it was around the time that Simon's mum, Gail, was sick with encephalitis and was feeling quite anxious. Simon said that his mother wasn't going to read any messages in the group chat from Erin at the time. To give a little bit more context, Simon said that him and Erin were having a private conversation at the time where Simon was telling Erin that their son had been very sleepy and quite exhausted whenever he was spending time with him. He messaged Erin about this, again privately, but in response, Erin went to the family group chat and, in Simon's words, started having a crack at him. He then said this to the court: "It's his words, it's not his voice."
If Mum had read that, I don't know what that would have done to her.
He went on to say,
"It was having a crack at me and accusing me of some things. That's not the bit I objected to. It was the fact that she'd sent it, especially to Mum, knowing Mum's condition and what it can do to Mum."
The court then heard that a few weeks later, things seemed to have smoothed over. On December 18, Erin sent a message to Simon saying, "We don't really have the kind of relationship right now where I can ask for favours, but I don't have anywhere else to turn." She went on to say that neighbours had caught her saying a tree had come down across a fence before asking Simon if he could help remove it.
In response, Simon said, "Hey there, I'm always your husband no matter how we're doing, so no probs with you asking. I'd be up for it, but I'm in Brisbane, so I can't today. Sorry. I'll be back tomorrow if it can wait for them."
Erin then replied and said, "That's very kind. I hope you enjoy your time in Brisbane. I'll let you know tomorrow if I still need help. Much appreciated."
After taking Simon to this exchange, Mr. Mandy asked whether this exchange proved that his earlier arguments with Erin about school fees and child support had abated by this time. But Simon said they had not, and he was very firm about that. And so after 3 days of evidence, Simon was done in the witness box. He was excused by the judge and will no longer need to give evidence in this trial.
So it was another busy day in court, Laura.
For sure.
Well, tomorrow we'll hear from another key witness. To stay updated with all our latest coverage, go to themushroomcook.com.au. Justice Christopher Bill got into the thick of it today in his charge to the jury in the trial of Erin Patterson. He took a magnifying glass to the evidence as he stepped through the testimony of more than a dozen witnesses, summarised the lawyers' arguments, and even instructed the jury to disregard 2 points made by the Crown. We'll talk about this and more of what he said in court today. I'm Brooke Griebert-Craig, and this is The Mushroom Cook. We have just finished day 38 of Erin Patterson's murder trial, and as always, I'm joined by my colleague, court reporter Laura Placella.
Hey Brooke, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Not bad, let's start.
Now, the first thing that Justice Bill did this morning was give the jurors an update on the trial timeline.
He's provided them with a few updates this week, but this one felt a lot more definitive. He told them that his charge would continue for the rest of today, Thursday, go into tomorrow, Friday, and then he would finally finish on Monday. By that stage, there will be 2 jurors who will be balloted off. So right now, to remind our listeners, there are 14 jurors after we lost one earlier in the trial. 2 will be balloted off to leave us with the magic number of 12, and then they'll start their deliberations. But once they're done for the day, they won't go home. They'll be bussed to local accommodation to be sequestered, and then they'll return the next day to the Latrobe Valley Law Courts to continue deliberating.
So this will all be taking place in week 10 of the trial.
Yes, and I really can't believe that at any stage we thought this would actually just go for 5 weeks.
Crazy. So Justice Bill then returned to the topic of incriminating conduct today.
He did. So we ran through the list yesterday of all of the alleged incriminating conduct that is being put forward by the prosecution. Justice Bill only got a chance yesterday to make his way through one of those points, and he spent the rest of the day making his way through the list. This involves a lot of summary. He's essentially summarising up to 7 weeks of evidence and then turning to summaries of the prosecution and the defence arguments. So today, when we make our way through it ourselves, a lot of this will probably sound familiar to our listeners, but this is Justice Bill really preparing the jury for their deliberations. There is so much evidence in this case that the judge's charge involves these summations to make sure they're best placed when it is time to commence those important deliberations.
So let's move to the first point. He began summarising the evidence relating to Erin allegedly lying about using dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer in the beef Wellington meal that she cooked on July 29, 2023.
This was the point that Justice Bill spent the longest on today. I think he finished with this topic just before lunchtime. And the reason for this was he essentially had to go through the evidence of almost a dozen witnesses. There were a lot of people Erin spoke to in the days after the lunch about the source of the mushrooms. She was speaking to doctors at Leongatha Hospital. She was speaking to Senior Public Health Advisor Sally Ann Atkinson and speaking to Child Protection Worker Katrina Cripps. For the most part, all of these witnesses testified that Erin told them she used button mushrooms from a local Woolworths and dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer, but she could not remember the exact location of that shop. Justice Bill also summarised the evidence from Erin and how she realised in the days after the lunch that mushrooms she had foraged and dehydrated may have ended up in a container with the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocer. This was the container she said she grabbed and tipped into the mushroom duxelle, believing at the time that it only contained the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocer.
Justice Bill then outlined what the prosecution alleges. Here's what he said. It's his words, but not his voice.
The prosecution argued she sat on her hands, slow to respond to the Department of Health, not responsive at times. Giving evidence, she appeared to have a remarkable memory. She could remember the 28th of April 2023 was a Friday and not a Monday, but she couldn't recall the shop or even the suburb. Beggars belief.
He went on.
Most importantly, they argue no one else got sick. Monash Council had no complaints. The department had no reports of people falling ill. And why would she dehydrate already dried mushrooms? She told you the dehydrated mushrooms weren't as crisp, so she whacked them into the dehydrator. They argued that was a ridiculous lie to keep the possibility that an Asian store was the source of death cap mushrooms.
Justice Bill then told the jury that the defence claims the prosecution cherry-picked their evidence.
It was argued the prosecution ignored the nuances of human behaviour. They argued she was consistent with where the mushrooms came from. She had many conversations with many people.
He went on.
But things get recounted and it goes down the line. Big details get minimised, forgotten, altered. There were approximately 21 people who spoke to Erin Patterson in 24 hours, and memory is not a video recording. Time plays a part. Delays can affect recollection of events. None of the witnesses, including Erin Patterson, is immune. Recollection can be unreliable even when a person is trying to be honest.
Justice Bill then moved on to summarise the evidence relating to Erin allegedly lying about feeding her children the leftovers of the beef Wellington meal with the mushrooms and pastry scraped off.
Just like he did with the previous allegation, he took the jury to the evidence of certain witnesses. Here it was the evidence from Simon Patterson, Erin's estranged husband, and her 2 children. He also brought them back to her evidence as well. He said that Erin testified that she scraped off the mushrooms and pastry from the 6 beef Wellington she prepared before serving the meat to her children with mashed potato and beans. He also reminded the jury that Erin said that the leftovers found in her outside bin comprised the scraped off mushrooms and pastry, as well as the remainder of her beef Wellington that she didn't eat at the lunch. Justice Beale then took the jury to the evidence of Erin's son, who told an investigator that his mum said to him and his sister that night that Don and Gail were unwell. He remembers his mum saying to him that she thought the cause of the illness could have been the lunch.
Justice Bill said the prosecution argued that considering the children did not experience any symptoms, her story about feeding them the leftovers must be a lie to cover her tracks. He also added that the prosecution had questioned why Erin would feed the leftovers to her children when there was evidence to suggest she knew by that stage on July 30 that Don and Gail were unwell.
It was at this stage that Justice Beale actually told the jury to disregard 2 arguments made by Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers in her closing address. The first argument related to the fact that Dr. Rogers asserted that even though they were scraped off, the toxins from the death caps would have penetrated the meat that Erin served her children.
Dr. Rogers overstated what the evidence was, so you disregard that argument that the amatoxins penetrated the meat. It's not necessarily so.
Justice Beale said the second argument related to the fact that Dr. Rogers asserted that the children would have experienced symptoms if they had eaten the leftovers of the 6 beef Wellington. But he told the jury no expert witness was asked whether they would have expected the children to have experienced these symptoms after eating the meat with the mushrooms and pastry scraped off.
You have no expert evidence as to whether that would be the case, and so I direct you to disregard the argument. You would be speculating if you would go down that path.
Justice Bill said the defence argued that if Erin knew there were death caps in the meal, why would she tell people leftovers existed at all? The defence said it made no sense on the prosecution case that Erin discarded the meat of the 6 beef Wellington and put the rest in her outside bin.
Why get rid of meat but keep the mushroom paste and pastry? Why put the pastry in the bin as a deliberate ruse? The simple explanation is the much more likely explanation. She scraped off the paste and fed the meat to her children.
Justice Bill then summarised the evidence relating to Erin allegedly refusing to obtain treatment for her children.
He took the jury to the evidence of witnesses from Leongatha Hospital, including Dr. Veronica Foote and Nurse Carly Ashton, as well as the evidence of Erin once again. He said the prosecution argued that Erin was reluctant to have her children assessed because she knew that they had not consumed death cap mushrooms. But on the other hand, he said the defence argued that Miss Ashton was wrong when she said she found out that Erin's children had consumed the leftovers on her first presentation to the hospital. He said the defence claimed that her memory of this was inconsistent with the evidence of her colleagues, who said that they found out that Erin's children had eaten the leftovers when Erin returned to hospital later that morning on July 31. Justice Bill said the defence argued that when Erin returned to hospital and was told that the toxins could have penetrated the meat and that her children might be in danger, that she made arrangements for them to be brought to hospital straight away.
Justice Bill moved on to summarise the evidence relating to Erin discarding her dehydrator at Kumwara Tip on August 2.
It is worth noting that Erin has admitted to dumping her dehydrator, so this isn't alleged conduct, but the defence argue that it shouldn't be used as incriminating conduct. Justice Bill reminded the jury that Erin testified that she panicked after she said Simon accused her of poisoning his parents with the dehydrator. Erin told the jury she was scared she would be blamed for making everyone sick, and so she took her dehydrator to the tip you mentioned, Brooke, and dumped it there. Justice Bill brought the jury back to the 4 deceptions alleged by the prosecution in its closing address, including the sustained cover-up, which did involve Erin getting rid of the appliance. He said the prosecution argued, though, that the panic Erin said she was experiencing did not explain the extensive and prolonged cover-up she ended up embarking on.
But on the other hand, Justice Bill said the defence argued that if Erin was planning a murder, she would have disposed of the dehydrator much earlier.
She disposed of it when she did, Mr. Mandy argued, because she panicked and people would wrongly think that she poisoned them. Poisoned the lunch guests deliberately.
Justice Bill then turned to the evidence relating to Erin resetting phone B multiple times, providing police phone B instead of phone A, and lying about her phone number ending in 835 during her record of interview.
He reminded the jury that the prosecution alleged that Erin concealed phone A, her usual phone, from police during a search of her house, and instead handed over phone B, a dummy phone, which she factory reset multiple times. He said the prosecution argued that Erin concealed phone A because she knew it would implicate her in the deliberate poisoning of her guests. But alternatively, he said the defence argued that Erin would not have gone to the trouble of setting up phone B as a dummy phone, since it would have been much easier for her to factory reset phone A and simply discard it straight after the lunch.
Justice Bill added that Erin testified that phone A was not seized during the search and was left on a windowsill untouched by police. She also testified that she set up phone B because phone A was damaged and she wanted to change phone numbers after Simon accused her of poisoning his parents.
Referring to Erin's testimony, Justice Bill said that the defence argued that the prosecution was coming up with convoluted theories for why there was an absence of evidence, and the explanations that Erin provided were the most reasonable.
And with that, Justice Bill told the jury he will continue to summarise the remainder of the alleged incriminating conduct tomorrow.
And then he'll move on with the rest of his charge.
Thanks, Laura. See you then.